Man, it would be hard to find a working model of an ideal. Yes, but in the 18th century it would have been hard to find a working model of a political democracy that didn't prove it couldn't exist. By the 19th century, it did exist. Unless you think that human history is over, it's not an argument to say it's not around. You go back 200 years, it was hard to imagine slavery being abolished. The kibbutz experiment. Another man, how could you make decisions democratically without a bureaucracy? I don't see how a large mass of people could actively participate in all of the decisions that need to be made in a complex modern society. No, I don't think they can. I think you've got to delegate some of those responsibilities. But the question is, where does authority ultimately lie? I mean, since the very beginnings of the modern democratic revolutions in the 17th and 18th centuries, it's always been recognized that people have to be represented. The question is, are we represented by, as they put it, countrymen like ourselves, or are we represented by our betters? 17. For example, suppose this was our community, and we wanted to enter into some kind of arrangement with the community down the road. If we were fairly big in scale, we couldn't all do it and get them all to do it, we'd have to delegate the right to negotiate things to representatives. But then the question is, who has the power to ultimately authorize those decisions? Well, if it's a democracy, that power ought to lie not just formally in the population, but actually in the population, meaning the representatives can be recalled, they're answerable back to their community, they can be replaced. In fact, there should be as much as possible in the way of constant replacement, so that political participation just becomes a part of everybody's life. But I agree, I don't think it's possible to have large masses of people get together to decide every topic. It would be unfeasible and pointless. You're going to want to pick committees to look into things and report back, and so on and so forth. Point 18. But the real question is, where does authority lie? Man, it sounds like the model you're looking to is similar to that of the kibbutzim, collective farming communities in Israel. Yeah, the kibbutz is actually as close to a full democracy as there is, I think. In fact, I lived on one for a while, and had planned to stay there, for precisely these reasons. On the other hand, life is full of all kinds of ironies, and the fact is, as I have come to understand over the years even more than I did at one time, although the kibbutzim are very authentic democracies internally, there are a lot of very ugly features about them. For one thing, they're extremely racist. I don't think there's a single Arab on any kibbutz in Israel, and it turns out that a fair number of them have been turned down. Like, if a couple forms between a Jewish member of a kibbutz and an Arab, they generally end up living in an Arab village. The other thing about them is, they have an extremely unpleasant relationship with the state, which I didn't really know about until fairly recently, even though it's been that way for a long time. See, part of the reason why the kibbutzim are economically successful is that they get a substantial state subsidy, and in return for that state subsidy they essentially provide the officers' corps for the elite military units in Israel. So if you look at who goes into the pilot training schools and the rangers and all that kind of stuff, it's kibbutz kids. That's the trade-off. The government subsidizes them as long as they provide the Praetorian Guard. Furthermore, I think they end up providing the Praetorian Guard in part as a result of kibbutz education. And here there are things that people who believe in libertarian ideas, as I do, really have to worry about. You see, there's something very authoritarian about the libertarian structure of the kibbutz. I could see it when I lived in it, in fact. There's tremendous group pressure to conform. I mean, there's no force that makes you conform, but the group pressures are very powerful. The dynamics of how this worked were never very clear to me, but you could just see it in operation. The fear of exclusion is very great, not exclusion in the sense of not being allowed into the dining room or something, but just that you won't be a part of things somehow. It's like being excluded from a family. If you're a kid and your family excludes you, like maybe they let you sit at the table, but they don't talk to you, that's devastating. You just can't survive it. And something like that carries over into these communities. I've never heard of anybody studying it, but if you watch the kids growing up, you can understand why they're going to go into the Rangers and the pilot programs and the commandos. There's a tremendous macho pressure, right from the very beginning. You're just no good unless you can go through Marine Corps training and become a really tough bastard. And that starts pretty early, and I think the kids go through real traumas if they can't do it. It's psychologically very difficult. And the results are striking. For example, there's a movement of resistors in Israel Yeshivol, people who won't serve in the occupied territories, but it doesn't have any kibbutz kids in it. The movement just doesn't exist there. Kibbutz kids also have a reputation for being what are called good soldiers, which means, not nice people, do what you gotta do. All of these things are other aspects of it, and the whole phenomenon comes pretty much without force or authority, but because of a dynamics of conformism that's extremely powerful. Like, the kibbutz I lived in was made up of pretty educated people. They were German refugees, and a lot of them had university degrees and so on, but every single person in the whole kibbutz read the same newspaper. And the idea that you might read a different newspaper, well, it's not that there was a law against it, it was just that it couldn't be done. You're a member of this branch of the kibbutz movement, that's the newspaper you read. Man, then how can we build a social contract which is cooperative in nature, but at the same time recognizes individual humanity? It seems to me that there's always going to be a very tense polar pull there. Where's the polar pull between what and what? Man, between a collective value and an individual value. I guess I don't see why there has to be any contradiction there at all. It seems to me that a crucial aspect of humanity is being a part of functioning communities, so if we can create social bonds in which people find satisfaction, we've done it. There's no contradiction. Look, you can't really figure out what problems are going to arise in group situations unless you experiment with them. It's like physics. You can't just sit around and think what the world would be like under such and such conditions. You've got to experiment and learn how things actually work out. And one of the things I think you learn from the kibbutz experiment is that you can in fact construct quite viable and successful democratic structures, but there are still going to be problems that come along. And one of the problems that people just have to face is the effect of group pressures to conform. I think everybody knows about this from families. Living in a family is a crucial part of human life. You don't want to give it up. On the other hand, there plainly are problems that go along with it. Nobody has to be told that. And a serious problem, which becomes almost pathological when it arises in a close-knit group, is exclusion, and to avoid exclusion often means doing things you wouldn't want to do if you had your own way. But that's just a part of living, to be faced with human problems like that. Actually, I'm not a great enthusiast of Marx, but one comment he made seems appropriate here. I'm quoting, so pardon the sexist language, but somewhere or other he said, socialism is an effort to try to solve man's animal problems, and after having solved the animal problems, then we can face the human problems. But it's not a part of socialism to solve the human problems. Socialism is an effort to get you to the point where you can face the human problems. And I think the kind of thing you're concerned about is a human problem, and those are going to be there. Humans are very complicated creatures, and have lots of ways of torturing themselves in their interpersonal relations. Everybody knows that, without soap operas. Anarchism and libertarianism. Woman, Professor Chomsky, on a slightly different topic, there's a separate meaning of the word anarchy different from the one you often talk about, namely, chaos. Yeah, it's a bum rap. Basically it's like referring to Soviet-style bureaucracy as socialism, or any other term of discourse that's been given a second meaning for the purpose of ideological warfare. I mean, chaos is a meaning of the word, but it's not a meaning that has any relevance to social thought. Anarchy as a social philosophy has never meant chaos. In fact, anarchists have typically believed in a highly organized society, just one that's organized democratically from below. Woman, it seems to me that as a social system, anarchism makes such bottom-line sense that it was necessary to discredit the word, and take it out of people's whole vocabulary and thinking, so you just have a reflex of fear when you hear it. Yeah, anarchism has always been regarded as the ultimate evil by people with power. So in Woodrow Wilson's Red Scare and 1919 campaign against subversives in the US, they were harsh on socialists, but they murdered anarchists. They were really bad news. See, the idea that people could be free is extremely frightening to anybody with power. That's why the 1960s have such a bad reputation. I mean, there's a big literature about the 60s, and it's mostly written by intellectuals, because they're the people who write books, so naturally it has a very bad name because they hated it. You could see it in the faculty clubs at the time. People were just traumatized by the idea that students were suddenly asking questions and not just copying things down. In fact, when people like Alan Bloom, author of The Closing of the American Mind, write as if the foundations of civilization were collapsing in the 60s, from their point of view that's exactly right, they were. Because the foundations of civilization are, I'm a big professor, and I tell you what to say, and what to think, and you write it down in your notebooks, and you repeat it. If you get up and say, I don't understand why I should read Plato, I think it's nonsense, that's destroying the foundations of civilization. But maybe it's a perfectly sensible question. Plenty of philosophers have said it, so why isn't it a sensible question? As with any mass popular movement, there was a lot of crazy stuff going on in the 60s, but that's the only thing that makes it into history, the crazy stuff around the periphery. The main things that were going on are out of history, and that's because they had a kind of libertarian character, and there is nothing more frightening to people with power. Man, what's the difference between libertarian and anarchist, exactly? There's no difference, really. I think they're the same thing. But you see, libertarian has a special meaning in the United States. The United States is off the spectrum of the main tradition in this respect. What's called libertarianism here is unbridled capitalism. Now, that's always been opposed in the European libertarian tradition, where every anarchist has been a socialist, because the point is, if you have unbridled capitalism, you have all kinds of authority, you have extreme authority. If capital is privately controlled, then people are going to have to rent themselves in order to survive. Now, you can say, they rent themselves freely, it's a free contract, but that's a joke. If your choice is, do what I tell you or starve, that's not a choice. It's in fact what was commonly referred to as wage slavery in more civilized times, like the 18th and 19th centuries, for example. The American version of libertarianism is an aberration, though nobody really takes it seriously. I mean, everybody knows that a society that worked by American libertarian principles would self-destruct in 3 seconds. The only reason people pretend to take it seriously is because you can use it as a weapon. Like, when somebody comes out in favor of a tax, you can say, no, I'm a libertarian, I'm against that tax, but of course, I'm still in favor of the government building roads, and having schools, and killing Libyans, and all that sort of stuff. Now, there are consistent libertarians, people like Murray Rothbard, American academic, and if you just read the world that they describe, it's a world so full of hate that no human being would want to live in it. This is a world where you don't have roads because you don't see any reason why you should cooperate in building a road that you're not going to use. If you want a road, you get together with a bunch of other people who are going to use that road and you build it, then you charge people to ride on it. If you don't like the pollution from somebody's automobile, you take them to court and you litigate it. Who would want to live in a world like that? It's a world built on hatred. Point 19. The whole thing's not even worth talking about, though. First of all, it couldn't function for a second, and if it could, all you'd want to do is get out, or commit suicide or something. But this is a special American aberration, it's not really serious. Articulating visions. Man, you often seem reluctant to get very specific in spelling out your vision of an anarchist society and how we could get there. Don't you think it's important for activists to do that, though, to try to communicate to people a workable plan for the future, which then can help give them the hope and energy to continue struggling? I'm curious why you don't do that more often. Well, I suppose I don't feel that in order to work hard for social change you need to be able to spell out a plan for a future society in any kind of detail. What I feel should drive a person to work for change are certain principles you'd like to see achieved. Now, you may not know in detail, and I don't think that any of us do know in detail how those principles can best be realized at this point in complex systems like human societies. But I don't really see why that should make any difference. What you try to do is advance the principles. Now, that may be what some people call reformism, but that's kind of like a put-down. Reforms can be quite revolutionary if they lead in a certain direction. And to push in that direction, I don't think you have to know precisely how a future society would work. I think what you have to be able to do is spell out the principles you want to see such a society realize, and I think we can imagine many different ways in which a future society could realize them. Well, work to help people start trying them. So for example, in the case of workers taking control of the workplace, there are a lot of different ways in which you can think of workplaces being controlled, and since nobody knows enough about what all the effects are going to be of large-scale social changes, I think what we should do is try them piecemeal. In fact, I have a rather conservative attitude towards social change. Since we're dealing with complex systems which nobody understands very much, the sensible move I think is to make changes and then see what happens, and if they work, make further changes. That's true across the board, actually. So, I don't feel in a position, and even if I felt I was, I wouldn't say it to know what the long-term results are going to look like in any kind of detail. Those are things that will have to be discovered, in my view. Instead, the basic principle I would like to see communicated to people is the idea that every form of authority and domination and hierarchy, every authoritarian structure, has to prove that it's justified. It has no prior justification. For instance, when you stop your 5-year-old kid from trying to cross the street, that's an authoritarian situation. It's got to be justified. Well, in that case, I think you can give a justification. But the burden of proof for any exercise of authority is always on the person exercising it, invariably. And when you look, most of the time these authority structures have no justification. They have no moral justification. They have no justification in the interests of the person lower in the hierarchy, or in the interests of other people, or the environment, or the future, or the society, or anything else. They're just there in order to preserve certain structures of power and domination, and the people at the top. So I think that whenever you find situations of power, these questions should be asked, and the person who claims the legitimacy of the authority always bears the burden of justifying it. And if they can't justify it, it's illegitimate and should be dismantled. To tell you the truth, I don't really understand anarchism as being much more than that. As far as I can see, it's just the point of view that says that people have the right to be free, and if there are constraints on that freedom, then you've got to justify them. Sometimes you can, but of course, anarchism or anything else doesn't give you the answers about when that is. You just have to look at the specific cases. Man, but if we ever had a society with no wage incentive and no authority, where would the drive come from to advance and grow? Well, the drive to advance, I think you have to ask exactly what that means. If you mean a drive to produce more, well, who wants it? Is that necessarily the right thing to do? It's not obvious. In fact, in many areas it's probably the wrong thing to do. Maybe it's a good thing that there wouldn't be the same drive to produce. People have to be driven to have certain wants in our system. Why? Why not leave them alone so they can just be happy, do other things? Whatever drive there is ought to be internal. So take a look at kids. They're creative, they explore, they want to try new things. I mean, why does a kid start to walk? You take a 1-year-old kid, he's crawling fine, he can get anywhere across the room he likes really fast, so fast his parents have to run after him to keep him from knocking everything down. All of a sudden he gets up and starts walking. He's terrible at walking, he walks one step and he falls on his face, and if he wants to really get somewhere he's going to crawl. So why do kids start walking? Well, they just want to do new things. That's the way people are built. We're built to want to do new things, even if they're not efficient, even if they're harmful, even if you get hurt, and I don't think that ever stops. People want to explore, we want to press our capacities to their limits, we want to appreciate what we can. But the joy of creation is something very few people get the opportunity to have in our society. Artists get to have it, craftspeople have it, scientists. And if you've been lucky enough to have had that opportunity, you know it's quite an experience, and it doesn't have to be discovering Einstein's theory of relativity. Anybody can have that pleasure, even by seeing what other people have done. For instance, if you read even a simple mathematical proof like the Pythagorean theorem, what you study in 10th grade, and you finally figure out what it's all about, that's exciting. My God, I never understood that before. Okay, that's creativity, even though somebody else proved it 2,000 years ago. You just keep being struck by the marvels of what you're discovering, and you're discovering it, even though somebody else did it already. Then if you can ever add a little bit to what's already known, all right, that's very exciting. And I think the same thing is true of a person who builds a boat. I don't see why it's fundamentally any different. I mean, I wish I could do that. I can't imagine doing it. Well, I think people should be able to live in a society where they can exercise these kinds of internal drives and develop their capacities freely, instead of being forced into the narrow range of options that are available to most people in the world now. And by that, I mean not only options that are objectively available, but also options that are subjectively available, like, how are people allowed to think, how are they able to think? Remember, there are all kinds of ways of thinking that are cut off from us in our society, not because we're incapable of them, but because various blockages have been developed and imposed to prevent people from thinking in those ways. That's what indoctrination is about in the first place, in fact, and I don't mean somebody giving you lectures, sitcoms on television, sports that you watch. Every aspect of the culture implicitly involves an expression of what a proper life and a proper set of values are, and that's all indoctrination. So I think what has to happen is, other options have to be opened up to people, both subjectively, and in fact concretely, meaning you can do something about them without great suffering. And that's one of the main purposes of socialism, I think, to reach a point where people have the opportunity to decide freely for themselves what their needs are, and not just have the choices forced on them by some arbitrary system of power. Want creation? Man, but you could say that to truck and barter is human nature, that people are fundamentally materialist, and will always want to accumulate more and more under any social structure. You could say it, but there's no reason to believe it. You look at peasant societies, they go on for thousands of years without it. Do those people have a different human nature? Or just look inside a family, do people truck and barter over how much you're going to eat for dinner? Well, certainly a family is a normal social structure, and you don't see people accumulating more and more for themselves regardless of the needs of the other people. In fact, just take a look at the history of trucking and bartering itself. Look at the history of modern capitalism, about which we know a lot. The first thing you'll notice is, peasants had to be driven by force and violence into a wage labor system they did not want. Then major efforts were undertaken, conscious efforts to create wants. In fact, if you look back, there's a whole interesting literature of conscious discussion of the need to manufacture wants in the general population. It's happened over the whole long stretch of capitalism, of course, but one place where you can see it very nicely encapsulated is around the time when slavery was terminated. It's very dramatic to look at cases like these. For example, in 1831 there was a big slave revolt in Jamaica, which was one of the things that led the British to decide to give up slavery in their colonies. After some slave revolts, they basically said, it's not paying anymore. So within a couple years the British wanted to move from a slave economy to a so-called free economy, but they still wanted the basic structure to remain exactly the same. And if you take a look back at the parliamentary debates in England at the time, they were talking very consciously about all this. They were saying, look, we've got to keep it the way it is, the masters have to become the owners, the slaves have to become the happy workers, somehow we've got to work it all out. Well, there was a little problem in Jamaica, since there was a lot of open land there. When the British let the slaves go free, they just wanted to move out onto the land and be perfectly happy. They didn't want to work for the British sugar plantations anymore. So what everyone was asking in Parliament in London was, how can we force them to keep working for us, even when they're no longer enslaved into it? Alright, two things were decided upon. First, they would use state force to close off the open land and prevent people from going and surviving on their own. And secondly, they realized that since all these workers didn't really want a lot of things, they just wanted to satisfy their basic needs, which they could easily do in that tropical climate. The British capitalists would have to start creating a whole set of wants for them, and make them start desiring things they didn't then desire, so then the only way they'd be able to satisfy their new material desires would be by working for wages in the British sugar plantations. 20. There was very conscious discussion of the need to create wants, and in fact, extensive efforts were then undertaken to do exactly what they do on TV today, to create wants, to make you want the latest pair of sneakers you don't really need, so then people will be driven into a wage labor society. And that pattern has been repeated over and over again through the whole entire history of capitalism. Point 21. In fact, what the whole history of capitalism shows is that people have had to be driven into situations which are then claimed to be their nature. But if the history of capitalism shows anything, it shows it's not their nature, that they've had to be forced into it, and that effort has had to be maintained right until this day. Dissidents, ignored or vilified. Man, noam, if I can just change the topic a bit. You've been called a neo-Nazi, your books have been burned, you've been called anti-Israeli. Don't you get a bit upset by the way that your views are always distorted by the media and by intellectuals? No, why should I? I get called anything, I'm accused of everything you can dream of, being a communist propagandist, a Nazi propagandist, a pawn of freedom of speech, an anti-Semite, liar, whatever you want. Point 22. Actually, I think that's all a good sign. I mean, if you're a dissident, typically you're ignored. If you can't be ignored, and you can't be answered, you're vilified. That's obvious. No institution is going to help people undermine it. So I would only regard the kinds of things you're talking about as signs of progress. And in fact, it's gotten a lot better since the 1960s. Again, we don't remember. Younger people, in particular, don't appreciate just how much it's changed. Let me just give you an illustration. Boston's a pretty liberal city, and the first major anti-Vietnam War action there was in October 1965, the International Days of Protest, it was called. There was a public demonstration on the Boston Common, which is like Hyde Park, Union Square. It's where you give talks, and I was supposed to be one of the speakers. Well, the meeting was completely broken up, we never said one word. There were thousands of counter-demonstrators, mostly students marching over from the universities, and I was very pleased that there were hundreds of cops there, otherwise we would have been lynched. The media were just irate about the demonstration. The front page of the Boston Globe had a big picture of a wounded war veteran on it, and the rest of the page was all condemnations of these people who dared to get up and say that we shouldn't bomb North Vietnam. All of the radio programs were deluged with denunciations of these communists and traitors. The liberals in Congress denounced the utter irresponsibility of the demonstrators, who were questioning the right of the United States to bomb North Vietnam. This was in 1965.23. Incidentally, I should say that those demonstrations were so tepid it's embarrassing even to think about them. We weren't even criticizing the attack on South Vietnam, which was much worse. We were only talking about the extension of the bombing to the north. The next big demonstration was in March '66, that was the Second International Days of Protest. We figured there was no point in having a public demonstration, because we'd get killed, and we didn't want to have it at a university because the university would probably get smashed to dust, so we decided to have it in a church. So there was a march from Harvard Square down to the Arlington Street Church in downtown Boston, the Unitarian Church, which was kind of the center of the movement activities, and the march was pretty well protected. Guys on motorcycles were driving up and back trying to keep people from getting slaughtered and so on. Finally we got down to the church and went in. The church was attacked. There were big mobs outside throwing projectiles, tomatoes, cans. I mean, the police were there, and they were preventing people from getting killed, but they weren't doing much more than that. That was in 1966. There's been a big change since then, a big change. All of that stuff is inconceivable today, absolutely inconceivable. Man, what I'm struck with in each of the three major misunderstandings that are used against you. The first affair, Chomsky made public statements in 1979 and 80 that a French professor who denied the Holocaust should not be jailed for his writings by the French government, and was denounced as a defender of the man's views. 24. Your statements about Cambodia. Chomsky compared the genocide in Cambodia to that in East Timor, corrected numerous statistical falsifications about Cambodia, and was labeled an apologist for Pol Pot. 25, and your stance on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. 26 is how much your views have been distorted and oversimplified by the press. I don't understand why you'd want to keep bringing these ideas to the mass media when they always insist on misrepresenting them. But why is that surprising? First of all, this is not happening in the mass media. This is happening in the intellectual journals. And intellectuals are specialists in defamation. They're basically commissars, Soviet officials responsible for political indoctrination. They're the ideological managers, so they are the ones who feel the most threatened by dissidents. The mass media don't care that much, they just ignore it, or say it's crazy or something like that. In fact, this stuff barely enters the national media. Sure, you'll get a throwaway line saying, this guy's an apologist for this, that and the other thing, but that's just feeding off the intellectual culture. The place where it's really done is inside the intellectual journals, because that's their specialty. They're commissars. It's not fundamentally different from the Communist Party. And also, I'm a particular target for other reasons. A lot of what I write is a critique of the American liberal intellectual establishment, and they don't like that particularly. Woman, you also criticize Israel, right? Yeah, the most sensitive of these issues has to do with the Middle East. In fact, there are organizations which are just dedicated to defamation on that issue. I mean, I didn't even get involved in writing about the Middle East at first, although that was always my main interest since childhood, partially for this reason, because they're very Stalinist-like, and I knew how they worked from the inside. In fact, I was one of the people who was doing it when I was a kid. You sort of get absorbed in this stuff, you know. And they're just desperate to prevent discussion of the issues. So for example, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, which masquerades as a civil rights organization, is in fact just a defamation organization. The office in Boston happens to be a rather leaky place, and I've been leaked a lot of stuff from there by people working in the office who are just outraged by what goes on. For instance, they leaked me my file a couple years ago. It had hundreds of pages of material, because whenever I speak anywhere, they've got a spy working for them who's taking notes and sending them back to some central office. So somebody will be here, say, taking notes on what I'm saying, and some version of it will get into my file and then be circulated around to their offices in the rest of the country. There are intercepted communications, and fevered inter-office memos. He said so and so at such and such, all kinds of schmutz, as they call it in my culture. Schmutz means dirt in Yiddish. 27. But if any of you have ever looked at your FBI file through a Freedom of Information Act release, you've probably discovered that intelligence agencies are in general extremely incompetent. That's one of the reasons why there are so many intelligence failures. They just never get anything straight, for all kinds of reasons. And part of it is because the information they get typically is being transmitted to them by agents and informants who are ideological fanatics, and they always misunderstand things in their own crazy ways. So if you look at an FBI file where you actually know what the facts are, you'll usually see that the information has some relation to reality. You can sort of figure out what they're talking about, but by the time it's worked its way through the ideological fanaticism of the intelligence system, there's been all sorts of weird distortion. And that's true of the Anti-Defamation League's intelligence too. But this stuff certainly is circulated around like, probably somebody in this area received it from the regional office, and there'll be some article in the local newspaper tomorrow that'll pull a lot of junk out of the file. That's what usually happens when I go places. And the point is that it's used to close off the discussion. Since they can't deal with the issues, they've got to close off the discussion, and the best way to do it is by throwing enough slime so that maybe people will figure, where there's smoke there's fire, so we'd better not listen. Well, the ADL is an organized group where that's their main job. Point 28. But there are plenty of others who do the same sort of thing, because this is really the institutional task of the whole intellectual community. I mean, the job of mainstream intellectuals is to serve as a kind of secular priesthood, to ensure that the doctrinal faith is maintained. So if you go back to a period when the church was dominant, the priesthood did it. They were the ones who watched out for heresy and went after it. And as societies became more secular in the 18th and 19th centuries, the same controls were needed. The institutions still had to defend themselves, after all, and if they couldn't do it by burning people at the stake or sending them to inquisitions anymore, they had to find other ways. Well, over time that responsibility was transferred to the intellectual class to be guardians of the sacred political truths, hatchetmen of one sort or another. So you see, as a dissident, you shouldn't be surprised to get all of this stuff done to you. It's in fact a positive sign. It means that you can't just be ignored anymore. Woman, you're really not discouraged by the fact that your work almost never gets portrayed accurately to the public or reviewed in a serious way by the press. No, not at all, and we really shouldn't get discouraged by that kind of thing. Look, I am not expecting to be applauded by people in editorial offices and at faculty clubs. That's not my audience. I mean, I was in India a little while ago and visited rural self-governing villages, and the people there were happy to see me. I was in Australia at the invitation of Timorese refugees, and they were glad that I was trying to help them. Recently I gave talks at a labor federation in Canada, and I've done that in the United States often. Those are the people that I want to talk to, they're the audience I'd like to address. Now, it's interesting and worth pointing out that the media in the United States are different in this respect. I do get pretty easy access to national media in other countries. In fact, it's only in the United States and the old Soviet Empire that I haven't had any real access to the major media over the years. And it's not just me, of course. The major media in the US, as was the case in the former Soviet Empire, pretty much exclude anybody with a dissident voice. So I can have interviews and articles in major journals and newspapers in Western Europe, and in Australia, and all up and down the Western Hemisphere. And often I get invitations from leading journals in other countries to write for them. Like, recently I had an article in Israel's most important newspaper, Haaretz, which is kind of the equivalent of the New York Times. It was an invited critique of their foreign policy, and of the so-called peace process. 29. Or in Australia, I gave a talk at the National Press Club in the Parliament building, which was nationally televised twice on Australian World Services, their version of the B.B.C. They wanted me to speak about Australia's foreign policy, so I gave a very critical talk to a national audience, and I spoke to parliamentarians and journalists and so on, and was all over the press and papers there. And the same thing is true in Europe. I'm often on the CBC nationally in Canada, and so on. Well, as you say, that's all unheard of in the United States, and the main reason, I think, is just that what people think, and are allowed to think, is much more important here, so the controls are much greater. 30. Man, I heard something vaguely about your books being burned in Canada once. Were you there? What was that like for you? That was in Toronto. Yeah, I was there. I mean, I think people have a right to burn books if they want. I was in fact interviewed about it. I said the obvious thing: I'd rather they read them than burn them, but if they want to burn them, I don't care. Actually, you don't really have to worry about burning books. Burning books is virtually impossible. Books are like bricks, they're very hard to burn. Man, was that a popular rabble or something? How did it happen? It was actually Vietnamese refugees. There's a Vietnamese refugee community that heard, or decided, or whatever, that I was. I don't know what. It was impossible to find out what they'd heard. They obviously knew that I was against the Vietnam War, and they were obviously very pro-war, you know. They thought the Americans should have stayed in and won it, that's why they're Vietnamese refugees. So they burned the books, which is fine, it's a reasonable form of protest. Now, if the government burns books, that's a different story, or if a corporation burns books, that's a different story. In fact, just as an aside, I should say that I've had much worse destruction of books than that. You know how there's been all this business all over the front pages recently about big media mega-mergers, and there's all kinds of thoughtful discussion about whether this is going to harm the freedom of the press and so on? I really have to laugh. The first book that Ed Herman and I wrote together was published in 1974 by a rather profitable textbook publisher which happened to be owned by Warner Communications. Well, one of the executives at the corporation, William Sarnoff, didn't like the advertising copy that he saw about it, and he asked to see the book, and he was horrified by the book, and wouldn't let the publisher distribute it. Then came a long hassle, in which the people who ran the publishing company tried to insist on their right to publish, and in the end Warner Communications just put the publisher out of business. They decided that the easiest way to deal with the situation was just to terminate them. That meant that not only was our book destroyed, but everybody's books were destroyed. That does the Ayatollah one better. That's way beyond burning a book, that's destroying every book by this publisher to prevent one particular book, which had already been printed, from being distributed. 31 Now, that I would regard as much more serious than a number of people burning a book for symbolic reasons. If they want to do that, fine. Woman, how significant do you think these media mega-mergers really are in the end? Well, the first chapter of our book Manufacturing Consent does talk a bit about the corporate concentration of the media, and that part actually was written by Ed Herman, who's a specialist in corporate control. I didn't have anything to do with it. But my own feeling is that that particular issue is not quite as important as it's sometimes made out to be. I mean, if there were 50 media corporations instead of 3, for example, I think they'd do about the same thing they do now, just because they all have basically the same interests. Maybe there'd be a little bit more competition, but probably not much. That's my view of the question, at least. Man, have you ever had your linguistics work censored or impeded in publication because of your politics? Never in the United States, but in the rest of the world, sure. For instance, I'll never forget one week, it must have been around 1979 or so, when I was sent 2 newspapers, one from Argentina and one from the Soviet Union. Argentina was then under the rule of these neo-Nazi generals, and I was sent La Prensa from Buenos Aires, the big newspaper in Argentina. There was a big article saying, "You can't read this guy's linguistics work because it's Marxist and subversive." The same week I got an article from Izvestia in the Soviet Union which said, "You can't read this guy's linguistics work because he's idealist and counter-revolutionary." I thought that was pretty nice. Man, Noam, aren't you at all afraid of being silenced by the establishment for being so prominent and vocal in speaking out against US power and its abuses? No, not really, and for a very simple reason. Actually, if you look at me, you'll see what it is. I'm white, I'm privileged, and that means I'm basically immune from punishment by power. I mean, I don't want to say that it's 100% immunity, but the fact of the matter is that these two things mean that you can buy a lot of freedom. Look, there isn't any true capitalist society in the world, it couldn't survive for 10 minutes, but there are variations on capitalism, and the US is towards the capitalist end of the world spectrum, not very far towards it, I should say, but towards it at least in values. And if you had a truly capitalist society, everything would be a commodity, including freedom, there would be as much of it as you can buy. Well, since the US is towards that end of the spectrum, it means there's an awful lot of freedom around if you can afford it. So if you're a black organizer in the ghetto, you don't have much of it, and you're in trouble, they can send the Chicago police in to murder you, like they did with Fred Hampton, a Black Panther assassinated by the FBI in 1969. But if you're a white professional like me, you can buy a lot of freedom. And beyond that, I also happen to belong to a sector of the society where those who have real power are going to want to protect me. I mean, they may hate everything about me and want to see me disappear, but they don't want the state to be powerful enough to go after people like me, because then it could go after people like them. So the fact of the matter is that in societies like ours, privileged people like me are pretty well protected. It's not 100%, but there's a lot of leeway around. Teaching about resistance. Woman, do you have any thoughts about how best to begin helping people understand some of these ideas, like about the media institutions and how they prevent people from thinking freely for themselves? Well, I don't think any of it's very hard. To tell you the honest truth, I mean, intellectuals make a career of trying to make simple things look hard, because that's part of the way you get your salary paid and so on. But the fact of the matter is, the social world, to the extent that we understand it at all, is more or less right there in front of you after you sort of peel away the blinders a little. It's an extremely hard thing to understand if you're all alone trying to do it, but through the kinds of interactions and groups we've been talking about, you can do it pretty easily. So when you have a chance to meet with people or talk with them, I think the thing to do is to try to get them to learn how to explore things for themselves. For example, to help them learn for themselves the way that the media shape and frame issues for the purpose of manipulation and control. Now, there's not much point in doing it abstractly, you know, like some theory of how it works. What you have to do is look at cases. So take cases that people are interested in, and just teach them how to do research projects. Research projects are very easy to do. You don't need a PhD, maybe in physics you do, but not in these topics. You just have to have common sense. You have to have common sense, you have to look carefully at the facts. It may be a little bit of work to find the facts, like usually you're not just going to find them right there in the headlines or something. But if you do a little work, you can find out what the facts are, you can find out the way they're being distorted and modified by the institutions. And then the purposes of those distortions quickly become clear. Man, it's hard to know the best way to stimulate people's interest as a teacher or an organizer, but certainly there are ways of not doing it, even while appearing to do it. Earlier, in response to the question about civil disobedience, you mentioned people lecturing on resistance. That would seem to me to be an example of not doing it, while pretending to do it. Well, I'm not so convinced that that's not a way to do it, actually. Like, I think there are things to teach people about resistance. I personally like to listen to people who have had experiences with it, and who may have ideas about it that I don't have. If you want to call that lecturing, okay, but it's not necessarily wrong. There are lots of things you can learn from other people who have thought about subjects and had experiences. Man, but what I'm wondering is, what else do you think would go into teaching people about resistance, and activism in general? First of all, I don't think you should mislead people. You should get them to understand that if they're going to be independent thinkers, they are probably going to pay a cost. I mean, one has to begin with an understanding of the way the world works. The world does not reward honesty and independence, it rewards obedience and service. It's a world of concentrated power, and those who have power are not going to reward people who question that power. So to begin with, I don't think anybody should be misled about that. After you understand that, okay, then you make your own choices. If your choice is that you want to be independent anyhow, even though you recognize what's involved, then you should just go ahead and try to do it, but those can be extremely hard choices sometimes. For instance, I know that as an older person who often gets approached by younger people for advice, I'm always very hesitant to give it on these sorts of decisions, even though sometimes the circumstances are such that I have to, because I'm in no position to tell anybody else what to decide. But what I think one can do is to help people understand what the objective realities are. Look, you can gain a lot by activism, like all of you were saying earlier, but there are also many things that you can lose. And some of those things are not unimportant, like security for example, that's not unimportant. And people just have to make their own choices about that when they decide what they're going to do. Isolation. Woman, to stay on a personal level for a moment, Noam, I've always been kind of fascinated by how you find the time to write books and articles, and teach, give talks all over the country, have a family life, be the leading figure in linguistics. You document your work very thoroughly. Are you in some kind of a time warp, where you experience something other than a 24-hour day like the rest of us? No, it's just pure, ordinary fanaticism, and in fact, a lot of things go. Anybody who's pretty seriously involved in political activity or organizing knows that a lot of other things just go, like personal lives sometimes. I mean, yeah, I try to keep my personal life going, so my grandkids and children were over a few nights ago, and I played with them, that sort of thing. But personal relationships do suffer. For instance, if I see my closest personal friends, whom I've known for 50 years, we're extremely close and so on, once or twice a year, it's a good year. But that's the way it goes, you can't do everything, so you just have to make choices. Actually, it was kind of striking to watch it during the 60s. All of a sudden a lot of people really threw themselves into activism, and when I think about it, very few of the couples made it through. Very few. Not because they hated each other or anything, it was just that it was too much of an emotional burden, even if both of them were involved, and something snaps. In fact, it was like a tidal wave right through that period, particularly after some of the big political trials. So couples would stick together for as long as the trial was going on, and immediately afterwards get divorced. It was just too much. And that's a reflection of what tends to happen in general when you get really seriously involved. I mean, it's extremely hard to lead a deeply committed life in several different areas and have them all work. Some of them give, and one of the ones that gives often is personal life, and that's hard to deal with, because you just can't go on that way. I don't really know what the answer is to that. Actually, people have found different answers. Man, it's comforting for me that you experience the same thing. Oh, everybody does. Man, I feel very isolated when I get so involved in activism that my personal life becomes non-existent. I really feel a void, not connecting with people. Oh yeah, it's a terrible void, and it then makes it impossible for you to work. After all, we're not automata, we function as part of a matrix of human relations, and need to connect with other people. Man, and the personal isolation then reinforces the political isolation. It's tough, yeah. I mean, partly the problem is a result of the fact that we're all so isolated. If we had live, ongoing popular organizations, this wouldn't be so true. The history of the labor movement in the United States is interesting in this respect. Actually, when people were really working together organizing, that overcame the isolation. In fact, it even overcame things like racism and sexism to a great extent. And this goes way back. I mean, about a century ago in the United States, the labor movement was getting smashed all over the place. They were only defeated, there were no victories. But in the course of those defeats, things like, say, the Homestead strike and 1892 strike at a Carnegie steel plant in Pennsylvania, it's amazing what happened. Homestead's an interesting case, actually, because it was a working class town, and the strikers simply took the place over. They took over the town and ran everything. And this was during a very racist period. Remember, there weren't a lot of blacks around right there, but there was real racism directed at Eastern Europeans. So, what were called Huns, which could be Slovaks or anybody, it didn't have to be Hungarians, were treated sort of the way blacks are treated, and the racism was very vicious. But it all collapsed in the middle of the Homestead strike. And also, Women were running all sorts of things too, a lot of the sexism was broken down as well. And that's what tends to happen when people join together in common struggles. 32. It also happened in the formation of the CIO. A union for mass production industries formed in 1935. Black and white workers worked together to create the CIO. And it happened in the civil rights movement. SNCC, for example, was very open. It was white, black, anything. A lot of the unpleasant aspects of life disappear, and you can compensate for them, in the course of some kind of common struggle. In fact, an old friend of mine who was in the Polish resistance in Warsaw during the Nazi occupation and lived through that time and survived always used to say that it was the best period of his life. I mean, it was extremely dangerous. You could end up in a gas chamber and everybody knew it, but there was a sense of community that he'd never felt before, and never had after. So the best answer, I suspect, is just the same as for everything else. We have to develop stable popular organizations, and a culture of concern and commitment and activism and solidarity, which can help to sustain us in these struggles, and which can help break down some of the barriers that have been set up to divide and distract us. Science and human nature. Man, Noam, could you elaborate a little more on what your own opinions are about human nature? For instance, do you see humans as more destructive than constructive, or is it maybe the other way around? Well, first of all, my opinion about it is no better than yours. It's just pure intuition. Nobody really understands anything about human nature. Look, people don't understand much about big molecules. When you get beyond that to things like human nature, anybody's guess is as good as anyone else's. Man, but you've studied a lot of the results of human nature. Yeah, but if you look at the results of human nature, you see everything. You see enormous self-sacrifice, you see tremendous courage, you see integrity, you see destructiveness, you see anything you want. That doesn't tell you much. Man, it seems like a great deal of your research documents the destructive nature of humans, though. Well, but a lot of it documents other things too. I mean, my general feeling is that over time, there's measurable progress. It's not huge, but it's significant. And sometimes it's been pretty dramatic. For instance, take the sort of original sin of American history: what happened to the native population here. It's a remarkable fact that until the 1960s, the culture simply could not come to terms with that at all. Until the 1960s, with very rare exceptions, academic scholarship was grossly falsifying the history, and suppressing the reality of what happened. Even the number of people killed was radically falsified. I mean, as late as 1969, in one of the leading diplomatic histories of the United States, the author Thomas Bailey could write that after the American Revolution, the former colonists turned to the task of felling trees and Indians. 33. Nobody could say that now. You couldn't even say that in a Wall Street Journal editorial now. Well, those are important changes, and it's part of a lot of other significant progress too. Slavery was considered a fine thing not long ago. Man, so you think that human nature is individually kind of destructive, but overall it's constructive? I don't know. Like, they didn't have gas chambers in the 19th century, so you can find all kinds of things. And if you want to look for scientific answers, it's zilch. Nobody knows a thing. The answers mostly come from history or intuition or something. I mean, science can only answer very simple questions. When things get complicated, you just guess. Another man, people often ask you about the connections between your scientific work in linguistics and your politics, and you tend to say something about, yes, there are a few tenuous connections. Would you amplify on that? I myself have been thinking that maybe part of our political problem is that the human brain is very good at seeing things in competitive terms like more and less, and it's not very good at conceptualizing enough. Well, that may be true, but these are topics where the scientific study of language has nothing to say. I mean, you know as much about it as the fanciest linguist around. Man, where are they, then, even the tenuous connections? Not there, the tenuous connections are somewhere else. First of all, we should remember that the kinds of things that any sort of science can shed light on are pretty narrow. When you start moving to complicated systems, scientific knowledge declines very fast. And when you get to the nature of human beings, the sciences have nothing to say. There are a few areas where you can get a lot of insight and understanding, and certain aspects of language happen to be one of those areas, for some reason, but that insight still doesn't bear on questions of real human concern, at least not at a level which has any consequences for human life. The connections are quite different and they are tenuous. The only reason for stressing them is because they've been pointed out many times through the course of modern intellectual history, and in fact they lie right at the core of classical liberalism. I mean, contrary to the contemporary version of it, classical liberalism, which remember was pre-capitalist, and in fact, anti-capitalist, focused on the right of people to control their own work, and the need for free creative work under your own control for human freedom and creativity. So to a classical liberal, wage labor under capitalism would have been considered totally immoral, because it frustrates the fundamental need of people to control their own work. You're a slave to someone else. Well, in trying to locate sort of a core in human nature for a right to free, creative work and control over it, some classical liberal philosophers looked at other aspects of human intelligence, and one aspect that had indeed been studied since the 17th century, and had a lot to do with Cartesian thought as well, i.e. after the French philosopher Descartes, was language, where it was recognized, quite accurately, that sort of an identifying criterion of possession of a mind in the human sense, as distinct from an animal or an automaton, is the free creative aspect of the normal use of language. So for example, a central part of Descartes' argument for a sharp, even ontological distinction between humans and everything else in the world was that if you pose a question to a human being about a new topic using phrases that the person has never heard before, they can give you a new response relevant to what you said, which is not caused by their internal state and not caused by any external circumstances, but which somehow comes out of some creative capacity of their mind. But the same thing won't be true of an automaton or an animal or anything else. Like, if you take a machine and set it in a certain environment and push a button, what will come out is predetermined, or if you give a pigeon a certain stimulus, its actions also are going to be predetermined. But in human language, the product that comes out is not predetermined, it's undetermined, but still somehow appropriate to situations. Well, to Descartes, that was the crucial aspect of the human mind. And there was an attempt right through the classical liberal period, by Rousseau and Humboldt, and others, to link up these elements and identify sort of a need and a right to freedom, an instinct for freedom. It was sometimes called, something at the cognitive core of human nature, free creative thought and its expression. Now, that's pretty metaphoric, like I say, nobody really knows anything about human nature, so certainly you don't know whether there's an instinct for freedom or not. I mean, if somebody wants to say that humans are born to be slaves, they can give as much of a scientific argument as Rousseau could when he said they're born to be free. It's like where your hopes are, it's not that there's any scientific knowledge. And the same thing is true today, like, you can read any book you want about sociobiology theory that specific social behaviors and not just physical characteristics result from evolution, and it's mostly just fairy tales. I mean, it's all fine when it's talking about ants. When it goes up to the level of mammals, it starts being guesswork, and when it gets to humans, it's like, say anything that comes to your head. But I think you can see a possible connection of that sort, a potential connection. Whether that connection can actually be made substantive, who knows? It's all so far beyond scientific understanding at this point that you can't even dream about it. So that's the main reason why I don't talk about these things much. I just think they're interesting ideas, which are maybe worth thinking about in the back of your mind, or maybe writing poems about or something. But they're simply not topics for scientific inquiry at this point. Charlatans in the sciences. Woman, noam, there's an idea in behavioral science, tied in with Piaget's theory of cognitive development, that human compassion is a learned quality. The Swiss psychologist Piaget believed that mental development in children progresses through 4 genetically determined stages. Some politicians have seized upon this idea to promote the death penalty being used more often, like, either you catch the boat or you don't, either you learn human compassion or you don't. So if these murderers haven't learned it, well, then it's impossible to teach it to them now. I'm sure you're familiar with these arguments. This stuff doesn't even rise to the level of idiocy literally. I mean, if people want to have a fraudulent reason for defending the death penalty, fine, but there is no scientific basis. Take Piaget. Piaget's work on developmental psychology was interesting, he had some interesting experiments, and so on. The whole edifice has totally collapsed, nobody believes a word of it anymore. It turned out that all of the developmental stages are false. As you got better experiments, you could show that tiny infants could do all the things he postulated they couldn't do at that stage. I mean, it was an interesting set of ideas, it wasn't stupid, and people learned from the experimental work. But there's nothing left of the picture. Zero. As far as compassion being learned, any one of you knows as much as the fanciest scientist, and what you know is what you know by intuition and experience. You've seen children, maybe you've had children, you've played with them, you see the way they grow up. That's what anybody knows, nobody knows any more than that. And the sciences have nothing more to tell you, and furthermore, there's no indication that they ever will, it's just way too far away. I mean, they may give you some statistical evidence, or maybe someday somebody will be able to show that this kind of background leads to more compassionate people than some other kind of background. That's entirely possible. But that doesn't mean there's ever going to be an understanding of it. Look, as science progresses, there will be attempts to draw political conclusions from it, but they're going to be like this Piaget and the death penalty thing, that is, people who have some political agenda will find some total charlatan in the sciences who will tell them, this is the basis for it. But in terms of actual scientific knowledge, we aren't even within super telescope distance of touching any of these questions. There's just nothing there. I mean, it's not that you can't do research on them, you can do descriptive research, you can do therapy, you can try to extend insights by making them a little bit more careful and controlled, but that's about it. It's kind of like psychotherapy. Some people say they get something out of psychotherapy, and maybe they do and maybe they don't, but if they do, it's not because there's any science behind it. There's no science behind it, any more than there is behind faith healing. It's just that somehow, various kinds of human interactions sometimes seem to work. I remember an anthropologist friend of mine who's worked in Southwest American Indian communities once described to me people being healed in tribal healing ceremonies. He said that if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. So some person will be really ill, I mean, very serious problems, physical symptoms, he's not making it up, and they will go through some community type ritual which involves dancing, and singing, this and that and the other thing, and the person just gets better. You see it happening, nobody knows why it's happening, maybe it's something about empathy, or being part of a community, whatever it might be. Well, there's about as much scientific understanding in that as there is in psychotherapy. Or even just take narrow questions of medicine. You know how they decide what kinds of drugs are worth giving to you, say for heart problems? It's not because the science of it is understood. They just do epidemiological studies with controlled populations, to see if one of the sample populations takes this drug and the other sample population takes that drug, which one lives a little bit longer. I mean, you can call that science if you like, but it's the kind of science that can be done by anybody who can count basically, or who knows something about studying samples and things like that. It's not because anyone understands the biology of these things, usually that's barely understood, if at all. So I think that whenever you hear people talking about things like learning of compassion and so on, a big red flag should go up. Woman, you don't think science will ever have much to say about human behavior? There's just something spiritual at the human level that is undefinable by science. It's not just about humans that scientific insight is very limited. Even simple physical things can't be dealt with either. For instance, there's a three-body problem in physics. You can't really figure out what happens when three bodies are moving, the equations are just too complicated. In fact, a physicist I was talking to recently gave me another example. He said if you take a cup of coffee with cream swirling around in it, presumably all of the natural laws are known, but you can't solve the equations because they're just too complex. Alright, that's not human beings, that's cream swirling around in a cup of coffee, we can't figure out what's going on. The point is, we may know the laws, but the possibility of applying them, or of solving the equations, or of working out the problems, or of understanding what's going on, declines very fast when we get past only the very simplest things. Also, we probably don't know all the laws. I mean, it's very unlikely that we really do know the laws, even at the core of science. A physicist will tell you much more about this than I can, but take, say, the matter in the universe. More than 90% of the matter in the universe is what's called dark matter, and it's called dark because nobody knows what it is. It's just sort of postulated that it exists, because if you don't postulate it, everything blows up, so you have to assume that it's there. And that's over 90% of the matter in the universe, you don't even know what it is. In fact, a new branch of physics has developed around superconductivity. Superconductivity refers to the complete disappearance of electrical resistance in various solids at ultra-low temperatures, and while I don't have the knowledge to evaluate the claims, what some of the physicists working on it say is that they can now virtually prove, I mean, not quite prove, but come quite close to proving, that in this domain of highly condensed matter, there are principles which are literally not deducible from the known laws of nature, so you can't reduce the principles of superconductivity to the known laws of nature. And again, that's talking about really simple things, nothing like a complex organism. Then when you begin to talk about how organisms develop, well, people say it's natural selection, and that's not false. Undoubtedly Darwin was sort of right. But it could be that natural selection is only a very peripheral part of the development of organisms. So, there's a channel of physical possibilities that physical laws make available, and within that channel of physical possibilities only certain things can happen, and within the range of those things that can happen, you are going to get effects due to natural selection. But the structure of the channel is totally unknown. I mean, nobody knows what kinds of laws apply to complex organisms. There are just the bare beginnings these days of the studies of self-organizing systems, how systems develop structure and complexity just by virtue of their nature. These things are just barely beginning to be understood, and we're talking about things way simpler than human beings. For instance, in neurophysiology, the organism that people study is a little worm called nematodes, and the reason they study nematodes is because they're tiny. For one thing, they have 1,000 cells, a 3-day gestation period, 300 neurons, and the entire wiring diagram of the 300 neurons is known, so we know exactly how they're all linked up together. But still, nobody can figure out why the stupid worm does what it does. Whatever it does, I don't know, probably turn left or something. Whatever it does is so far unexplained on the basis of a 300 neuron system, where the entire structure of it is known, and the whole gestation period is completely known. It's just too complicated, too many things are going on, there are too many chemical interactions. And this is 300 neurons, it's not 1011 neurons, like in your head. So the difference is just so qualitatively huge that the fall off in understanding when it comes to human beings is extremely dramatic. And this is again why the study of language is so particularly interesting, because for some reason it seems like things in the inorganic world, there are aspects of it you can study by the methods of the sciences, which is curious, but still it's like a little laser beam of light that goes through human behavior, leaving most things about language out. Like, science has nothing to say about what you and I are doing now, only about the mechanisms that are involved in it, not about how we do it. About that, there's nothing to say, except again you can write poems. So the reach of scientific understanding is highly specific, very deep in the few areas where it goes, but they're limited areas. Now, When you say that human behavior might be beyond our inquiry, that's possible, but I wouldn't say that's because of a spiritual property we have. The same thing might be true of large parts of nature. So there's some capacity of the brain, some faculty of the mind that nobody understands, which allows us to do scientific inquiry, and like any other part of biology, it's highly structured, it's very good at certain things, and consequently very bad at other things. I mean, you can't be good at something if you're not bad at something else. Those two things necessarily go together, like, if you're a great weightlifter, you're going to be a rotten butterfly. You can't be both, right? So if a human embryo can become a human being, it can't become a fly. It's too weak to become a fly, if you like, because it's strong enough to become a human being. By a matter of logic, those things go together. So if you have a great capacity in one area, you're going to have lousy capacities in another area. And if the human science-forming capacity is good enough to figure out quantum theory for some completely unexplained reason, it's also going to be so bad that it's not going to figure out lots of other things. And we don't know what those other things are, but they might very well be most everything that we're really interested in. So when someone comes along claiming a scientific basis for some social policy or anything else having to do with human beings, I'd be very skeptical if I were you, because the knowledge just isn't there right now, and may never be, either. Adam Smith, real and fake. Man, you said that classical liberalism was anti-capitalist. What did you mean by that? Well, the underlying, fundamental principles of Adam Smith and other classical liberals were that people should be free, they shouldn't be under the control of authoritarian institutions, they shouldn't be subjected to things like division of labor, which destroys them. So look at Smith. Why was he in favor of markets? He gave kind of a complicated argument for them, but at the core of it was the idea that if you had perfect liberty, markets would lead to perfect equality. That's why Adam Smith was in favor of markets. 34 Adam Smith was in favor of markets because he thought that people ought to be completely equal, and that was because, as a classical liberal, he believed that people's fundamental character involves notions like sympathy, and solidarity, the right to control their own work, and so on and so forth, all the exact opposite of capitalism. In fact, there are no two points of view more antithetical than classical liberalism and capitalism, and that's why when the University of Chicago publishes a bicentennial edition of Smith, they have to distort the text, which they did because as a true classical liberal, Smith was strongly opposed to all of the idiocy they now spout in his name. So if you read George Stigler's introduction to the bicentennial edition of The Wealth of Nations, it's a big scholarly edition, University of Chicago Press, so it's kind of interesting to look at it is diametrically opposed to Smith's text on point after point. 35 Smith is famous for what he wrote about division of labor. He's supposed to have thought that division of labor was a great thing. Well, he didn't. He thought division of labor was a terrible thing. In fact, he said that in any civilized society, the government is going to have to intervene to prevent division of labor from simply destroying people. Okay, now take a look at the University of Chicago's index, a detailed scholarly index. Under division of labor, you won't find an entry for that passage, it's simply not there. 36. Well, that's real scholarship. Suppress the facts totally, present them as the opposite of what they are, and figure, probably nobody's going to read to page 473 anyhow, because I didn't. I mean, ask the guys who edited it if they ever read to page 473. Answer, well, they probably read the first paragraph, then sort of remembered what they'd been taught in some college course. But the point is, for classical liberals in the 18th century, there was a certain conception of just what human beings are like, namely, that what kind of creatures they are depends on the kind of work they do, and the kind of control they have over it, and their ability to act creatively and according to their own decisions and choices. And there was in fact a lot of very insightful comment about this at the time. So for example, one of the founders of classical liberalism, Wilhelm von Humboldt, who incidentally is very admired by so-called conservatives today, because they don't read him, pointed out that if a worker produces a beautiful object on command, you may admire what the worker does, but you will despise what he is because that's not really behaving like a human being, it's just behaving like a machine. 37 And that conception runs right through classical liberalism. In fact, even half a century later, Alexis de Tocqueville, French politician and writer, pointed out that you can have systems in which the art advances and the artisan recedes, but that's inhuman because what you're really interested in is the artisan, you're interested in people, and for people to have the opportunity to live full and rewarding lives they have to be in control of what they do, even if that happens to be economically less efficient. 38. Well, okay, obviously there's just been a dramatic change in intellectual and cultural attitudes over the past couple centuries. But I think those classical liberal conceptions now have to be recovered, and the ideas at the heart of them should take root on a mass scale. Now, the sources of power and authority that people could see in front of their eyes in the 18th century were quite different from the ones that we have today. Back then it was the feudal system, and the church, and the absolutist state that they were focused on. They couldn't see the industrial corporation, because it didn't exist yet. But if you take the basic classical liberal principles and apply them to the modern period, I think you actually come pretty close to the principles that animated revolutionary Barcelona in the late 1930s to what's called anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalism is a form of libertarian socialism that was practiced briefly in regions of Spain during its revolution and civil war of 1936, until it was destroyed by the simultaneous efforts of the Soviet Union, the Western powers, and the fascists. I think that's about as high a level as humans have yet achieved in trying to realize these libertarian principles, which in my view are the right ones. I mean, I'm not saying that everything that was done in that revolution was right, but in its general spirit and character, in the idea of developing the kind of society that Orwell saw and described in I think his greatest work, Homage to Catalonia, with popular control over all the institutions of society. Okay, that's the right direction in which to move, I think. 39. The computer and the crowbar. Man, Noam, given what you were saying before about our limited understanding of human nature and social change, don't you think there's a caution there in general for people intervening in social patterns involving human beings? Yes, any kind of drastic intervention in a human being, or a human society, is very dubious. Like, suppose you've got a personal computer and it isn't working, it's a bad idea to hit it with a crowbar. Maybe hitting it with a crowbar will by accident fix it, but it's by and large not a good tactic, and human societies are much more complex than computers, as are human beings. So you really never understand what you're doing. People have to carry out changes for themselves, they can't be imposed upon them from above. Take the Spanish Revolution again. I mean, that was just 1 year in a rather undeveloped country, though it had industry and so on, so it's not like a model for the future. But a lot of interesting things happened in the course of it, and they didn't just happen out of the blue, they happened out of maybe 50 years of serious organizing and experimentation, and attempts to try it, and failures, and being smashed up by the army, and then trying again. So when people say it was spontaneous, that's just not true. It came from a lot of experience, and thinking, and working, and so on, and then when the revolutionary moment came and the existing system sort of collapsed, people had in their heads a picture of what to do, and had even tried it, and they then tried to implement it on a mass scale. And it was implemented in many different ways, there wasn't any single pattern that was followed, the various collectives were experimenting on their own under different conditions, and finding out for themselves what worked. 40 And that's a good example of how I think constructive change has to happen. On the other hand, if an economist from, say, Harvard, goes to some Eastern European country today and tells them, here's the way to develop, that's worse than hitting a computer with a crowbar. There are a million different social and cultural and economic factors they don't understand, and any big change that's pressed on people is very likely to be disastrous, no matter what it is, and of course, it always is disastrous. Incidentally, it's disastrous for the victims, it's usually very good for the people who are carrying out the experiments, which is why these experiments have been carried out for the last couple hundred years, since the British started them in India. I mean, every one of them is a disaster for the victims, and they're invariably good for the guys carrying out the experiments. Point 41. Well, as far as people who are interested in social reform are concerned, what that suggests is, people better do it themselves, and a step at a time, under their own control. That's in fact what was being attempted on a fairly local scale in Barcelona, and I think it's the kind of thing we have to work towards now. 7. Intellectuals and social change. Based primarily on discussions at Woods Hole and Row, Massachusetts, in 1989, 1993 and 1994. The Leninist/capitalist intelligentsia. Man, your vision of a libertarian socialism is a very appealing one. I'm wondering, what's gone wrong? First of all, maybe nothing's gone wrong. You could argue that we haven't been ready for it yet, but there was also a period when we weren't ready for ending slavery either, when conditions, including subjective conditions, were such that abolition just wasn't in the cards. So one could argue that conditions today are such that we need the degree of hierarchy and domination that exists in totalitarian institutions like capitalist enterprises, just in order to satisfy our needs, or else a dictatorship of the proletariat, or some other authoritarian structure like that. I mean, I don't believe a word of it, but the point is, the justification for any kind of power system has to be argued and proven to people before it has any claim to legitimacy. And those arguments haven't been made out in this case. If you look at what's actually happened to the various efforts at libertarian socialism that have taken place around the world, the concentration of force and violence present in those situations has just been such that certain outcomes were virtually guaranteed, and consequently all incipient efforts at cooperative workers' control, say, have simply been crushed. There have in fact been efforts in this direction for hundreds of years. The problem is, they regularly get destroyed. And often they're destroyed by force. The Bolsheviks, political party that seized power during the Russian Revolution and later became the Communist Party, are a perfect example. In the stages leading up to the Bolshevik coup in October 1917, there were incipient socialist institutions developing in Russia: workers' councils, collectives, things like that, i.e. after a popular revolution first toppled the Tsar in February 1917. And they survived to an extent once the Bolsheviks took over, but not for very long. Lenin and Trotsky pretty much eliminated them as they consolidated their power. I mean, you can argue about the justification for eliminating them, but the fact is that the socialist initiatives were pretty quickly eliminated. Now, people who want to justify it say, the Bolsheviks had to do it, that's the standard justification, Lenin and Trotsky had to do it, because of the contingencies of the Civil War, for survival, there wouldn't have been food otherwise, this and that. Well, obviously the question there is, was that true? To answer that, you've got to look at the historical facts. I don't think it was true. In fact, I think the incipient socialist structures in Russia were dismantled before the really dire conditions arose. Alright, here you get into a question where you don't want to be too cavalier about it. It's a question of historical fact, and of what the people were like, what they were thinking and so on, and you've got to find out what the answer is. You can't just guess. But from reading their own writings, my feeling is that Lenin and Trotsky knew what they were doing, it was conscious and understandable, and they even had a theory behind it, both a moral theory and a socio-economic theory. Point 1. First of all, as orthodox Marxists, they didn't really believe that a socialist revolution was possible in Russia, because Russia was just a peasant backwater. It wasn't the kind of advanced industrial society where in their view the coming socialist revolution was supposed to happen. So when the Bolsheviks got power, they were hoping to carry out kind of a holding action and wait for the iron laws of history to grind out the revolution in Germany, where it was supposed to happen by historical necessity, and then Russia would continue to be a backwater, but it would then develop with German help. Point 2. Well, it didn't end up happening in Germany. There was a revolution, in January 1919, but it was wiped out, and the German working class was suppressed. So at that point, Lenin and Trotsky were stuck holding the bag, and they basically ended up trying to run a peasant society by violence. Since Russia was such a deeply impoverished third world society, they thought it was necessary just to beat the people into development. So they took steps to turn the workers into what they called a labor army, under control of a maximal leader, who was going to force the country to industrialize under what they themselves referred to as state capitalism. 3. Their hope was that this would carry Russia over the early stages of capitalism and industrialization, until it reached a point of material development where then the iron laws of history would start to work as the master said they were going to, and socialism would finally be achieved, i.e. Karl Marx theorized that history progresses according to natural laws, and that the advanced stages of capitalism will inevitably lead to socialism. So there was a theory behind their actions, and in fact a moral principle, namely, it will be better for people in the long run if we do this. But what they did, I think, was to set the framework for a totalitarian system, which of course Stalin then accelerated. Man, would you describe the authoritarian result of the Bolsheviks' actions as an honest mistake, a historical accident maybe, or was it just the natural outgrowth of the Leninist worldview, the idea that only a few people are smart and knowledgeable enough to be the leaders, and they should run the show? Yeah, in my opinion the heart of the problem is Marxism-Leninism itself, the very idea that a vanguard party can, or has any right to, or has any capacity to lead the stupid masses towards some future they're too dumb to understand for themselves. I think what it's going to lead them towards is I rule you with a whip. Institutions of domination have a nice way of reproducing themselves. I think that's kind of like an obvious sociological truism. And actually, if you look back, that was in fact Bakunin's prediction half a century before he said this was exactly what was going to happen. Bakunin was a 19th century Russian anarchist, and with Marx a leading figure in the main socialist labor organization of the time, the First International. I mean, Bakunin was talking about the people around Marx. This was before Lenin was born, but his prediction was that the nature of the intelligentsia as a formation in modern industrial society is that they are going to try to become the social managers. Now, they're not going to become the social managers because they own capital, and they're not going to become the social managers because they've got a lot of guns. They are going to become the social managers because they can control, organize, and direct what's called knowledge. They have the skills to process information, and to mobilize support for decision-making, and so on and so forth. And Bakunin predicted that these people would fall into two categories. On the one hand, there would be the left intellectuals, who would try to rise to power on the backs of mass popular movements, and if they could gain power, they would then beat the people into submission and try to control them. On the other hand, if they found that they couldn't get power that way themselves, they would become the servants of what we would nowadays call state capitalism, though Bakunin didn't use the term. And either of these two categories of intellectuals, he said, would be beating the people with the people's stick. That is, they'd be presenting themselves as representatives of the people, so they'd be holding the people's stick, but they would be beating the people with it. Point 4. Well, Bakunin didn't go on with this, but I think it follows from his analysis that it's extremely easy to shift from one position to the other. It's extremely easy to undergo what's called the God that failed syndrome. You start off as basically a Leninist, someone who's going to become part of what Bakunin called the red bureaucracy. You see that power doesn't lie that way, and then you very easily become an ideologist of the right, and devote your life to exposing the sins of your former comrades, who haven't yet seen the light and shifted to where power really lies. And you barely have to change at all, really, you're just operating under a different formal power structure. In fact, we're seeing it right now in the former Soviet Union. The same guys who were communist thugs, Stalinist thugs 2 years back are now running banks. They're enthusiastic free marketeers, praising America, and so on. And this has been going on for 40 years. It's become kind of a joke. Now, Bakunin didn't say it's the nature of people that this will happen. I mean, I don't know how much he thought it through, but what we should say is that a red bureaucracy or its state capitalist commissar class equivalent is not going to take over, because that's the nature of people. It's that the ones who don't do it will be cast by the wayside, the ones who do it will make out. The ones who are ruthless and brutal and harsh enough to seize power are the ones who are going to survive. The ones who try to associate themselves with popular organizations and help the general population itself become organized, who try to assist popular movements in that kind of way, they're just not going to survive under these situations of concentrated power. Marxist theory and intellectual fakery. Woman, noam, apart from the idea of the vanguard, I'm interested why you're so critical of the whole broader category of Marxist analysis in general, like people in the universities and so on who refer to themselves as general, like people in the universities and so on who refer to themselves as Marxists. I've noticed you're never very happy with it. Well, I guess one thing that's unattractive to me about Marxism is the very idea that there is such a thing. It's a rather striking fact that you don't find things like Marxism in the sciences, like, there isn't any part of physics which is Einsteinianism, let's say, or Planckianism or something like that. It doesn't make any sense, because people aren't gods, they just discover things, and they make mistakes, and their graduate students tell them why they're wrong, and then they go on and do things better the next time. But there are no gods around. I mean, scientists do use the terms Newtonianism and Darwinism, but nobody thinks of those as doctrines that you've got to somehow be loyal to, and figure out what the master thought, and what he would have said in this new circumstance and so on. That sort of thing is just completely alien to rational existence, it only shows up in irrational domains. So Marxism, Freudianism, any one of these things I think is an irrational cult. Their theology, so they're whatever you think of theology, I don't think much of it. In fact, in my view that's exactly the right analogy. Notions like Marxism and Freudianism belong to the history of organized religion. So part of my problem is just its existence. It seems to me that even to discuss something like Marxism is already making a mistake. Like, we don't discuss Plankism. Why not? Because it would be crazy. Planck, German physicist, had some things to say, and some of them are right, and those were absorbed into later science, and some of them are wrong, and they were improved on. It's not that Planck wasn't a great man, all kinds of great discoveries, very smart, mistakes, this and that. That's really the way we ought to look at it, I think. As soon as you set up the idea of Marxism or Freudianism or something, you've already abandoned rationality. It seems to me the question a rational person ought to ask is, what is there in Marx's work that's worth saving and modifying, and what is there that ought to be abandoned? Okay, then you look and you find things. I think Marx did some very interesting descriptive work on 19th century history. He was a very good journalist. When he describes the British in India, or the Paris Commune 70-day French workers' revolution in 1871, or the parts of Capital that talk about industrial London, a lot of that is kind of interesting. I think later scholarship has improved it and changed it, but it's quite interesting. Point 5. He had an abstract model of capitalism which I'm not sure how valuable it is, to tell you the truth. It was an abstract model, and like any abstract model, it's not really intended to be descriptively accurate in detail, it's intended to sort of pull out some crucial features and study those. And you have to ask, in the case of an abstract model, how much of the complex reality does it really capture? That's questionable in this case. First of all, it's questionable how much of 19th century capitalism it captured, and I think it's even more questionable how much of late 20th century capitalism it captures. There are supposed to be laws, i.e. of history and economics. I can't understand them, that's all I can say. It doesn't seem to me that there are any laws that follow from it. Not that I know of any better laws, I just don't think we know about laws in history. There's nothing about socialism in Marx. He wasn't a socialist philosopher. There are about 5 sentences in Marx's whole work that refer to socialism. 6. He was a theorist of capitalism. I think he introduced some interesting concepts, at least. which every sensible person ought to have mastered and employ, notions like class, and relations of production. Woman, dialectics. Dialectics is one that I've never understood. Actually, I've just never understood what the word means. Marx doesn't use it. Incidentally, it's used by Engels. Point 7, and if anybody can tell me what it is, I'll be happy. I mean, I've read all kinds of things which talk about dialectics. I haven't the foggiest idea what it is. It seems to mean something about complexity, or alternative positions, or change, or something. I don't know. I'll tell you the honest truth, I'm kind of simple-minded when it comes to these things. Whenever I hear a four-syllable word I get skeptical, because I want to make sure you can't say it in monosyllables. Don't forget, part of the whole intellectual vocation is creating a niche for yourself, and if everybody can understand what you're talking about, you've sort of lost, because then what makes you special? What makes you special has got to be something that you had to work really hard to understand, and you mastered it, and all those guys out there don't understand it, and then that becomes the basis for your privilege and your power. So take what's called literary theory. I don't think there's any such thing as literary theory, any more than there's cultural theory or historical theory. If you're just reading books and talking about them and getting people to understand them, okay, you can be terrific at that, like Edmund Wilson was terrific at it, but he didn't have a literary theory. On the other hand, if you want to mingle in the same room with that physicist over there who's talking about quarks, you'd better have a complicated theory too that nobody can understand. He has a complicated theory that nobody can understand. Why shouldn't I have a complicated theory that nobody can understand? If someone came along with a theory of history, it would be the same. Either it would be truisms, or maybe some smart ideas, like somebody could say, why not look at economic factors lying behind the Constitution, or something like that, but there'd be nothing there that couldn't be said in monosyllables. In fact, it's extremely rare, outside of the natural sciences, to find things that can't be said in monosyllables. There are just interesting, simple ideas, which are often extremely difficult to come up with and hard to work out. Like, if you want to try to understand how the modern industrial economy developed, let's say, that can take a lot of work. But the theory will be extremely thin, if by theory we mean something with principles which are not obvious when you first look at them, and from which you can deduce surprising consequences and try to confirm the principles. You're not going to find anything like that in the social world. Incidentally, I should say that my own political writing is often denounced from both the left and the right for being non-theoretical, and that's completely correct. But it's exactly as theoretical as anyone else's. I just don't call it theoretical, I call it trivial, which is in fact what it is. I mean, it's not that some of these people whose stuff is considered deep theory and so on don't have some interesting things to say. Often they have very interesting things to say. But it's nothing that you couldn't say at the level of a high school student, or that a high school student couldn't figure out if they had the time and support and a little bit of training. I think people should be extremely skeptical when intellectual life constructs structures which aren't transparent, because the fact of the matter is that in most areas of life, we just don't understand anything very much. There are some areas, like say, quantum physics, where they're not faking. But most of the time it's just fakery. I think, anything that's at all understood can probably be described pretty simply. And when words like dialectics come along, or hermeneutics, and all this kind of stuff that's supposed to be very profound, like Goering, I reach for my revolver. Man, I find it very reinforcing that you don't understand the word dialectics. It sort of validates me. I'm not saying that it doesn't have any meaning. You observe people using the term and they look like they're communicating. But it's like when I watch people talking Turkish, something's going on, but I'm not part of it. Actually, occasionally in interviews I've said this about not understanding dialectics, and I get long letters back from people saying, you don't understand, here's what dialectical is, and either it's incomprehensible, or else it's trivial. So maybe I've got a gene missing or something. Like people can be tone deaf, they just can't hear the music. But everything I encounter in these fields either seems to be sort of interesting, but pretty obvious once you see it. Maybe you didn't see it at first, and somebody had to point it out to you, or else just incomprehensible. I'm skeptical. I think one has a right to be skeptical when you don't understand something. I mean, when I look at a page of, say, quantum electrodynamics, I don't understand a word of it. But I know what I would have to do to get to understand it, and I'm pretty confident that I could get to understand it. I've understood other complicated things. So I figure if I bothered to put myself through the discipline, and I studied the early stuff and the later stuff, I'd finally get to the point where I understood it. Or I could go to someone in the physics department and say, tell me why everybody's excited about this stuff, and they could adapt it to my level and tell me how to pursue it further. Maybe I wouldn't understand it very deeply, or I couldn't have invented it or something, but I'd at least begin to understand it. On the other hand, when I look at a page of Marxist philosophy or literary theory, I have the feeling that I could stare at it for the rest of my life and I'd never understand it, and I don't know how to proceed to get to understand it any better. I don't even know what steps I could take. I mean, it's possible that these fields are beyond me, maybe I'm not smart enough or something. But that would have kind of a funny conclusion. It's nothing to do with me. That would mean that somehow in these domains people have been able to create something that's more complex than physics and mathematics, because those are subjects I think I could get to understand. And I just don't believe that. Frankly, I don't believe that literary theorists or Marxian philosophers have advanced to some new intellectual level that transcends century after century of hard intellectual work. Man, do you think the same thing about philosophy in general? There are parts of philosophy which I think I understand, and it's most of classical philosophy. And there are things that I don't understand, because they don't make any sense, and that's okay too. These are hard questions. I mean, it's not necessarily a criticism to say that something doesn't make sense. There are subjects that it's hard to talk sensibly about. But if I read, say, Russell, or analytic philosophy, or Wittgenstein, and so on, I think I can come to understand what they're saying, and I can see why I think it's wrong, as I often do. But when I read, Derrida, or Lacan, or Althusser, or any of these, I just don't understand it. It's like words passing in front of my eyes. I can't follow the arguments, I don't see the arguments. Anything that looks like a description of a fact looks wrong to me. So maybe I'm missing a gene or something. It's possible. But my honest opinion is, I think it's all fraud. Man, I think you may be glorifying the scientists a bit by projecting them as somehow kind of pure. For example, take Newtonian mechanics. Einstein came along and showed how it was wrong, but over the years the scientific community did refer to it as Newtonian mechanics. That's an interesting case, because Newtonian mechanics was treated as kind of holy because it was such a revolutionary development. I mean, it was really the first time in human history that people ever had an explanation of things in any deep sense. It was so comprehensive, and so simple, and so far-reaching in its consequences that it almost looked like it was necessary. And in fact, it was treated that way for a long time, so much so that Kant, for example, regarded it as the task of philosophy to derive Newtonian physics from a priori principles, and to show that it was certain truth, on a par with mathematics. And it really wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th century that the fallacy of those conceptions became quite clear, and with that realization there was a real advance in our conception of what science is. So science did have kind of a religious character for a period, you're right, and that was something we had to get ourselves out of, I think. It doesn't happen anymore. Ideological control in the sciences and humanities. Man, would you say that as academic disciplines, the sciences are fundamentally different from the humanities and social sciences in terms of ideological control? There don't seem to be the same kinds of barriers to inquiry or the same commitment to indoctrination in the scientific fields as there are in other areas, like in economics or political science, for instance. Well, I think there was an ideological control problem in the sciences, it's just that we transcended it. Galileo faced it. For example, the Italian astronomer and scientist was arrested by the Roman Catholic Church in 1633 and compelled to renounce his conclusion that the Earth revolves around the Sun. You go back a couple centuries in the West and the ideological control problem in the sciences was severe. Descartes is alleged to have destroyed the final volume of his treatise on the world, the one that was supposed to deal with the human mind, because he learned of the fate of Galileo. That's the analog to death squads. The Inquisition was doing precisely that. Okay, that's passed in the West at least, but not everywhere. Man, but why has it passed? Well, I think there are a few reasons. One is just a general increase in freedom and enlightenment. One, through popular struggles over centuries we've become a much freer society than we were in absolutist times. And intellectuals have often played a role in that, breaking down ideological barriers and creating kind of a space for greater freedom of thought, for instance during the Enlightenment in the 18th century. That often took a lot of courage and quite a struggle, and it goes on until today. There are also utilitarian reasons. It turns out that, especially since the mid-19th century, the ability to gain a deeper understanding of the physical world through modern science has interacted critically with modern industrial development. Progress in the sciences has contributed materially to private profit-making, private power. So there are utilitarian reasons for allowing freedom of scientific inquiry, but I wouldn't over-exaggerate them. I think what's happened with the sciences is a lot like the process that's led to freedom in other domains, like why we don't have slavery, let's say, or why after 150 years of American history women won the right to vote in 1920. And also, remember, after the great scientific revolutions that led to the Enlightenment, it got to the point where you couldn't do science anymore if you were subjected to the kinds of doctrinal controls that remain quite effective in other fields. I mean, if you're a physicist after Newton trying to spin off ideological fanaticism, you're just out of the game. Progress has been too much. That's very different from the social sciences and the humanities. You can tell falsehoods forever in those fields and nothing will ever stop you, like you don't have Mother Nature around keeping you honest. And the result is, there's a real difference in the two cultures. So when you go to graduate school in the natural sciences, you're immediately brought into critical inquiry, and in fact, what you're learning is kind of a craft. You don't really teach science, people sort of get the idea how to do it as apprentices, hopefully by working with good people. But the goal is to learn how to do creative work, and to challenge everything. That's very different from the humanities and the social sciences, where what you're supposed to do is absorb a body of knowledge, and then pick yourself a little area in it and for the rest of your life work on that. I mean, the way you become a highly respected scholar in the humanities, say, is to pick some arcane area, like English novels from 1720 to 1790, and get to know more of the data about that than any other human being in history. So you know who copied this word from that, and so on. A lot of it is kind of mindless, but that's the sort of thing you're supposed to know. And there's really very little intellectual challenge. The only way you could be wrong is if you got a comma out of place, and in fact, that's considered the worst crime. I'm kind of caricaturing it a bit, but frankly I think it works this way. And certainly the sciences are very different. The function of the schools. Woman, but I guess I don't quite see how this ideological control mechanism actually works in the humanities and social sciences. I mean, how exactly is it that the schools end up being an indoctrination system? Can you describe the process in more detail? Well, the main point I think is that the entire school curriculum, from kindergarten through graduate school, will be tolerated only so long as it continues to perform its institutional role. So take the universities, which in many respects are not very different from the media in the way they function, though they're a much more complex system, so they're harder to study systematically. Universities do not generate nearly enough funds to support themselves from tuition money alone. They're parasitic institutions that need to be supported from the outside, and that means they're dependent on wealthy alumni, on corporations, and on the government, which are groups with the same basic interests. Well, as long as the universities serve those interests, they'll be funded. If they ever stop serving those interests, they'll start to get in trouble. So for example, in the late 1960s it began to appear that the universities were not adequately performing that service. Students were asking questions, they were thinking independently, they were rejecting a lot of the establishment value system, challenging all sorts of things, and the corporations began to react to that. They began to react in a number of ways. For one thing, they began to develop alternative programs, like IBM began to set up kind of a vocational training program to produce engineers on their own. If MIT wasn't going to do it for them the way they wanted, they'd do it themselves, and that would have meant they'd stop funding MIT. Well, of course things never really got out of hand in the 60s, so the moves in that direction were very limited. But those are the kinds of pressures there are. Point 8. And in fact, you can even see similar things right now. Take all this business about Alan Bloom and that book everybody's been talking about, The Closing of the American Mind. Point 9. It's this huge bestseller. I don't know if you've bothered looking at it, it's mind-bogglingly stupid. I read it once in the supermarket I hate to say it, while my wife was shopping. I stood there and read the damn thing. It takes about 15 minutes to read. Man, you read 2,000 words a minute. I mean, read, sort of turn the pages to see if there's anything there that isn't totally stupid. But what that book is basically saying is that education ought to be set up like some sort of variant of the Marine Corps, in which you just march the students through a canon of great thoughts that are picked out for everybody. So some group of people will say, here are the great thoughts of Western civilization are in this corpus, you guys sit there and learn them, read them, and learn them, and be able to repeat them. That's the kind of model Bloom is calling for. Well, anybody who's ever thought about education or been involved in it, or even gone to school, knows that the effect of that is that students will end up knowing and understanding virtually nothing. It doesn't matter how great the thoughts are, if they are simply imposed upon you from the outside and you're forced through them step by step, after you're done you'll have forgotten what they are. I mean, I'm sure that every one of you has taken any number of courses in school in which you worked, and you did your homework, you passed the exam, maybe you even got an A, and a week later you couldn't even remember what the course was about. You only learn things and learn how to think if there's some purpose for learning, some motivation that's coming out of you somehow. In fact, all of the methodology in education isn't really much more than that, getting students to want to learn. Once they want to learn, they'll do it. But the point is that this model Bloom and all these other people are calling for is just a part of the whole method of imposing discipline through the schools, and of preventing people from learning how to think for themselves. So what you do is make students go through and sort of memorize a canon of what are called good books, which you force on them, and then somehow great things are supposed to happen. It's a completely stupid form of education, but I think that's part of why it's selected and supported, and why there's so much hysteria that it's been questioned in past years, just because it's very functional to train people and discipline them in ways like this. The popularity of the Bloom thing, I would imagine, is mostly a reaction to the sort of liberating effect that the student movement of the 60s and other challenges to the schools and universities began to have. Woman, all of Alan Bloom's great thoughts are by elite white males. Yeah, okay, but it wouldn't even matter if he had some different array of material, it really wouldn't matter. The idea that there's some array of the deep thoughts, and we smart people will pick them out and you dumb guys will learn them or memorize them at least, because you don't really learn them if they're just forced on you, that's nonsense. If you're serious about, say, reading Plato 10, it's fine to read Plato, but you try to figure out what's right, what's wrong, what's a better way of looking at it, why was he saying this when he should have been saying something else, what grotesque error of reasoning did he make over here, and so on and so forth. That's the way you would read serious work, just like you would in the sciences. But you're not supposed to read it that way here, you're supposed to read it because it's the truth, or it's the great thoughts or something. And that's kind of like the worst form of theology. The point is, it doesn't matter what you read, what matters is how you read it. Now, I don't mean comic books, but there's a lot of cultural wealth out there from all over the place, and to learn what it means for something to be culturally rich, you can explore almost anywhere. There's no fixed subset that is the basis of truth and understanding. I mean, you can read the good books, and memorize what they said, and forget them a week later if it doesn't mean anything to you personally. You'd might as well not have read them. And it's very hard to know what's going to mean something to different people. But there's plenty of exciting literature around in the world, and there's absolutely no reason to believe that unless you've read the Greeks and Dante and so on, you've missed things. I mean, yeah, you've missed things, but you've also missed things if you haven't learned something about other cultural traditions too. Just take a look at philosophy, for example, which is a field that I know something about. Some of the best, most exciting, most active philosophers in the contemporary world, people who've made a real impact on the field, couldn't tell Plato from Aristotle, except for what they remember from some freshman course they once took. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't read Plato and Aristotle. Sure, there are millions of things you should read. Nobody's ever going to read more than a tiny fraction of the things you wished you knew. But just reading them does you no good. You only learn if the material is integrated into your own creative processes somehow, otherwise it just passes through your mind and disappears. And there's nothing valuable about that. It has basically the effect of learning the catechism, or memorizing the Constitution or something like that. Real education is about getting people involved in thinking for themselves, and that's a tricky business to know how to do well, but clearly it requires that whatever it is you're looking at has to somehow catch people's interest and make them want to think, and make them want to pursue and explore. And just regurgitating good books is absolutely the worst way to do it. That's just a way of turning people into automata. You may call that an education if you want, but it's really the opposite of an education, which is why people like William Bennett, Reagan's Secretary of Education, and Alan Bloom and these others are all so much in favor of it. Woman, are you saying that the real purpose of the universities and the schools is just to indoctrinate people and really not much else? Well, I'm not quite saying that. Like, I wouldn't say that no meaningful work takes place in the schools, or that they only exist to provide manpower for the corporate system or something like that. These are very complex systems, after all. But the basic institutional role and function of the schools, and why they're supported, is to provide an ideological service. There's a real selection for obedience and conformity. And I think that process starts in kindergarten, actually. Let me just tell you a personal story. My oldest, closest friend is a guy who came to the United States from Latvia when he was 15, fleeing from Hitler. He escaped to New York with his parents and went to George Washington High School, which in those days at least was the school for bright Jewish kids in New York City. And he once told me that the first thing that struck him about American schools was the fact that if he got a C in a course, nobody cared, but if he came to school 3 minutes late he was sent to the principal's office, and that generalized. He realized that what it meant is, what's valued here is the ability to work on an assembly line, even if it's an intellectual assembly line. The important thing is to be able to obey orders, and to do what you're told, and to be where you're supposed to be. The values are, you're going to be a factory worker somewhere, maybe they'll call it a university, but you're going to be following somebody else's orders, and just doing your work in some prescribed way. And what matters is discipline, not figuring things out for yourself, or understanding things that interest you. Those are kind of marginal, just make sure you meet the requirements of a factory. Well, that's pretty much what the schools are like, I think. They reward discipline and obedience, and they punish independence of mind. If you happen to be a little innovative, or maybe you forgot to come to school one day because you were reading a book or something, that's a tragedy. That's a crime, because you're not supposed to think, you're supposed to obey, and just proceed through the material in whatever way they require. And in fact, most of the people who make it through the education system and get into the elite universities are able to do it because they've been willing to obey a lot of stupid orders for years and years. That's the way I did it, for example. Like, you're told by some stupid teacher, do this, which you know makes no sense whatsoever, but you do it. And if you do it you get to the next rung, and then you obey the next order, and finally you work your way through and they give you your letters. An awful lot of education is like that, from the very beginning. Some people go along with it because they figure, okay, I'll do any stupid thing that asshole says because I want to get ahead. Others do it because they've just internalized the values, but after a while, those two things tend to get sort of blurred. But you do it, or else you're out. You ask too many questions and you're going to get in trouble. Now, there are also people who don't go along and they're called behavior problems, or unmotivated, or things like that. Well, you don't want to be too glib about it. There are children with behavior problems, but a lot of them are just independent-minded, or don't like to conform, or just want to go their own way. And they get into trouble right from the very beginning, and are typically weeded out. I mean, I've taught young kids too, and the fact is there are always some who just don't take your word for it. And the very unfortunate tendency is to try to beat them down, because they're a pain in the neck. But what they ought to be is encouraged. Yeah, why take my word for it? Who the heck am I? Figure it out for yourself. That's what real education would be about, in fact. Actually, I happen to have been very lucky myself and gone to an experimental progressive Deweyite school. From about the time I was age 1.5 to 12, John Dewey was an American philosopher and educational reformer. And there it was done routinely. Children were encouraged to challenge everything, and you sort of worked on your own. You were supposed to think things through for yourself. It was a real experience. And it was quite a striking change when it ended and I had to go to the city high school, which was the pride of the city school system. It was the school for academically oriented kids in Philadelphia, and it was the dumbest, most ridiculous place I've ever been. It was like falling into a black hole or something. For one thing, it was extremely competitive because that's one of the best ways of controlling people. So everybody was ranked, and you always knew exactly where you were. Are you third in the class, or maybe did you move down to fourth? All of this stuff is put into people's heads in various ways in the schools, that you've got to beat down the person next to you, and just look out for yourself. And there are all sorts of other things like that too. But the point is, there's nothing necessary about them in education. I know, because I went through an alternative to it, so it can certainly be done. But given the external power structure of the society in which they function now, the institutional role of the schools for the most part is just to train people for obedience and conformity, and to make them controllable and indoctrinated, and as long as the schools fulfill that role, they'll be supported. Now, of course, it doesn't work 100%, so you do get some people all the way through who don't go along. And as I was saying, in the sciences at least, people have to be trained for creativity and disobedience because there is no other way you can do science. But in the humanities and social sciences, and in fields like journalism and economics and so on, that's much less true. There people have to be trained to be managers and controllers and to accept things, and not to question too much. So you really do get a very different kind of education. And people who break out of line are weeded out or beaten back in all kinds of ways. I mean, it's not very abstract. If you're, say, a young person in college, or in journalism, or for that matter a fourth grader, and you have too much of an independent mind, there's a whole variety of devices that will be used to deflect you from that error, and if you can't be controlled, to marginalize or just eliminate you. In fourth grade, you're a behavior problem. In college, you may be irresponsible, or erratic, or not the right kind of student. If you make it to the faculty, you'll fail in what's sometimes called collegiality, getting along with your colleagues. If you're a young journalist and you're pursuing stories that the people at the managerial level above you understand, either intuitively or explicitly, are not to be pursued, you can be sent off to work at the police desk, and advised that you don't have proper standards of objectivity. There's a whole range of these techniques. Now, we live in a free society, so you don't get sent to gas chambers and they don't send the death squads after you as is commonly done, and not far from here, say in Mexico. 11 But there are nevertheless quite successful devices, both subtle and extreme, to ensure that doctrinal correctness is not seriously infringed upon. Subtler methods of control. Let me just start with some of the more subtle ways. I'll give you an example. After I finished college, I went to this program at Harvard called the Society of Fellows, which is kind of this elite finishing school, where they teach you to be a Harvard or Yale professor, and to drink the right wine, and say the right things, and so on and so forth. I mean, you had all of the resources of Harvard available to you, and your only responsibility was to show up at a dinner once a week, so it was great for just doing your work if you wanted to. But the real point of the whole thing was socialization, teaching the right values. For instance, I remember there was a lot of Anglophilia at Harvard at the time. You were supposed to wear British clothes, and pretend you spoke with a British accent, that sort of stuff. In fact, there were actually guys there who I thought were British, who had never been outside of the United States. If any of you have studied literature or history or something, you might recognize some of this. Those are the places you usually find it. Well, somehow I managed to survive that. I don't know how exactly, but most didn't. And what I discovered is that a large part of education at the really elite institutions is simply refinement, teaching the social graces, what kind of clothes you should wear, how to drink port the right way, how to have polite conversation without talking about serious topics, but of course indicating that you could talk about serious topics if you were so vulgar as to actually do it, all kinds of things which an intellectual is supposed to know how to do. And that was really the main point of the program, I think. Actually, there are much more important cases too, and they're even more revealing about the role of the elite schools. For example, the 1930s were a period of major labor strife and labor struggle in the US, and it was scaring the daylights out of the whole business community here because labor was finally winning the right to organize, and there were other legislative victories as well. And there were a lot of efforts to try to overcome this, but one of them was that Harvard introduced a trade union program. What it did was to bring in rising young people in the labor movement, the guy who looks like he's going to be the local president next year, and have them stay in dorms in the business school, and put them through a whole socialization process, help them come to share some of the values and understandings of the elite, teach them that our job is to work together, we're all in this together, and so on and so forth. I mean, there are always two lines. For the public it's, we're all in this together, management and labor are cooperating, joint enterprise, harmony and so on. Meanwhile business is fighting a vicious class war on the side. And that effort to socialize and integrate union activists, well, I've never measured its success, but I'm sure it was very successful. And the process was similar to what I experienced and saw a Harvard education to be myself. Or let me tell you another story I heard about 20 years ago from a black civil rights activist who came up to study at Harvard Law School. It kind of illustrates some of the other pressures that are around. This guy gave a talk in which he described how the kids starting off at Harvard Law School come in with long hair and backpacks and social ideals. They're all going to go into public service law to change the world and so on. That's the first year. Around springtime, the recruiters come for the cushy summer jobs in the Wall Street law firms, and these students figure, what the heck, I can put on a tie and a jacket and shave for one day, just because I need that money, and why shouldn't I have it? So they put on the tie and the jacket for that one day, and they get the job, and then they go off for the summer, and when they come back in the fall, it's ties and jackets, and obedience, a shift of ideology. Sometimes it takes 2 years. Well, obviously he was overdrawing the point, but those sorts of factors also are very influential. I mean, I've felt it all my life. It's extremely easy to be sucked into the dominant culture. It can be very appealing. There are a lot of rewards. And what's more, the people you meet don't look like bad people. You don't want to sit there and insult them. Maybe they're perfectly nice people. So you try to be friends, maybe you even are friends. Well, you begin to conform, you begin to adapt, you begin to smooth off the harsher edges, and pretty soon it's just happened, it kind of seeps in. And education at a place like Harvard is largely geared to that, to a remarkable extent in fact. And there are many other subtle mechanisms which contribute to ideological control as well, of course including just the fact that the universities support and encourage people to occupy themselves with irrelevant and innocuous work. Or just take the fact that certain topics are unstudiable in the schools because they don't fall anywhere. The disciplines are divided in such a way that they simply will not be studied. That's something that's extremely important. So for example, take a question that people were very worried about in the United States for years and years: the economic competitiveness of Japan. Now, I always thought the talk about American declinism and Japan as number one was vastly overblown, just as the later idea of a Japanese decline is wildly exaggerated. In fact, Japan retains a very considerable edge in crucial areas of manufacturing, especially in high-tech. They did get in trouble because of a huge stock market and real estate boom that collapsed, but serious economists don't believe that Japan has really lost competitiveness in these areas. Point 12. Well, why has Japan been so economically competitive? I mean, there are a lot of reasons why, but the major reason is very clear. Both Japan and the United States, and every other industrial country in the world, actually, have essentially state-coordinated economies, but our traditional system of state coordination is less efficient than theirs. Remember, talk about free trade is fine in editorials, but nobody actually practices it in reality. In every modern economy, the taxpayers are made to subsidize the private corporations, who then keep the profits for themselves. But the point is, different countries have different ways of arranging those subsidies. So take a look at the competitive parts of the US economy, the parts that are successful in international trade. They're all state subsidized. Capital-intensive agriculture is a well-known case. American capital-intensive agriculture is able to compete internationally because the state purchases the excess products and stores them, and subsidizes the energy inputs, and so on. Or look at high-technology industry. Research and development for high technology is very costly, and corporations don't make any profits off it directly, so therefore the taxpayer is made to pay for it. And in the United States, that's traditionally been done largely through the Pentagon system. The Pentagon pays for high-tech research and development, then if something comes out of it which happens to be marketable, it's handed over to private corporations so they can make the profits. And the research mostly isn't weapons. Incidentally, it's things like computers, which are the center of any contemporary industrial economy, and were developed through the Pentagon system in the United States. And the same is true of virtually all high-tech, in fact. And furthermore, there's another important subsidy there. The Pentagon also purchases the output of high-technology industry. It serves as a state-guaranteed market for waste production. That's what contracts for developing weapons systems are. I mean, you don't actually use the weapons you're paying for, you just destroy them in a couple years and replace them with the next array of even more advanced stuff you don't need. Well, all of that is just perfect for pouring continuous taxpayer subsidies into high-tech industry, and it's because of these enormous subsidies that American high-tech is competitive internationally. Well, Japan has run its economy pretty much the same way we do, except with one crucial difference. Instead of using the military system, the way they've worked their public subsidies in Japan is they have a government ministry, MITI. The Ministry of International Trade and Industry, which sits down with the big corporations and conglomerates and banking firms, and plans their economic system for the next couple years. They plan how much consumption there's going to be, and how much investment there's going to be, and where the investment should go, and so on. Well, that's more efficient. And since Japan is a very disciplined and obedient society culturally, the population there just does what they tell them, and nobody ever asks any questions about it. Alright, to see how this difference played out over the years, just look at the Star Wars program in the United States, for example. Star Wars, the Strategic Defense Initiative, is the pretext for a huge amount of research and development spending through the Pentagon system. Here it's our way of funding the new generation of computer technology, lasers, new software, and so on. Well, if you look at the distribution of expenses for Star Wars, It turns out that it was virtually the same allocation of funding as was made through the Japanese state-directed economic system in the same time period. In those same years, MITI made about the same judgments about how to distribute their resources as we did. They spent about the same proportion of money in lasers, and the same proportion in software, and so on. Point 13. And the reason is that all of these planners make approximately the same judgments about the likely new technologies. Well, why was Japan so competitive with the US economically, despite highly inauspicious conditions? There are a lot of reasons. But the main reason is that they directed their public subsidy straight to the commercial market. So to work on lasers, they tried to figure out ways of producing lasers for the commercial market, and they do it pretty well. But when we want to develop lasers for the commercial market, what we do is pour the money into the Pentagon, which then tries to work out a way to use a laser to shoot down a missile 10,000 miles away, and if they can work that out, then they hope there'll be some commercial spin-offs that come out of it all. Okay, that's less efficient. And since the Japanese are no dumber than we are, and they have an efficient system of state coordination while we have an inefficient one, over the years they succeeded in the economic competition. Well, these are major phenomena of modern life, but where do you go to study them in the universities or the academic profession? That's a very interesting question. You don't go to the economics department, because that's not what they look at. The real hotshot economics departments are interested in abstract models of how a pure free enterprise economy works, generalizations to 10-dimensional space of some non-existent free market system. You don't go to the political science department, because they're concerned with electoral statistics, and voting patterns, and micro-bureaucracy, like the way one government bureaucrat talks to another in some detailed air. You don't go to the anthropology department, because they're studying hill tribesmen in New Guinea. You don't go to the sociology department, because they're studying crime in the ghettos. In fact, you don't go anywhere there isn't any field that deals with these topics. There's no journal that deals with them. In fact, there is no academic profession that is concerned with the central problems of modern society. Now, you can go to the business school, and there they'll talk about them because those people are in the real world. But not in the academic departments. Nobody there is going to tell you what's really going on in the world. Point 14. And it's extremely important that there not be a field that studies these questions, because if there ever were such a field, people might come to understand too much, and in a relatively free society like ours, they might start to do something with that understanding. Well, no institution is going to encourage that. I mean, there's nothing in what I just said that you couldn't explain to junior high school students. It's all pretty straightforward. But it's not what you study in a junior high civics course. What you study there is propaganda about the way systems are supposed to work but don't. Incidentally, part of the genius of this aspect of the higher education system is that it can get people to sell out even while they think they're doing exactly the right thing. So some young person going into academia will say to themselves, look, I'm going to be a real radical here, and you can be, as long as you adapt yourself to these categories, which guarantee that you'll never ask the right questions, and that you'll never even look at the right questions. But you don't feel like you're selling out. You're not saying I'm working for the ruling class or anything like that. You're being a Marxist economist or something. But the effect is, they've totally neutralized you. All right, all of these are subtle forms of control, with the effect of preventing serious insight into the way that power actually works in the society. And it makes very good sense for a system to be set up like that. Powerful institutions don't want to be investigated, obviously. Why would they? They don't want the public to know how they work. Maybe the people inside them understand how they work, but they don't want anybody else to know, because that would threaten and undermine their power. So one should expect the institutions to function in such a way as to protect themselves, and some of the ways in which they protect themselves are by various subtle techniques of ideological control like these. Cruder methods of control. Then aside from all that, there are also crude methods of control. So if some young political scientist or economist decides they are going to try to ask these kinds of questions, the chances are they're going to be marginalized in some fashion, or else be weeded out of the institution altogether. At the extreme end, there have been repeated university purges in the United States. During the 1950s, for example, the universities were just cleaned out of dissident thought. People were fired on all kinds of grounds, or not allowed to teach things. And the effects of that were very strong. Then during the late 1960s, when the political ferment really got going, the purges began again, and often they were just straight political firings, not even obscured. 15 For instance, a lot of the best Asia scholars from the United States are now teaching in Australia and Japan because they couldn't keep jobs in the US, they had the wrong ideas. Australia has some of the best Southeast Asia scholars in the world, and they're mostly Americans who were young scholars in the 60s and couldn't make it into the American academic system, because they thought the wrong things. So if you want to study Cambodia with a top American scholar, you basically have to go to Australia. 16 One of the best Japan historians in the world, Herbert Bix, is teaching in a Japanese university. He's American, but he can't get a job in the United States. Or let me just tell you a story about MIT, which is pretty revealing. A young political science professor who's by now one of the top people in the field, incidentally Thomas Ferguson, was appointed at MIT as an assistant professor right after he got his PhD from Princeton. He's very radical, but he's also extremely smart, so the department just needed him. Well, one day I was sitting in my office and he came over fuming. He told me that the chairman of his department had just come into his office and told him straight out, "If you ever want to get tenure in this department, keep away from anything after the New Deal. You can write all of your radical stuff up to the New Deal, but if you try and do it for the post-New Deal period, you're never going to get tenure in this department." 17 He just told him straight out. Usually you're not told it straight out, but you get to understand it. You get to understand it from the reactions you receive. This kind of stuff also happens with graduate students. I'm what's called an institute professor at MIT, which means I can teach courses in any department of the university. And over the years I've taught all over the place, but if I even get near political science, you can feel the bad vibes starting. So in other departments, I'm often asked to be on students' PhD committees, but in political science it's virtually never happened, and the few times it has happened, it's always been third world women. And there's a reason for that. Third world women have a little bit of extra space to maneuver in, because the department doesn't want to appear too overtly racist or too overtly sexist, so there are some things they can do that other people can't. Well, a few years ago, one very smart woman graduate student in the political science department wanted to do her dissertation on the media and Southern Africa, and she wanted me to be on her PhD committee. Okay, it's a topic that I'm interested in, and I've worked on it probably more than anybody else there, so there was just no way for them to say I couldn't do it. Then the routine started. The first stage in the doctoral process is that the candidate has a meeting with a couple of faculty members and presents her proposal. Usually 2 faculty members show up, that's about it. This time it was different. They circulated a notice through the department saying that every faculty member had to show up, and the reason was, I was going to be there, and they had to combat this baleful influence. So everybody showed up. Well, the woman started presenting her dissertation proposal, and you could just see people turning pale. Somebody asked her, "What's your hypothesis?" You're supposed to have a hypothesis, and it was that media coverage of Southern Africa is going to be influenced by corporate interests. People were practically passing out and falling out the windows. Then starts the critical analysis. What's your methodology going to be? What tests are you going to use? And gradually an apparatus was set up and a level of proof demanded that you just can't meet in the social sciences. It wasn't, I'm going to read the editorials and figure out what they say. You had to count the words, and do all sorts of statistical nonsense, and so on and so forth. But she fought it through. She just continued fighting. They ultimately required so much junk in her thesis, So much irrelevant, phony social scientific junk, numbers and charts and meaningless business, that you could barely pick out the content from the morass of methodology. But she did finally make it through just because she was willing to fight it out. Now, you know, you can do that, but it's tough. And some people really get killed. The fate of an honest intellectual. I'll tell you another, last case, and there are many others like this. Here's a story which is really tragic. How many of you know about Joan Peters, the book by Joan Peters? There was this bestseller a few years ago in 1984, it went through about 10 printings, by a woman named Joan Peters, or at least, signed by Joan Peters, called From Time Immemorial 18. It was a big scholarly looking book with lots of footnotes, which purported to show that the Palestinians were all recent immigrants, i.e. to the Jewish settled areas of the former Palestine, during the British Mandate years of 1920 to 1948. And it was very popular. It got literally hundreds of rave reviews, and no negative reviews. The Washington Post, the New York Times, everybody was just raving about it. Point 19. Here was this book which proved that there were really no Palestinians. Of course, the implicit message was, if Israel kicks them all out, there's no moral issue, because they're just recent immigrants who came in because the Jews had built up the country. And there was all kinds of demographic analysis in it, and a big professor of demography at the University of Chicago, Philip M. Hauser, authenticated it. Point 20. That was the big intellectual hit for that year. Saul Bellow, Barbara Tuchman, everybody was talking about it as the greatest thing since chocolate cake. Point 21. Well, one graduate student at Princeton, a guy named Norman Finkelstein, started reading through the book. He was interested in the history of Zionism, and as he read the book he was kind of surprised by some of the things it said. He's a very careful student, and he started checking the references, and it turned out that the whole thing was a hoax. It was completely faked. Probably it had been put together by some intelligence agency or something like that. Well, Finkelstein wrote up a short paper of just preliminary findings. It was about 25 pages or so, and he sent it around to I think 30 people who were interested in the topic, scholars in the field and so on, saying, here's what I've found in this book, do you think it's worth pursuing? Well, he got back one answer, from me. I told him, yeah, I think it's an interesting topic, but I warned him, if you follow this, you're going to get in trouble because you're going to expose the American intellectual community as a gang of frauds, and they are not going to like it, and they're going to destroy you. So I said, if you want to do it, go ahead, but be aware of what you're getting into. It's an important issue. It makes a big difference whether you eliminate the moral basis for driving out a population. It's preparing the basis for some real horrors, so a lot of people's lives could be at stake. But your life is at stake too, I told him, because if you pursue this, your career is going to be ruined. Well, he didn't believe me. We became very close friends after this. I didn't know him before. He went ahead and wrote up an article, and he started submitting it to journals. Nothing, they didn't even bother responding. I finally managed to place a piece of it in These Times, a tiny left-wing journal published in Illinois, where some of you may have seen it. Point 22. Otherwise nothing, no response. Meanwhile his professors, this is Princeton University, supposed to be a serious place, stopped talking to him. They wouldn't make appointments with him, they wouldn't read his papers. He basically had to quit the program. By this time, he was getting kind of desperate, and he asked me what to do. I gave him what I thought was good advice, but what turned out to be bad advice. I suggested that he shift over to a different department, where I knew some people and figured he'd at least be treated decently. That turned out to be wrong. He switched over, and when he got to the point of writing his thesis, he literally could not get the faculty to read it. He couldn't get them to come to his thesis defense. Finally, out of embarrassment, they granted him a PhD. He's very smart, incidentally, but they will not even write a letter for him saying that he was a student at Princeton University. I mean, sometimes you have students for whom it's hard to write good letters of recommendation, because you really didn't think they were very good, but you can write something, there are ways of doing these things. This guy was good, but he literally cannot get a letter. He's now living in a little apartment somewhere in New York City, and he's a part-time social worker working with teenage dropouts. Very promising scholar. If he'd done what he was told, he would have gone on, and right now he'd be a professor somewhere at some big university. Instead, he's working part-time with disturbed teenaged kids for a couple $1,000s a year. 23 That's a lot better than a death squad. It's true, it's a whole lot better than a death squad. But those are the techniques of control that are around. But let me just go on with the Joan Peters story. Finkelstein's very persistent. He took a summer off and sat in the New York Public Library, where he went through every single reference in the book, and he found a record of fraud that you cannot believe. Well, the New York intellectual community is a pretty small place, and pretty soon everybody knew about this. Everybody knew the book was a fraud and it was going to be exposed sooner or later. The one journal that was smart enough to react intelligently was the New York Review of Books. They knew that the thing was a sham, but the editor didn't want to offend his friends, so he just didn't run a review at all. That was the one journal that didn't run a review. Meanwhile, Finkelstein was being called in by big professors in the field who were telling him, "Look, call off your crusade, you drop this and we'll take care of you, we'll make sure you get a job," all this kind of stuff. But he kept doing it, he kept on and on. Every time there was a favorable review, he'd write a letter to the editor which wouldn't get printed. He was doing whatever he could do. We approached the publishers and asked them if they were going to respond to any of this, and they said no, and they were right. Why should they respond? They had the whole system buttoned up. There was never going to be a critical word about this in the United States. But then they made a technical error. They allowed the book to appear in England, where you can't control the intellectual community quite as easily. Well, as soon as I heard that the book was going to come out in England, I immediately sent copies of Finkelstein's work to a number of British scholars and journalists who are interested in the Middle East, and they were ready. As soon as the book appeared, it was just demolished. It was blown out of the water. Every major journal, the Times Literary Supplement, the London Review, the Observer, everybody had a review saying, "This doesn't even reach the level of nonsense, of idiocy." A lot of the criticism used Finkelstein's work without any acknowledgement, I should say, but about the kindest word anybody said about the book was ludicrous, or preposterous. 24. Well, people here read British reviews. If you're in the American intellectual community, you read the Times Literary Supplement and the London Review, so it began to get a little embarrassing. You started getting backtracking. People started saying, "Well, look, I didn't really say the book was good, I just said it's an interesting topic," things like that. At that point, the New York Review swung into action, and they did what they always do in these circumstances. See, there's like a routine that you go through. If a book gets blown out of the water in England in places people here will see, or if a book gets praised in England, you have to react. And if it's a book on Israel, there's a standard way of doing it. You get an Israeli scholar to review it. That's called covering your ass, because whatever an Israeli scholar says, you're pretty safe. No one can accuse the journal of anti-Semitism, none of the usual stuff works. So after the Peters book got blown out of the water in England, the New York Review assigned it to a good person, actually, in fact Israel's leading specialist on Palestinian nationalism, Yehoshua Porath, someone who knows a lot about the subject. And he wrote a review, which they then didn't publish. It went on for almost a year without the thing being published. Nobody knows exactly what was going on, but you can guess that there must have been a lot of pressure not to publish it. Eventually it was even written up in the New York Times that this review wasn't getting published, so finally some version of it did appear. 25 It was critical, it said the book is nonsense and so on, but it cut corners. The guy didn't say what he knew. 26 Actually, the Israeli reviews in general were extremely critical. The reaction of the Israeli press was that they hoped the book would not be widely read, because ultimately it would be harmful to the Jews. Sooner or later it would get exposed, and then it would just look like a fraud and a hoax, and it would reflect badly on Israel. 27 They underestimated the American intellectual community, I should say. Anyhow, by that point the American intellectual community realized that the Peters book was an embarrassment, and it sort of disappeared. Nobody talks about it anymore. I mean, you still find it at newsstands in the airport and so on, but the best and the brightest know that they are not supposed to talk about it anymore, because it was exposed and they were exposed. Well, the point is, what happened to Finkelstein is the kind of thing that can happen when you're an honest critic, and we could go on and on with other cases like that. Editor's note: Finkelstein has since published several books with independent presses. Still, in the universities or in any other institution, you can often find some dissidents hanging around in the woodwork, and they can survive in one fashion or another, particularly if they get community support. But if they become too disruptive or too obstreperous or too effective, they're likely to be kicked out. The standard thing, though, is that they won't make it within the institutions in the first place, particularly if they were that way when they were young. They'll simply be weeded out somewhere along the line. So in most cases, the people who make it through the institutions and are able to remain in them have already internalized the right kinds of beliefs. It's not a problem for them to be obedient, they already are obedient, that's how they got there. And that's pretty much how the ideological control system perpetuates itself in the schools. That's the basic story of how it operates, I think. Forging working class culture. Man, noam, I want to turn for a moment to people who weren't sent through the ideological control system of the schools, to see what kind of independent minds people today should be struggling to foster. I've often heard you talk about the insights that guided the early labor movement in the United States at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 1820s. You say that social movements today are going to have to start by regaining some of that understanding. My question is, who were those people exactly? Was it mostly European immigrants to the United States? No, it's what were called at the time the Lowell Mill girls, meaning young women who came off the farms to work in factories. In fact, a good deal of the labor organizing in the 19th century in the United States was done by women, because just like today in the Third World, it was assumed that the most docile and controllable segment of the workforce was women, so therefore they were the most exploited. Remember, the early Industrial Revolution was built on textiles. It took off around here. It was in Lowell and Lawrence, Massachusetts, places like that. And very extensively the labor force was made up of women. In fact, some of the main labor journals at the time were edited by women, and they were young women mostly. And they were people who wanted to read, they wanted to learn, they wanted to study. That was just considered normal by working people back then. And they wanted to have free lives. In fact, many of them didn't work in the mills for very long. They'd work there for a couple years, then go back to some other life. But in the early stages of the American labor movement, it was the Lowell Mill girls, or farmers who were being driven off their farms by industry, who were the ones who built up the early working class culture. When the big waves of European immigrants began to arrive in the United States, the story started to change a bit, actually. See, the major wave of immigration to the United States happened around the middle of the 19th century, and the immigrants who were arriving were fleeing from extremely impoverished parts of Europe like Ireland, for example. That was at the time of the Irish famine of 1846–51, and Ireland was being absolutely devastated by it, so a lot of people just escaped to North America if they could. People often forget, Ireland's the oldest colony in the world. It could have been a rich place, just like England, but it's been a colony for 800 years, and it's one of the few parts of the world that was not only underdeveloped, like most colonies, but also depopulated. Ireland now has about half the population it had in the early 19th century, in fact. And the Irish famine was an economist's famine. Ireland was actually exporting food to England during the famine, because the sacred principles of political economy said that that's the way it has to be. If there's a better market for it in England, that's where the food has to go, and you certainly couldn't send food to Ireland, because that would have interfered with the market. 28. So there was mass starvation taking place in Ireland, and the Irish immigrants who were coming to the United States were desperate for work, so they could be forced to work for essentially nothing. The same was also true of a lot of the people who were coming here from Southern and Eastern Europe. And that undercut the early labor movement to a significant extent. I mean, the Lowell mill girls could not, or would not, work at the level of the millions of immigrants who were coming in. So it took a long time before you started to get the growth of labor organizing here again, because the domestic workforce could just be displaced whenever it started to protest. And the poor immigrants who came here were treated like dogs. I mean, miserably treated. So for example, Irish women were used for experimentation in Menschel-style experiments in the United States in the 19th century. Menschel was a Nazi doctor who experimented on live human beings. That's not a joke. Gynecological surgery was literally developed by Mengels, who used subjects like indigent Irish women or slaves, and just subjected them to experiment after experiment, like 30 experiments, to try to figure out how to make the procedures work. In fact, doctors exactly like Joseph Menschel were honored for that. In the United States you still see their pictures up on the walls in medical schools. Point 29. So it wasn't a European input that brought about the American labor movement, quite the opposite. But I mean, these were just natural reactions. You didn't have to have any training to understand these things, you didn't have to read Marx or anything like that. It's just degrading to have to follow orders, and to be stuck in a place where you slave for 12 hours a day, then go to a dormitory where they watch your morals and so on, which is what it was like. People simply regarded that as degrading. It was the same with craftsmen, people who had been self-employed and were now being forced into the factories. They wanted to be able to run their own lives. I mean, shoemakers would hire people to read to them while they were working, and that didn't mean read Stephen King or something, it meant read real stuff. These were people who had libraries, and they wanted to live lives. They wanted to control their own work, but they were being forced into shoe manufacturing plants in places like Lowell, where they were treated, not even like animals, like machines. And that was degrading and demeaning, and they fought against it. And incidentally, they weren't fighting against it so much because it was reducing their economic level, which it wasn't. In fact, it was probably raising it. It was because it was taking power out of their hands, and subordinating them to others, and turning them into mindless tools of production. And they didn't want that. In fact, if you want to do some really interesting reading, one book I would suggest is the first book of labor history that was written ever, I think. It came out in 1924, and it was just republished in Chicago. It's called The Industrial Worker, by Norman Ware, and it's mostly excerpts from the independent labor press in the United States in the mid-19th century. 30c, there was a big independent workers' press in the United States at the time. It was about at the scale of the capitalist press, actually, and it was run by what were called factory girls, or by craftsmen. And it's extremely interesting to look at. Right through the 19th century, working people in the United States were struggling against the imposition of what they described as degradation, oppression, wage slavery, taking away our elementary rights, turning us into tools of production, everything that we now call modern capitalism, which is in fact state capitalism. They fought against for a full century, and very bitterly. It was an extremely hard struggle. And they were calling for labor republicanism. Let's go back to the days when we were free people. Labor just means people, after all. And in fact, they also were fighting against the imposition of the mass public education system, and rightly, because they understood exactly what it was, a technique to beat independence out of the heads of farmers and to turn them into docile and obedient factory workers. 31 That's ultimately why public education was instituted in the United States in the first place, to meet the needs of newly emerging industry. See, part of the process of trying to develop a degraded and obedient labor force was to make the workers stupid and passive, and mass education was one of the ways that was achieved. And of course, there was also a much broader effort to destroy the independent working class intellectual culture that had developed, which ranged from a huge amount of just outright force, to more subtle techniques like propaganda and public relations campaigns. And those efforts have been sustained right to this day, in fact. So labor unions have by now been virtually wiped out in the United States, in part by a huge amount of business propaganda, running from cinema to almost everything, and through a lot of other techniques as well. But the whole process took a long time. I'm old enough to remember what the working class culture was like in the United States. There was still a high level of it when I was growing up in the late 1930s. It took a long time to beat it out of workers' heads and turn them into passive tools. It took a long time to make people accept that this type of exploitation is the only alternative, so they'd better just forget about their rights and say, okay, I'm degraded. So the first thing that has to happen, I think, is we have to recover some of that old understanding. I mean, it all starts with cultural changes. We have to dismantle all of this stuff culturally. We've got to change people's minds, their spirits, and help them recover what was common understanding in a more civilized period, like a century ago on the shop floors of Lowell. If that kind of understanding could be natural among a huge part of the general population in the 19th century, it can be natural again today. And it's something we've really got to work on now. The fraud of modern economics. Man, noam, you mentioned Ireland being forced to export food to England during the Irish famine because of the supposed demands of the free market. How exactly did that kind of free market economic thinking get instituted as legitimate in the universities and in the popular ideology as a whole over the years? For instance, the work of the social Darwinists who claimed that natural selection and survival of the fittest determine individual and societal wealth, and of Malthus, early 19th century economist who argued that poverty was inevitable and population growth should be checked by famine, war, and disease, and others who in various ways blamed the poor for being poor. Malthus gets kind of a bad press. Actually, he's singled out as the guy who said that people should just be left to starve if they can't support themselves, but really that was pretty much the line of classical economics in general. In fact, Malthus was one of the founders of classical economics, right alongside of guys like David Ricardo. Malthus's point was basically this: if you don't have independent wealth, and you can't sell your labor on the market at a level at which you can survive, then you have no right being here. Go to the workhouse prison or go somewhere else. And in those days, go somewhere else meant go to North America, or to Australia, and so on. Now, he wasn't saying it was anyone's fault if they were poor and had to remove themselves. He was saying, it's a law of nature that this is the way it has to be. 32 Ricardo in fact said that it was true at the level of the principle of gravitation, and of course, to try to interfere with a law of nature like that only makes things worse. 33. So what both Malthus and Ricardo were arguing, sort of in parallel, was that you only harm the poor by making them believe that they have rights other than what they can win on the market, like a basic right to live, because that kind of right interferes with the market, and with efficiency, and with growth and so on. So ultimately people will just be worse off if you try to recognize them. And as you suggest, those ideas are basically still taught today. I don't think the free market ideology that's taught in university economics departments right now is very much different. Sure, you have more mathematical formulas and so on today, but really it's pretty much the same story. Man, but how did that thinking get instituted? How did it get instituted? As a weapon of class warfare. Actually, the history of this is kind of intriguing, and as far as I know, there's only one book about it. It's by a good economic historian named Rajneekanth, who was just rewarded for his efforts by being thrown out of the University of Utah. But he goes through it all, and it's very revealing. 34. You see, during the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, as England was coming out of a feudal-type society and into what's basically a state capitalist system, the rising bourgeoisie there had a problem. In a traditional society like the feudal system, people had a certain place, and they had certain rights. In fact, they had what was called at the time a right to live. I mean, under feudalism it may have been a lousy right, but nevertheless people were assumed to have some natural entitlement for survival. But with the rise of what we call capitalism, that right had to be destroyed, people had to have it knocked out of their heads that they had any automatic right to live beyond what they could win for themselves on the labor market. And that was the main point of classical economics. 35. Remember the context in which all of this was taking place. Classical economics developed after a period in which a large part of the English population had been forcibly driven off the land they had been farming for centuries. That was by force. It wasn't a pretty picture, i.e. intensive enclosure of communal lands by Acts of Parliament occurred between 1750 and 1860. In fact, very likely one of the main reasons why England led the Industrial Revolution was just that they had been much more violent in driving people off the land than in other places. For instance, in France a lot of people were able to remain on the land, and therefore they resisted industrialization more. 36. But even after the rising bourgeoisie in England had driven millions of peasants off the land, there was a period when the population's right to live still was preserved by what we would today call welfare. There was a set of laws in England which gave people rights, called the Poor Laws initially and most comprehensively codified in 1601, which essentially kept you alive if you couldn't survive otherwise. They provided sort of a minimum level of subsistence, like subsidies on food and so on. And there was also something called the Corn Laws dating in varying forms from the 12th century, which gave landlords certain rights beyond those they could get on the market. They raised the price of corn, that sort of thing. And together, these laws were considered among the main impediments to the new rising British industrial class, so therefore they just had to go. Well, those people needed an ideology to support their effort to knock out of people's heads the idea that they had this basic right to live, and that's what classical economics was about. Classical economics said, no one has any right to live, you only have a right to what you can gain for yourself on the labor market. And the founders of classical economics in fact said they developed a scientific theory of it, with, as they put it, the certainty of the principle of gravitation. All right, by the 1830s, political conditions in England had changed enough so that the rising bourgeoisie were able to kill the poor laws. They were significantly limited in 1832, and then later they managed to do away with the Corn Laws in 1846. And by around 1840 or 1845, they won the elections and took over the government. Then at that point, a very interesting thing happened. They gave up the theory, and political economy changed. It changed for a number of reasons. For one thing, these guys had won, so they didn't need it so much as an ideological weapon anymore. For another, they recognized that they themselves needed a powerful interventionist state to defend industry from the hardships of competition in the open market, as they always had in fact. And beyond that, eliminating people's right to live was starting to have some negative side effects. First of all, it was causing riots all over the place. For a long period, the British Army was mostly preoccupied with putting down riots across England. Then something even worse happened. The population started to organize. You got the beginnings of an organized labor movement, and later the Chartist movement and 1838-48 popular campaign for parliamentary reform, and then a socialist movement developed. And at that point, the elites in England recognized that the game just had to be called off, or else they really would be in trouble. So by the time you get to the second half of the 19th century, things like John Stuart Mill's Principles of Political Economy, which gives kind of a social democratic line, were becoming the reigning ideology. See, the science happens to be a very flexible one, you can change it to do whatever you feel like, it's that kind of science. So by the middle of the 19th century, the science had changed, and now it turned out that laissez-faire, the idea that the economy functions best without government interference, was a bad thing after all, and what you got instead were the intellectual foundations for what's called the welfare state. And in fact, for a century afterwards, laissez-faire was basically a dirty word, nobody talked about it anymore. And what the science now said was that you had better give the population some way of surviving, or else they're going to challenge your right to rule. You can take away their right to live, but then they're going to take away your right to rule, and that's no good, so ways have to be found to accommodate them. Well, it wasn't until recent years that laissez-faire ideology was revived again and again, it was as a weapon of class warfare. I mean, as far as I can see, the principles of classical economics in effect are still taught. I don't think what's taught in the University of Chicago economics department today is all that different. What's called neoliberalism in economics stands stressing cutbacks in social services, stable currencies, and balanced budgets. And it doesn't have any more validity than it had in the early 19th century. In fact, it has even less. At least in the early 19th century, Ricardo's and Malthus's assumptions had some relation to reality. Today those assumptions have no relation to reality. Look, the basic assumption of the classical economists was that labor is highly mobile and capital is relatively immobile. That's required, that's crucial to proving all their nice theorems. That was the reason they could say, if you can't get enough to survive on the labor market, go someplace else, because you could go someplace else. After the native populations of places like the United States and Australia and Tasmania were exterminated or driven away, then yeah, poor Europeans could go someplace else. So in the early 19th century, labor was indeed mobile. And back then, capital was indeed immobile, first because capital primarily meant land, and you can't move land, and also because to the extent that there was investment, it was very local, like, you didn't have communication systems that allowed for easy transfers of money all around the world, like we do today. So in the early 19th century, the assumption that labor is mobile and capital is immobile was more or less realistic, and on the basis of that assumption, you could try to prove things about comparative advantage and all the stuff you learn in school about Portugal and wine and so on. Ricardo's most famous hypothetical for demonstrating how free trade could be mutually advantageous to participating countries involved England concentrating on selling cloth and Portugal wine. Incidentally, if you want to know how well those theorems actually work, just compare Portugal and England after 100 years of trying them out, growing wine versus industrializing as possible modes of development. But let's put that aside. Well, by now the assumptions underpinning these theories are not only false, they're the opposite of the truth. By now labor is immobile, through immigration restrictions and so on, and capital is highly mobile, primarily because of technological changes. So none of the results work anymore. But you're still taught them, you're still taught the theories exactly as before, even though the reality today is the exact opposite of what was assumed in the early 19th century. I mean, if you look at some of the fancier economists, Paul Krugman, and so on, they've got all kinds of little tricks here and there to make the results not quite so grotesquely ridiculous as they'd otherwise be. But fundamentally, it all just is pretty ridiculous. I mean, if capital is mobile and labor is immobile, there's no reason why mobile capital shouldn't seek absolute advantage and play one national workforce against another, go wherever the labor is cheapest and thereby drive everybody's standard of living down. In fact, that's exactly what we're seeing in NAFTA. The North American Free Trade Agreement and all these other international trade agreements which are being instituted right now. Nothing in these abstract economic models actually works in the real world. It doesn't matter how many footnotes they put in, or how many ways they tinker around the edges. The whole enterprise is totally rotten at the core, it has no relation to reality anymore, and furthermore, it never did. The real market. So take a look at one of the things you don't say if you're an economist within one of the ideological institutions, although surely every economist has to know it. Take the fact that there is not a single case on record in history of any country that has developed successfully through adherence to free market principles, none. Certainly not the United States. I mean, the United States has always had extensive state intervention in the economy, right from the earliest days. We would be exporting fur right now if we were following the principles of comparative advantage. Look, the reason why the Industrial Revolution took off in places like Lowell and Lawrence is because of high protectionist tariffs the US government set up to keep out British goods. And the same thing runs right up to today, like, we would not have successful high-tech industry in the United States today if it wasn't for a huge public subsidy to advanced industry, mostly through the Pentagon system and NASA and so on, that doesn't have the vaguest relation to a free market. In fact, if you want a good illustration, Just read today's New York Times. There's a story on the business page about how we've got a funny kind of economic recovery going on in the country right now. There's a lot of economic growth, but not many good new jobs, big surprise. And they use one factory as an example, a stove factory that's being set up in Tulsa by the Whirlpool Corporation. Well, the last paragraph of the article points out how the free market really works. The reason why Whirlpool decided to put the factory in Tulsa instead of, say, in Mexico, is that the taxpayers in Tulsa County are going to pay 25% of the corporation's capital costs. 37 Okay, that's how the free market really works. In fact, that's how it's always worked, from the early days of the Industrial Revolution right up until this morning, without any known exception. 38. As a matter of fact, the United States has been the most economically protectionist country in history. We've traditionally had the highest protectionist tariffs in the world, so much so that one leading economic historian in a recent book, published by the University of Chicago Press, no less, describes us as the mother country and bastion of modern protectionism. 39 So for example, in the late 19th century, when Europe was actually toying around with laissez-faire for a brief period, American tariffs were 5 to 10 times as high as theirs, and that was the fastest economic growth period in American history. 40. And it goes on right until the present. The United States developed a steel industry a century ago because it radically violated the rules of the free market, and it was able to recover its steel industry in the last decade or so by doing things like restricting imports from abroad, destroying labor unions to drive down wages, and slamming huge tariffs on foreign steel. 41 I mean, the Reaganites always talked enthusiastically about market forces, but they refused to allow them to function, and for a very simple reason: if market forces had been allowed to function, the United States would no longer have an automobile industry, or a microchip industry, or computers, or electronics, because they would have just been wiped out by the Japanese. So therefore the Reaganites closed off American markets and poured in huge amounts of public funds. And actually, they were perfectly frank about it to the business community, though of course, not to the public. So when he was Secretary of the Treasury, James Baker proudly proclaimed to a business audience in 1987 that Ronald Reagan has granted more import relief to U.S. industry than any of his predecessors in more than half a century, which was far too modest. Actually, Reagan probably provided more import relief to industry than all his predecessors combined in that period. 42. Of course, the free market ideology is very useful. It's a weapon against the general population here, because it's an argument against social spending, and it's a weapon against poor people abroad, because we can hold it up to them and say, you guys have to follow these rules, then just go ahead and rob them. But nobody really pays any attention to this stuff when it comes to actual planning, and no one ever has. So there was just a British study of the 100 leading transnational corporations in the Fortune 500, and it found that of the 100, every single one of them had benefited from what's called state industrial policy, that is, from some form of government intervention in the country in which they're based. And of the 100, they said at least 20 had been saved from total collapse by state intervention at one point or another. For instance, the Lockheed Corporation was going under in the early 1970s, and the Nixon administration just bailed them out with public funds. 43 Okay, so they're back in business. And now they stay in business because the public pays for C-130S military aircraft, and upgrading F-16S, and the F-22 project, and so on, none of which has anything to do with a free market either. Or take the fact that so many people live in the suburbs and everybody has to drive their own car everywhere. Was that a result of the free market? No. It was because the US government carried out a massive social engineering project in the 1950s to destroy the public transportation system in favor of expanding a highly inefficient system based on cars and airplanes, because that's what benefits big industry. It started with corporate conspiracies to buy up and eliminate streetcar systems, and then continued with huge public subsidies to build the highway system and encourage an extremely inefficient and environmentally destructive alternative. That's what led to the suburbanization of the country, so you get huge shopping malls in the suburbs, and devastation in the inner cities. 44 But these policies were a result of planning, they had nothing to do with the free market. Actually, the most dramatic example of these market distortions that I can think of, which I suspect is never even taught in economics courses, concerns the reason why the United States had an industrial revolution in the first place. Remember, the Industrial Revolution was fueled by textiles, meaning one commodity, cotton. And cotton was cheap, that was crucially important. Well, why was cotton cheap? Was it because of market forces? No. Cotton was cheap because they exterminated the native population here and brought in slaves. That's why cotton was cheap. Genocide and slavery. Try to imagine a more severe market distortion than that. Other countries who had their own cotton resources also tried to start on industrial revolutions, but they didn't get very far, because England had more guns, and stopped them by force. Egypt, for example, had its own cotton resources, and started on an industrial revolution at about the same time as the United States did, around 1820. But the British weren't going to tolerate an economic competitor in the Eastern Mediterranean, so they just stopped it by force. Okay, no industrial revolution in Egypt. 45. The same thing also happened in Britain's earliest experiment with these ideas, in what was called Bengal, in India. In fact, Bengal was one of the first places colonized in the 18th century, and when Robert Clive, British conqueror, first landed there, he described it as a paradise. Dhaka, he said, is just like London, and they in fact referred to it as the Manchester of India. It was rich and populous, there was high-quality cotton, agriculture, advanced industry, a lot of resources, jute, all sorts of things. It was in fact comparable to England in its manufacturing level, and really looked like it was going to take off. Well, look at it today. Dhaka, the Manchester of India, is the capital of Bangladesh, the absolute symbol of disaster. 46 And that's because the British just despoiled the country and destroyed it, by the equivalent of what we would today call structural adjustment, i.e. economic policies from the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, which expose third world economies to foreign penetration and control. In fact, India generally was a real competitor with England. As late as the 1820s, the British were learning advanced techniques of steel making there. India was building ships for the British Navy at the time of the Napoleonic Wars 1803 to 1815, they had a developed textiles industry, they were producing more iron than all of Europe combined, so the British just proceeded to deindustrialize the country by force and turn it into an impoverished rural society. 47 Was that competition in the free market. And it goes on and on. The United States annexed Texas in 1845, and one of the main reasons for that was to ensure that the U.S. achieved a monopoly on cotton, which was the oil of the 19th century. It was what really fueled the industrial economies. So the American leadership figured that if they could take Texas, which was a major cotton-producing area, then they would be able to strangle England economically. See, England was the main enemy at that time. They hated England. It was much more powerful militarily than the United States. It kept us from conquering Canada and seizing Cuba the way elites here wanted to, and in fact, the only reason the American colonists had been able to defeat England in the American Revolution in the first place was that the French military had massively intervened in the colonial uprising here to help overthrow British power. 48 So England was the real enemy. And if you read the Jacksonian Democrats, Presidents Polk and Tyler and so on, they were saying, if we can get Texas, we can bring England to our feet and gain mastery of the trade of the world. In fact, the worst charges, paranoid charges, that were leveled against Saddam Hussein before the Gulf War apply precisely to the Jacksonian Democrats. They wanted to monopolize the main resource of the world so they could bring everybody else to their feet. 49. And exactly the same lessons apply today. Today it's oil that's at the center of the industrial economies. And why is oil cheap? Well, that's what you pay your taxes for. A large part of the Pentagon system exists to make sure that oil prices stay within a certain range, not too low, Because Western economies and energy corporations depend on the profits from it, but not too high, because that might interfere with what's called the efficiency of international trade, i.e. because transport and other costs of trade rise with the oil price. Well, trade is only efficient because a lot of force and international violence keeps oil prices from going too high, so if you really wanted to measure the efficiency of trade, you'd have to figure in all of the other costs which make it that way, like the costs of the Pentagon for one. And if anyone ever did that, you couldn't possibly say that trade is efficient. If anybody ever bothered to calculate these things, the efficiency of trade would drop very, very low, and it would in fact prove to be extremely inefficient. I mean, these market distortions are not footnotes, they are absolutely huge phenomena. Nobody ever tries to estimate them, because economics is not a serious field, but people in the business world know about them perfectly well, which is why they've always called upon a powerful state to protect them from market discipline. They don't want market discipline any more than they want democratic control, and they've always blocked it. And the same is true of just about every aspect of any developed economy there is. Automation. Well, let's just take one last case of this, an extremely important and revealing one. Let's look at automation. I mean, it's standardly claimed these days that the reason why the population is suffering, why people have been losing jobs at a mad rate, real wages have been going down for the last 25 years and so on, is due to, as Ricardo said, laws like the principle of gravitation. Inexorable market forces are making it that way, like automation or the efficiency of international trade. That's the standard argument. These things are inevitable because the market is just imposing them on us. 50 It's all total bullshit. I mentioned one reason why the efficiency of trade argument is mostly a fraud. Now let's look at automation. Well, it's true that automation is efficient, like, by market principles, automation saves businessmen money and drives workers out of jobs. But it didn't get that way because of the market, not at all. It only got that way through intensive and prolonged funding and development through the state sector. That's market distortion. I mean, for 30 years automation was developed through the military system in the United States, and the reason why it took so long and cost so much is that automation was so inefficient to begin with that it couldn't possibly have survived in the market, so therefore automation was developed the same way we develop most high technology, through the public sector. See, in the Air Force and the Navy, where most of this took place, nobody cares about costs because the taxpayer's paying, so the development can be as expensive and inefficient as you like. And in that way, they were able to develop automation to the point where it could then be used to drive people out of work and make profits for corporations. For instance, take the history of automated numerical control of metal cutting machines, i.e. translation of part specifications into mathematical information that can be fed into machines without the need for skilled machinists. That was developed through the Air Force. It went on for decades, and finally it got efficient enough so that it could be handed over to the corporations and they could then throw out their workers. But it didn't happen through market forces, not at all. It was the result of massive state intervention. Furthermore, if you look at the kind of automation that was developed, you see precisely what workers in the early labor movement were complaining about, being turned into mindless tools of production. I mean, automation could have been designed in such a way as to use the skills of skilled machinists and to eliminate management. There's nothing inherent in automation that says it can't be used that way. But it wasn't, believe me, it was used in exactly the opposite way. Automation was designed through the state system to demean and degrade people, to deskill workers and increase managerial control. And again, that had nothing to do with the market, and it had nothing to do with the nature of the technology. It had to do with straight power interests. So the kind of automation that was developed in places like the MIT engineering department was very carefully designed so that it would create interchangeable workers and enhance managerial control, and that was not for economic reasons. 51 I mean, study after study, including by management firms like Arthur D. Little and so on, show that managers have selected automation even when it cuts back on profits just because it gives them more control over their workforce. 52. If you're interested, There's been some very interesting work done on this. The guy who's done the best work is David Noble. For his sins he was denied tenure at MIT, and now he's teaching in Canada. He wrote a book called Forces of Production, which is a pretty specialized technical analysis mainly of the development of numerical control of machinery, but he's also got a good popular book out, called Progress Without People, in defense of Luddism. Unfortunately, this is the kind of book that's published like in Kathmandu or something. It's published by a very small anarchist press in Chicago. But it's very interesting, didn't make him too popular in the faculty club and so on. Point 53. One of the things he discusses there is Luddism, a movement of English workers who wrecked industrial machines, which began in 1811. See, the Luddites are always accused of having wanted to destroy machinery, but it's been known in scholarship for a long time that that's not true. What they really wanted to do was to prevent themselves from being deskilled, and Noble talks about this in his book. The Luddites had nothing against machinery itself, they just didn't want it to destroy them. They wanted it to be developed in such a way that it would enhance their skills and their power, and not degrade and destroy them, which of course makes perfect sense. And that sentiment runs right throughout the working class movements of the 19th century, actually, and you can even see it today. Well, if economics were like a real field, these are the kinds of things they would be studying. None of it is very complicated, like, everybody knows why cotton was cheap. For instance, everybody who went to elementary school knows why cotton was cheap, and if it hadn't been for cheap cotton, there wouldn't have been an industrial revolution. It's not hard. But I'd be very surprised if anybody teaches this stuff in economics courses in the United States. I mean, sure, there are some market forces operating, but the reality is, they're pretty much off around the edges. And when people talk about the progress of automation and free market trade forces inevitably kicking all these people out of work and driving the whole world towards kind of a third world type polarization of wealth, I mean, that's true if you take a narrow enough perspective on it. But if you look into the factors that made things the way they are, it doesn't even come close to being true. It's not even remotely in touch with reality. But when you're studying economics in the ideological institutions, that's all just irrelevant, and you're not supposed to ask questions like these. You have all the information right in front of you, but these are simply not matters that it is proper to spend time talking about. A revolutionary change in moral values. Man, noam, given an intellectual culture like the one you've been describing, can you find any honest intellectuals in the US? You can find them, but like I say, usually they're not inside the institutions, and that's for a very good reason. There is no reason why institutions of power and domination should tolerate or encourage people who try to undermine them. That would be completely dysfunctional. So typically you're going to find major efforts made to marginalize the honest and serious intellectuals, the people who are committed to what I would call Enlightenment values, values of truth, and freedom, and liberty, and justice. And those efforts will to a large extent succeed. Man, who are those people? I mean, you make the whole situation look very bleak. Who would you say are the intellectuals that are going about things in the right way? Well, very often they're the people who have done things to make a real change in the world. Take the SNCC. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee activists, for example. They were serious intellectuals, and they made a big change. Or take the people in the 1960s who did the work that's led to so many of the improvements we've seen in the country over the last 20 years. And work didn't just mean running around the streets waving signs, you know, it also meant thinking about things, and figuring out what the problems were, and trying to teach people about them and convince them. Despite what you always hear, that was not elite intellectuals. The liberal intellectual community in the United States was always strongly opposed to the people who protested the American aggression in Indochina on principled grounds. They were not the ones assisting the popular movements. Well, those people were serious intellectuals, in my view. So you see, there is sort of an honest left intelligentsia, if you like, meaning intellectuals who are not serving power as either a red bureaucracy, or as state capitalist commissar equivalents. It's just that most of the time they're outside the institutions, and for almost trivial reasons. You're not going to find a militant labor activist as chairman of the board of General Electric, right? Yeah, how could there be? But there are people all over the place who are honest and committed, and are thinking about the world, and trying to change it many more today than there were 30 years ago, in fact. I mean, it's standardly claimed that there's less of a left intelligentsia around today in the United States than there was in the 50s and 60s, but I don't believe a word of it. I think the opposite is true, actually. Just take a look at the people who they're calling the big thinkers of the 1950s, who were they? They were intelligent people, like Edmund Wilson's an intelligent person but left intellectual. Or Mary McCarthy, yeah, smart person, wrote some nice novels but not a left intellectual. In fact, what you have now is much more serious activists all over the place, people who are thinking carefully about important questions, and who understand a lot. I travel around all the time giving talks, and throughout the 1980s I was amazed to go to places and see it. Take the Central America Solidarity Movement, which was a pretty dramatic development. I don't think there's ever been anything like it in history, in fact. I'd go to a church in Kansas, or some town in Montana or Wyoming or something, Anchorage, Alaska, and find people there who know more about Latin America certainly than the CIA, which isn't very hard actually, but more than people in the academic departments of universities. They're people who've thought about it, and who've understood things, and brought a lot of intelligence to the issues. I can't even tell you their names, there are too many of them. Also, I'm not even sure the word left is the right word for them. A lot of them were probably Christian conservatives, but they were very radical people in my view, and intellectuals who understood, and who did a lot. They created a popular movement which not only protested US atrocities, but actually engaged themselves in the lives of the victims. They took a much more courageous stand than was ever done in the 1960s. I mean, the popular resistance that took place in the 60s was important, but there was nobody back then who even dreamt of going to a Vietnamese village and living there, because maybe a white face would limit the capacity of the marauders to kill and destroy. That wasn't even an idea in your head. In fact, nobody even went to try to report the war from the side of the victims. That was unheard of. But in the 1980s it was common, plenty of people did it. In fact, people who were coming out of religious groups like Witness for Peace were doing that by the thousands and tens of thousands. And the people who were doing that are serious left intellectuals, in my viewpoint. 54. Remember, what will be labeled left in the general culture and given publicity is going to be something that's ugly enough so that people can be rallied to oppose it. So books are coming out now about left intellectuals in France who were Stalinists, and look at the awful things they did. Okay, that kind of left intelligentsia is allowed to have publicity and prominence. In fact, the elite culture will give them as much prominence as it can. Or people will say the left is things like the Spartacist League, or the Socialist Workers' Party, or something little sectlets, the kinds of groups that anybody who's been involved in movement activities knows are the people who hang around your offices and your talks trying to see if they can disrupt things. That's not the left, that's parasites that undermine the left. But to show how lousy the left is, the elite press will say, oh, the Spartacist League doesn't have a lot of members. Yeah, big excitement. Point 55. On the other hand, the real left they don't talk about, like they don't talk about the thousands and thousands of people involved in this, that and the other cause doing serious work. So if by left you mean people who are struggling for peace and justice and freedom and human rights, and for social change and elimination of authority structures, whether in personal life or in the institutions, if that's what the left is, there are more of them around than I can remember in my lifetime, at least. A lot more. Man, there really has been a big change in the culture. Yes. If you take almost any area you can think of in life, whether it's race, or sex, or military intervention, the environment, these are all things that didn't even exist in the 1950s, people didn't even think they were issues, you just submitted. And people don't anymore. I mean, if I just look at pictures from the early 60s, I can hardly believe how disciplined everything was, how deep the authority structures were even just in personal relations, and in the way you looked and talked when you went out with your friends. Younger people may not always realize it, but life's a lot easier than it was 40 years ago. There's been a big change, there are a lot of successes to point to. Look, a lot of this stuff got started over the Vietnam War. Well, in terms of official ideology, all of us who were opposed to the war just lost, flat out, within the mainstream institutions. The only question today is, have the Vietnamese done enough to compensate us for the crimes that they committed against us? That's the only question you're allowed to discuss if you want to be a part of the educated culture in the United States. So George Bush can get up and say, the Vietnamese should understand that we bear them no permanent grudge, we're not going to make them pay for everything they did to us. If they finally come clean, devote their entire lives and every last resource they have to searching for the remains of one of those people they viciously blew out of the sky, then maybe we'll allow them entry into the civilized world and there won't be a single editorial writer or columnist who either falls on the floor laughing, or else says, this guy is worse than the Nazis. Because that's the way they all are. The only issue is, will we forgive them for the crimes that they committed against us? 56 Among the educated sector of the population in the US, there is overwhelming opposition to the war, but it's only on what are called pragmatic grounds, namely, we couldn't get away with it. So, we tried, we made blundering efforts to do good, but it was a mistake. Well, at that level, we've just lost the entire discussion. On the other hand, let's go to the general population. To this day, after 25 years of this endless, unremitting propaganda to which no response is ever tolerated, 66% of the American population still disagrees with the elite culture that tells you there's been a victory at another level. I mean, if 2/3 of the population still says in polls, after all of this brainwashing, that the war was fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake, well, something got through. And remember, everybody who's choosing that answer is choosing it all by themselves, because that is not what they hear in the mainstream culture, certainly not from educated people. 57. And the thing we have to keep in mind is, the people in power know it, they might not want us to know it, but they know it. In fact, it's even clear from their own documents that they know it. For example, a very important early Bush administration planning document on Third World intervention was leaked to the press and published on the day of the ground attack in the Gulf War by Maureen Dowd, incidentally, who's basically a gossip columnist for the New York Times. It was an interagency study on the general world situation, prepared by the CIA and the Pentagon and others during an early stage of the Bush administration, well before the Gulf War. And it had a section on U.S. military intervention, and what they said was, in the case of confrontations with much weaker enemies, meaning anybody we're willing to fight, we must not only defeat them, but we must defeat them decisively and rapidly, because anything else will undercut political support, which is understood to be extremely thin. 588. See, their belief is, maybe we can frighten the domestic population and get them to huddle under the flag for a couple days, but unless we get the intervention over with quickly, it's hopeless. People are going to start to rise up and pressure us to stop it. These people recognize that there can't be classical interventions anymore. US soldiers slogging it out in Vietnam for years and years. It has to be either clandestine warfare, as in Peru now, where not one American in 10,000 knows there are US troops, or the Panama/Iraq game, with enormous propaganda about the enemy ready to destroy us, and then a quick victory without any fighting. 59. Well, that's just a radical difference from the Kennedy period, and that difference reflects major changes in the culture. Powerful people here understand that they do not have the option of carrying out foreign interventions anymore, unless they carry out decisive, rapid victories over totally defenseless enemies, after having first gone to great lengths to demonize them. They certainly recognize that, and that's a tremendous victory for the left. And anybody who's my age or even a little bit younger must also realize that it's a very different country today, and a much more civilized one. Just look at the issue of the rights of indigenous peoples. When I was a kid, I considered myself a radical anarchist, this, that and the other thing, but I was playing cowboys and Indians with my friends, you know, shoot the Indians. That's like playing Aryans and Jews in Germany, you go out and try to kill the Jews. Well, that lasted for a very long time in the United States, and nobody even noticed anything curious about it. I mean, just to tell you another story, I live in Lexington, a mainly upper-middle-class professional town near Boston, which is very liberal. Everybody votes for the Democrats, they all give to the right causes, and so on. Well, in 1969, the year's interesting, one of my kids was in 4th grade, and she had a social studies textbook about the early history of New England, called Exploring New England. The book was centered on a boy named Robert, who was being shown the glories of colonial New England by some older man or something. Well, one day I decided to poke through it, because I was curious about how the authors were going to deal with the colonists' extermination of the native peoples here. So I turned to the point in the book where they got to the first really major act of genocide in New England, the Pequot Massacre of 1637, when the colonists murdered the Pequot tribe. And to my surprise, it was described quite accurately. The colonists went into the village and slaughtered all the men, women, and children, burned everything down, burned out all the Pequot's crops. Then I got to the bottom line. The bottom line had this boy, Robert, who's being told all of these things, say, "I wish I were a man and had been there." In other words, it was a positive presentation. That was in 1969, right after the My Lai massacre was exposed. 60. That would be inconceivable today because there have been very important changes in the culture, and a real increase in civilization. And those changes are largely the result of a lot of very significant activism and organizing over the last couple decades, by people that I would refer to as honest intellectuals. In fact, I think all of the screaming about political correctness that we hear these days in the elite culture is basically just a tantrum over the fact that it has been impossible to crush all of the dissidents and the activism and the concern that's developed in the general population in the last 30 years. I mean, it's not that some of these P.C. things they point out aren't true. Yeah, sure, some of them are true. But the real problem is that the huge right-wing effort to retake control of the ideological system didn't work, and since their mentality is basically totalitarian, any break in their control is considered a huge tragedy. 98% control isn't enough, you have to have 100% control. These are totalitarian strains. But they couldn't get it, especially among the general population. They have not been able to beat back all of the gains of the popular movements since the 1960s, which simply led to a lot of concern about sexism and racism and environmental issues, respect for other cultures, and all this other bad stuff. And it's led to real hysteria among elites, so you get this whole PC comedy. I mean, right now the universities are all flooded with Olin professorships of free enterprise endowed by the conservative Olin Foundation. There are glossy right-wing magazines handed out free to every student, and these are not just right-wing, but crazy right-wing. Meanwhile, everybody's screaming about how the left has taken over. And that's all just out of hysteria that they haven't gotten back total control. In fact, they probably lost most of the population by now. And there's no reason to think that those changes have ended. I think there's every reason to think that they could go a lot further, and ultimately lead to changes in the institutions. Again, people just have to remember, there is nothing in the mainstream culture that is ever going to tell you you've succeeded. They're always going to tell you you've failed. I mean, the official view of the 60s is that it was a bunch of crazies running around burning down the universities and making noise, because they were hysterics, or because they were afraid to go to Vietnam or something. That's the official story. And that's what people always hear from the intellectual culture. They may know from their own lives and experience that that's not what really happened, but they never hear anybody saying it. That's not the message the system is always pouring into you through television and radio and newspapers, and books, and histories, and so on and so forth. It's beating into your head another story that you failed, and that you should have failed, because you were just a bunch of crazies. And of course, It's natural that the official culture would take that view. It does not want people to understand that you can make changes. That's the last thing it wants people to understand. So if there have been changes, it's because we the elites are so great that we carried through the changes. When they bow to pressures, they're going to present that as their benevolence. Like, we ended slavery because we were such great moral figures that we decided we didn't like slavery, but the cause is gone, the slave revolts and the abolitionist movement are gone. And we've seen that on a not so trivial scale in the last 30 years with regard to the 60s movements. There's been something close to a revolutionary change in moral values and cultural level in the general population, but since that change has taken place without any lasting institutional effects, the intellectual culture can just keep pounding home its moral, you guys are worthless, you can't do anything, why don't you just shut up and go home? That's what they're always going to tell us, and we should try to remember that. 8. Popular struggle. Based on discussions in Massachusetts, Maryland, Ontario, California, and Wyoming in 1989 and between 1993 and 1996. Discovering new forms of oppression. Man, Dr. Chomsky, some of your examples just re-emphasize for me how power is not with popular opinion. I'm wondering, what do you think should happen if power ever gets back into popular hands? Well, it wouldn't be back, because it never was there. But I think what we want to do is to extend the domains of popular power in as many areas as possible. In fact, a large part of human history is just that, a struggle to extend the domains of popular power and to break down centers of concentrated power. Take the American Revolution, for example. There was kind of an ideological structure behind it, and that ideological structure was in part libertarian. So if you really took the rhetoric seriously, and to some extent the 18th century Jeffersonians did, it wasn't nothing. What you wanted to do was to break down concentrations of power and to create a society of essentially equal participants. Now of course, their sense of equal participants included only a very small part of the population, white male property owners. Today we would call that a reversion to Nazism, and rightly so. I mean, suppose some third world country came out saying that a part of the population is only 3/5 human. That's in the US Constitution. In fact, point one, that would be unacceptable. So the American Constitution was basically for white male property owners, because they're the only ones who are real people, but the idea was supposed to be that they're more or less equal, and therefore you want to break down the concentrations of power that are oppressing them. Well, in those days that meant church power, state power, the feudal system, and so on, and what you were supposed to get was this egalitarian society for the people, equals white male property owners. Well, it didn't work out that way, even for the white male property owners, but that was the picture behind it. And to some extent it was achieved. Some forms of centralized power were in fact dissolved. And the course of American history since then has just gone on from there. In the 19th century, concentrated power began to be located in corporations. That's another center of power that now has to be dissolved, and if you're an 18th century style libertarian, that's what your main critique will be of today. But it seems to me that this is a process which goes on forever. It's not something that you ever finish with. I mean, my own suspicion is that with any victory that's won, we will then discover that there's some other form of authority and repression we didn't even notice before, and we'll try to go after that one. And certainly there is real progress you can point to. So while from the point of view of Jeffersonian libertarians in the 18th century, there was no deviation from democracy and freedom if rights were limited to white male property owners, nobody except some Neanderthal would accept that view today. Well, that's progress, that's cultural and social progress. And that progress was achieved through struggle. It didn't happen because somebody sat around and talked about it. It happened through the struggles of the abolitionists, and the women's movement, and the labor movement, and others. Freedom of speech. Man, but don't we need to do something to reverse the trend of revolutions falling short throughout history? Don't we have to change the psychology of human beings before a really libertarian revolution would succeed? Well, We're not going to change people's psychology. That's a matter for revolution, that's not just going to happen. But I don't think the failure of revolutions reflects so much the psychology of human beings as it reflects the realities of power. Now, in general, I think it's true that popular revolutions fail, and one or another elite grouping takes over afterwards. But popular revolutions also succeed. We're no longer living in the Middle Ages, after all. Take something like freedom of speech. That's a very important right, but it has only very recently been achieved. Freedom of speech is an interesting case, actually, where popular struggles over hundreds of years have finally managed to expand a domain of freedom to the point where it's pretty good, in fact in the United States, the best in the world. But it didn't just happen, it happened through the struggles of the labor movement, and the civil rights movement, and the women's movement, and everything else. It's the popular movements which expanded the domain of freedom of speech until it began to be meaningful. If those popular movements hadn't taken place, we'd still be where we were, say, in 1920, when there wasn't even a theoretical right of freedom of speech. The history of this is remarkable, it's not very well known. Take the Supreme Court. As many free speech cases came to the United States Supreme Court from 1959 to 1974 as in the entire preceding history of the court, it was only then that freedom of speech was being 1.2. I mean, there had been important advances towards it through the struggles of the labor movement, which had expanded it to include the rights of picketing and labor organizing, but it wasn't until around the late 1950s that the right of freedom of speech really began to be claimed by popular movements, and because of that it found its way into the courts, and the courts began passing decisions. It wasn't until 1964 that the Supreme Court struck down the 1798 Sedition Act, which forbade spoken or written criticism of the government, Congress, or the President. That's very recent history. Man, but were there ever any prosecutions under the sedition laws? Oh sure, plenty of prosecutions. Point 3. After the First World War, for example, Eugene Debs' Socialist Party and labor leader was put in jail for 10 years for making a pacifist speech. He was prosecuted under the 1917 Espionage Act, which was another sedition law. That was a presidential candidate went to jail for 10 years for making a speech. Point 4. Or take the Smith Act of 1940, for example, people went to jail under the Smith Act. That made it illegal to join a group which advocated and didn't do anything about changing the social order. Point 5. And all of these prosecutions were upheld by the Supreme Court. Remember, they were held to be consistent with the Constitution. 6. In fact, if you look at some of the things that are called victories for freedom of speech, you find that they weren't that at all. Take the famous clear and present danger criterion to justify repressing speech. That was from a decision by Holmes, Supreme Court Justice, in 1919, one of Holmes's first big speech decisions. It was Schenck vs. United States, for a long time considered one of the big victories for civil liberties. Here's the case. Schenck was a Jewish socialist activist who put out a pamphlet in which he criticized the draft as illegal. He gave constitutional arguments, and he urged people to oppose the draft by legal means. Try to oppose the draft in the courts. That's what his pamphlet said. It probably went out to 20 people or something. He was brought to court and condemned for sedition, assaulting the state with words. It went up to the Supreme Court, and this was just at the point when Holmes and Brandeis were beginning to make a crack in the authoritarian tradition. Holmes wrote the decision for a unanimous court, in which he upheld the conviction. That's something that people forget. He upheld Schenck's conviction and he put forth this clear and present danger criterion: you can be punished if you falsely cry fire, in a crowded theater. Holmes said, you can control freedom of speech when there is a clear and present danger, and when Schenck put out his document saying people should oppose the draft by legal means, that was a clear and present danger. That's the great victory for civil liberties. Point 7. And so it goes. It wasn't until 1964 that laws punishing seditious libel were struck down. The case is interesting and instructive. It was a civil rights movement case. That's what did it. It was New York Times vs. Sullivan. What happened was, the New York Times was sued by the state of Alabama for running an ad in support of Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, which accused the sheriff of Montgomery of doing a bunch of rotten things to civil rights activists. Man, this is the big libel law case? Yes, but it was seditious libel because it was criticism of a government official that was being punished. See, whether you have seditious libel is sort of at the core of whether it's a free society or not. If you're not allowed to criticize the government, if you can be punished for assaulting the government with words, even if that's in the background somewhere, the society is not really free. And truth is no defense to this kind of libel charge. Keep in mind, in fact, traditionally truth makes the crime worse, because if what you're saying is true, then the undermining of state authority is even worse. So this elected sheriff in Alabama sued the New York Times saying they had defamed him. The idea was that by publishing this ad, the Times had undermined his authority as an agent of the state. Well, it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, I think it was Brennan who wrote the opinion for the first time, said that seditious libel is unacceptable. In fact, they referred to the 1798 Sedition Act, which had never been struck down by the court, and said this is inconsistent with the First Amendment. 8 That's the first case in which the court struck down seditious libel. If you want a history of this, the major establishment legal history of freedom of speech is a book by a legal scholar named Harry Cavan, called A Worthy Tradition. The book's very good, except for the title. It's actually an unworthy tradition that he's describing. And he points out, I'm basically quoting him, that 1964 was the first time the United States met the minimal condition for a democratic society: you can't assault the state with words. 9. It wasn't until 1969 that the Supreme Court then rejected the clear and present danger test, which also is awful. Clear and present danger shouldn't be a criterion for punishing speech. The proper criterion, if there's any, should be contribution to a crime, commission of, or maybe even incitement to, an actual criminal act. That's a plausible criterion. And the Supreme Court only reached that criterion in 1969 in the case Brandenburg v.S. Ohio. 10 So you know, freedom of speech is a very recent innovation in the United States, and the United States is unique. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. For example, you might have read that in Canada they kept Salman Rushdie's book The Satanic Verses out of the country for a couple weeks while they were trying to figure out if it conflicted with a Canadian law. It's referred to as an anti-hate law or something. That law makes two things a crime. First, it makes it a crime to distribute false news. That's something that goes back to 1275. I looked it up. In 1275 the first false news law was established in England, making it a crime to produce false news. What that means is, the state determines what's true, and if you say anything that's not what the state says is true, that's false news and you go to jail. That's in Canada. The second thing the law prohibits is statements which are harmful to the public interest. That provision was intended to stop people like Holocaust deniers, guys who say there were no gas chambers and so on, because they're harmful to the public interest, so therefore the state can repress them. And when Canadian officials stopped the Rushdie book, it was under that provision. They had to check it out to see if it was inflaming hatred of Muslims or something like that. Well, everybody here screamed about it at the time of the Rushdie case, but nobody here raised a peep when that law was actually applied a few years ago to put a guy in jail for 15 months. Man, in Canada? In Toronto. This is in fact the guy who the law was aimed at. He's some kind of neo-Nazi who wrote a pamphlet, which he privately distributed, in which he said that there were no gas chambers, or there was no Holocaust, or one thing or another, and he was brought to court under this very same law that kept the Rushdie book out. Ernst Zundel his name is. He was convicted and sentenced by the courts to 15 months in prison plus a 3-year period in which he is not permitted to talk, publicly or privately, about anything directly or indirectly related to the Holocaust, meaning he can't talk with his friends about the Second World War. And there was a move to deport him, which the Liberal Party in Canada supported. 11. All right, this was reported in the American press. The Boston Globe had an editorial in which they praised the jury for having the courage, finally, to shut these guys up by enforcing a law that gives the state the power to determine truth, and to punish deviation from it. Point 12. When the Globe started screaming about the Rushdie affair, I sent the editors a copy of that editorial and asked them if they would like to rethink it. Well, I haven't heard anything yet. And you didn't have Susan Sontag, American writer, getting up in public and saying, "I am Ernst Zundel," all this kind of thing. The point is, you defend freedom of speech when it's speech you like, and when you're sure there's a 500 million Western Europeans out there between you and the Ayatollah Khomeini, so you can be courageous. The Iranian leader put a $6 million price on Rushdie's head in 1989. But when you get to a case where nobody likes what's being said, then somehow defense of freedom of speech disappears. Well, you couldn't have a law like that in the United States anymore, but you can have it in Canada, and American intellectuals basically support it, like the liberal Boston Globe, the New York Times, the PEN Writers, an organization that promotes free expression for writers who don't get excited. It's only when it's a case where we like the views being attacked that you get a big outcry about freedom of speech here. And other countries are the same as Canada. Like in England, there is no freedom of speech, by law. The police there can go into the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation offices, as they did recently, and rifle through the files and take out anything they want, and the government can prevent people from publishing things. Point 13. In fact, as Alex Coburn, British/American journalist, just noted, there's a new law in England called an anti-terrorism law, which makes it illegal to report statements by people the state regards as terrorists. Well, that includes Sinn Féin representatives, Northern Irish political party, people who are elected to Parliament in Britain. You're not allowed to report what they say. Coburn pointed out that this law was recently used to block a documentary in which a couple of 80-year-old Irish women were being interviewed about things that happened in the 1930s. The television channels were afraid to run it because of the risk of being prosecuted. So in England, you can't have a couple of Irish women talking about things that went on in the 1930s, because the state might not permit it. In France, where there isn't even a vague tradition of freedom of speech, the government last year cancelled a newspaper of Algerian dissidents in France on the sole ground that its publication was harmful to French diplomatic relations with Algeria. None of the French intellectuals even raised a peep. They were all screaming about Salman Rushdie, but not about this. Point 14. In fact, the same is true wherever you go. The United States is unusual, possibly even unique in the world, in that we actually protect freedom of speech. But that was only one after long, bitter struggle. It happened because people were fighting about it for centuries. And the same is true of every other right you can think of. Negative and positive freedoms. Woman, I have to say that I'm a little uncomfortable with your kind of extreme freedom of speech advocacy, though. It just seems to me that until there's a more equitable distribution of access to free speech, it's going to be used destructively more often than it's used positively. It makes me uncomfortable, so I just don't want to jump on your bandwagon. Well, let me see what I can say to that. Freedoms are usually distinguished between the negative kind and the positive kind. Negative freedom means there's no coercive force around that prevents you from doing something. Positive freedom is when circumstances are such that you can actually do it. And those things can be quite different. Now, freedom of speech is available today in the United States mostly as a negative freedom, meaning, nobody stops you. But it's not available as a positive freedom, because, as you say, access to the channels of communication is highly skewed in our society. It's distributed roughly in accordance with power, which obviously is highly unequal. Okay, what's the way of overcoming that? One way of overcoming it, which is, say, the Catherine MacKinnon feminist legal scholar way, is to give the people in power even more power, give the people in power even more power, so they can use it even more inequitably. In other words, don't change the power structure, just put through some laws prohibiting speech and let the power structure enforce them. That means, give more power to the people who have power, and let them use it the way they feel like using it. That's exactly what it means. And they'll stop the speech they want to stop. All right, That's one way. The other way is to try to change the distribution of power in the society, but not to attack the freedom of speech. My own view is that you should save the negative freedoms, defend strongly the negative freedoms, but then try to make them positive freedoms. If the goal is to achieve positive freedom, it doesn't help to destroy negative freedom, like giving the state the power to determine what people can say does not improve the position of people who are now powerless. And those are really the only choices you have. I mean, to attain the negative freedom was a big achievement, I think. When the Supreme Court struck down the Sedition Act, it didn't grant anybody positive freedom, that's true. But it was a very important victory for popular movements because that kind of law strikes right at the core of protest and dissidence. I don't think you expand those victories by assigning more power to the state authorities to control speech. And there is no other way to control it. If speech is controlled, it's controlled by police power. Woman, acknowledging that, I still have two concerns. One is, don't we have an obligation to the victims of free speech? Sure. Woman, the second is, what about people who are saying speech that they know to be false, but are hiding behind free speech to promulgate their own interests? Well, that's what they'll say about you. Look, ultimately the question is, who gets to make that decision and enforce it? And there is only one independent structure that can do that, that's the state, that's state power, government power, the police, you know, the cops, FBI. They can make that decision, nobody else can. So the question is, do you want them to be in a position to decide what speech is acceptable? That's essentially what it comes down to. And I would say, no, we don't want them to have any right to make any decision about what anybody says. And of course, that's going to mean that a lot of people are going to say things that you think are rotten, and you're going to say things that a lot of other people think are rotten. As to the obligation to the victims, sure, but that's a matter of building up and extending the positive freedoms. In fact, here's a case where I think the left is off on really marginal issues. Take the question of pornography. I mean, undoubtedly women suffer from pornography, but in terms of people suffering from speech in the world, that's hardly even a speck. People suffer a lot more from the teaching of free trade economics in colleges. Huge numbers of people in the third world are dying because of the stuff that's taught in American economics departments. I'm talking about tens of millions. That's harm. Should we therefore pass a law that says that the government ought to decide what you teach in economics departments? Absolutely not, then it would just get worse. They'd force everybody to teach this stuff. Man, what about things like shouting fire in a movie theater, or commanding people to assault somebody? Don't you think there should be a limit there? Well, the people who attack free speech rights typically say, look, speech is an act, which is true, speech is an act. But therefore it ought to be treated like other acts. I mean, let's agree, speech is an act, it certainly is. But then let's treat it like any other act. For example, if you throw a bomb into a crowded theater, yeah, that's a crime, somebody ought to stop you. And if you participate in the act of somebody else throwing one, even if your participation is with words, somebody also ought to stop you. Like, if you and I go into a grocery store with the intent to rob it, and you have a gun, and I'm your boss, and I say fire, and you kill the owner, that's speech. But it shouldn't be protected speech, in my opinion, because that statement is participation in a criminal act. Man, what about things like sexual harassment? That's a different story. See, there are conflicting rights. Rights aren't an axiom system, i.e. where there are no contradictions, and if you look closely at them, they often conflict, so you just have to make judgments between them in those cases. And like freedom of speech, another right that people have is to work without getting harassed. So I think laws against sexual harassment in the workplace are perfectly reasonable, because they follow from a reasonable principle, namely, you should be able to work without harassment, period. Sexual or any other kind. On the other hand, Sexual harassment in the streets is another story, and I think it has to be treated differently. Look, in the real free speech discussions, there is nobody who's an absolutist on free speech. People may pretend to be, but they're not. Like, I've never heard of anybody who says that you have a right to come into my house and put up a Nazi poster on the wall. Well, okay, blocking you from doing that is an infringement on your freedom of speech, but it's also a protection of my right to privacy. And those rights sometimes conflict, because rights do conflict, so therefore we just have to make judgments between them, and those judgments are often not easy to make. But in general, I think we should be extremely wary about placing the power to make those determinations in the hands of authorities, who are going to respond to the distribution of power in the society as they carry them out. Man, in my university, we had an architecture professor who in the course of his class was telling people that if they wanted to buy a camera they should bring a Jew with them, all sorts of racist things like that. People were wondering if they should censor him or not. Yeah, it's a hard question. For instance, I was an undergraduate right after the Second World War, and one happened to have a German class taught by a guy who was a flat outright Nazi. He didn't even hide it. There were a lot of war veterans around in those days, so guys were ready to kill him and stuff, because these things were very live in people's minds. But should the university have fired him? I didn't think so. I think it's dangerous to impose such constraints on what people are allowed to say. There are other ways of dealing with it. Man, you might say that someone else in the classroom has a right not to hear it, though. Yes, but see, if a student gets up and denounces him, the student has a right to do that, and then if the student is punished, you've got a straight case, because the guy in authority has no right to do anything except sit and listen. But should you stop the teacher from talking about things? I think that's tricky. Even there, though, it's not totally straightforward. Like, there's a contractual arrangement when you go to a class, namely, you want to study chemistry or whatever it is, that's why you're there, and if the teacher starts talking about fundamentalist religion or something, you have a right to say, he shouldn't be paid, get rid of him, because I came here to study chemistry, that was our common agreement, and he violated that agreement, so throw him out. On the other hand, if the teacher just says things you don't like, that's different. Again, rights aren't an axiom system, so there are conflicts between them, and people just have to make their own judgments. But my own judgment, at least, tends to be that a lot of leeway ought to be allowed. Often the cases are quite hard, though, because our moral codes simply aren't clear enough to give answers in a lot of situations, and people come up with different ones. Man, you think there's some ambiguity with sexual harassment, then? Oh yeah, a fair amount of ambiguity. For example, sexual harassment by words in the streets, like if somebody makes a nasty crack about some woman's dress or something, I don't think they should be put in jail. Woman, what about violence on television? Does that also conflict with other rights? Violence on television raises quite hard questions, I think. But I don't know, if you look at the literature on whether TV violence or pornography cause a demonstrable harm, result in violence in the real world, it doesn't show anything convincing. So maybe it's too hard to study or something like that, but there are almost no probative results that I know of one way or the other, the facts just aren't there. There's psychic harm, that's undoubtedly true, but that you can't measure. As for the kinds of things you can measure, like increase in acts of violence, I mean, you probably get more acts of violence coming after things like sports events, not huge amounts more, but there's a notable increase in domestic violence, say, after things like the Super Bowl. 15. Cyberspace and activism. Woman, Mr. Chomsky, on a very different note, I'd like to talk a bit about some of the recent computer technologies like the internet and email and the World Wide Web and so on, and how significant an impact you think they are going to have on political activism and organizing in the future. Do you see the internet as more of a force for democracy, or a force for diverting the population from engaging themselves politically in the world? Well, My feeling is that the internet is pretty much the same sort of phenomenon as radio and television were, or for that matter, as automation. Look, in most cases technology isn't predisposed to help people or harm people. There's very rarely anything inherent in it which requires that either of those things be the case. It just depends on who gets control of it. So take radio, for example. You might ask why popular movements in the United States have to look to small community-controlled radio stations to get programming which addresses their interests and needs and goals. Why doesn't any mainstream radio do that? Well, the reason is, the United States just diverged from the rest of the world on this back around the late 1920s and early 30s, when radio was first coming into existence. See, radio has a limited frequency band, which necessarily has to be rationed, so the question is, how is that rationing going to be done? Well, in every major country in the world, and maybe in every country except the United States, radio was turned into a public forum to some degree, meaning it's as democratic as the country is. Like, in Russia, it's not democratic. In Great Britain, it's as democratic as England is, but somehow it's still in the public domain. The United States went the other way. Here radio was privatized, it was put into private hands, and furthermore, that was called a victory for democracy here. Point 16. So now if you want radio that's not under corporate control in the United States, you have to go to small local community radio stations, which are very important, but of course are on the margins, and have only extremely limited resources. Or take television. When television came along in the 1940s, the same thing happened in the United States. In fact, in the case of television, there wasn't even a battle about it, it was just completely handed over to private power at once. 17. Well, I think the internet is going to be the same basic story. If it's put in the hands of private power, like TV and radio were, then we know exactly how it's going to turn out. In fact, they've been telling us about it constantly. So I remember an article in the Wall Street Journal about the wonders of all the new technology, and they described the great things that can be done because it's interactive. You don't just have to be passive anymore. Now you can really do things when you're sitting there in front of the tube. Well, they described how it would work, and they gave two examples, one for women and the other for men. For women, it's going to be an incredible home shopping thing, like, you're sitting there watching some model, and she shows you some ridiculous object, and you figure, well, I'd better have that or my kid won't grow up properly, and now it's interactive, so you can just push a button and they'll send it right over to your house. That's the interaction for women. For men, the example they gave was of watching the Super Bowl, which every red-blooded male is supposed to do. Well, today it's passive, you just sit there and watch the gladiators fighting. But with the new technology, it's going to be interactive. So what they suggest is, while the team's in its huddle getting instructions from the coach about the next play, everyone in the audience, the entire male population that's alive, is going to be asked to make their own decision about it, like, should it be a pass, or a run, or a kick or something. And then after the play is run, which is going on completely independently of this, of course, they'll flash on the screen what people thought the coach should have done. That's going to be the interaction for men. And that's probably the way it's going to go in general. It'll be used as another technique for control and manipulation, and for keeping people in their roles as mindless consumers of things they don't really want. Sure, why should the people who own the society do things any differently? But of course, none of these technologies have to be used like that again, it just depends who ends up controlling them. I mean, if the general public ever ended up controlling them, they could be used quite differently. For example, these information processing systems could be used as methods by which working people could come to control their own workplaces without the need for managers and bosses, so every person in the workplace could have all the information they need in order to make all the decisions themselves, in real time, when it counts. Well, in that kind of circumstance, the same technology would be a highly democratizing device. In fact, it would help eliminate the core of the whole system of authority and domination. But obviously it's not just going to develop like that on its own. People will have to organize and fight to make that sort of thing ever happen, in fact fight very strenuously for it. As to the effects of all of this on activism, I think it's a complicated story. I think we can be certain that there's a lot of thinking going on about whether to even allow things like the internet to exist, because from the point of view of power, it's just too democratic. It's very hard to control what's in it, and who can gain access to it. For example, I have a daughter living in Nicaragua, and during the US Contra War in the 1980s it was impossible to telephone or send letters there. The only way I could stay in contact with her was through the ARPANET, which is basically a Pentagon computer system I was able to get access to through m.i.t, so we were corresponding thanks to the Pentagon. Well, that's the kind of thing that happens on the internet, and a lot of powerful people obviously don't like that aspect of it. And they don't like the fact that you can get the text of the GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade Treaty, and the latest news that doesn't appear in the US newspapers, and so on. In fact, if you look around on the internet, you can find virtually everything I talk about somewhere in there. And on some issues, like say, East Timor, it's also been an invaluable political organizing tool, because most of the information about what happened there was simply silenced by the US press for years and years. Well, those are all bad things from the perspective of private power, and they surely would like to stop that side of it. On the other hand, it has a number of other advantages for power. For one thing, it diverts people, it atomizes people. When you're sitting in front of your tube, you're alone. I mean, there's something about human beings that just makes face-to-face contact very different from banging around on a computer terminal and getting some noise coming back that's very impersonal, and it breaks down human relations. Well, that's obviously a good result from the point of view of people with power, because it's extremely important to drive human sentiments out of people if you just want them to be passive and obedient and under control. So if you can eliminate things like face-to-face contact and direct interaction, and just turn people into what's caricatured as kind of an MIT nerd, somebody who's got antennae coming out of his head, and is wired into his computer all the time, that's a real advantage, because then you've made them more inhuman, and therefore more controllable. Another thing I've found is that there's a kind of degraded character to email messages. People are just too casual about them. They send you any half-baked idea they haven't even thought through yet, whenever the impulse hits them. And the result is, it ends up being a tremendous burden even to read everything that comes across, let alone to answer it, so that can easily end up being all you do with your time. And people do put huge numbers of hours into it. In fact, there are friends of mine whose quality of work I think is seriously declining, because of their overwhelming involvement in email interactions. It's extremely seductive just to sit at the computer screen and bang at it all day. Furthermore, I think there are still other aspects to it which are very threatening to popular movements. For instance, one thing I've noticed is that a lot of activists have been dropping subscriptions to left journals recently. Why? Because they can get them through the internet. Now, see, if I was in the CIA or something, right now I'd be saying, look, let's encourage this. It's true it has the negative effect of allowing people to get more information, but it also has the positive effect of destroying alternative institutions. So let's let it go on, because when all these people stop paying their subscriptions to, I don't know, Z Magazine or something, that is going to destroy those institutions, and that's going to separate and fragment the left even more, and maybe even destroy it. Well, I doubt that anybody in the CIA has this much brains, but if they had enough brains, I think they would just want the whole thing to go on, because it's probably going to destroy the dissident organizations, and it'll destroy them because we're so antisocial that we don't even see the point of supporting popular institutions. Remember, even if you're an activist on the left, what you've constantly been taught from childhood, and what you've still got ingrained in your head is, I'm just out for myself, and therefore if I can get the information for nothing, why should I help to build an institution? Well, that's obviously a very antisocial attitude, but you find it's very hard to break out of. We've just got it. So there are a number of aspects to these technologies that are highly dangerous, in my view, and I hope people will soon start to recognize and resist those aspects of them. Free trade agreements. Man, you mentioned that people with power probably don't like it that the GATT treaty got onto the internet. It just emphasized for me how these international trade agreements are being forced on us, and yet nobody even knows what they're about. I'm wondering what you think of that. Well, plenty of people know what they're about. There are plenty of people working for big corporations who know what the GATT treaty is about, for example. But you're right, the general population here doesn't have the slightest idea about it. I mean, overwhelmingly the general population of the United States hasn't even heard of GATT, and certainly they don't know what its likely effects are going to be. GATT was first established in 1947, but the Uruguay round of negotiations to modify it concluded in December 1993, the treaty then was signed in April 1994. What do I think of that? I think it's ridiculous, grotesque, in fact. Look, GATT is something of major significance. The idea that it's going to be rammed through Congress on a fast track without public discussion just shows that anything resembling democracy in the United States has completely collapsed. So whatever one thinks about GATT, at least it should be a topic for the general public to become informed about, and to investigate, and to look at, and think about carefully. That much is easy. If you ask what should happen in that public discussion, well, if that public discussion ever comes along, I'll be glad to say what I think. And what I think is in fact mixed. It's like NAFTA, I don't know of anyone who was opposed to a North American trade agreement in principle. The question was, what kind? 18. So before NAFTA got passed in 1993, mainstream groups like the Congressional Office of Technology Assessment can't get more centrist than that, came out with very sharp and intelligent critiques of the executive version of NAFTA, the one that finally went through. And they pointed out that in fact NAFTA was designed to be an investor rights agreement, not a free trade agreement, and that it was going to drive the economies of each of the three participating countries, the US, Canada, and Mexico, down towards a kind of low-wage, low-growth equilibrium. They didn't say it, of course, but it'll also be a high-profit equilibrium. And they suggested very constructive alternatives. 19. Well, those sorts of constructive critiques never even entered the mainstream discussion about NAFTA here. All you ever heard in the media was, crazy jingoists don't like Mexican workers. The same was true of the American labor movement. Its proposals were nothing like what was constantly being denounced in the press with virtually 100% uniformity. 20. The Labor Advisory Committee, for example, which by law is required to give its opinion on these things, but was illegally cut out of the discussion, came out with quite a constructive report on NAFTA. It wasn't against an agreement, it was against that agreement. In fact, the story of the Labor Advisory Committee report tells you a lot about the way that NAFTA was passed in the US, a lot about American democracy. 20 years ago, Congress enacted a Trade Act requiring that before any trade-related legislation or treaty is passed, there has to be consultation with a Labor Advisory Committee they set up, which is based in the unions, such as they are. That's by law. The Labor Advisory Committee has to give an analysis and a critique of any American trade-related issue, so obviously that would include N.A.F.T.A. 21. Well, the Labor Advisory Committee was informed by the Clinton White House that their report was due on September 9. They were not given an inkling of what was in the treaty until September 8, so obviously they couldn't even convene to meet. Then on top of that, they weren't even given the whole text of the treaty. It's this huge treaty, hundreds and hundreds of pages. But somehow they did manage to write a response to it anyway, and it was a very angry response, both because of the utter contempt for democracy revealed by these maneuvers, but also because from the glimmerings of what they could get out of NAFTA when they sort of flipped through it for a couple of hours, it was obvious that this thing was just going to have a devastating effect on American labor, and probably also a devastating effect on Mexican labor too, though of course it will be highly beneficial to American investors, and probably also to Mexican investors. Point 22. It's also certain to have a highly destructive effect on the environment because its laws supersede federal and state legislation. So obviously there are really major issues here, crucially important issues, which in a functioning democracy would have been the subject of intensive public consideration and debate. Actually, if you looked closely, even N.A.F.T.A.'s advocates conceded that it was probably going to harm the majority of the populations of the three countries. For instance, its advocates in the United States were saying, "It's really good, it'll only harm semi-skilled workers." Footnote, 70% of the workforce. Point 23. As a matter of fact, after NAFTA was safely passed, the New York Times did their first analysis of its predicted effects in the New York region. It was a very upbeat article talking about how terrific it was going to be for corporate lawyers and PR firms and so on. And then there was a footnote there as well. It said, well, everyone can't gain, there'll also be some losers, women, blacks, Hispanics, and semi-skilled labor. In other words, most of the people of New York. Point 24. But you can't have everything. And those were the advocates. In fact, it's kind of striking that about a day or two after NAFTA was passed, the Senate approved the most onerous crime bill in U.S. history, the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, which the House then made even worse. Now, I don't know if that was just a symbolic coincidence or what, but it makes sense. I mean, NAFTA was clearly going to have the effect of reducing wages for probably 3/4 of the American population, and it's going to make a lot more of the population superfluous from the point of view of profits, so the crime bill just will take care of a lot of them, by throwing them in jail. Okay, that's N.A.F.T.A. What about GATT? Well, in India, for example, there were hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating in the streets about some of the GATT provisions which they know about. I mean, we may be very ignorant about it in the United States, but people in the Third World know a lot about GATT. Indian peasants understand what's being done to them, even if people here don't, which is why GATT has to be passed virtually at gunpoint in countries like India. Point 25. Well, what are those people so upset about? Here's one thing. One of the protections codified in the current GATT agreements, as in NAFTA, is what's called intellectual property rights, i.e. rights to registered trademarks, patented technologies, and copyrights of valuable information products ranging from music to jeans. Intellectual property rights are a protectionist measure, they have nothing to do with free trade. In fact, they're the exact opposite of free trade. And they'll do a lot of things, but two really crucial ones. First of all, they're going to increase the duration of patents, meaning, if Merck Pharmaceutical patents some drug, thanks to publicly subsidized work in American universities, for example, now they can get a much longer patent for it under G.A.T.T, much longer than any of the rich countries ever accepted during the periods when they were developing, incidentally. In fact, it's only in very recent years that the rich countries have even honored patent rights at all. The United States never did when it was a developing country, for instance. So, point 1, patents are being much extended. Secondly, the nature of patents is being shifted in character. See, up until now, patents have been what are called process patents. In other words, if Merck figures out a way to create a drug, the process of making the drug is patented, but not the drug itself. The GATT treaty, like NAFTA, shifts that. Now it's the product that's patented, meaning the Indian or Argentine pharmaceutical industries no longer can try to figure out a smarter way to produce the same drug at half the cost, in order to get it to their own populations more affordably. Notice that these are not only highly protectionist measures, but they're a blow against economic efficiency and technological progress that just shows you how much free trade really is involved in all of this. Actually, there are significant historical precedents on product patents, and I'm sure that they are perfectly well known to the GATT designers. France, for example, once had a chemical industry, but it lost it. Most of the French chemical industry moved to Switzerland, which is why Switzerland now has such a large chemical industry. The reason? France happened to have product patents, which were such a barrier to innovation and technical progress that the French chemical companies just decided to go elsewhere. 26 Well, now GATT is trying to impose that inefficiency on the entire world. In fact, India already has been forced to accept it. A little while ago they did what's called liberalizing their pharmaceuticals industry, meaning they opened it up to foreign penetration. So now drug prices will shoot sky high, more children will die, people won't be able to afford medications they need, and so on. 27. Well, these changes in patents are just one part of GATT, they're one piece of a whole attempt that is now being made to ensure that unaccountable transnational corporations will monopolize the technologies of the future. In my opinion, that's grotesque. I don't see any reason to push that through. Certainly anyone who believes in free trade would be opposed to these policies. They're a high level of protectionism, which in fact is specifically designed to be contrary to even the narrow definitions of economic efficiency they teach you in the University of Chicago Economics Department, home of well-known exponents of free market theory. GATT is going to cut down on technological innovation, it's going to cut down on economic efficiency, but by some strange accident, it'll also happen to increase profits, so of course nobody will pick up on any of the contradictions. As a matter of fact, it's not even clear that these so-called free trade agreements are going to increase trade at all, in any authentic sense. So there's a lot of talk in the papers these days about the growth of international trade, which is supposed to show everyone how wonderful the market is. But if you take a look at that international trade, you'll find that it's a very curious kind of growth. About 50% of US trade now is internal to corporations, which means it's about as much trade as if you move something from one shelf of a grocery store to another. It just happens to cross an international border, so therefore it gets recorded as trade. And the figures are comparable for other major countries. 28. That means, for example, that if the Ford Motor Company sends some parts to Mexico to be assembled by super cheap labor under essentially no environmental regulations, and then they ship it back up to the United States to add more value to it, that's trade. But that's not trade at all, those aren't exports, they didn't even enter the Mexican market. They're centrally managed interactions by huge institutions, with a very visible hand pushing them around, and with all kinds of other market distortions involved that nobody here bothers to study very much, but which undoubtedly are severe. And 50% is not a small amount, that's a lot. I mean, at the time that NAFTA was passed, there was a lot of talk in the press about US trade with Mexico soaring, but there wasn't talk about the fact that more than half of US exports to Mexico were internal to corporations. So in fact, NAFTA and GATT might really end up reducing trade. They'll probably increase things moving across borders, but that's not the same as trade. Those transfers are not market interactions. Well, okay, these are complicated matters, and you don't just want to sloganize about them, but in my opinion, all of these international agreements are part of a general attack on democracy and free markets that we're seeing in the contemporary period, as banks, investment firms, and transnational corporations develop new methods to extend their power free from public scrutiny. And in that context, it's not very surprising that they're all being rammed through as quickly and secretly as they are. And whatever you happen to think about the specific treaties that have now been put into place, there is just no doubt that their consequences for most of the people in the world are going to be vast. In fact, these treaties are just one more step in the process that's been accelerating in recent years of differentiating the two main class interests of the world still further, far more so than before, so that the third world wealth distribution model is being extended everywhere. And while the proportions of wealth in a rich country like the United States will always differ significantly from the proportions in a deeply impoverished country like Brazil, for example, deeply impoverished thanks to the fact that it's been under the Western heel for centuries, you can certainly see the effects underway in recent years. I mean, in the United States things probably aren't going to get to the point where 80% of the population is living like Central Africa and 10% is fabulously wealthy. Maybe it'll be 50% and 30% or something like that, with the rest somewhere in between, because more people are always going to be needed in the Western societies for things like scientific research and skilled labor, providing propaganda services, being managers, things like that. But the changes no doubt are happening, and they will be rapidly accelerated as these accords are implemented. Defense Department funding and clean money. Woman, Noam, just to go back to freedom of thought for a second, I'm curious what your feeling is about the Defense Department funding so many of our scientists today. Do you see that as a problem in terms of freedom of research and freedom of inquiry? And does it make you feel at all uncomfortable personally to be working at MIT? To tell you the honest truth, I've always thought that's kind of a secondary issue. For instance, in the late 1960s, MIT was about 80% funded by the Defense Department. It's less than that today, because of things like cancer research money. But what did that mean? Was MIT different from, say, Harvard, which wasn't so much funded by the Defense Department? Well, about the only major differences between them were that MIT was a little bit more open to radical ideas, and there was more political activism and fewer ideological controls. That's about it, as far as I could see. Now, there was once a time when I was being funded by the Air Force myself to do exactly the same sort of thing that I'm doing now in my scientific work. Right now I'm not, so if you ask me whether I'm funded by the Defense Department, I could in some narrow sense say no. But the fact of the matter is, I am funded by the Defense Department, whether I have a contract with them or not, because if the Defense Department weren't funding the Electrical Engineering Department, which MIT needs, the institute would not be able to fund my department. I mean, if you're teaching music at MIT, you're being funded by the Defense Department, because if somebody they really cared about weren't being funded by the Defense Department, they wouldn't have anything left to pay you to teach music. So in part the thing is kind of like a bookkeeping device. As for its influence on what's done, that's very small. The Defense Department doesn't give a damn what you do most of the time. They just want to fund it, because they want to have a bigger bureaucracy or something like that. So there's very little reporting back by the scientists. They don't pay much attention to you, they don't care whether you did what you said you'd do or something else, and so on. In fact, back in the 60s, there was a guy in my lab who was working on translating Humboldt, a Prussian philosopher. He was being funded by the Office of Naval Research. They didn't care. As far as the moral issue goes, I mean, it's not as if there's some clean money somewhere. If you're in a university, you're on dirty money. You're on money which is coming from people who are working somewhere, and whose money is being taken away, and is going to support things like universities. Now, there are a lot of ways in which that money can be taken away from those working people and get fed into the universities. One way is by diverting it through taxes and government bureaucracies. Another way is by channeling it through profits, like, some rich benefactor gives it as a gift to the university, meaning he stole it from his workers. And there are all sorts of other ways in which it happens too. But it all comes down to the same point: if you're at a university, you're there because there is a social structure which commits a certain amount of surplus product, if you want to use a Marxist term, to funding people sitting around in universities. Now, I don't see a whole lot of difference myself as to whether that money works its way through the Department of Defense or through some other mechanism. That's why I've never made a big fuss about this. I mean, to the extent that the Defense Department influenced what scientists do, it would matter. But good universities don't permit that. By and large they don't permit it just for their own internal reasons. If you started permitting that, you'd lose the ability to do science altogether. Science simply can't be done under those kinds of ideological constraints. It's sort of like what happens in cancer research. Congress is funding a lot of cellular biology because they want somebody to discover a cure for cancer by the time they get it. But what the scientists are doing is just what they know how to do, and what they know how to do has nothing to do with cancer. What they know how to do is work with big molecules. Maybe a cure for cancer will come out of it someday, but that's sort of by the side. And that's pretty much the way it goes in the sciences. you can work on what you understand, you can't work on what people tell you to solve. It's like the joke about the drunk and the streetlight. You see some drunk guy looking for something under the streetlight and you go over to him and ask, "What's the matter?" He says, "I lost my key." You say, "Where did you lose it?" He says, "On the other side of the street." You say, "So why are you looking over here?" "Well, this is where the light is." That's the way the sciences work. You look where the light is because that's all you can do. You understand only a certain small number of things, and you just have to work around the periphery of them. If somebody says, "I'd like to have you solve this problem out here," you say, "I'll gladly take your money," and then you go on looking where you are. And there basically is nothing much else that can be done. If you started trying to direct the money to solving those problems, you'd just do nothing, because we don't know how to solve them. There's kind of a tacit compact between funders and recipients to overlook this. The favored state and enemy states. Woman, noam, people often attack you as a political commentator for focusing your criticism against the activities of the United States, and not so much against the old Soviet Union, or Vietnam, or Cuba, and so on, the official enemies. I'd like to know what you think about that kind of criticism. Well, it's true that's one of the standard things I get, but see, if that criticism is meant honestly, and most of the time it's not, then it's really missing the crucial point, I think. See, I focus my efforts against the terror and violence of my own state for really two main reasons. First of all, in my case, the actions of my state happen to make up the main component of international violence in the world. But much more importantly than that, it's because American actions are the things that I can do something about. So even if the United States were causing only a tiny fraction of the repression and violence in the world, which obviously is very far from the truth, that tiny fraction would still be what I'm responsible for, and what I should focus my efforts against. And that's based on a very simple ethical principle, namely, that the ethical value of one's actions depends on their anticipated consequences for human beings. I think that's kind of like a fundamental moral truism. So for example, it was a very easy thing in the 1980s for people in the United States to denounce the atrocities of the Soviet Union in its occupation of Afghanistan, but those denunciations had no effects which could have helped people. In terms of their ethical value, they were about the same as denouncing Napoleon's atrocities, or things that happened in the Middle Ages. Useful and significant actions are ones which have consequences for human beings, and usually those will concern things that you can influence and control, which means for people in the United States, American actions primarily, not those of some other state. Actually, the principle that I think we ought to follow is the principle we rightly expected Soviet dissidents to follow. So what principle did we expect Sakharov, a Soviet scientist punished for his criticism of the USSR, to follow? Why did people here decide that Sakharov was a moral person? I think he was. Sakharov did not treat every atrocity as identical. He had nothing to say about American atrocities. When he was asked about them, he said, "I don't know anything about them, I don't care about them, what I talk about are Soviet atrocities." And that was right, because those were the ones that he was responsible for, and that he might have been able to influence. Again, it's a very simple ethical point: you are responsible for the predictable consequences of your actions, you're not responsible for the predictable consequences of somebody else's actions. Now, we understand this perfectly well when we're talking about dissidents in the old Soviet Union or in some other enemy state, but we fail to understand it when we're talking about ourselves for obvious reasons. I mean, commissars in the old Soviet Union didn't understand it about dissidents there either. Commissars in the old Soviet Union attacked Sakharov and other Soviet dissidents because they weren't denouncing American crimes. In fact, an old joke 50 years ago was that if you went to a Stalinist and criticized the Soviet slave labor camps, the Stalinist would say, "Well, what about the lynchings in the American South?" All right, in that case the dishonesty's obvious, and we can easily understand why. Now, just personally speaking, it turns out that I do spend a fair amount of effort talking about the crimes of official enemies. In fact, there are a number of people now living in the United States and Canada from the old Soviet Union and Eastern Europe who are there because of my own personal activities on their behalf. But I don't take great pride in that part of my work, particularly, I just do it because I'm interested in it. The most important thing for me, and for you, is to think about the greater consequences of your criticisms, what you can have the most effect on. And especially in a relatively open society like ours, which does allow a lot of freedom for dissent, that means American crimes primarily. Well, that's the main point here, I think. But there's also another consideration which is important and which simply can't be ignored, in my opinion. Honest people are just going to have to face the fact that whenever possible, people with power are going to exploit any actions which serve their violent ends. So when American dissidents criticize the atrocities of some enemy state like Cuba or Vietnam or something, it's no secret what the effects of that criticism are going to be. It's not going to have any effect whatsoever on the Cuban regime, for example, but it certainly will help the torturers in Washington and Miami to keep inflicting their campaign of suffering on the Cuban population, i.e. through the U.S.-led embargo. Well, that is something I do not think a moral person would want to contribute to. I mean, if a Russian intellectual had started publishing articles denouncing very real atrocities committed by the Afghan resistance forces at the time of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, knowing that his accurate criticism would have helped enable the Kremlin to mobilize popular support for further atrocities by the Red Army, I do not think that would have been a morally responsible thing for that person to do. Of course, this often creates difficult dilemmas. But again, honest people have to recognize that they are responsible for the predictable consequences of their acts. So perfectly accurate criticism of the regime in Cuba, say, will predictably be used by ideologists and politicians in the United States to help extend our absolutely barbaric stranglehold on Cuba. Your criticism could be perfectly correct, though obviously much of what we do here today is in fact false. But even so, an honest person will always ask, what are the likely consequences of this going to be for other people? And the consequences in that case at least are clear. Well, making decisions in these circumstances can often be difficult, but these are just dilemmas that human beings have to face in life, and all you can do is try to deal with them the best way you can. Canada's media. Woman, I'm from Canada, Professor Chomsky, and when I come to the United States and turn on the TV, to me the propaganda all seems so blatant. I see this woman talking about guilt and abortion, there's this black woman saying, I'm on welfare because I'm lazy. It's just one image like that after another, there's no subtlety to it whatsoever. On Canadian TV it's more subtle, the CBC. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation wouldn't put on the black woman saying, I'm lazy, I'm on welfare because I'm lazy. They'd put up a chart or something that tries to say the same thing. That's right. Woman, the Globe and Mail, self-billed Canada's national newspaper, also is more subtle than the papers I see here. It's not as obvious. What I'm wondering is, how do you explain this difference in the two countries' media systems? I mean, I don't think I could apply the propaganda model you and Edward Herman laid out in Manufacturing Consent to the Canadian media. It really wouldn't work. I think you could. Actually, I think you're wrong about that. Let me just give you some examples. The first part of my book, Necessary Illusions, was made up of talks on the media that I was invited to give in Canada over CBC National Public Radio, titled Thought Control in Democratic Societies. Okay, obviously that would never happen in the United States. Point 29. So that's a difference. On the other hand, in preparation for those lectures, I figured that it would be interesting to compare the Globe and Mail, Canada's main newspaper, with the New York Times, and maybe I'd discuss the results in my talks. So for a year I subscribed to the Globe and Mail, which I must say cost about $1,500 or something in the United States, and apparently all their US subscribers are rich investors, because every 2 weeks or so you'd get a big fat glossy book about investment opportunities in Canada. But anyhow, for about a year I read the Globe and Mail every day and the New York Times every day, plus all the other junk, and at first I figured it would be an interesting comparison. Alright, it turned out that it wasn't an interesting comparison. Reading the Globe and Mail is like reading the Boston Globe. It's like an ordinary, quality local newspaper in the United States, small amount of international coverage, huge amount of business news, and mostly picking stories off sources in the United States. Now, it's true that over that year I did find things in the Globe and Mail which did not appear in the United States, or which appeared only in really remote places. And also I have friends in the Canadian media who clip the Canadian press regularly for me, and they often find stuff there that doesn't appear anywhere in the United States. So you're right, there are some differences. But overall, reading the Globe and Mail for a year, I didn't get a different picture of the world than I get from reading the Boston Globe or the LA Times or any other quality local newspaper in the United States. The Globe and Mail was more local in orientation and less international than the New York Times, but I didn't feel that it was qualitatively different. It's mostly a business paper like all the others. Now, when I go to Canada, I do get asked onto mainstream national radio and television a lot, as distinct from here a lot. But see, that's because I criticize the United States, and in Canada they like it when people come up and dump on the United States because the United States is always pushing them around all the time, so it's nice if somebody comes and says how rotten the United States is once in a while. On the other hand, I got sick of this a couple times, and I started talking about Canada and I was off so fast you couldn't even see it. The first time I did it was on this big morning radio show they have there, with this guy whose name I can never remember. Man, Peter Gzowski. Gzowski, yeah. There's this nationwide radio talk show in Canada which everybody tunes into sometime in the Morningside on CBC, and every time I'd go to Toronto they would invite me to come on that show. So we'd have whatever it is, 15 minutes, and this guy would ask me some leading questions. I'd tell him how rotten the United States is, big smile. Well, one time I really got sick of this, and I started talking about Canada. He said some line about, "I hear you just flew in." I said, "Yeah, I landed at the war criminal airport." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you know, the Lester B. Pearson Airport." And he says, "What do you mean, war criminal?" Lester Pearson's the big hero in Canada. He was a prominent diplomat and prime minister from 1963 to 68. So I started running through Pearson's involvement in criminal activity. He was a major criminal, really extreme. He didn't have the power to be like an American president, but if he'd had it, he would have been the same. He tried, you know. And I went through some of this. Point 30, the guy got infuriated. Then I said something about Canada and the Vietnam War. Canada was always denouncing the United States during the Vietnam War for its criminal actions. Meanwhile, Canada was probably the leading military exporter in the world per capita, enriching itself on the destruction of Indochina. 31. So I mentioned some of this stuff. He went into kind of a tantrum. I actually thought it was sort of funny, but apparently his listeners didn't. When I left, after about 10 minutes of listening to this harangue, the producer, sort of quivering, stopped me and said, "Oh my God, the switchboard's lighting up, we're getting thousands of phone calls from all over Canada." And apparently the phone calls were all just about the fact that this guy Gzowski was being impolite. I don't know if people agreed with me particularly, but there were a lot of people who were very angry at the way he was going about it. Like I said, I thought it was comical, didn't bother me. Woman, I'm sorry, they got angry at him. Yeah, and they were pretty upset, because there were a lot of calls. Alright, so then the producer asked me, "Well, look, could you go on again?" And I said, "No, I'm leaving, I'm busy while I'm here, and then I'm going home, I don't have that kind of time." So he said, "Well, can we call you in Boston to do a follow-up?" Which they never do, it's an in-studio program. So I said, "Okay, if you can arrange it, I'll do it." Anyway, they made a big effort, they called me up in Boston, and we went through another show in which Chomsky was very contrite and quiet, just to make up to the audience. But that was the last time I ever heard from them. I've never been asked on that show with him again. And that's happened to me elsewhere in Canada too. I should say, I've been invited to universities in Canada where they've literally refused to pay my plane fare after I gave talks in which I denounced Canada. So Canada's very nice as long as you're criticizing the United States. Try going after Canada and see what happens to you. But the point is, I think the media system works the same in both countries. I don't think it works the same in detail, like, there's a labor movement there, and there are other factors that are different between the two countries as well, which may influence the range of coverage a bit. But I doubt that the differences in the media product are very great, and if you examine the question in detail, I'm pretty sure that's what you'll find as well. Should Quebec separate from Canada? Man, in Canada there's been a strong movement for Quebec to separate from the English-speaking part of the country. Do you think it would be in Quebec's self-interest to become independent like that? And also, do you think it would be to the advantage of American business to see that kind of instability in Canada, or is it better for powerful interests here if Canada just remains stable? Well, I don't know the whole situation in detail, but my guess is that it's in Quebec's self-interest to stay part of Canada because the alternative is to become part of the United States. Quebec's not going to be able to remain independent, so it can either become part of the United States or stay part of Canada. And given that choice, I think it's better off staying part of Canada. If Quebec became independent from Canada, it wouldn't necessarily be called part of the United States, like it wouldn't get colored the same as the United States on the map, but it would be so integrated into the American economy that it would effectively be a colony. And I don't think that's in the interest of the people of Quebec. I think they're better off staying part of Canada. As for American business, I suspect that powerful interests in the United States would more or less prefer things to stay the way they are just because it's too disruptive. You don't know what all the consequences of separation would be. The way the relationship between the two countries is now, things sort of work, and after all of Canada is going to become a colony of the United States anyway, through things like NAFTA, so why go and pick off one piece and have all of these other disruptive effects? Remember, people here were trying to take over Canada as early as the 1770s. It's not a new idea. And if you look back at the history of the two countries, in 1775, before the American Revolution even began, the American colonists had already invaded Canada, and had to be driven back by the British. The Continental Congress's first act before declaring independence from Britain was to send an invasion force to Canada in the unsuccessful Quebec campaign. Then through the 19th century, the only reason the US didn't conquer Canada was that the British forces in Canada were just too strong to allow it, e.g. invading American forces were repulsed by British and Canadian soldiers several times in the War of 1812. And ever since then, it's just been a matter of the United States integrating Canada into our economy through other means. The so-called Free Trade Agreement of 1989 gave that a big shot forward. NAFTA is accelerating it still further, and it is very quickly taking place. Deciphering China. Man, noam, China has been in the news a lot recently, especially in light of their resistance to intellectual property rights, and worldwide concern over some of their extremely destructive environmental practices and human rights abuses. What I'm wondering is, what do you think would be viable diplomatic measures now to improve US relations with China? Well, I don't know. Do we want to improve relations with China? China's a very brutal society, a brutal government. I don't feel any particular interest in improving relations with it. Look, the ways in which issues are framed for us in the media and in the mainstream culture typically involve so many assumptions and presuppositions that you're kind of trapped. As soon as you get into a discussion of them, you're trapped in a discussion you don't want to be in. And I think you have to start by taking apart the assumptions. So I don't think we should be asking the question, how do we improve relations with China? We should be asking other questions, like what kind of relations do we want to have with China? And when we talk about China, who exactly do we mean? China has a very wealthy sector now, businessmen, bureaucrats, and others, the guys who make the decisions, and when the US press talks about China, that's who they mean. But there are plenty of other people in China too. So for example, you take these southeastern sections of China which are supposed to be economic miracles and huge growth areas. Yeah, they're economic miracles all right, but a good deal of that growth is because of foreign investment, which means absolutely horrendous working conditions. So you have women from farms who are locked into factories where they work 12 hours a day for essentially nothing, and sometimes a couple hundred of them will be burned to death because there's a factory fire and the factory doors have been locked so no one can leave, and so on and so forth. 32 Well, that's China too, and the same is true of any other country. So which China are we talking about? In fact, in this case there's also a geographical split. There's a geographical break between Southeast China, which is a big growth area, and Central China, where most of the population still lives, and where things are maybe even going downhill in terms of development and modernization. Well, the differences between those areas are so substantial that some China specialists suspect that China may just break apart into a more coastal area that's part of the general East Asian growth area, with a lot of Japanese capital and overseas Chinese capital and foreign investment feeding into it, and then a big area with hundreds of millions of people living in it, which is kind of like a declining peasant society, surely not part of the big growth rate, and maybe even declining. 33 So even within the geographical entity that's called China, there are regions that are like completely different countries, and in some areas things could go back, as some suspect, even to the days of peasant wars and other things like that. So, again, you have to ask what exactly you mean by China. And in fact, if you look still more closely, the big economic growth areas in China themselves are not so simple. So it turns out that a good deal of the economic growth in those regions is coming from cooperative structures, not from foreign-based investment. I mean, nobody's really studied these cooperatives in detail, because China's such a closed society, but they're not private enterprise and they're not foreign investment, they're some other thing. But certainly they have been picking up, and they do have kind of a cooperative structure. And you don't have to go to lefty magazines to find this out. There are articles about it in mainstream journals like The Economist and the Asian Wall Street Journal and so on. 34 Well, those cooperatives are a big part of the growth of Southeast China, and they represent very different interests from the foreign investment-driven industrial structures, with all their horrendously exploitative conditions. So that's yet another China. And like I say, within all the various Chinas one can identify, there always are different sectors of the population with differing interests, like, for people working in the electronics factories and toy factories in Guangdong province, life is anything but pretty. They live under absolutely horrible conditions, but there's also a managerial elite sector that is growing and getting rich at the same time. So I think the first step in figuring out what to do about policies towards something like China has to be to dismantle all the assumptions and presuppositions and biases behind the issues as they're being presented by the institutions. And while I don't think there are anything like simple answers on some of these issues of conflict that you read about in the media now, I think it's a very mixed story. Take intellectual property rights. The Chinese leadership hasn't completely accepted intellectual property rights. It hasn't completely accepted these new developments to ensure that rich and powerful corporations have a monopoly on technology and information, so now the US is using various sanctions against them to try to force compliance. Well, I don't think I'm in favor of that. I don't think I want to improve those relations with China. What I would like to do is to dismantle this whole crazy system. Or look at the fact that China is one of the only countries in the world that imprisons its population at roughly the same level as the United States. The United States is way in the lead of other countries that keep statistics on imprisonment, and while we don't have precise statistics on China, from the work that's been done by criminologists who've tried to make sense of it, it looks as though they're roughly in our ballpark. 35 Well, is that a good thing that they throw huge amounts of their population in jail like we do? I don't think it's a great thing. And it's probable that their prison system is even as brutal as ours, maybe worse. Well, The US government and US power systems certainly don't care about that any more than they care about the fact that the United States is imprisoning its population at a rate way beyond anyone else in the world. In fact, that's going up right now. So that can't be why US relations with China are bad. There was some talk in the US media a while ago about prison labor in China, but take a close look at that discussion. The only objection to prison labor in China that you heard was that the products of that prison labor were being exported to the United States, hence that state industry, and the US never wants state industry to compete with privately owned US-based firms. But if China wanted to have prison labor and export it somewhere else, that was fine. In fact, right at the time that the US government and the media were making a fuss about Chinese prison labor, the United States was exporting products of prison labor to Asia. California and Oregon were producing textiles in prisons which were being exported to Asia under the name Prison Blues, didn't even try to hide it. And in fact, prison production is going way up in the United States right now. 36 So there's no objection to prison labor in principle, just don't interfere with the profits of American-based corporations. That was the real meaning of that debate, when you got to the core of it. So what you want to do on every issue, I think, is to extricate yourself from the way the discussion is being presented in the official culture, and begin to ask these kinds of questions about it. I mean, US power doesn't care much if the Chinese leaders murder dissidents. What they care about is that the Chinese leaders let them make money, and I don't think that is something which ordinary people in the United States ought to buy into. I mean, China's a very complicated, big story, and I don't think there's anything like a simple answer as to what should be done in terms of US relations. Like anything else, you just have to look at all the various subparts. But the first step, I think, as with everything, is to reframe in your mind what's really going on, remind yourself what the real issues are, and not get trapped in discussions you don't want to be part of in the first place. Indonesia's killing fields, U.S. back genocide in East Timor. Woman, Noam, a little earlier you mentioned the East Timor massacre. I'm an organizer on that issue in Canada, and it seems to me that some encouraging things have been happening in the big picture on that in the past few years, in terms of maybe pressuring Indonesia to withdraw and stop their extermination sometime in the future. Do you agree with that kind of optimistic assessment at all? Editor's note: Indonesia finally was forced to hold a referendum in which the East Timorese voted for independence in September 1999. The following discussion of the media, the great powers, and popular activism given before those events provides critical background. Well, it's very hard to quantify, but I think you're right. I mean, I don't know Indonesia that well myself, but people who do, like Ben Anderson, American professor, say they definitely find something positive taking place there. I hope so, but you know, it's really up to us what happens in East Timor. What happens there is going to depend on how much pressure and activism ordinary people in the Western societies can put together. First of all, does everybody know the situation we're talking about? Want me to summarize it? It's an extremely revealing case. Actually, if you really want to learn something about our own society and values, this is a very good place to start. It's probably the biggest slaughter relative to the population since the Holocaust, which makes it not small. And this is genocide, if you want to use the term, for which the United States continues to be directly responsible. East Timor is a small island north of Australia. Indonesia invaded it illegally in 1975, and ever since they have just been slaughtering people. It's continuing as we speak, after more than 2 decades. And that massacre has been going on because the United States has actively, consistently, and crucially supported it. It's been supported by every American administration, and also by the entire Western media, which have totally silenced the story. The worst phase of the killing was in the late 1970s during the Carter administration. At that time, the casualties were about at the scale of the Pol Pot massacres in Cambodia. Relative to the population, they were much greater. But they were radically different from Pol Pot's in one critical respect: nobody had any idea about how to stop the Pol Pot slaughter, but it was trivial how to stop this one. And it's still trivial how we can stop it. We can stop supporting it. Indonesia invaded East Timor in 1975 with the explicit authorization of Gerald Ford and Henry Kissinger, the American President and Secretary of State. 37 Kissinger then at once, secretly, though it leaked, moved to increase U.S. weapons and counterinsurgency equipment sales to Indonesia, which already was about 90% armed with U.S. weapons. 38 It's now known from leaked documents that the British, Australians, and Americans all were aware of the invasion plans in advance, and that they monitored its progress as it was unfolding. Of course, they only applauded. 39 The U.S. media have real complicity in genocide in this case. Before the invasion, news coverage of East Timor had in fact been rather high in the United States, surprisingly high actually, and the reason was that East Timor had been part of the Portuguese Empire, which was collapsing in the 1970s, and there was a lot of concern back then that the former Portuguese colonies might do what's called moving towards communism, meaning moving towards independence, which is not allowed. So before the invasion, there was a lot of media coverage of East Timor. After Indonesia attacked, coverage started to decline, and then it declined very sharply. By 1978, when the atrocities reached their peak, coverage reached flat zero, literally zero in the United States and Canada, which has been another big supporter of the occupation. 40. Around that same time, the Carter administration moved to send new supplies of armaments to Indonesia, because their army was running out of weapons in the course of the slaughter. By then they'd killed maybe 100,000 people. 41 The press did its job by shutting up about what was really going on. When they did have coverage, it was just repetition of grotesque lies by the State Department and Indonesian generals, a complete whitewash. In fact, media coverage to this day has always completely wiped out the US record. The strongest criticism you'll ever find is, we didn't pay enough attention to Timor, or the US didn't try hard enough to get Indonesia to stop its atrocities, or something like that. 42 It's kind of like saying the Soviet Union didn't try hard enough to bring freedom to Eastern Europe, or they didn't pay enough attention to it. That was their problem. And remember, the US role in all of this has never been a secret. It's in fact been acknowledged very frankly. For instance, if you read the memoirs of our UN ambassador at the time of the invasion, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who's greatly praised for his defense of international law, incidentally he says, the Department of State desired that the UN prove utterly ineffective in whatever measures it undertook. This task was given to me, and I carried it forward with no inconsiderable success. Okay, then he goes on to describe the effects of the invasion, which he was fully aware of. He says, in the first couple of months it seemed some 60,000 persons had been killed. Almost the proportion of casualties experienced by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. All right, that's the Nazis, and that's Moynihan, the great advocate of international law. 43 And he's right, that's how it happened. The State Department wanted things to turn out as they did, and he ensured that they did. Moynihan's at least being honest, let's give him credit for it. Another thing that's never reported, though it's completely public and was perfectly well known at the time, is that one of the main reasons why the Western powers supported the invasion was that there's a huge offshore oil field in Timor's territorial waters, and before 1975 the Australians and the Western oil companies had been trying unsuccessfully to make a deal with Portugal to exploit it. Well, they hadn't had any luck with Portugal, and they figured an independent East Timor would be even harder to deal with, but they knew that Indonesia would be easy. That's one of our boys, we've been running it ever since the huge massacre there in 1965 that the West applauded, when they wiped out the Communist Party and killed maybe 600,000 people. 44 So for instance, leaked diplomatic records in Australia show that right around the time of the invasion, top Australian officials said that they would do better with an Indonesian takeover, and that Indonesia should be supported. 45 Again, I have yet to see a word about any of this in the US media. And actually that exploitation has been proceeding rather nicely. Australia and Indonesia signed a big treaty to start extracting Timorese oil in December 1989, and right after the Dili massacre in 1991, in which Indonesians killed hundreds of unarmed Timorese protesters at a funeral, the big Western reaction apart from sending additional arms to Indonesia was that 15 major oil companies started exploration in the Timor Sea oil fields. Happily for Chevron, there are apparently some very promising strikes. Well, to get back to your question, even though this virtually genocidal massacre has received almost no coverage from the US press, a very small number of people started working on the issue. Literally, it was a tiny group of activists, probably not more than a dozen. 46 And finally, after a few years, they've gotten somewhere. Around the early 1980s, just through constant pressure and organizing, they managed to get the media to start reporting on Timor very occasionally. The coverage has been highly selective, and it still always excludes the crucial role that the United States has played, both in providing arms and in giving Indonesia the diplomatic support they've needed to maintain the occupation over the years. But there has been some 47, and they've gotten some congressmen interested, mostly conservative congressmen, incidentally. Wider public pressure began to develop, the East Timor Action Network was started, and there has been a real change, just thanks to this small, indeed growing, number of activists. In 1992, the pressure actually got to the point that Congress passed legislation banning U.S. military training for Indonesian officers because of their human rights violations, which is putting it pretty mildly. That put the Clinton administration in kind of an embarrassing position, but they got out of it all right. They announced that the law didn't mean what it said. It only meant that the United States couldn't train Indonesian military officers with money from the United States itself, but if the Indonesians paid for the training themselves, say, with money we gave them from some other pocket, that would be fine. With rare delicacy, the State Department picked the anniversary of the invasion to announce this interpretation, and although Congress protested, it went through. 48. Nevertheless, the legislation was a very important development, and I think it's a sign of a real change that could take place, as you suggest. I mean, with enough popular pressure, this is one of those issues that could turn around. The Indonesians could pull out, they may well be close to it. In fact, if we're talking about activism, this is a very revealing case, because if you can organize successfully on an issue like East Timor, you can do it on almost anything. It's a pretty hard topic to get people interested in, you'd think, yet popular pressure here has forced things to the point of at least symbolic gestures by the US government, and symbolic gestures on the part of the United States are very important. Remember, everyone in the world is scared shitless of us. We're a brutal terrorist power of enormous strength, and if you get in our way, you're in trouble. Nobody steps on Uncle Sam's toes. So when the United States Congress makes a symbolic gesture like banning military training aid or banning small arms sales, the Indonesian generals hear it, even if they can get whatever they want from some other country, or even from Bill Clinton in the end. Mass murderers at Harvard. Actually, let me give you another example of the kinds of things that have been happening on this. This one is really relevant. It shows you can really do things. In Boston recently there was a court case, in which an Indonesian general was sued by the mother of a boy who was killed in the Dili massacre in 1991. Her name is Helen Todd, which explains why the suit went through, if you can figure that part out. What happened is, in November 1991, some Indonesian troops in East Timor opened fire on a funeral march with their U.S. supplied M16s, and killed about 250 people. That's fairly routine there, actually. But this time the Indonesians made a mistake. A couple of Western reporters were there filming it all, and they managed to bury the videotape in an open grave and have it smuggled out of the country a couple days later. The Indonesian soldiers also nearly beat 2 American journalists to death, so this one became pretty difficult for the international media to ignore. 49. Well, as Indonesia was carrying out its cover-up after this with the help of some big public relations firm they hired in the US, Burson Marsteller, Inc., one of the things they did was to get the generals out of the way so nobody would see them, and one of them was sent off to Harvard, to study. 50. All right, some local people in Boston found out about this, and they checked with Harvard Harvard claimed they'd never heard of him. But he was there. He was studying at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, so people started to protest his presence there. The protests began to build up, there was more and more pressure. Then on the first anniversary of the Dealey massacre came my favorite Boston Globe headline in history. It said, "Indonesian general, facing suit, flees Boston." And indeed, that's what happened. He fled Boston, and hasn't been seen there since .51. Meanwhile, the suit continued on without him. There's a law in the United States which says that you can bring civil suits for damages against torturers and murderers and human rights abusers and so on. .52 So the judge heard the testimony of Helen Todd, journalist Alan Nairn and others, and was impressed, and the general now has a $14 million fine to pay in case he ever decides to show up here again. .53 The same thing happened the next year with one of Guatemala's leading killers, incidentally, General Gramajo, whom the U.S. State Department was grooming to become the next Guatemalan president. He was one of the big mass murderers from the early 1980s, and he was also shipped off to Harvard to refine his skills. Well, people in Boston found out about it by reading the Central American press, so they approached Harvard. Again, never heard of him. But he was there. All right, then Alan Nairn, who's a very enterprising journalist, and imaginative, one of the few journalists in the country, actually waited until the Harvard commencement ceremonies to move in. Harvard graduations are televised locally, and as the murderer General Gramajo was walking up to the platform to receive his degree, Nairn raced in front of the television cameras and served him with a subpoena. That one, he fled Boston too. The case came to court and he was fined $47 million. .54 Well, you know, that just shows you can do things. Indonesia is getting worried about their image here, very worried. And it's starting to get to the point where they might actually allow a referendum or something on self-determination for East Timor. It's a possibility. Alitas, their foreign minister, in fact made a speech a little while ago in which he described East Timor as a piece of gravel in our shoe. You know, we have to get rid of this thing. .55 But of course, it's going to take a lot more sustained pressure and activism here to ever achieve anything like that. And in fact, if it's going to be successful, that pressure will have to be international and coordinated around the world, because Britain and Australia and places like that will be perfectly happy to take up the slack and make as much money as they can selling arms to Indonesia if the United States ever were to seriously back off. .56 Changes in Indonesia. But there are definitely things going on in Indonesia which are quite encouraging and which make your sense of optimism seem justified, I think. For example, did you follow the case of this Indonesian academic, Aditjandro? There's a well-known Indonesian professor who teaches at a fairly major university there, who recently went public about his opposition to the annexation of East Timor during a visit to Australia, and it turns out that for about 20 years he's been doing research on East Timor in secret, and he released a lot of extremely interesting and detailed documentation. For instance, he had the names of about 270 people killed in the Dealey massacre, and they checked out. He had done studies of other atrocities. He gave very strong statements. Well, the Australian press silenced it. Anybody from Australia here? The only place it got published was West Perch, wherever the hell that is, probably some kind of cow town in Australia. But it did get published there, and then it kind of seeped out into the international media, pushed on by things like the internet. And finally it got to be kind of an international affair, though of course, as usual, there was never a word about it in the US media. .57 Anyway, this guy Aditjandro went back to Indonesia, and to everybody's amazement, nothing's happened to him. I was just talking to John Pilger, an Australian political activist and filmmaker, 2 days ago, and he'd just seen him and been in touch with him. He's still traveling around the country, and so far they've left him alone. .58 All right, that's a sign, you know. And there are others. In fact, I just saw one in this morning's newspaper. This week, authorities in Indonesia arrested a bunch of labor leaders, which is not good. But what is good is that they arrested them for a reason, namely, they had been organizing, and carrying out strikes. See, the labor movement in Indonesia is in some ferment, and as a matter of fact, the Indonesian government recently was compelled just by internal pressures to acknowledge the existence of an independent labor union in the country. Now, I don't know how far these things will go, but they're the sign of a change. 59. Another sign is that if you talk to students from Indonesia, it's clear that they know more than they used to. It used to be like total fascism, they didn't know anything about politics or the world. But it's become much less controlled in recent years. Now they've kind of heard about things, they're more aware, they're more concerned to try to change things a bit. 60. And one could go on like this, but these are all indications of internal changes in Indonesia, and they are in part a reaction to Western pressure. And Indonesia reacts very quickly to Western pressure. In fact, if there was ever any serious pressure from the West, the occupation of East Timor would be over tomorrow. This point was just illustrated very clearly, actually. Look, the United States, Canada, England, France, Holland, Sweden, Germany, Japan, any country that can make a buck off it, are all involved in this, so it's really not a question of us laying economic sanctions on Indonesia to pressure them. The only real question is, can we stop killing Timorese? However, there was a case recently where the major Western powers did threaten economic sanctions against Indonesia. It's not too well known, but it's extremely instructive. In 1993, the World Health Organization voted to request that the World Court consider the legality of the use of nuclear weapons, and issue an opinion on it. Well, obviously the United States and Britain went totally berserk when they heard about this. Just the fact that the World Court might hear a case on the legality of nuclear weapons is already a contribution to nuclear non-proliferation. And of course, we benefit from proliferation, since we're the main producer, seller, and possessor of nuclear weapons. I mean, it's not as if anybody would listen to the World Court if it said that the use of nuclear weapons is illegal, which means by implication that possession of them is illegal too, but it would certainly be a big publicity coup for the disarmament movement if it did. So for the big nuclear powers, this was a major issue. Actually, it's of particular significance for Britain, because one of Britain's last claims to being a country, instead of like a county of the United States, is that they have nuclear weapons, so for them it's important on a symbolic level. And nuclear weapons are important to the United States because they're part of the way we intimidate everyone we intervene around the world under what's called a nuclear umbrella, which serves as kind of a cover to back up our conventional intervention forces. Well, that year Indonesia was serving as the head of the non-aligned movement at the UN. A coalition of third world nations in the General Assembly, and the 110 countries of the non-aligned movement decided to introduce a resolution endorsing this request for an opinion. That's all that was up, endorsement of a request for an opinion from the World Court. The US, Britain, and France immediately threatened trade and aid sanctions against Indonesia if, in their role as head of the non-aligned movement for that year, they submitted this resolution at the General Assembly. So Indonesia instantly withdrew it. Of course, when they get orders from the boss, they stop. And they stop fast. 61. Well, that just shows that there are some atrocities that go too far for the Western powers. Genocide in East Timor we can support, but endorsement of a request for an opinion on the legality of nuclear weapons is an atrocity we simply cannot tolerate. But it also shows you what we can do to Indonesia if we feel like it. Nuclear proliferation and North Korea. Man, just on the subject of nuclear proliferation, what's the real problem we've had with North Korea supposedly wanting to build their own nuclear weapons? The media and the Clinton administration say they're all horrified by that prospect. Is that what you really think is bothering them? That's very interesting in connection with this World Court story, isn't it? Because part of what we claim is the problem with North Korea is that their getting nuclear weapons would threaten the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. But if we're so concerned with non-proliferation, obviously nothing would be more of a shot in the arm for it than this World Court decision we tried so desperately to block. Okay, that tells you something about our motives in all of this. But actually, I think the problem with North Korea is in fact what they're saying, the wrong guys are getting possible power, nuclear weapons. Look, nobody in their right mind would want North Korea to have nuclear weapons. But on the other hand, there's nothing much that they would do with nuclear weapons if they had them, except maybe defend themselves from attack. They're certainly not going to invade anybody, that's not even imaginable. If they ever made a move, the country gets destroyed tomorrow. So the only role that nuclear weapons could play for them is as a deterrent to attack, and that's not totally unrealistic. I mean, it's a pretty crazy country, and there's not very much good, there's nothing good you can say about the government. But no matter who they were, if they were Mahatma Gandhi, they would be worried about a possible attack. I mean, the United States was threatening North Korea with nuclear weapons at least as late as the 1960s.62, and after all, just remember what we did to that country, it was absolutely flattened. Here people may not be aware of what we did to them, but they certainly know it well enough. Towards the end of what we call the Korean War, which was really just one phase in a much longer struggle beginning when the US destroyed the indigenous nationalist movement in Korea in the late 1940s, the United States ran out of good bombing targets. We had total command of the air, of course, but there was nothing good left to bomb because everything had already been flattened. So we started going after things like dikes. Okay, that's just a major war crime. 63 In fact, if you take a look at the official US Air Force history of the Korean War, it's absolutely mind-boggling. It's like something straight out of the Nazi archives. I mean, these guys don't conceal their glee at all, it's just this account of all their terrific feelings. We bombed these dikes, and a huge flow of water went through the valleys and carved out huge paths of destruction and slaughtered people. And they say, laughingly, we don't realize how important rice is for the Asians, so naturally they were screaming with rage. I really can't duplicate, you have to read it in the original. 64 And the Koreans lived on the other end of that. Our treatment of North Korean prisoners of war also was absolutely grotesque again, it was kind of like the Nazis. This is all documented in the West by now, and of course they certainly know about it. 65 So there are plenty of things for the North Koreans to remember, and plenty of things for them to be afraid of, which is not to justify their getting nuclear weapons, but it's part of the background we should keep in mind. The other thing is, North Korea is in a desperate situation right now, they're hemmed in politically, and they're struggling very hard to break out of their total isolation. They're setting up free trade zones, and trying to integrate themselves into the international economic system, other things like that. Well, this is apparently one of their ways of attempting to do it. It's neither intelligent nor justifiable, but that's a part of what's motivating them, and we should at least try to understand that. As far as Western concern about nuclear weapons goes, obviously it's highly selective. Like, nobody cares that the United States has nuclear weapons, nobody cares that Israel has nuclear weapons, they just don't want them in the hands of people we don't control, like North Korea. And I think that's really the main issue behind the controversy these days. Woman, could you say a few words more about the origins of the Korean War? I take it you don't accept the standard picture that it began when the US moved to block a communist expansionist invasion. Well, the fact of the matter is that the Korean War is much more complex than the way it's presented in mainstream circles. In this case, incidentally, the scholarship is considerably better than is usual, and if you look at the serious monograph literature on the Korean War, you'll see that a different position is presented than the one we always hear. 66. The 1950 North Korean attack on the southern part of the country was really the tail end of a long war. In fact, before North Korea attacked the south in 1950, already about 100,000 Koreans had been killed. That's something we forget. What happened in Korea is essentially this. When the American forces landed in 1945 at the end of World War II, they found that an already functioning local government had been set up. There had been an anti-Japanese resistance, and it had established local administrations and people's committees and so on, all over North and South Korea. Well, when the United States moved into the South, we dismantled all of that, destroyed it by force. We used the Koreans who had collaborated with the Japanese, and in fact even reinstituted the Japanese police to destroy it all. Japan had occupied Korea for 35 years until its defeat in the Second World War. And that led to serious conflict in the South, a rather bitter conflict which went on for 4 or 5 years with a lot of people killed, and also there was a lot of cross-border fighting at the time, going both ways, incidentally. Then there was sort of a lull, and then came the North Korean attack going south. So there was definitely a North Korean attack, but it was an intervention by the North into the South after the United States had suppressed the anti-Japanese resistance movement in a civil war. 67. Now, that puts a slightly different color on it than the standard line we hear. For example, if some country were, let's say, to conquer the western part of the United States, and there was resistance against that conquest, and then the resistance was suppressed with say 100,000 people killed, and then the eastern part of the United States invaded the western part, that wouldn't be just an invasion, that would be a little too simple. And something like that happened in Korea. The Samson option. Woman, you mentioned Israel having nuclear weapons. Would you expand on the significance of that? I remember you used the title The Road to Armageddon for the last chapter of your book on the Middle East, The Fateful Triangle. Yeah, that's something I think is quite important, actually. I mean, that book was written back in 1982, and what I was discussing at the end of it is what in Israel for the last 40 years or so has been called the Samson Complex. Later S.Y. Hirsch wrote a book about it called The Samson Option, but it's an old story that goes back to the 1950s. 68. You know the story of Samson in the Bible? At the end, Samson gets captured by the Philistines, he's blinded, he's standing in the temple between two pillars, and he pulls down the temple walls and crushes all the people inside. The Bible says, he killed more Philistines as he died than in all of his life. 69. Well, that's the Samson complex. What it means, translated into straight politics, and they're pretty straight about it, is, if anybody pushes us too far, we'll bring down the universe. Now, in order to do that, Israel needed nuclear weapons and they got them, with our help. 70. In the 1950s, when all of this stuff started, the threats were kind of empty, they couldn't bring down the temple walls. But since the early 1960s, it's been imaginable, and it's in fact something that's discussed quite openly in Israel. The idea is, push us too hard and we'll do something wild, we'll go crazy and you'll all suffer. 71. So for example, according to the Israeli Labour Party press, when the Arab League proposed a Saudi Arabian-initiated peace plan for the region in August 1981, Israel sent U.S. supplied F-14 fighters over the Saudi Arabian oil fields as a warning to Western intelligence agencies, meaning, if you take this peace plan seriously, you're all going to be in trouble, we'll destroy those oil fields. 72. Also back in the early 1980s, Israeli strategic analysts were publicly saying, even in English, so everybody would hear it, that Israel was developing nuclear-tipped missiles that could reach the Soviet Union. It may have been false, but that's at least what they were saying. 73. Well, why would they need nuclear-tipped missiles that could reach the Soviet Union? They're not going to attack Russia, they're not going to deter a Russian attack, that's outlandish. But the idea was, and everybody understood it at the time, that if US policy ever changes course and we decide to stop supporting Israel, they'll attack Russia and draw Russia into the Middle East, which would then probably destroy the world in a nuclear war. Well, now it seems Russia's out of the game, maybe only temporarily, I might say. But none of the underlying considerations have changed, and there are obviously a lot of other similar scenarios like that around. So the fact of the matter is, this is just going to remain an extremely dangerous area. Incidentally, one of the nice things about the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union is that top-level American planners are finally becoming a bit more honest about some things. So for example, every year the White House puts out a big glossy document explaining to Congress why we need a huge military establishment, and for a long time it was always the same story: the Russians are coming, this, that and the other thing. Well, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, they had to change the computer disk for the first time. The bottom line had to remain the same: we need a big military, a big so-called defense infrastructure, red, support for electronics, but now the justification had to change. So in 1990, the reason they gave was no longer the Russians are coming, it was what they called the technological sophistication of third world powers, especially ones in the Middle East, where they said, our problems could not be laid at the Kremlin's door. Okay, first true statement: for the preceding 50 years, our problems always had been laid at the Kremlin's door, but now that the Kremlin's gone, we might as well tell the truth about it because we still need the same policies. Point 74. And in fact, just to make sure that there always is a real danger, we also have to sell all these third world powers high-tech weaponry. The US in fact very quickly became the biggest arms dealer to the third world after the Cold War ended. Point 75. And the arms contractors of course know it, like, if you read Lockheed Martin corporate propaganda, they say, look, we've got to build the F-22 because we're selling advanced upgraded F-16s to these third world regimes, and we're selling them all kinds of complicated air defense systems, and who knows, they're just a bunch of dictators, maybe they'll turn against us, so we've got to build the F-22 to defend ourselves from all the high-tech weapons we're selling them. Point 76. And of course, that's all at the cost of the US taxpayer, as usual. The lot of the Palestinians. Man, Noam, how do you interpret the 1996 elections in Israel in which the more right-wing Likud party, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, defeated the Labour Party, which had negotiated the Oslo Accords in 1994? And what do you think the effect is going to be on the peace process that the Labour Party was instituting with the Palestinians? I think it's going to have almost no effect on that. Peace process is a very funny word for what's happened. Actually, it's a peace process in the same sense that it was a peace process in South Africa when they instituted apartheid, the system of official white supremacy. So when South Africa instituted its apartheid system in the 1950s and set up the Bantustan's partially self-governing black territories, that was also a peace process. It stabilized the country, there was peace for a while, and so on. Well, in many ways that's similar to what's called the peace process in the Middle East right now, although if you look closely, that comparison is not quite fair. It's unfair to South Africa. See, the Bantustans that South Africa set up in the 1950s were much more viable economically than any scattered fragment that may someday be allowed for a Palestinian state under the Oslo agreements. And furthermore, South Africa subsidized its Bantustans, so if you go back to, say, Transkei Bantustan under apartheid until 1991, South Africa gave it plenty of subsidies. In fact, a large part of the South African budget went to subsidizing the Bantustans, which were relatively viable areas economically. Well, Israel has never permitted any development whatsoever in the occupied territories. In fact, there was actually a military ordinance that no development would be allowed there if it would be competitive with Israeli business. They've wanted the territories to be a captive market, and therefore there's been no development at all. Point 77. Israeli reporters have covered this very well, actually. When they went to Jordan after the peace treaty with Jordan finalized in October 1994, even they were shocked by the difference between it and the occupied territories, and they wrote very interesting articles about it. Point 78. Remember, Jordan is a poor third world country, it hasn't had any of the advantages that Israel has had in being the chief American client state, and before the 1967 war, the West Bank was somewhat more developed than Jordan. Well, today the disparity is extraordinary in the opposite direction. So in Jordan, there's rich agriculture and highways and factories and other things like that, but right across the border, the West Bank is a total disaster. Israel hasn't allowed a cent to go into it. In fact, they've taken a lot of money out of it. For instance, the poor workers in the Israeli labor force over the years have mostly been Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. They did the dirty work in Israel's economy. And theoretically they were paid, but mostly theoretically, because from their pay, the Israeli government deducted what is deducted from the pay of Jewish workers, like deductions for pensions and health care and so on. Except the Palestinian workers never got any of the benefits, the money for their benefits just went right to the Israeli treasury. Well, that amount is estimated to be about $1 billion or so. In fact, not long ago an Israeli civil rights group, partly made up of law professors at the Hebrew University and partly just a workers' rights group Kav La'oved, brought a lawsuit in the Israeli courts to try to recover for these workers the roughly $1 billion it's estimated has been stolen from them. Well, the court recently decided the case and it decided that the claims were null and void because of the Oslo agreements, which it said have retroactively eliminated the basis for the suit by legalizing Israel's confiscation of the funds. And furthermore, the decision said that the purpose for making those deductions had never been to ensure equal rights for the Palestinian workers in the first place, it was just to ensure that their actual wages would be lower than those of Jewish workers and to protect Israeli workers from unfair competition by cheaper Palestinian labor. Okay. That was the real purpose of taking the money from them. And then the court said that this was a worthy and legitimate action, just like introducing tariffs to protect domestic production is a legitimate action, so therefore the robbery is retroactively justified. 79. Well, that's just one of the many ways in which Israel has taken plenty of wealth from the territories, including its water. 80 and all of that is going to continue after the Oslo agreements and the recent election. So if you look at the peace treaty, everything just keeps going to Israel and that's not going to change. Furthermore, Israel is not taking any responsibility for what it's done to the territories during the occupation which began in 1967. The peace treaty in fact says explicitly that Israel has no liability for anything that was done in that time, that's all the sole responsibility of the Palestinian Authority. In fact, it's the only thing that the Palestinian Authority does get full responsibility for. Everything else they don't get, but they do get full responsibility for paying all the costs of the occupation. And the treaty explicitly says that if there is any future claim against Israel for something that happened during the occupation, the Palestinian Authority also is responsible for paying that claim and for reimbursing Israel if there are any charges against Israel. So here as well, what's happened in the peace process is not quite like South Africa. The South African Bantustans were far more forthcoming. Well, all of this is just going to continue after the elections. I mean, the Likud party would be out of their minds if they didn't persist in all this. The Oslo agreements are such an overwhelming victory for Israel that they'd be insane if they didn't maintain them. So I would not expect any of that to change. Now, that's not the standard story about the elections in the United States, of course. For example, the New York Times' lead story in their Week in Review section after the elections said, flat out, the peace process is dead. Everything the US did is finished, it's dead, it's over. 81 But I don't think that's true at all. I think that's based on a serious misunderstanding of what the peace process was really about. Likud would be crazy not to persist with the relations that have been established with the PLO under the Oslo agreements, just as the white South African elites would have been crazy not to continue pushing through the Bantustan process if they could have gotten away with it. In fact, the main difference between the two cases is that in the case of the Bantustans, nobody in the international community recognized the arrangement as legitimate, but in the case of the Israeli policy towards the occupied territories now, everybody in the world at this point basically supports it, thanks to US power. In fact, the current US government, the Clinton administration, has gone way beyond any of its predecessors in support for the most extremist Israeli policies. The Israeli press is constantly astonished by it. For instance, there was a big headline in a recent article in Israel, which read, "Clinton, the last Zionist you know, the only one left who really believes all the bullshit." 82. So you know, the most important part of the peace agreement is its complete termination of any possibility of self-determination for the Palestinians. They're finished as far as this goes, they get nothing. As far as the Palestinian refugees are concerned, it's finished. I mean, for years the United States went along with rhetorical commitments about a just settlement of the refugee problem. Now it doesn't even do that anymore. On the issue of control of Jerusalem, while the United States used to rhetorically oppose the Israeli annexation and takeover, along with the rest of the world, now that's over. The Clinton administration doesn't even oppose it rhetorically anymore. Point 83. The terms of the treaty are pretty amazing, they're really worth looking at. They were pushed by the United States in such a way that the chance of anything at all for the Palestinians is very minimal. So people living in the territories used to have two options: one was to go somewhere else, which Israel hoped would happen, and did happen to a considerable extent, and the other was to commute to Israel and be kind of what in Europe are called guest workers, what are called here illegal migrant labor. So they would do the dirty work in Israel that nobody wanted, for a pittance, essentially nothing. But now even that is being cut out. They're not being allowed back into Israel. Point 84. And Israel is now turning to another source. They have by now about 200,000 immigrants, it's maybe about 5% of the population, from all over the world, from Ghana, Ecuador, lots of them from Thailand, Romania, China, the Philippines. And these are people essentially brought over for this purpose who just live under the most miserable conditions. The ones they sort of like best are the Chinese, because they have a deal with the Chinese government that if these people get out of hand, like if they demand that they be paid their wages, which they're usually not paid, or they want to stop being beaten while they're on the job or something, Israel can just call in the Chinese authorities who will, as they put it, deal with them. China's a rough, tough government, so they'll make sure that no one makes any fuss, and if they do make a fuss, Israel will just send them home where they'll be even worse off. So the Chinese workers are easier to discipline, because of the cooperation of the Chinese authorities, and that's something they like very much in Israel. Point 85. Well, that's a very brutal system, and it ends up displacing the Palestinians, so that means one of the options for survival for the Palestinians now is gone. The other option, leaving, of course, is sort of open if they can figure out some place to go. But with immigration restrictions being what they are all over the world, that's getting harder and harder. Basically there's nothing much left at all for the Palestinians. I mean, if Israel's smart, what they'll do is transfer some production across the border into the territories, like the United States does with Mexico. That would be smart from the Israeli industrialists' point of view. So instead of having to hire Jewish workers and giving them wages and benefits and so on, they could just move a couple miles across the border and get what the US gets in Mexico or what Germany gets in Bulgaria and so on, super cheap labor with no real standards for working conditions, and basically no environmental regulations. But there's so much racism in Israel that they're not even considering what would at least be rational from an economic point of view. So for the moment, things are pretty much finished in the territories. I mean, you can't predict the future, but the point of the peace process was to destroy the Palestinians, crush them, demoralize them, eliminate them, ensure that the US and Israel take over everything. That's why it's all so admired here. And none of this is likely to be affected by the elections. I mean, why would it be? There may be some mild differences now with regard to Israel's relationship with Syria, but that's about all as far as I can see. See, the Labour Party was looking for some sort of arrangement with Syria by which they could maintain the Golan Heights, which, remember, is Syrian territory that Israel conquered after the ceasefire in the Six-Day War in 1967, then drove out most of the population and took it over and settled it. And it's a very important area, partly because it has some agricultural wealth, but mainly because the Golan Heights has a big influence on controlling the headwaters of the Jordan River and other water sources, which are extremely important to Israel. So Israel doesn't want to give up the Golan Heights, but Syria won't make peace unless it formally regains control over them, and it was likely that the Labour Party was going to try to figure out some way of finessing an arrangement so that Syria could have legal control of them, but Israel will retain actual control, like maybe some 99-year lease or some deal like that the lawyers can figure out. The Labour Party was at least likely to toy with arrangements like that, and maybe even begin to move towards them. Whether Syria would have accepted or not is an open question. But now it's likely that Likud won't do that. Apart from that, though, I don't really see much likelihood of a difference in the international arrangements in the region as a result of the recent election. What I do suspect will change are things internal to Israel. It's only there that there's likely to be an effect. And that's actually where the issues of the election were. In fact, if you look at them for a minute, there's a real irony to these elections. Netanyahu won a big victory, the popular vote was split almost 50-50ths, but if you look at the Jewish vote, which is the only part that counts as far as policy making goes in Israel, it was a far higher proportion. It was over 55%, which is a landslide victory, 0.86, and that could have a major effect. See, the support for the Likud party was from several sources. They got close to 100% of the religious vote because there's a very big fundamentalist religious community in Israel, and since it's a very totalitarian community, they just do what the rabbis say, and the rabbis said vote for Likud. Then they also got a lot of the sort of chauvinist nationalist Jewish vote. And actually they got the vote of most of the working class and the poor as well, because the Labour Party in Israel, despite its name, is the party of the rich elites and professionals and the Europeanized segments of the population, and big business really likes it. I mean, they don't mind Likud, but they really like Labour. In case you were confused about this, the fact that the United States has supported the Labour Party ought to be a giveaway about its real interests. The United States does not support parties of working people and the poor. But the point is, most of these voting blocs that joined to put Netanyahu in power have a kind of religious chauvinist element to them. They want to restore and establish Jewish identity. Their emphasis is on what are called in the United States the cultural issues. That's what Likud won on. And often that does have sort of a populist appeal, so Likud got the support of poor and working people, and they got it in the same kind of way as Pat Buchanan gets their support here, and with about as much authenticity in terms of concern for their interests. And part of the irony of the elections is that the people these nationalist constituencies elected are almost pure Americans and secular. I mean, Netanyahu could run for office in the United States and nobody would notice it. He's essentially an American. Just listen to him on television. Or take his leading foreign policy advisor, Dori Gold. He grew up in the United States, has an American accent, he's completely Americanized and secular, and he's the chief policy advisor. So what in fact happened is that the most Americanized element that has ever existed in Israeli politics won the election on a nationalist/religious program. And since you've got to give some crumbs to your constituency, the question now is, how are they going to do it? Well, that's the issue after the Israeli elections. And right now the more secular European types in the Israeli population are extremely worried about it, and they're extremely worried about it for the exact same reason we would be extremely worried about it if the Christian right turned out to be the major constituency of the guy who wins the presidential election in the United States. So suppose Bob Dole had won the presidency here in 1996 with the overwhelming support of the Christian right, and chauvinist fanatics, and the militias, and so on and so forth. I mean, basic policies wouldn't change much as a result, but something would have to be done. There would have to be some kind of palliative offer to the constituency that voted him in. And that can mean things, it can have serious effects. So those are the sorts of changes I think one can expect to see in Israel, and it's not very clear how these internal factors will play out. PLO. Ambitions. Man, can you add a word about the Palestinian leadership's response to the whole peace process? You generally characterize the PLO as a bunch of conservative mayor types. Has that analysis changed at all? Well, I've always thought that the PLO is the most corrupt and incompetent third world movement I've ever seen. 87 I mean, they presented themselves all these years as, revolutionaries waving around guns, Marx, etc., but they're basically conservative nationalists, and they always were conservative nationalists. The rest was all pretense. In fact, part of the reason for the failure of the whole Palestinian cause is that the PLO is the only third world leadership I've ever seen that didn't try to stimulate or support or even help any kind of international solidarity group. Even the North Koreans, crazy as they are, have made efforts to try to get popular support in the United States. But the Palestinian leadership never did. And it's not because they weren't told that it would be a good idea. I mean, there were people like, say, Ed said, Palestinian American professor, who were trying to get them to do that for years, and I was even involved in it myself. But they just couldn't hear it. Their conception of the way politics works is that it's arranged by rich guys sitting in back rooms who work out deals together, and the population's irrelevant. They haven't the slightest conception of the way a democratic system functions. So while it's true we don't have like a stellar democracy in the United States, what the population thinks and does makes a difference here, a big difference, and there are mechanisms to influence things. But the PLO leadership has just never understood that. The extent of this is really astonishing, actually. Just to give you one example of it, back in the early 1980s, when South End Press, a radical American publishing collective, was first coming along, it was publishing some books which could have been very useful for Palestinians. So one of the books it published was a very good war diary about the 1982 Lebanon War, written by a well-known Israeli military officer who was one of the founders of the Israeli army actually, a guy named Dov Yirmiyah, who's a very respected guy and a decent human being, and he was absolutely horrified by what was going on during Israel's attack on Lebanon. So he wrote a war diary which was published in Hebrew and was very different from anything you ever heard here in the mainstream, giving an accurate picture of what was going on, which was massive atrocities. 88 Well, obviously no publisher in the United States was going to touch it, but South End did publish it in English translation, and of course, it never got reviewed, no library would pick it up, nobody knows it exists, and so on. I had a book on the Middle East which was the same story, and there were a couple others like that. Well, there was an approach to the PLO about all of this, and incidentally, the PLO had tons of money. I mean, part of their problem was that they were way too rich for their own good. They had a ton of money because the rich Arab states were trying to buy them off so they wouldn't cause them any trouble. So Arafat was able to broker billion-dollar loans to Hungary, and all this kind of crazy business. But anyway, the PLO had tons of money, and there was a proposal to try to get them just to purchase books like, say, Yirmiyah's book and send them to libraries so the book would be in American public libraries. It was nothing more than that. Okay, it got up to the PLO leadership, and they refused. Or rather, they would agree to do it only if the book was published with a PLO imprint on it, saying, published with the support of the P.L.O. Well, you can guess what it would mean if you published a book in the United States with that imprint on it, so that was the end of that idea. But just to do something like buying books which never would be reviewed and putting them in libraries which aren't going to buy them on their own, as a way to maybe help Palestinians in refugee camps who are being smashed to pieces in Beirut, the Lebanese city that was the focus of Israel's attack, that they wouldn't do. And in fact, that's just symbolic. They would do nothing that would help to build up support for the really suffering people who they were supposed to represent, just because they were playing a different game. Their game was, we're going to make a deal with Kissinger or Nixon, or some rich guy in a back room, and then our problems will be over. Well, of course that will never work. Actually, the corruption of the PLO has just infuriated Palestinians in the territories, I should say. I was in the territories back in 1988 or so, and when you went into, say, the old city of Nablus or villages and talked to organizers or activists, their hatred and contempt of the PLO was just extraordinary. They were very bitter about it, about the robbery and the corruption and everything else, but they just said, look, it's the best we've got, that's our international image, you want to talk diplomacy, you've got to talk to them. However, by about 1992 or 93 even that kind of grudging acceptance had begun to collapse. There was a lot of opposition to the Arafat leadership in the territories and in the refugee camps in Lebanon. There were open calls for his resignation, calls for democratizing the PLO, and so on. The Israeli press knew all about it. They cover the territories pretty well, and certainly Israeli intelligence knew about it, because they've got the place honeycombed. So there were articles by Doves in the Israeli press around the summer of 1993 or so, saying, now's a good time to deal with the PLO, because they're going to give away everything since their support is so weak inside the occupied territories. The last chance the PLO leadership has to hang on to power is to be our agents, Israeli agents. Israeli Doves wrote articles about that, and of course the Israeli government knew it. 89. Well, okay, that whole phenomenon led to the Oslo agreements, and now where the PLO leadership fits in is just as part of the standard third world model. They are the ruling third world elite. So take a classic case, look at the history of India. For a couple hundred years under the British Empire, the country was run by Indians, not by British. The bureaucrats who actually ran things were Indians, the soldiers who beat people up and smashed their heads were Indians. There was an Indian leadership which became very rich and privileged by being the agents of the British imperial system, and it's the same thing everywhere else. So for example, if you look at southern Africa in the more recent period, the most brutal atrocities were carried out by black soldiers, who were basically mercenaries for the white racist South African regime. And every third world country is like that. Whatever you want to call it, the whole American sort of neocolonial system, El Salvador, Brazil, the Philippines, and so on, is not run by Americans. The US may be in the background, and when things get out of hand you may send in the American army or something, but basically it's all being run by local agents of the imperial power, whose internal power depends on their support from the outside, but who very much enrich themselves by their client-ruler status. Alright, that's the standard colonial relationship, and the PLO is intending to play that role. So they have a huge security force. Nobody really knows how big it is, because it's secret, but they may have 30 or 40,000 men enlisted. They surely have one of the highest densities of police per capita in the world, if not the highest. They work very closely with the Israeli secret services and the Israeli army. They're very brutal. 90, and they're making a ton of money. So you go to places like Gaza, which are just collapsing, there are people starving in the streets, and there's also a ton of construction, new fancy restaurants, hotels, a lot of Palestinian investors going in and making plenty of money. It's the standard third world pattern. That's the way the whole third world is organized. And you see it everywhere these days. Eastern Europe is becoming that way too right now. I mean, about a year ago the per capita purchasing rate of Mercedes-Benzes in Moscow was higher than it was in New York, because there is tremendous wealth. Meanwhile, 500,000 more people are dying every year in Russia than in the 1980s. Mortality for men has gone down 7 or 8 years on average in the last few years, and on. 91. Okay, that's the third world. And that's the way the PLO leadership sees its future, and with some justice too, you know, because otherwise they probably would have been kicked out. So now that's their role, to oversee all of this, and they'll put up with any humiliation, it doesn't matter what. I mean, you look at the terms of the peace treaty, it was just gratuitous humiliation. But the PLO is perfectly happy to take it. And they'll get rich, they'll have the guns, and they'll be the equivalent of the elite in India, or Mexico, Thailand, Indonesia, or any other place that you see in the third world. The nation-state system. Woman, Noam, the problems you describe in the world sound almost chronic to me. Systematic underdevelopment and exploitation in the third world, proliferation of nuclear weapons, the growing environmental crisis. What means of social organization do you think would be necessary for us to overcome these things? Well, in my view, what would ultimately be necessary would be a breakdown of the nation-state system, because I think that's not a viable system. It's not necessarily the natural form of human organization. In fact, it's a European invention pretty much. The modern nation-state system basically developed in Europe since the medieval period, and it was extremely difficult for it to develop. Europe has a very bloody history, an extremely savage and bloody history, with constant massive wars and so on, and that was all part of an effort to establish the nation-state system. It has virtually no relation to the way people live, or to their associations, or anything else particularly, so it had to be established by force. and it was established by centuries of bloody warfare. That warfare ended in 1945, and the only reason it ended is because the next war was going to destroy everything. So it ended in 1945. We hope, if it didn't, it will destroy everything. The nation-state system was exported to the rest of the world through European colonization. Europeans were barbarians, basically, savages, very advanced technologically, and advanced in methods of warfare, but not culturally or anything else particularly. And when they spread over the rest of the world, it was like a plague. They just destroyed everything in front of them. It was kind of like Genghis Khan or something. They fought differently, they fought much more brutally, they had better technology, and they essentially wiped everything else out. 92. The American continent's a good example. How come everybody around here has a white face, and not a red face? Well, it's because the people with the white faces were savages, and they killed the people with red faces. When the British and other colonists came to this continent, they simply destroyed everything, and pretty much the same thing happened everywhere else in the world. You go back to about the 16th century and the populations of Africa and Europe were approximately comparable. A couple centuries later, the population of Europe was far higher, maybe 4 times as high. Why did that change? Well, you know, those were the effects of European colonization. 93. So the process of colonization was extraordinarily destructive, and it in turn imposed the European nation-state system on the world, kind of a reflection of internal European society, which of course was always extremely hierarchical and unequal and brutal. And if that system continues, I suppose it will continue to be hierarchical and unequal and brutal. So I think other forms of social organization have to be developed, and those forms are not too difficult to imagine. I mean, the United Nations was an attempt to do something about it, but it didn't work, because the superpowers won't let it work. International law is the same story. International law is a method by which you might regulate the aggressive and destructive tendencies of the nation-state. The trouble is, international law doesn't have a police force, there are no Martians around to enforce it. So international law will only work if the powers subjected to it are willing to accept it, and the United States is not willing to accept it. If the World Court condemns us, we simply disregard it. It's not our problem. We're above the law, we're a lawless state. 94. And as long as the major powers in the world are lawless and violent, and are unwilling to enter into international arrangements or other kinds of mechanisms which would constrain force and violence, there's very little hope for human survival, I would think. Now, my own feeling, big story, is that the reasons for all of this have to do with the way that power is concentrated inside the particular societies. That's the source of this extreme violence in the world. Remember that every existing social system has a vast disparity of power internally. Take the United States. The United States was not founded on the principle that the people ought to rule. That's freshman civics. It's not what happened in history. If you look back at the actual record, you'll find that the principles of the American founding fathers were quite different. Keep in mind, all of the founding fathers hated democracy. Thomas Jefferson was a partial exception, but only partial. For the most part, they hated democracy. The principles of the founding fathers were rather nicely expressed by John Jay, the head of the Constitutional Convention and the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. His favorite maxim was, "The people who own the country ought to govern it." That's the principle on which the United States was founded. 95. The major framer of the Constitution, James Madison, emphasized very clearly in the debates at the Constitutional Convention in 1787 that the whole system must be designed, as he put it, to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority. That's the primary purpose of the government, he said. 96. Now, Madison had kind of a theory behind that, which was that the minority of the opulent would be elevated Enlightenment gentlemen, who would act like some kind of ancient Roman republicans of his imagination, benevolent philosophers who would use their opulence to benefit everybody in the country. But he himself quickly recognized that that was a serious delusion, and within about 10 years he was bitterly denouncing what he called the daring depravity of the times, as the minority of the opulent were using their power to smash everyone else in the face. In fact, still in the 18th century, Madison made some insightful comments about the interactions between state power and private power. He said, "We've designed a system in which the stock jobbers, what we would today call investors, are simply using state power for their own ends. We thought we were going to create a system which would put enlightened gentlemen in control so that they would protect everyone from the tyranny of the majority, but instead what we've got is gangsters in control using state power for their own benefit." 97. Well, that's the way the system was originally designed in the United States, and over the next 2 centuries, that basic design hasn't changed a lot. The minority of the opulent, who share a very definite class interest, still have control of the government institutions, both the parliament and the executive, while the general population remains highly dispersed, separated, and, as Madison also recommended, fragmented so that people will not be able to unite together to identify and press their interests. 98. And the principle that the people who own the country ought to govern it continues to be the dominant feature of American politics. All right, it's not a very big secret who owns the country. You look at the Fortune 500 every year and you figure out pretty well who owns the country. The country is basically owned by a network of conglomerates that control production and investment and banking and so on, and are tightly interlinked and very highly concentrated. They own the country. And the principle of American democracy is that they also ought to govern it. And to a very large extent, they do. Now, whenever you have a concentration of power like that, you can be certain that the people who have the power are going to try to maximize it, and they're going to maximize it at the expense of others, both in their own country and abroad. And that's just an unviable system, I think. Let's put international violence aside for a minute and take environmental issues, which people are finally beginning to look at. Well, it's been obvious for centuries that capitalism is going to self-destruct. That's just inherent in the logic of system, because to the extent that a system is capitalist, that means maximizing short-term profit and not being concerned with long-term effects. In fact, the motto of capitalism was, private vices, public benefits. Somehow it's gonna work out. Well, it doesn't work out, and it's never going to work out. If you're maximizing short-term profits without concern for the long-term effects, you are going to destroy the environment, for one thing. I mean, you can pretend up to a certain point that the world has infinite resources and that it's an infinite wastebasket, but at some point you're going to run into the reality, which is that that isn't true. Well, we're running into that reality now, and it's very profound. Take something like combustion. Anything you burn, no matter what it is increasing the greenhouse effect, and this was known to scientists decades ago. They knew exactly what was happening. 99. But in a capitalist system, you don't care about long-term effects like that. What you have to care about is tomorrow's profits. So the greenhouse effect has been building for years, and there's no known technological fix on the horizon. There may not be any answer to this. It could be so serious that there's no remedy. That's possible. And then human beings will turn out to have been a lethal mutation, which maybe destroys a lot of life with us. Or it could be that there's some way of fixing it, or some ameliorating way nobody knows. But just keep in mind what we're dealing with. The predictable effect of an increase in the world's temperature through the greenhouse effect will be to raise the sea level, and if the sea level begins to rise a few feet, it's not clear that human civilization can continue. A lot of the agricultural lands, for example, are alluvial. They're near the seas. Industrial centers, like New York City, could be inundated. The climate is going to change, so the agricultural producing areas of the United States could become dust bowls. And when these changes start to be recognized, they're going to set into motion social conflict of a sort that we can't even imagine. I mean, if it turns out that agricultural areas in the United States are becoming unviable and that Siberia is becoming the next great agricultural producer, do you think that American planners are going to allow the Russians to use it? We'll conquer it, even if we have to destroy the world in a nuclear war to do it. That's the way they think, and have always thought. And those conflicts are going to be growing up all over the world. You can't even predict what they'll be like. Alright, right now we do not have the forms of internal democracy or international organization which will allow us even to begin to cope with these sorts of problems. The very concept of social planning, of rational planning for human concerns, that's regarded as virtually subversive. And that's the only thing that could possibly save people, rational social planning, carried out by accountable people representing the whole population rather than business elites. Democracy, in other words, that's a concept we don't have. 9. Movement organizing. Based primarily on discussions at Woods Hole, Massachusetts, between 1993 and 1996. The movie Manufacturing Consent. Editor's note: the 1992 movie Manufacturing Consent, Noam Chomsky and the Media was the most successful Canadian feature documentary ever made and played in more than 32 countries. Although Chomsky cooperated with the directors and liked them very much, he has not seen the film and does not intend to, for reasons that follow. Point 1. Man, Noam, watching your reactions to the documentary they made about your critique of the media, you've shown a lot of discomfort. You should see the letters I write him indicating Mark Akbar, one of the directors. Mark Akbar, he's a good letter writer. Man, again earlier today you said something critical about it. I'm sure you realize the politically potent effect that the film is having. Oh yes. Man, and I was just wondering, if this were a film about Bertrand Russell, British philosopher and socialist, and his powerful ideas, and how he helped to change society with his ideas, would you be as critical of it, or would you see it as a powerful political organizing tool, too? Both. Man, then I guess I'd love to hear you say something positive about the film. Well, what I would say is exactly what you said. I mean, the positive impact of it has been astonishing to me. Mark can give you the details, but outside of the United States, the film is shown all over the place, and even inside the United States it was shown to some extent. Man, it was in a lot of cities. Yeah, but in every other country it's been on national television. Man, it came to Seattle 4 times and sold out every screening. Okay, but everywhere else it was on national television. I didn't realize this myself until I was traveling around Europe giving talks last year, and I'd be in Finland and oh yeah, we all saw it on television. It was that sort of thing all over the place. As a matter of fact, it's gotten to the point where I'm invited to film festivals all over the world, literally. Well, one result of that is there's been a ton of reviewing, and the reviewing is extremely interesting. The reviews are often written just by guys who write TV criticism for the newspapers, you know, completely apolitical people. And their reaction is extremely positive. I'd say about 98% of the time it's very positive. In fact, about the only thing that got a lot of people pissed off, including Phil Donahue, was some remarks I made about sports. People got kind of angry about that. Point 3. But most of the time the reaction is very positive. They say, yeah, really interesting. In fact, I get a ton of letters about it, like I get a letter from some steel worker in Canada saying, I took my friends 3 times, we all saw it and it's great, and so on and so forth. Well, that's all fine. But the standard letter, is something like this. It says, I'm really glad they made this film. I thought I was the only person in the world who had these thoughts. I'm delighted to know that somebody else actually has them and is saying them. Then comes the punchline, how can I join your movement? That's why I'm ambivalent. Now, I don't think it's anything Mark and Peter, the directors, did wrong. I mean, I haven't seen the movie, but I know that they were very well aware of this problem, and tried very hard to overcome it. But somehow it's just inherent in the medium. I don't think the medium allows an escape from this, or if it does, I don't think that anybody's yet found it. I mean, I don't think the medium can make people understand that if they film me giving a talk somewhere, that's because somebody else organized the talk, and the real work is being done by the people who organized the talk, and then followed it up and are out there working in their communities. If they can bring in some speaker to help get people together, terrific, but that person is in no sense the leader. That somehow doesn't get across in a movie. What gets across is, how can I join your movement? And then I've got to write a letter which is a big speech about this. So I am ambivalent about it. Incidentally, one more comment about the reviews in the United States were intriguingly different. First of all, there weren't many, because it wasn't shown a lot here. But they were very interesting. Do you remember the New York Times review? That was really fascinating, that was the most intriguing one. Mark Akbar, they left your name out of the title of the film. Well, yeah, right. But actually, the New York Times to my surprise wrote a very favorable review, or what I'm sure they took to be a favorable review. They assigned it to Vincent Canby, who's kind of an old-time New Dealer. He was the big cultural critic at the Times forever, and he wrote a review which I'm sure everybody at the Times took to be very favorable. It said something like, "Oh yeah, really interesting guy, wonderful film," so on and so forth. Then it said, obviously there's nothing to what he's saying, of course it's all nonsense, but it was very sympathetic. Then it got really interesting. It said, though what he's saying is all nonsense, nevertheless the leading idea is worth taking seriously, even though it sounds crazy. And the leading idea, Canby said, is that the government is only responsive to the 50% of the population who vote, not to the 50% who don't vote, so therefore we ought to try to register more people. He said, yeah, this sounds pretty far out in left field, but nevertheless we shouldn't discount it totally, something like that, for it just flew by him completely. He didn't see what the film was about. I mean, the most illiterate TV reviewer in Tasmania didn't miss the point like that. It's only in the United States that it has to be completely missed. And that's what it means to think properly. But I do think the film is double-edged. It certainly energized a lot of activism. I think it did a tremendous amount of good just for East Timor alone. The film includes extensive coverage of the unreported East Timor genocide as a case study of Edward Herman's and Chomsky's propaganda model 5. And it's had a good impact in other respects. But it also has this negative aspect, which seems to me almost unavoidable. But you wanted to say something more. Mark Akbar, I'm sure you're aware that we have you saying in the film, almost verbatim, what you just said, that the reason you can give talks all over the place is because people are organizing. Yeah, I know, but it just doesn't get across. There's something about the medium which prevents it from getting across. I mean, I know that it was tried, I know that that was the idea, but Mark Akbar, was it really the majority of letters that said, I want to join your movement? Well, they say something like that. The general picture is that it's about me, and it isn't. The whole point is, it's not. And I don't know how you get that across to people in a film. Man, but it is about you, just the ideas aren't about you. No. Man, the ideas are for the world to think about. But see, it really isn't, because if I'm somewhere giving a talk, it's precisely because somebody organized a meeting. Like, I'm here, but I didn't do anything. Mike and Lydia Albert and Sargent, co-editors of Z Magazine, did something. I didn't do anything. And that's the way it is everywhere else too. Man, but you're also here because of the way you grew up, and that school that you went to. But the same is true of everybody else who's here too. Yeah, sure. Everybody's got their own story. Woman, but the critique of the media in the film is taken from speeches that you gave. Yeah, but that's because other people are doing important things and I'm not doing important things. That's what it literally comes down to. I mean, years ago I used to be involved in organizing too. I'd go to meetings, get involved in resistance, go to jail, all of that stuff, and I was just no good at it at all. Some of these people here can tell you. So sort of a division of labor developed. I decided to do what I'm doing now, and other people kept doing the other things. Friends of mine who were basically the same as me went to the same colleges and graduate schools, won the same prizes, teach at MIT and so on, just went a different way. They spend their time organizing, which is much more important work, so they're not in a film. That's what the difference is. I mean, I do something basically less important. It is, in fact. It's adding something, and I can do it, so I do it. I don't have any false modesty about it. And it's helpful. But it's helpful to people who are doing the real work. And every popular movement I know of in history has been like that. In fact, it's extremely important for people with power not to let anybody understand this, to make them think there are big leaders around who somehow get things going, and then what everybody else has to do is follow them. That's one of the ways of demeaning people, and degrading them, and making them passive. I don't know how to overcome this exactly, but it's really something people ought to work on. Woman, as an activist for East Timor, though, I have to say that the film put our work on a completely different level. Even if you have some trouble with it personally, it has gotten people doing a lot of real work out there. I think that's true, I know that's true. Another woman, now I've got to admit it, I felt odd having you sign a book for my friend earlier today. Yeah, it's crazy, it's just completely wrong. In a place like San Francisco, it gets embarrassing. I can't walk across the Berkeley campus literally without 20 people coming up and asking me to sign something. That doesn't make any sense. Woman, it does feel unnatural. It is, it's completely missing the point. It's simply not factually accurate, for one thing, because like I say, the real work is being done by people who are not known. That's always been true in every popular movement in history. The people who are known are riding the crest of some wave. Now, you can ride the crest of the wave and try to use it to get power, which is the standard thing, or you can ride the crest of the wave because you're helping people that way, which is another thing. But the point is, it's the wave that matters, and that's what people ought to understand. I don't know how you get that across in a film. Actually, come to think of it, there are some films that have done it. I mean, I don't see a lot of visual stuff, so I'm not the best commentator, but I thought Salt of the Earth really did it. It was a long time ago, but at the time I thought that it was one of the really great movies, and of course it was killed. I think it was almost never shown. Woman, which one was that? Salt of the Earth. It came out at the same time as On the Waterfront, which is a rotten movie. And On the Waterfront became a huge hit because it was anti-union. See, On the Waterfront was part of a big campaign to destroy unions while pretending to be for, you know, Joe Sixpack. So On the Waterfront is about this Marlon Brando or somebody who stands up for the poor working man against the corrupt union boss. Okay, things like that exist, but that's not unions. I mean, sure, there are plenty of union bosses who are crooked, but nowhere near as many as C.E.O.S who are crooked, or what have you. But since On the Waterfront combined that anti-union message with standing up for the poor working man, it became a huge hit. On the other hand, Salt of the Earth, which was an authentic and I thought very well done story about a strike and the people involved in it, that was just flat killed. I don't even think it was shown anywhere. I mean, you could see it at an art theater, I guess, but that was about it. I don't know what those of you who know something about film would think of it, but I thought it was a really outstanding film. Media activism. Woman, Noam, I agree with you that alternative media activists have to be very careful not to recreate authoritarian structures like the ones that exist now, like, not have a Z channel, i.e. After Z magazine, that goes about things in the same way as ABC and CBS. But I'm not quite sure how we can disseminate information effectively and still be egalitarian as we do it. It seems to me there is this tendency to try to speak from a position of authority, and we really have to fight against that. I think that's exactly right, that's a crucial point. I don't completely know what the answer is to that. Actually, I'd be interested in what some of you have to say about it. Man, well, let's just take you personally for a second. When people ask you where to turn for more truth and for accuracy of information, what do you tell them? What I usually say is that they're not phrasing the question the right way. I mean, people should not be asking me or anyone else where to turn for an accurate picture of things, they should be asking themselves that. So someone can ask me what reflects my interpretation of the way things are, and I can tell them where they can get material that looks at the world the way I think it ought to be looked at, but then they have to decide whether or not that's accurate. Ultimately, it's your own mind that has to be the arbiter. You've got to rely on your own common sense and intelligence, you can't rely on anyone else for the truth. So the answer I give is, I think the smartest thing to do is to read everything you read, and that includes what I write. I would always tell people this skeptically. And in fact, an honest writer will try to make it clear what his or her biases are and where the work is starting from, so that then readers can compensate. They can say, this person's coming from over here, and that's the way she's looking at the world. Now I can correct for what may well be her bias. I can decide for myself whether what she's telling me is accurate, because at least she's making her premises clear. And people should do that. You should start by being very skeptical about anything that comes to you from any sort of power system, and about everything else too. You should be skeptical about what I tell you. Why should you believe a word of it? I got my own axe to grind. So figure it out for yourself. There really is no other answer. And in fact, if you're an organizer who's serious about it, what you're going to try to do is help people themselves find their own answers. And then if you can be a resource, or point them in some direction that might be useful, or help put them in touch with somebody, or take care of their kids while they're out looking for a job or something, okay, that's organizing. Mark Akbar, Noam, one of the best things you said that didn't end up in the film was, it's not so much a matter of what you read, it's a matter of how you read. When people ask me about sources for information, I recommend the New York Times as quickly as I recommend Z Magazine. Yeah, I do too. I absolutely agree with that. Take, say, Business Week. It's useful to read it, it's useful to read what the ruling class tells its people. You can learn an awful lot from the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and so on. In fact, I think in general that people tend not to read the business press as much as they should. Most of it is very boring, but there are things in there that you do not find elsewhere. They tend to be more honest, because they're talking to people they don't have to be worried about, and to people who need to know the truth so that they can go out and make decisions about their money. I mean, you can lie as much as you want in the Boston Globe or something, but the people who read the Wall Street Journal have to have a tolerable sense of reality when they go out to make money. So in journals like Business Week and Fortune, you'll typically find an awful lot of very useful information. These are journals that you shouldn't buy, incidentally, they're too expensive, but you should steal them if you can. They're also in the library. Point 6. As a more general matter, though, if you really want to educate yourself politically, what you have to do is become part of a group, because unless you're a real fanatic about it, you're just not going to be able to do it all by yourself. I mean, I do it, but I know I've got a screw loose, and I don't expect anybody else to be that crazy. On the other hand, a group working together can do it very well. Take a look at the Central America solidarity movements in the 1980s, for example. They were usually church-based groups around the country, and they just kept working at it together. They had people going down there, they had their own literature, they circulated information around, and the result was, there were people I met in those groups who knew more about Central America than I do, and I work on it hard. They certainly knew more about it than the CIA, which is no big thing actually, or than people in a lot of the academic departments. But that's what can happen when you start working together, and I think that's just got to be the answer, except for a few crazed individuals here and there. And in fact, what I just said about my own work isn't really accurate, because I certainly don't find all the information I use on my own. The fact is, there are a lot of people around the world who are in a similar position, and we share information together. A good deal of my time is actually spent just clipping newspapers and periodicals and professional journals, and photocopying them to send to people, and they do the same for me. And the result is, I can easily get to know more than people in the CIA, or in any academic research center, mainly because I have smart agents, not dumb agents, and they know what's important and can dig things out. I mean, mainstream scholars and national intelligence agencies don't have very smart and perceptive people scanning the journals and the press in other countries and around the United States, and finding what's important, doing an analysis of it and sending it to them. The countries I'm especially interested in, like say Israel, I could never cover the press well enough by myself, it's just too much of a job. But if I have friends there clipping it and sending me articles, and picking out what's important, we can share understanding. And it's the same with other places. For instance, a lot of the work I've done on Southeast Asia and East Timor has used mostly material from the Australian press. I just get tons of stuff from there. And again, it's reciprocal, you do this for a number of people, they do it for you, and the end result is, informal networks of cooperation develop through which people can pool their efforts and compensate for a lack of resources. That's exactly what organization is all about, in fact. Woman, Noam, I remember in the movie you criticized the US media for insisting on concision, restricting news analysis to concise sound bites, so only conventional wisdom can be presented coherently. But in the organizing I've done, I've found that it's important to use both concision and a more in-depth type of analysis, to use the two in combination. I'm thinking specifically of trying to get people's attention through fact sheets and quick blurbs of information that you can digest easily, and then go on to find out more. I'm wondering what you think about that kind of combined use. Sure, oh yeah, it's very useful to do it that way. Actually, I should say that this term concision is kind of like a joke. It's a word I learned from the media PR guys when I heard one of them use it, I forget who. Mark Akbar, Jeff Greenfield. Yeah, what is he, manager of Newsweek? Mark Akbar, producer at Nightline. Producer at Nightline or something. He used the word concision to describe what they do, find people who can make their points in 600 words, or between two commercials. 7. It was the first time I'd ever heard the term. But yeah, it's around, and it's a technique of thought control. But you can use it quite constructively too. For example, during the Gulf War, Z magazine ran a couple pages of just short factual statements of what the basic story was. I think every good organizing group does things like that. I mean, people need to have information in the front of their minds, so that they know what the general structure is. It's just that then you should fill in the depth. So I think you should use the techniques in combination. There's nothing wrong with slogans if they lead you to something. But of course, we should also be making people aware that any presentation of facts is a selection and an interpretation. I mean, we're picking the facts that we think are important, maybe they'll think something else is important. Woman, a common response when you give people a fact sheet is, why should we trust you? Where did you get this information? Not enough people ask those questions, actually. They should, yeah. But that distrust still is something that's very hard to overcome as an organizer. I don't know how many of you have been following the Z Online Bulletin Board lately, a computer network discussion forum, but there's been an ongoing conversation there in which people have pointed out, and they're right, I don't know any answer to it, that they'll come to people with, not necessarily just fact sheets, but even detailed, elaborate arguments with a lot of evidence and data, but it's different from what everyone has always heard, and the standard response is, well, why should I believe you? And that's not an unreasonable response. I mean, if somebody came to you with a 3-volume work with a lot of footnotes and statistics and mathematical calculations which proved that the world is flat, you'd be very wise to be cautious, no matter how impressive it looked. And that's the way we're coming to people most of the time. We're telling them that the world is flat, and they're not going to believe all your evidence. They should, in fact, ask questions like that. And that's just a hard situation for organizers to overcome. You only really overcome that by winning confidence, and helping people gain a broader understanding for themselves, bit by bit. Self-destruction of the US left. Man, you travel around the country doing a lot of speaking engagements, no? I'm wondering, just from going to all these different communities, what do you think things look like in general as far as the movement goes, as far as politics go? What's your assessment? Well, over the years I think there's sort of like a tendency, you can see a tendency towards, on the one hand, much larger groups of people getting engaged in political activism in some fashion, or at least wanting to become involved in some sort of progressive activity, roughly speaking. On the other hand, the opportunities for it are declining at the same time and people are becoming extremely isolated. I just got a sense of it yesterday afternoon. I was getting ready to go off for a couple of weeks, so I did my monthly making out of checks to all the, worthwhile organizations around the world. And it's amazing when you see it. You take any topic you like, no matter how narrow it is, I mean, health rights in the southern part of Guatemala, let's say, and there are 15 separate organizations working on it, maybe right next door to one another, so you have to make out 15 checks. Well, that's what I happened to notice yesterday, but it's characteristic of what's happening. Everybody's got their own little operation, everything is extremely narrowly focused and very small, and often the groups don't even know about each other's existence. And partly that's the result of, and partly it contributes to, a sense of real isolation, and also a kind of hopelessness, a sense that nothing's going on, because after all it's just me and my 3 friends. And it's true, it's you and your 3 friends, except down the block there's somebody else and their 3 friends. The success in atomizing the population has been extraordinary. I think that's in fact the major propaganda achievement of recent years, just to isolate people in a most astonishing fashion. And the left has done a lot to help that along, in my opinion. So what you find all around the country is huge mobs of people showing up at talks and wanting to get involved, but nobody around with anything for them to do, or any sense that there could be any follow-up. I mean, the standard question after a talk where thousands of people have shown up is, what can I do? That's a terrible condemnation of the left, that people have to ask that question. There ought to be 50 booths outside with people saying, look, join up, here's what you can do. And there aren't, or if there are, the groups are so narrow that people just have a feeling, look, I don't want to do anything this narrow. I mean, I'm all in favor of gay and lesbian rights in Western Massachusetts, say, but I don't want to devote my whole life to that. Woman, what exactly has the left done that you think is so self-destructive? In part the problem is just divisiveness, its passionate commitment to a very narrow position, and extreme intolerance of anyone who doesn't see it exactly the way you do. So if you have a slightly different view from the person next door on, say, abortion rights, it's a war you can't even talk to each other, it's not an issue that you can even discuss. There's a lot of that on the left, and it's been very self-destructive. It's made the progressive movements, the sort of left movements, kind of unwelcome because people don't like it, they see it, and they don't like it. Also, there's just a huge amount of frittering away of energy on real absurdities. There are parts of the country, like California, where incredible amounts of energy go into things like trying to figure out exactly which mafia figure might have been involved in killing John F. Kennedy or something, as if anybody should care. The energy and the passion that goes into things like that is really extraordinary, and it's very self-destructive. Or take a look at the intellectual left, the people who ought to be involved in the kinds of things we're doing here. If you look at the academic left, say, it's mired in intricate, unintelligible discourse of some crazed postmodernist variety, which nobody can understand, including the people who are involved in it, but it's really good for careers and that sort of thing. That again pulls a ton of energy into activities which have the great value that they are guaranteed not to affect anything in the world, so therefore they're very useful for the institutions to support and to tolerate and to encourage people to get involved with. Another thing is, there are just extreme illusions about what's going on in the world, and that's the fault of all of us. In fact, we just can't seem to get over them. Take the so-called Gulf War. It wasn't really a war, it was a slaughter, But take the Gulf slaughter. It led to tremendous depression on the left, because people felt like they weren't able to do anything about it. Well, if you just think about it for a minute, you realize that it was exactly the opposite. It was probably the greatest victory the peace movement has ever had. The Gulf War was the first time in history that there were huge demonstrations and protests before a war started. That's never happened before. In the case of the Vietnam War, it was 5 years before anybody got out in the streets. This time, there were massive demonstrations with hundreds of thousands of people involved before the bombing even started. And if you just look at the attitudes of the general population, up until the day the bombing started, it was about 2-1 in favor of a negotiated settlement involving Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait in the context of an international conference on regional issues, Israel-Palestine issues, and so on. Point 8. Well, at the time, the left couldn't do anything about it. First of all, it didn't know it, and didn't know that there were alternatives. Like it didn't know that a week earlier high US officials had rejected an Iraqi offer to withdraw from Kuwait on exactly those terms. Point 9. But nevertheless, there is a huge reservoir of support in the general population. It's just the left isn't dealing with it. In fact, the attitudes of the general population are absolutely astonishing. For example, 83% of the American population thinks that the economic system is inherently unfair. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, meaning things should just be radically changed. Point 10. Well, what is the left doing about that mere 83% of the population that thinks everything has to be radically changed? What we're doing is alienating them, or making them feel that we have nothing to say to them, or something like that. Or I remember in 1987, when there was a big hoopla about the bicentennial of the Constitution, the Boston Globe published one of my favorite polls, in which they gave people little slogans and said, "Guess which ones are in the Constitution?" Of course, nobody knows what's in the Constitution, because everybody forgot what they learned in 3rd grade, and probably they didn't pay any attention to it then anyway. So what the question really was asking is, what is such an obvious truism that it must be in the Constitution? Well, one of the suggestions was, what about from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs? A slogan from Karl Marx. Half the American population thinks that's in the Constitution, because it's such an obvious truth. It's so obviously true that it must be in the Constitution. Where else could it come from? 11. If you think about what this means and what we're doing about it, it's mind-boggling, the chasm. Or take the whole Ross Perot phenomenon during the 1992 election. Perot is an American billionaire who ran for president on an independent ticket. Ross Perot appeared on the political scene and had no program. Nobody knew what he stood for. He could have come from Mars for all anybody knew, and within a couple days he was running even with the two major candidates. I mean, if a puppet was running, it probably would have come out even. Or do you remember the whole business with Dan Quayle and Murphy Brown? That was taken very seriously in the United States. It was treated as if these were two real people, a debate between the vice president and a television actress, actually, not an actress, a character on a television show, who then responded through the show. Quayle had criticized the character for deciding to have a child out of wedlock. Well, there was a poll done at that time in which people were asked who they would prefer as president, Dan Quayle or Murphy Brown, and you can guess who won. 12. There wasn't a poll done as to who they thought was real. I'm not sure what the result of that one would have been. But what these things demonstrate is something that is shown over and over again in careful public opinion studies: the population is what's called alienated. People think that none of the institutions work for them, everything's a scam, a crooked operation. They feel they have no way of influencing anything. The political system doesn't work, the economic system doesn't work, everything is being done somewhere else and it's all out of their control. And this feeling goes up across the board pretty regularly. 13. I mean, they're not aware how much it's true. Like, they're not aware that in the current GATT General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade Negotiations, major decisions are being made that will have a tremendous impact on the world and on their lives, and neither they, nor the unions, nor Congress knows anything about them. But they get a sense of it, they sort of have a feel for it. And the point is, the left is doing virtually nothing to try to take advantage of this situation and turn the tremendous discontentedness in some kind of constructive direction. What I see on the left at least is pretty much the same story everywhere: tremendous divisiveness, narrowness of focus, intolerance, unwillingness to meet people on their own terms, plus inertia and just madness of various kinds. And the reason for a lot of that is, well, I think you could sort of see some of the reasons. If you just take the civil rights movement and look at its course, I think you get a pretty good idea of some of the reasons. In the early part of the civil rights movement, in the late 1950s and early 60s, there was tremendous courage and dedication, and huge numbers of people finally got involved, including all the way up to middle-class America. And it was successful. There were big victories in the South. And then somehow it stopped. Well, what happened? What happened was, you got restaurants integrated, and you got things like the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It was a little bit like what's going on in South Africa now, although there it's much more dramatic. And you were able to establish the forms that in general are accepted by the mainstream establishment culture, and even by the business community, like, General Motors doesn't have any stake in having restaurants segregated. In fact, they'd rather have them not segregated. It's more efficient. So all of that stuff worked, at least to a certain extent. It wasn't easy, a lot of people got killed, it was very brutal and so on. But it worked. And then it stopped, and it frittered away, and in fact probably it's regressed since then. And the reason is, it ran into class issues, and they're hard. They require institutional change. The board of directors of General Motors is not going to be happy when you start dealing with class issues in the industrial centers. So at that point it stopped, and it frittered away, and also it went off into pretty self-destructive things: revolutionary slogans, carrying guns around, smashing windows, this and that, just because it ran into harder issues. And when you run into harder issues, it's easy to look for an escape. And there are a lot of different escapes. You can escape by writing meaningless articles on some unintelligible version of academic radical feminism, or by becoming a conspiracy buff, or by working on some very narrowly focused issue, which may be important, but is so narrow that it's never going to get anywhere or have any outreach. There are a lot of these temptations. And as the number of people becoming interested and involved has increased, since the issues are indeed hard, they're not easy, there's been a kind of chasm developing between the potentialities and the actual achievements. Woman, you don't think the left is dealing with class issues? Not much. I mean, it's not that nobody is. And they're not the only issues that have to be dealt with, it's just that they're the most important ones because they're right at the core of the whole system of oppression. And also, they're the hardest ones, because you're dealing with solid institutional structures where the core of private power is involved. I mean, other issues are hard too, like issues of patriarchy are hard. But they're modifiable without changing the whole system of power. Class issues aren't. Man, do you have any strategies for the left to be able to get more on common ground with the working class? Well, first of all, working class is pretty broad. I mean, anybody who gets a paycheck is in some sense working class, so there's a sense in which a lot of managers are working class too, and in fact, they have pretty much the same interests these days. They're getting canned as fast as everybody else is, and they're worried about it. See, in the United States the word class is used in an unusual way. It's supposed to have something to do with wealth. But in its traditional usage, and the way the word is used everywhere else, what it has to do with is your place in the whole system of decision-making and authority. So if you take orders, you're working class, even if you're wealthy. And how should the left be dealing with class issues? Well, we have to take that 83% of the population that thinks that the system is inherently unfair, and increase it to a larger percentage. Then we simply help people get organized to change it. There are no special tactics for that, it's just the usual education and organizing. Okay, so you get started doing it. Popular education. Woman, One thing that I've noticed in reading a number of your books, and a number of books by people like Holly Sklar and Michael Albert, is that it's a standard practice on the left in trying to help educate people because we are in the minority position to document everything very thoroughly, to lay out very precise scholarly arguments, to marshal a lot of evidence and have a ton of citations. But the thing that bothers me about that is there are a lot of people who are shut out of that world. That's right. Woman, they're not academics, they haven't been trained in this way of making arguments. I really wish that there was something out there in the making arguments. I really wish that there was something out there in the middle ground that would not just try to persuade, but would also teach about argumentation. Somebody told me they used to do things like that in the 1930s, with popular education. Absolutely, in fact, that was one of the big things in the 1930s for left intellectuals to be involved in. I mean, good scientists, well-known, important scientists like Bernal, British physicist, and others just felt that it was a part of their obligation to the human species to do popular science. So you had very good popular books being written about physics, and about mathematics and so on. For instance, there's a book called Mathematics for the Million which is an example of it. Point 14. Woman, yeah, I've heard of that. Well, that guy came out of the left. And the point is, those people just felt that this kind of knowledge should be shared by everyone. In fact, one of the things I find most astonishing about the current left intellectual scene is that what the counterparts of these people today are telling the general public is, you don't have to know about this stuff, it's all just some white male power play, and besides, astrology's the same as physics, it's all just a discourse, and a text, and this, that, and the other thing, so forget about it, do what comes natural. If you like astrology, it's astrology. I mean, this is so different in character from what was just assumed automatically in the days when there were live popular movements, it's amazing. If you're privileged enough to, say, know mathematics, and you think you're a part of the general world, obviously you should try to help other people understand it. And the way you do it, for example, is by writing books like Mathematics for the Million, or by giving talks in elementary schools and things like that. In fact, involvement in popular education goes well beyond writing books. It means having groups, giving talks, workers' education, all sorts of stuff. And the fact that people on the left aren't doing those things today, I think, is a real tragedy, and also part of the really self-destructive aspect of a lot of what's been happening, in my opinion. These are things that have always been a part of live political movements. In fact, workers' education used to be a huge thing in the United States. For example, A.J. Muste, American pacifist and activist, worked in workers' education for a long time, and the working class schools he helped set up were significant, and big people who hadn't gone through elementary school came to them, and really learned a lot. Incidentally, Muste was one of the most important people of the century in the United States. Of course, nobody knows about him, because he did the wrong things, but he was really a leading figure in the sort of left libertarian movement. Point 15. John Dewey, American philosopher and educator, was also very much involved in popular education, and part of it was an attempt to do just this kind of thing. So Dewey worked with Jane Addams, American social worker and suffragist, and others in Chicago during the Progressive period on community development programs and so on. In fact, the whole progressive school movement came out of that, and it very much had this kind of democratizing commitment and a commitment to industrial democracy, which was considered a central part of it all. Point 16. In fact, there were schools like this set up all over the place. For example, in England, several of the colleges in the big universities, including Oxford, are working class colleges. They came out of the labor movement, and are directed to educating working people. And even right around here there's Cape Cod Community College, which, like a lot of community colleges, has people teaching in it whose interests really are this. Community colleges and urban colleges in general have mostly working class students, and they can be a very good way to reach people. A lot of activists have in fact chosen to do that. There are people teaching in community colleges all over the place for precisely these reasons. So you're right, there really ought to be more efforts put into things like these. They would be a very important step towards reconstituting the kinds of popular movements we need. Third-party politics. Woman, what do you think about working through the electoral process as a strategy for activists to pursue at this point? Is that a viable way to spend one's energy, if ultimately what we're trying to change is the basic structure of the economy? Well, I think it's possible to work through the electoral process. But the point we have to remember is, things will happen through the electoral process only if there are popular forces in motion in the society which are active enough to be threatening to power. So for example, take the Wagner Act of 1935, i.e. the National Labor Relations Act, which gave American labor the right to organize for the first time. It was a long time coming. Most of Europe had the same rights about 50 years earlier, and it was voted through by Congress. But it wasn't voted through by Congress because Franklin Roosevelt liked it, or because he was a liberal or anything like that. In fact, Roosevelt was a conservative. He had no particular interest in labor. 18 The Wagner Act was voted through by Congress because the people who do have power in the society recognized that they'd better give workers something, or else there was going to be real trouble. So therefore it was voted through, and workers got the right to organize, and they kept that right as long as they were willing to struggle for it. Then they basically lost it. It doesn't get enforced much anymore. So you can get things through the electoral process, but the electoral process is really only a surface phenomenon. A lot of other things have to be happening in the society for it to be very meaningful. Man, what about trying to get proportional representation in the United States as a way of maybe developing a viable Labor Party, which could help articulate more popular interests and broaden the range of political debate generally? Proportional representation refers to an electoral system by which legislative seats are assigned according to the proportion of votes that each party receives rather than by majority vote in each district, which encourages the proliferation of parties and gives minority voters better representation. 19 It seems to me that in Canada, the fact that they have a Labour Party makes people somewhat more attuned to issues that Americans largely miss, like workers' issues for example. That's right, Canada's an interesting case. It's a pretty similar society to us, except different somehow. It's much more humane. It has the same corporate rule, the same capitalist institutions, all of that's the same, but it's just a much more humane place. They have a kind of social contract that we don't have, like they have this national health care system which makes us look bad because it's so efficient. And that is related to their having a labor-based party. I think the New Democratic Party in Canada, NDP, isn't really a Labour Party, but it's kind of labor-based. However, that party's ability to enter the political system in Canada wasn't a result of having proportional representation. It was due to the same thing that would be necessary to get any kind of change like proportional representation in the first place: a lot of serious popular organizing. Look, if you have a political movement that's strong enough that the power structure has to accommodate it, it'll get accommodated in some fashion, as in the case of union organizing rights here, the Wagner Act. But when that movement stops being active and challenging, those rights just aren't going to matter very much anymore. So I think that pushing for something like proportional representation could be worth doing if it's part of a wider organizing campaign. But if it's just an effort to try to put some people into Congress and that's it, then it's pretty much a waste of your time. I mean, there is never any point in getting some person into office unless you can continue forcing them to be your representative, and they will only continue to be your representative as long as you are active and threatening enough to make them do what you want. Otherwise they're going to stop being your representative. This point has been understood forever, actually. So if you go back to James Madison, who framed a lot of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and so on, he pointed out that, as he put it, a parchment barrier will never stand in the way of oppression, meaning, writing something down on paper is totally worthless by itself. If you fight for it, you can make it real. Otherwise you'll just have really nice things on paper. 20 I mean, Stalin's constitution was just about the nicest constitution around, but it was a parchment barrier. And the same is true of every other part of politics too, including having your representative in Congress. So you can vote for Gary Studd's liberal Massachusetts congressman if you're from around here, and he'll do some nice things, but he also voted for NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. And that was against the will of a lot of his constituents, just because those constituents weren't making it clear enough to their representative what he had to do. I mean, the anti-N.A.F.T.A activity that went on in the country was important, and it went way beyond anything I ever thought it would, but it still wasn't enough to get people like Gary Studs to come along when it was needed, and he's a good guy, like I gave money to the Studs campaign. It's just that when you weighed all of the pressures, there wasn't enough of a popular movement to get them to come through when it mattered. This was also part of the problem with the Rainbow Coalition, in my opinion, progressive political organization led by Jesse Jackson. I mean, Jesse Jackson was in a very strong position a couple years ago with the Rainbow Coalition, and he had a choice. His choice was, am I going to use this opportunity to help create a continuing grassroots organization which will keep on working after the election, or am I going to use it as my own personal vehicle of political promotion? And he more or less chose the latter, so it died. Therefore it was a complete waste of time. Anybody who spent time working on that campaign was wasting their time, because it was used as an electoral platform, and that never makes sense. I mean, whenever somebody says I want to become president, you can forget it as president, they won't be any different from George Bush. So as far as I can see, getting proportional representation in the United States today would have basically no effect. The effect would be essentially zilch, just because there's nothing around to take advantage of it. On the other hand, if it was passed at a time when you had popular grassroots organizations of the kind that developed, say, in Haiti in the late 1980s, sure, then it could make a difference. But of course, it's only under those circumstances that you would ever get proportional representation in the first place. So in my view, any of these things could be fine if they're being used as organizing tools to try to get things going. They're a waste of time if you actually take them seriously in themselves, but if they're understood simply as a part of larger popular struggles, so this is what you're focusing on right now, but the purpose isn't to get some words written down somewhere or some person into office, but rather it's to get people to understand the importance of the words and the need to keep fighting for them, yeah, then it can mean something. Woman, so you think that trying to develop a third party here might be worth doing? Sure, absolutely, I think that could be a very important step. Take Canada again. Why does Canada have the healthcare program it does? Up until the mid-1960s, Canada and the United States had the same capitalist health service, extremely inefficient, tons of bureaucracy, huge administrative costs, millions of people with no insurance coverage, exactly what would be amplified in the United States by Clinton's proposals for managed competition put forward in 1993.21, but in 1962 in Saskatchewan, where the NDP is pretty strong and the unions are pretty strong, they managed to put through a kind of rational health care program of the sort that every industrialized country in the world has by now, except the United States and South Africa. Well, when Saskatchewan first put through that program, the doctors and the insurance companies and the business community were all screaming, but it worked so well that pretty soon all the other provinces wanted the same thing too, and within a couple years guaranteed health care had spread over the entire country. And that happened largely because of the new Democratic Party in Canada, which does provide a kind of cover and a framework within which popular organizations like unions, and then later things like the feminist movement, have been able to get together and do things. Now, in the United States there are also a lot of popular organizations, but they're all separate, there's no framework to start bringing them together. So developing a popularly based third party here could be a very important step towards that, and I think it should be pursued. In fact, there have even been some encouraging developments in recent years in getting something like that off the ground. I'm thinking of the emergence of the new party, specifically, which is sort of trying to follow the Canadian model. So again, I don't think that we should have any illusions about working through the political system, and I'm not much of a fan of political parties, but the new party is really the first serious third-party alternative that I've seen in the United States, seriously thought out, trying to create grassroots structures, using politics the way it ought to be used, as an organizing and pressuring technique, and hoping ultimately to get to the point where it could have real influence. Now, they're not going to make structural reforms that requires much bigger changes in the institutions. I mean, when the NDP got into power in Ontario in 1990, they couldn't really do anything, they just carried out the normal right-wing policies, and in the next national election in 1993 they got like 2 votes, nobody wanted to bother with them anymore. But even given those limitations, I still think it's important for a country to have something like that. There's a lot of potential to help make people's lives better, and it certainly could be a basis for moving further and pressing for larger changes. In fact, that same kind of thinking extends to electoral politics in general, in my view. I mean, right now voting decisions in the United States are pretty subtle tactical matters, in which the policy differences between the two major parties are not great. But just because I say they're tactical, I don't mean to demean it. The decisions that have serious human consequences and matter for people are mostly tactical judgments, after all. Like, we can have big discussions about what society ought to look like in the future, which is fine, but that doesn't affect what happens to people in their lives right now, except extremely indirectly. What happens to people in their daily lives usually depends on small, difficult, tactical assessments about where to put your time and energy, and one of those decisions is whether you should vote, and if so, who should you vote for? And that can be an extremely important decision, with significant implications. So for example, we have a national election coming up in the United States soon in 1996, and I don't really know of any very strong arguments one way or another about who to vote for, but that's not to say that that judgment is an unimportant one. I think it's very important. I mean, I'll vote for Clinton, holding my nose, but the reason has nothing at all to do with big policy issues. There I can't really see too much difference. What it has to do with are things like who's going to get appointed to the judiciary. There are some differences between the Republicans and Democrats on questions like that, and who's appointed to the judiciary happens to have a big effect on people's lives. They may be small policy differences when you look at the big picture, but remember, there's a huge amount of power out there, and small policy differences implementing a huge amount of power can make big differences to people. Or there might be a slight difference in things like the Earned Income Tax Credit, a tax refund program for poor working individuals and families. Okay, that makes a lot of difference for people whose kids are hungry in downtown Boston, say. So that'll be my decision in this election again, holding my nose. And that's the way it is at the upper levels of our political system generally, I think. Actually, one way for third parties to address this situation is to run fusion candidates, meaning, you have your own third-party ballot line which stands for whatever you stand for, say for social democratic type programs, but then you have that ballot line vote go to one of the main party candidates in the election, based on these sort of tactical decisions. That's possible in some jurisdictions. And it's a compromise way for a third party to preserve a genuine policy identity and commitment, while nevertheless letting people make the small tactical voting choices that can make a real difference to people, and I think it's a very plausible compromise. Boycotts. Man, do you think it would help to undermine corporate power if people were to begin making consumer choices that directly affect companies like United Fruit, renamed Chiquita, which are the most actively involved in exploiting third world countries, like, stop buying their bananas, say, stop buying their coffee? Again, if only a few people do it, it isn't going to have any effect. It just means that some guy picking bananas in East Costa Rica isn't going to have enough money to feed his children tomorrow. But if it's done on a large enough scale that it can have an impact on the corporate structure, sure, then it could mean something. I mean, suppose you stop consuming altogether. You can live on subsistence farming in the United States in a lot of places, so suppose you did that. The effect on the general society would be exactly as if you decided to commit suicide. It would simply go on as before, but without you. Bear in mind that a lot of these things about let's really make a change by withdrawing from the world and living a decent life have precisely the social effect of suicide. Well, that's a little too extreme, because people might notice and become interested and involved, so maybe it's a little bit more than suicide. But not a lot. And in fact, the only thing that does differentiate it from suicide is when you use it as an organizing tool. Point 22. Otherwise not. Otherwise, in fact, it is just like suicide. Woman, would you ever advocate a boycott as a tactic, though, assuming that it was coordinated and on a large enough scale? Well, tactics depend on the specific situations you're faced with. I don't think you can say very much worthwhile about them in the abstract. So there might be a particular moment when a boycott of something would be helpful. But as a general matter, I don't think they really make a lot of sense, frankly. I mean, suppose we got millions of people to stop buying, what would happen? The economic system barely functions as it is. I mean, the contemporary economic system is a complete catastrophe, an absolutely catastrophic failure. For instance, the International Labour Organization recently gave its latest estimate of unemployment worldwide. Unemployment they define as meaning not having enough work to meet a subsistence level, so maybe you can sell some handkerchiefs at a street corner or something, but you don't have enough work to survive on your own. They estimate that at about 30% of the world's population, which makes it a lot worse than the Great Depression. Point 23. Alright. Now, there's a ton of work to be done in the world. Everywhere you look there's work that ought to be done. And the people who don't have work would be delighted to do it. So what you've got is a huge number of idle hands, a vast amount of work that ought to be done, and an economic system that is incapable of putting those two things together. Okay, absolutely catastrophic failure. Boycotts aren't going to overcome that failure, they're just going to make it worse. So they may be worthwhile as a tactic at some point, but what's really required is just a complete rethinking of the entire nature of economic interactions and structures. There really is no other way to overcome this whole massive failure of the economy. Apraxis. Man, Dr. Chomsky, as I listen to you talk and give your marvelous analysis of the destructions of capitalism and American foreign policy, and even as I hear you today give us some of your perspectives on more practical issues of activism, I'm often struck by what I hear to be an underlying generality to your advice. It seems there's almost the absence of a concrete program. Don't you think that it would be helpful to give people a little bit more guidance about what to do specifically, especially since people are so directionless these days? What I'm saying is, I don't see a revolutionary praxis in your politics, and I'm wondering why that is. Well, when you say there's no praxis, I don't exactly know what that means. There are plenty of things that can be done, I don't think they have to be described with fancy terms. And we just do the things that can be done, the kinds of things that are the next stage. There aren't any general formulas about that. You just ask where you are, what are the problems that exist, where are people ready to move? And then you try to do something with them. There's a whole spectrum of actions you can take, and there's no simple answer as to which ones should have the priority. People judge differently. But I'd be very skeptical if somebody comes along with a praxis, some formula saying, here's the way we're supposed to do it. I'd be really skeptical about that, if I were you. The war on unions. Woman, noam, I know a lot of people fighting for workmen's compensation, i.e. for on-the-job injuries and things like that, and sometimes they've said to me, if I try to get together with other workers to press for changes, I'm going to get in trouble, I'll lose my job. What the hell can I do except look out for number one? They're not happy about that option. Nobody's happy about saying, all I can do is duck and cover and look out for myself, never be loyal to anybody else or support other workers. It's just that there are these consequences that they can't deal with. I don't have an answer for them, I really don't know what to say to that. Yeah, there really is no answer, unless there are organizations, in this case, unions, that are strong enough to fight for them. I mean, if you don't have solidarity and organization and you're just out there alone fighting a big system of power, there's not very much that you can do. It's like if you're walking down the streets of Haiti under the military junta and somebody comes up to you and says, "What should I do?" The answer, "Go attack the police station," is not very helpful. The only thing that these people looking for workman's comp can do is be involved in strong enough organizations, and in this case that means unions, or maybe they can get somebody from the National Lawyers Guild Progressive Law Organization or something to help them work through the legal structures. Short of having an organization that you can be part of that will defend you, though, there's really not much you can do, and that's precisely why there's been such a passionate effort by the business world and the government to try to destroy unions. I mean, ever since the Wagner Act first got passed in 1935, there has been a sustained campaign in the United States to destroy the labor movement and to overcome this tragedy. And there's a very good reason for that. If people are all alone, they really are defenseless. They just assume I can only look out for myself, and then that builds up a real privatization of interests, which in turn contributes to their oppression. But of course, the dynamic also goes the other way too. When you organize with other people, you develop your sense of solidarity and sympathy, and that helps break down the oppression. In fact, this all goes back to James Madison's point again. There are parchment barriers which say that you can't fire workers for trying to organize. There are federal laws that make that completely illegal. But because for whatever reason people have not been able to fight to maintain those laws, the government just doesn't enforce them anymore. I mean, the reason the people you're talking about can be fired is that the government is a criminal operation. It doesn't enforce the laws. Therefore employers have this real weapon over people's heads, which is a very powerful one, as you say. Actually, there was an interesting article about this in Business Week a little while ago. It was about the destruction of unions in the United States, and what they pointed out kind of casually, not making a big point of it, is that part of the way that unions have been destroyed here is just by a huge increase in illegal firings, particularly during the 1980s. The Wagner Act makes that flatly illegal, but since the federal government is a criminal operation and doesn't enforce the laws, employers just do whatever they feel like. The same thing was true with industrial accidents. They shot way up in the 1980s, because the Reagan administration just refused to enforce the laws regulating workplace safety. And this is all right out in the open, like, Business Week says it straight out, illegal firings, nobody's trying to cover it up. Point 24. Woman, can't employers fire employees at will in the US, though? No, if employees are trying to organize and they get fired, that's against the law, it's flatly illegal. Point 25. Woman, it's tough to prove, though. It's tough to prove if the government won't prosecute, or if the courts won't hear it, or if the National Labor Relations Board is set up in such a way that you've got to work for 5 years before your case ever gets heard, by which time everybody's either gone away or dropped dead or something. I mean, these are all just various techniques of state criminality to evade very clear legislation. In fact, the United States has been censured by the International Labor Organization for violating international labor standards. It's probably the only industrial society the ILO has ever censured, because this is a UN agency, so it's largely paid for by the US, and they never say anything bad about the people who pay their wages. But the ILO in 1991 censured the United States for violating international labor standards at the time of the Caterpillar strike, when the government permitted the corporation to bring in scabs workers who crossed the picket line to break the strike. Point 26. And the same sorts of things are happening under Bill Clinton too. So one of the campaign issues that got Clinton a lot of labor support in 1992 was that he promised to put some teeth in the law that makes it illegal for employers to hire scabs, which basically destroys any strike. I mean, when you've got a huge unemployed labor force, and you don't have a sense of working class solidarity in the population, and a ton of people are desperate, if you go on strike and get replaced by scabs, okay, that's the end of the strike, so that kills strikes. Now, this is unheard of. No modern country permits this. In fact, at the time that the ILO censured the US, only the US and South Africa allowed it, though by now I think it's spreading for all kinds of reasons, especially in England. But one of Clinton's big campaign promises in '92 was that he was going to put a stop to this practice, and just now he's sort of backed off from that, under the threat of a filibuster, the practice of blocking legislation in Congress by indefinitely prolonging debate. The people in Congress who were pushing it said, rightly or wrongly, that they couldn't overcome a filibuster, and so he stopped. Point 27. Well, that's again the same interaction. There are already laws on the books that make hiring scabs illegal, but laws only get enforced if people are willing to fight for them, otherwise they don't get enforced. I mean, it's nice to have the laws, but it's nice partly because it makes it easier to struggle for your rights. It's not that the laws give you the rights. Laws can be on the books and mean absolutely nothing, as in this case. There are also a number of other tricks which are being used all around the world to destroy unions. So for example, in England under Margaret Thatcher Prime Minister from 1979 to 90, which was very similar to Reaganite America in many ways, there was also a major effort to try to destroy the labor movement, and by now it's pretty much gone there too. It's not quite as bad as the United States yet, but it's going that way. And remember, the labor movement used to be very strong in England, just like in Canada. In fact, the British labor movement led the way in a lot of respects in pushing through the wave of modern social reform after the Second World War. But now employers in England are allowed to pay differential wages to workers depending on whether or not they unionize. In other words, they can say, if you refuse to join the union, I'll increase your wages; if you join the union, I'll lower your wages. Well, that's devastating for unions. Or take another trick they just instituted there, which is absolutely lethal for organizing. Union dues have traditionally been paid by a check-off. You agree that some part of your salary is going to be deducted for union dues, just like some part of it gets deducted for Social Security. Well, the Conservative John Major government in England just passed an administrative regulation or something that requires all union members to regularly renew their authorization for this check-off, meaning the British labour movement now has to reach 6 million people somewhere and periodically get them to sign a statement saying, I agree to continue doing this. All right, that is just an incredible burden. Even the mainstream British press pointed out that if you tried to do that to banks, like make banks regularly get written agreements from everybody they've ever lent money to or something that they're still going to pay it back, the financial system would probably collapse. Point 28. And the labor movement mostly runs by unpaid volunteers. They don't have the money to pay people, so it's usually volunteers who keep the unions going. So now those volunteers have to take time off from their other activities to try to round up 6 million people from all around the country, who've moved since you last heard of them, and this and that, just to get them to sign some statement they've already signed before allowing the unions to make this check off of dues. Well, that's the kind of thing that's been happening all over the place in recent years, and it's all going to keep on going. I mean, there are all kinds of ways in which power can try to destroy popular organizations. It doesn't have to be death squads like it is in the Third World. And unless there is enough popular pressure and organizing to overcome it, and in fact, progress, they'll win. So I don't know how many of you have tried to organize these days, but it's extremely hard, partly just because there are a lot of barriers that have been set up to make it very difficult to do, many of them instituted in the 1980s. But they're obstacles we're just going to have to overcome. Inner city schools. Woman, noam. A number of activists I know are on welfare, and their children are going to public schools that increasingly are resembling prisons. There are armed guards in the halls, there's a high level of violence. And I know some of these kids, they're really brutalized. If they're not chronically depressed, then they're violent, violent in language, violent in fact. One of the mothers recently told me, and she's a pretty radical person, that the conservative school choice movement, whereby the state would subsidize tuition at private institutions instead of administering public schools, really is appealing to her. It surprised me, but she said, the left isn't addressing the problem of the schools, the left is sentimental about public education. I'm wondering what you think about that. I think there's a lot of truth to it. I mean, it's the same with crime. People are really scared, especially people in poor neighborhoods. It's not so bad where I live, in the fancy suburbs, but if you live in a poor neighborhood, it's frightening. Unpleasant things can happen to you and your children. And when it's frightening, people want something to protect themselves, and if protecting yourself means having armed guards all around, or calling for more use of the death penalty or something, well, then you'll go for that. If the choices are narrowed to your child being attacked in the halls and getting a rotten education, or having private choices, sure, people will pick the private choices. But the task of the left is to extend those options, to let people know that there is another option, the option of a decent life, which is neither schools as prisons, nor pull yourself out and let everybody else stay in the prison, which is what the whole privatization of education story is really about. But sure, if people can't see any other alternatives, they'll say I'll pull myself out. In fact, I did the same thing. Why do I live in the suburbs? Because my wife and I wanted our kids to go to a good school, first person to tell you. Of course I did that, and people who have that option will do it, but the idea is to set up a system in which people don't ever have to face that narrow set of alternatives, all of them awful. I do think it's true, though, that at this point the left is basically offering nothing in the way of alternatives. What it ought to be getting across is the message, look, this is not the full range of alternatives, there are others, and then it should present the others. And the others are not utopian. I mean, just look at the history of inner-city schools in the United States. There was a period, not so far back, when many of the inner-city schools here were extremely good. In fact, some of the black inner-city schools in Washington had among the highest college acceptance rates in the country. 29. Or take my own family, for example, they were immigrants from Eastern Europe, not peasants, but from a very poor Eastern European background, and they went through ordinary city schools in New York. Some of them went to the city college, and they got very good educations. In fact, the City College of New York used to be one of the best schools in the country, public city school, no reason why it shouldn't be. So good public education can certainly be achieved, but of course, like everything else, it's going to depend on the general social and economic structure in which it operates. I mean, it's true that things like violence and rotten schools are destroying the cities, but they're destroying them because of a social structure that we've just got to change, from the bottom up. And yes, until people can see some hope of changing it, they're going to pick from within the rotten set of options that are being presented to them. Defending the welfare state. Woman, noam, since you're an anarchist and often say that you oppose the existence of the nation-state itself and think it's incompatible with true socialism, does that make you at all reluctant to defend welfare programs and other social services which are now under attack from the right wing, and which the right wing wants to dismantle? Well, it's true that the anarchist vision in just about all its varieties has looked forward to dismantling state power, and personally I share that vision. But right now it runs directly counter to my goals. My immediate goals have been, and now very much are, to defend and even strengthen certain elements of state authority that are now under severe attack. And I don't think there's any contradiction there, none at all, really. For example, take the so-called welfare state. What's called the welfare state is essentially a recognition that every child has a right to have food, and to have health care and so on, and as I've been saying, those programs were set up in the nation-state system after a century of very hard struggle, by the labor movement, and the socialist movement, and so on. Well, according to the new spirit of the age, in the case of a 14-year-old girl who got raped and has a child, her child has to learn personal responsibility by not accepting state welfare handouts, meaning, by not having enough to eat. All right, I don't agree with that at any level. In fact, I think it's grotesque at any level. I think those children should be saved. And in today's world, that's going to have to involve working through the state system. It's not the only case. So despite the anarchist vision, I think aspects of the state system, like the one that makes sure children eat, have to be defended, in fact, defended very vigorously. And given the accelerating effort that's being made these days to roll back the victories for justice and human rights which have been won through long and often extremely bitter struggles in the West, In my opinion, the immediate goal of even committed anarchists should be to defend some state institutions, while helping to pry them open to more meaningful public participation, and ultimately to dismantle them in a much more free society. There are practical problems of tomorrow on which people's lives very much depend, and while defending these kinds of programs is by no means the ultimate end we should be pursuing, in my view we still have to face the problems that are right on the horizon, and which seriously affect human lives. I don't think those things can simply be forgotten because they might not fit within some radical slogan that reflects a deeper vision of a future society. The deeper visions should be maintained, they're important, but dismantling the state system is a goal that's a lot farther away, and you want to deal first with what's at hand and nearby, I think. And in any realistic perspective, the political system, with all its flaws, does have opportunities for participation by the general population which other existing institutions, such as corporations, don't have. In fact, that's exactly why the far right wants to weaken governmental structures, because if you can make sure that all the key decisions are in the hands of Microsoft and General Electric and Raytheon, then you don't have to worry anymore about the threat of popular involvement in policy making. So take something that's been happening in recent years, devolution, that is, removing authority from the federal government down to the state governments. Well, in some circumstances, that would be a democratizing move which I would be in favor of. It would be a move away from central authority down to local authority. But that's in abstract circumstances that don't exist. Right now it'll happen because moving decision-making power down to the state level in fact means handing it over to private power. See, huge corporations can influence and dominate the federal government, but even middle-sized corporations can influence state governments and play one state's workforce off against another's by threatening to move production elsewhere unless they get better tax breaks and so on. So under the conditions of existing systems of power, devolution is very anti-democratic. Under other systems of much greater equality, devolution could be highly democratic, but these are questions which really can't be discussed in isolation from the society as it actually exists. So I think that it's completely realistic and rational to work within structures to which you are opposed, because by doing so you can help to move to a situation where then you can challenge those structures. Let me just give you an analogy. I don't like to have armed police everywhere. I think it's a bad idea. On the other hand, a number of years ago when I had little kids, there was a rabid raccoon running around our neighborhood biting children. Well, we tried various ways of getting rid of it, have a heart animal traps, all this kind of stuff, but nothing worked. So finally we just called the police and had them do it. It was better than having the kids bitten by a rabid raccoon, right? Is there a contradiction there? No, in particular circumstances, you sometimes have to accept and use illegitimate structures. Well, we happen to have a huge rabid raccoon running around. It's called corporations. And there is nothing in the society right now that can protect people from that tyranny, except the federal government. Now, it doesn't protect them very well, because mostly it's run by the corporations, but still it does have some limited effect. It can enforce regulatory measures under public pressure. Let's say, it can reduce dangerous toxic waste disposal, it can set minimal standards on healthcare, and so on. In fact, it has various things that it can do to improve the situation when there's this huge rabid raccoon dominating the place. So, fine, I think we ought to get it to do the things it can do. If you can get rid of the raccoon, great, then let's dismantle the federal government. But to say, okay, let's just get rid of the federal government as soon as we possibly can, and then let the private tyrannies take over everything, I mean, for an anarchist to advocate that is just outlandish, in my opinion. So I really don't see any contradiction at all here. Supporting these aspects of the governmental structures just seems to me to be part of a willingness to face some of the complexities of life for what they are, and the complexities of life include the fact that there are a lot of ugly things out there, and if you care about the fact that some kid in downtown Boston is starving, or that some poor person can't get adequate medical care, or that somebody's going to pour toxic waste in your backyard, or anything at all like that, well, then you try to stop it. And there's only one institution around right now that can stop it. If you just want to be pure and say, I'm against power, period, well, okay, say, I'm against the federal government. But that's just to divorce yourself from any human concerns, in my view. And I don't think that's a reasonable stance for anarchists or anyone else to take. Pension funds and the law. Man, Mr. Chomsky, if what I've been told is correct, almost half of publicly owned stock in the United States is in privately held pension trusts, such as union trust funds. I'm wondering, if restrictions like those under ERISA, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, can be modified so that workers could control their own funds, do you think that it would be possible to support a collaborative or union-based or popularly based effort to direct that money towards socially responsible investment, like away from companies that are breaking unions and so on? Well, notice that whatever the numbers are, it's huge, but that money is not in the hands of labor unions, it's in the hands of Goldman Sachs investment firm. And in fact, if the government enforced the laws, the trustees of those pension funds would be in serious trouble right now, because they have violated their legal responsibility to invest those funds in safe investments. For instance, they are investing your pensions in things like junk bonds in Mexico, and the people making those investment decisions would be legally liable for that, if we applied our laws, because they have a trust to invest those funds in secure investments, and they don't do it. They just do whatever they want with them. Now, they're not going to be in trouble, because we don't have a real justice system, we only go after poor people. But they should be, and in fact, I think the labor movement ought to ask for that now. Like Rubin, the guy who's Secretary of the Treasury, he should probably be in jail just because of the Mexican economic collapse alone in December 1994, which he allowed to happen. 30. But the point is, you could democratize the unions enough so that they could actually take control of their own resources. And that would be a very important step. I mean, there's a lot of potential for activism and popular-based efforts there, you're right. And it doesn't have to stop at their own pensions, you know. What about the factories in which they work? Why should they be in the hands of private investors? That's not a law of nature. Why should a corporation have the rights of an individual? 31. A corporation is a public trust. You go back just a century, and governments were taking away corporate charters because corporations weren't living up to the public interest. 32. It's a very recent idea that these totalitarian institutions should be totally unaccountable. So, yes, workers ought to have control of their pension funds, but also everything else too, that is, the society ought to be democratized. And this is not a particularly radical idea. Actually, you go back to the guys who founded the American Federation of Labor a century ago. The AFL is not a flaming radical organization. They said, look, working people ought to control the places where they work. There's no reason why they should be controlled by some rich guy out there who put some money into it and has nothing to do with it. 33. That's true too, just like it's true of pension funds, and that would be a move towards a democratic society, as was always understood in fact, until the independent working class culture was eliminated in the United States. So pension funds are only a part of it, a big part, but only part. Man, what do you think the role of law is generally in the whole scheme of control? Well, law is a bit like a printing press. It's kind of neutral, you can make it do anything. I mean, what lawyers are taught in law school is chicanery, how to convert words on paper into instruments of power. And depending where the power is, the law will mean different things. Man, so you don't think there's any legal basis for the hegemony of American corporations, especially in the way that the 14th Amendment was interpreted to consider them individuals, with individual rights? Well, you know, legal basis is a funny notion. What has a legal basis is a matter of power, not law. Like, the 14th Amendment doesn't say anything about corporations. During the 19th century, there was just a change in the legal status of corporations, a change which would have absolutely appalled Adam Smith, or Thomas Jefferson, or any other Enlightenment thinker. In fact, Smith warned against it, and Jefferson lived long enough to see the beginnings of it, and what he said is, if what he called the banks and moneyed incorporations got the rights that they in fact ended up receiving, we would have a form of absolutism worse than the one we thought we were fighting against in the American Revolution. 34 And those rights simply were granted. They weren't granted by Congress, and in other countries they weren't granted by parliaments, they were granted by judges, lawyers, corporate representatives, and others, completely outside the democratic system. And they simply created another world. They created a world of absolutist power which was very new. 35 There's a lot of good work on this by what are called critical legal historians, Morton Horwitz at Harvard and others. Also, Oxford University Press has a book by a historian at the University of California named Charles Sellers, who discusses some of this. It's called The Market Revolution. 36 That's the basic story, though. These laws were made by a big power play, completely outside of popular control. Okay, as usual, the guys with the guns are the ones that decide what the law is. Conspiracy theories. Man, Noam, you mentioned earlier how conspiracy theories take up a lot of energy in the left movements these days, particularly on the West Coast and with respect to the Kennedy assassination, and you said that in your view, it's a totally wasted effort. Do you really feel there's nothing at all worthwhile in that kind of inquiry? Well, let me put it this way. Every example we find of planning decisions in the society is a case where some people got together and tried to use whatever power they could draw upon to achieve a result. If you like, those are conspiracies. That means that almost everything that happens in the world is a conspiracy. If the board of directors of General Motors gets together and decides what kind of car to produce next year, that's a conspiracy. Every business decision, every editorial decision is a conspiracy. If the linguistics department I work in decides who to appoint next year, that's a conspiracy. Okay, obviously that's not interesting. All decisions involve people. So the real question is, are there groupings well outside the structures of the major institutions of the society which go around them, hijack them, undermine them, pursue other courses without an institutional base, and so on and so forth? And that's a question of fact. Do significant things happen because groups or subgroups are acting in secret outside the main structures of institutional power? Well, as I look over history, I don't find much of that. I mean, there are some cases. For instance, at one point a group of Nazi generals thought of assassinating Hitler. Okay, that's a conspiracy. But things like that are real blips on the screen, as far as I can see. Now, if people want to spend time studying the group of Nazi generals who decided it was time to get rid of Hitler, that's a fine topic for a monograph. Maybe somebody will write a thesis about it. But we're not going to learn anything about the world from it, at least nothing that generalizes to the next case. It's all going to be historically contingent and specific. It'll show you how one particular group of people acted under particular circumstances. Fine. And if you look at the place where investigation of conspiracies has absolutely flourished, modern American history, I think what's notable is the absence of such cases. At least as I read the record, they almost never happen. I mean, occasionally you'll find something like the Reaganites, with their off-the-shelf subversive and terrorist activities, but that was sort of a fringe operation, and in fact, part of the reason why a lot of it got exposed so quickly is because the institutions are simply too powerful to tolerate very much of that stuff. As far as the Pentagon goes, sure, the services will push their own interests, but typically they do it in pretty transparent ways. Or take the CIA, which is considered the source of a lot of these conspiracies. We have a ton of information about it, and as I read the information, the CIA is basically just an obedient branch of the White House. I mean, sure, the CIA has done things around the world, but as far as we know, it hasn't done anything on its own. There's very little evidence. In fact, I don't know of any that the CIA is some kind of rogue elephant, off on its own doing things. What the record shows is that the CIA is just an agency of the White House, which sometimes carries out operations for which the executive branch wants what's called plausible deniability. In other words, if something goes wrong, We don't want it to look like we did it, those guys in the CIA did it, and we can throw some of them to the wolves if we need to. 37 That's basically the role of the CIA, along with mostly just collection of information. It's the same with the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, all these other things that people are racing around searching for conspiracy theories about their nothing organizations. Of course they're there, obviously rich people get together and talk to each other, and play golf with one another, and plan together. That's not a big surprise. But these conspiracy theories people are putting their energies into have virtually nothing to do with the way the institutions actually function. The Kennedy assassination cult is probably the most striking case. I mean, you have all these people doing super scholarly intensive research, and trying to find out just who talked to whom, and what the exact contours were of this supposed high-level conspiracy. It's all complete nonsense. As soon as you look into the various theories, they always collapse, there's just nothing there. 38 But in many places, the left has just fallen apart on the basis of these sheer cults. Man, there's perhaps one exception, though. What about Martin Luther King's assassination? That's interesting. See, that's the one case where you can imagine pretty plausible reasons why people would have wanted to kill him, and I would not be in the least surprised if there in fact was a real conspiracy behind that one, probably a high-level conspiracy. I mean, the mechanisms were there, maybe they would have hired somebody from the mafia or something to do it, but that conspiracy theory is perfectly plausible, I think. And interestingly, I'm not aware that there's been very much inquiry into it, or if there has been, I haven't heard about it. 39 But in the case of the one that everybody's excited about, Kennedy, I mean, nobody's even come up with a plausible reason. In fact, that's a pretty dramatic contrast, isn't it? The case of the King assassination is on its face very plausible, and the case of the Kennedy assassination is on its face extremely implausible. Yet look at the difference in treatment. Woman, do you have any ideas why that might be? Well, there are a lot of things in a way conspiring to make the Kennedy assassination an attractive topic these days. I mean, the Kennedy administration was in many ways very similar to the Reagan administration in policy and programs, but they did do one smart thing that was different: they sort of buttered up the intellectual class, as compared with the Reaganites, who just treated them with contempt. So they gave sort of an appearance of sharing power, it was never real, to the kinds of people who write books and articles, and make movies, and all of those things, and the result is, Camelot has always had a very beautiful image. And somehow it's all succeeded in getting most of the population to believe the lies about Kennedy. I mean, even today you can go down to poor rural black areas in the South and find pictures of him on the walls. Kennedy's role in the civil rights movement was not pretty. But somehow the imagery has succeeded, even if the reality was never there. 40. And certainly a lot of things have gone wrong in the last 30 years, for all sorts of independent reasons. I mean, the civil rights movement made great achievements, but it never lived up to the hopes that many people invested in it. The anti-war movement made achievements, but it didn't end war. Real wages have been declining for 20 years. 41 People are working harder, they have to work longer hours, they have less security. Things are just looking bad for a lot of people, especially young people. I mean, very few people expect the future for their children to be anything like what they had, and entry-level wages in the United States have just declined radically in the last 15 years. For instance, wages you get for your first job after high school are now down 30% for males and 18% for females over 1980, and that just kind of changes your picture of life. 42 And one could easily go on. But the fact is, a lot of things have happened that aren't very pretty. And in this kind of situation, it's very easy to fall into the belief that we had a hero, and we had a wonderful country, and we had this guy who was going to lead us, we had the Messiah. Then they shot him down, and ever since then everything's been illegitimate. So really there have to be serious efforts to get past this, I think. The decision to get involved. Man, Noam, we've been discussing a number of activist strategies and problems. I'd like to talk for a moment about some of the reasons why people don't get involved in activism. Suppose somebody convinced you, at the level of your belief in most things, that it was impossible to change the country, that the basic institutional structures we have now are going to remain in place for the next 200 years, more or less adapted, but the same basic structures. I'm wondering, would you behave any differently? 0. Man, you would behave exactly the same way. Same way. In fact, you don't even have to make it hypothetical. When I first got seriously involved in anti-Vietnam War activity, I was 100% convinced that absolutely nothing could be done. I mean, into 1965 and 66, if we wanted to have an anti-war meeting in Boston, we'd have to find 6 topics, let's talk about Venezuela, Iran, Vietnam, and the price of bread, and maybe we can get an audience that'll outnumber the organizers. And that went on for a long time. It looked impossible. Man, so if you thought that the current situation was going to continue, just persist forever, you would still do it? Yes. Man, why, exactly? Well, for a number of quite simple reasons. For one thing, if somebody convinced me of that, it would be because I'm totally irrational. There's no way to convince anybody of such things rationally. Look, we cannot predict the weather 2 weeks ahead, and that's something relatively simple. It's not like human society. Man, it's a hypothetical question. It gets to motivations. I'm sure none of us believe it, none of us believe you could prove it. Not only could you not prove it, you couldn't even say anything convincing about it. Man, but, nevertheless, because in fact a great many people not understanding that point do feel this way, or tend to feel this way sometimes, and get depressed at those moments. What I'm wondering is, anyway, in any event, what gets you up each morning to do the things you do? Is it that you think in terms of winning a little way down the road, or is it something else? Well, it's hard to introspect, but to the extent that I introspect about it, it's because you basically have 2 choices. One choice is to assume the worst, and then you can be guaranteed that it'll happen. The other is to assume that there's some hope for change, in which case it's possible that you can help to effect change. So you've got 2 choices. One guarantees the worst will happen, the other leaves open the possibility that things might get better. Given those choices, a decent person doesn't hesitate. Man, but is it really true that a decent person will only go that one way? I'm remembering a friend of mine who was an activist in the 60s and intended to move into a working class neighborhood to do organizing, and finally he decided not to. Somewhat later he went back to graduate school and became a psychiatrist, and now I'm sure he has progressive values, but he's certainly not involved in any significant way in political activity. But the choice he made back then was a very conscious one. He looked around and said, the impact that I personally am going to have is so small, because I'm not so and so and so and so, that I feel it's just not worth giving up what I think I'll be giving up. I know plenty of people like that too. But see, that person now, let's say he's a rich psychiatrist somewhere. Okay, he's got a lot of options, he's simply deciding at some point not to face them. They're always there. For example, he's got money. If he doesn't want to do things himself, he can give money to people who do. In fact, movement groups have existed because people who were doing other things were willing to fund them, something as trivial as that. And you can go way beyond that, of course, and still live your elegant lifestyle and do the work you want to do. I know plenty of people who have in fact divided their lives that way. Now, of course, it's extremely easy to say, the heck with it, I'm just going to adapt myself to the structures of power and authority, and do the best I can within them. Sure, you can do that. But that's not acting like a decent person. Look, if you're walking down the street and you see a kid eating an ice cream cone, and you notice there's no cop around and you're hungry, you can take the ice cream cone because you're bigger and just walk away. You can do that. Probably there are people who do. But we call them pathological. On the other hand, if they do it within existing social structures, we call them normal, but it's just as pathological. It's just the pathology of the general society. Again, people always have choices, so you can decide to accept the pathology but then do it honestly at least. If you have that grain of honesty in you, say, okay, I'm going to honestly be pathological. Or else just try to break out of it somehow. Man, for a lot of people, though, it appears that there's an all or nothing choice. It appears that there's the choice between being normal, pathological as you describe, but a normal member of society with its normal benefits and costs, having a reasonably average or perhaps elite existence, one that's accepted. And then there seems to be the all choice. I think the reason why it's so hard for people even just to take a leaflet, or to give a donation at a relatively low level which means nothing to them financially, which is less money than they're going to spend on dinner Friday night when they go out, seems to me to be because there is this psychologically very powerful effect. At some level people know that it's right, but they also know that to do it somewhat leads to doing it more, so they just close the door right at the very beginning. I'm not sure how as organizers we can manage to overcome that situation. I think you're right that just giving your contribution of $100 to the Central America Support Center or whatever is a statement that you know that that's the right thing to do, and then once you've stated that it's the right thing to do, the question arises, how come I'm only doing this when I could be doing a million times more? And it's very easy just to say, look, I'm not going to face that problem, I'm just going to forget it all. But that's like stealing the ice cream cone from the kid. The reality is that there's a whole range of choices in the middle, and all of us have made them. None of us are saints, at least I'm not. I haven't given up my house, I haven't given up my car, I don't live in a hovel, I don't spend 24 hours a day working for the benefit of the human race, or anything like that. In fact, I don't even come close. I spend an awful lot of my time and energy just doing scientific work. Man, and you don't feel guilty about that? Well, that's not so clear. But I certainly do devote an awful lot of my energy and activity to things that I just enjoy, like scientific work. I just like it, I do it out of pleasure. And everybody else I know does the same thing. And, do you fool yourself into believing that it increases your effectiveness as a political person somehow? No, that's ridiculous. It has no effect on that. And I certainly don't do it for that reason. I do it because I like it, and I think it's getting somewhere. Look, you're not going to be effective as a political activist unless you have a satisfying life. I mean, there may be people who are really saints, but I've never heard of one. Like, it may be that the political activities themselves are so gratifying that they're all you want to do, and you just throw yourself into them. Okay, that's a perfectly fine thing to be. It's just that most people have other interests. They want to listen to music, they want to take a walk by the ocean, they want to watch the sunset. Any human being is too rich and complex just to be satisfied with these things, so you have to hit some kind of a balance. Well, the choices are all there, but I think you've identified precisely why it's psychologically difficult for people to recognize that, because once you've recognized that the choices are there, you're always going to be faced with the question, why am I not doing more? But that's just the reality of life. If you're honest, you're always going to be faced with that question. And there are plenty of things to do, and also plenty of successes to point to. In fact, it's amazing how many successes there have been, if you really think about it. For example, take the issue of East Timor, a big massacre. At the time that I got involved in that over a decade ago, nobody even wanted to hear about it, but after years of organizing by some pretty tireless activists, things finally got to the point where the US Congress barred military aid to Indonesia. That's a tremendous change. You could save hundreds of thousands of lives that way. How many people can look back and say, look, I helped to save hundreds of thousands of lives? And that's one tiny issue. So all of it was going on in secret, nobody was interested, everybody in power wanted to let it go on, but half a dozen or so people finally managed to break through. Man, I'm inclined to think that most of the people who are involved in that effort, instead of feeling elated, or at least feeling a degree of satisfaction over the accomplishment, rather view it as a horrendously long campaign with very little achieved over the years. Suppose you're on your deathbed, how many people can look back and say, I've contributed to helping one person not get killed? Man, I'm not disagreeing with you, but there's just something about our culture that causes people on the left not to see the successes. See, I'm not so convinced of this. If you go back to the 1960s movements, when a lot of the current ferment started, the people involved overwhelmingly were young people, and young people have a notoriously short perspective. That's part of being 20 years old. You're thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow, not what life is going to be like 20 years from now. So look at something like the Columbia strike, which was the big thing in 1968. Hundreds of students took over Columbia University buildings for 8 days to protest war-related research and the school's relations with the surrounding community. If you remember what it was like back then, you'll recall that the sense on the Columbia campus, quite literally, I'm not exaggerating, was, if we close down Columbia and have fun smoking pot for 3 weeks, the revolution will be here, and then it'll all be over and everybody will be happy and equal and free, and we can go back to our ordinary concerns. Well, you waited 3 weeks, the cops came in and smashed you up, and nothing changed. And there were a lot of results from that. One result was just that a lot of people gave up, said, well, we couldn't do it. In fact, it's rather striking that 68 around the world is considered a crucially important date, but it was really the end. So the fact that it was dominantly a youth movement in the 60s had good and bad aspects, and one bad aspect was the sense that if you don't achieve quickly, you'd might as well quit. But of course, that's not the way changes come. The struggle against slavery went on forever, the struggle for women's rights has been going on for centuries, the effort to overcome wage slavery that's been going on since the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. We haven't advanced an inch. In fact, we're worse off than we were 100 years ago in terms of understanding the issues. Well, okay, you just keep struggling. Human nature is corrupt. Man, noam, another view I frequently encounter lying behind people's reticence to become involved in political activity stems from the idea that human nature is corrupt, egotistical, self-centered, antisocial, and so on, and that as a result, society will always have oppressors and oppressed, be hierarchical, exploit people, be driven by individual self-interest, etc. I often find that you can get agreement on the inhumanity of the system, or on the injustice of a war, or on some specific set of policies, but that people will refrain from becoming active about it because of a sense of hopelessness having to do with this view of human nature. Again, it may just be an excuse, a last line of defense against getting involved, but in order to deal with it as an organizer, you still have to address the claim. I'm curious what you would say to someone like that. Well, there's a sense in which the claim is certainly true. First of all, human nature is something we don't know much about. Doubtless there is a rich and complex human nature, and doubtless it's largely genetically determined, like everything else, but we don't know what it is. However, there is enough evidence from history and experience to demonstrate that human nature is entirely consistent with everything you mentioned. In fact, by definition it has to be. So we know that human nature, and that includes our nature, yours and mine, can very easily turn people into quite efficient torturers and mass murderers and slave drivers. We know that you don't have to look very far for evidence. But what does that mean? Should people therefore not try to stop torture? If you see somebody beating a child to death, should you say, well, you know, that's human nature, which it is in fact, there certainly are conditions under which people will act like that. To the extent that the statement is true, and there is such an extent, it's just not relevant. Human nature also has the capacity to lead to selflessness, and cooperation, and sacrifice, and support, and solidarity, and tremendous courage, and lots of other things too. I mean, my general feeling is that over time, there's measurable progress. It's not huge, but it's significant. And sometimes it's been pretty dramatic. Over history, there's been a real widening of the moral realm, I think a recognition of broader and broader domains of individuals who are regarded as moral agents, meaning having rights. Look, we are self-conscious beings, we're not rocks, and we can come to get a better understanding of our own nature. It can become more and more realized over time, not because you read a book about it, the book doesn't have anything to tell you, because nobody really knows anything about this topic. But just through experience, including historical experience, which is part of our personal experience because it's embedded in the culture we enter into, we can gain greater understanding of our nature and values. Discovering morality. Take the treatment of children, for example. In the medieval period, it was considered quite legitimate to either kill them, or throw them out, or treat them brutally, all sorts of things. It still happens, of course, but now it's regarded as pathological, not proper. Well, it's not that we have a different moral capacity than people did in the Middle Ages, it's just that the situation's changed. There are opportunities to think about things that weren't available in a society that had a lower material production level and so on. So we've just learned more about our own moral sense in that area. I think it's part of moral progress to be able to face things that once looked as if they weren't problems. I have that kind of feeling about our relation to animals. For example, I think the questions there are hard, in fact. A lot of these things are matters of trying to explore your own moral intuitions, and if you've never explored them, you don't know what they are. Abortion's a similar case. There are complicated moral issues. Feminist issues were a similar case. Slavery was a similar case. I mean, some of these things seem easy now, because we've solved them and there's a kind of shared consensus, but I think it's a very good thing that people are asking questions these days about, say, animal rights. I think there are serious questions there. Like, to what extent do we have a right to experiment on and torture animals? I mean, yes, you want to do animal experimentation for the prevention of diseases. But what's the balance? Where's the trade-off? There's obviously got to be some. Like, we'd all agree that too much torture of animals for treating a disease would not be permissible. But what are the principles on which we draw such conclusions? That's not a trivial question. Man, what about eating? Same question. Man, are you a vegetarian? I'm not, but I think it's a serious question. If you want my guess is that if society continues to develop without catastrophe on something like the course you can see over time, I wouldn't in the least be surprised if it moves in the direction of vegetarianism and the protection of animal rights. Look, doubtless there's plenty of hypocrisy and confusion and everything else about the question right now, but that doesn't mean that the issue isn't valid. And I think one can see the moral force to it. Definitely one should keep an open mind on it. It's certainly a perfectly intelligible idea to us. I mean, you don't have to go back very far in history to find gratuitous torture of animals. So in Cartesian philosophy, they thought they'd proven that humans had minds and everything else in the world was a machine, so there's no difference between a cat and a watch, let's say, just the cat's a little more complicated. And if you look back at the French court in the 17th century, courtiers, big smart guys who'd studied all this stuff and thought they understood it, would as a sport take lady so-and-so's favorite dog and kick it and beat it to death, and laugh, saying, "Ha, ha, look, this silly lady doesn't understand the latest philosophy," which shows that it's just like dropping a rock on the floor. That was gratuitous torture of animals, and it was regarded as if it were the torturing of a rock. You can't do it, there's no way to torture a rock. Well, the moral sphere has certainly changed in that respect. Gratuitous torture of animals is no longer considered quite legitimate. Man, but in that case it could be that what's changed is our understanding of what an animal is, not the understanding of our underlying values. In that case it probably was because in fact the Cartesian view was a departure from the traditional view, in which you didn't torture animals gratuitously. On the other hand, there are cultures, like say, aristocratic cultures, that have fox hunting as a sport, or bear baiting, or other things like that, in which gratuitous torture of animals has been seen as perfectly legitimate. In fact, it's kind of intriguing to see how we regard this. Take cockfighting, for example, in which cocks are trained to tear each other to shreds. Our culture happens to regard that as barbaric. On the other hand, we train humans to tear each other to shreds. They're called boxing matches, and that's not regarded as barbaric. So there are things that we don't permit of cocks that we permit of poor people. Well, you know, there are some funny values at work there. Abortion. Man, you mentioned abortion. What's your view about that whole debate? I think it's a hard one. I don't think the answers are simple. It's a case where there really are conflicting values. See, it's very rare in most human situations that there's a clear and simple answer about what's right, and sometimes the answers are very murky, because there are different values, and values do conflict. I mean, our understanding of our own moral value system is that it's not like an axiom system, where there's always one answer and not some other answer. Rather, we have what appear to be conflicting values, which often lead us to different answers, maybe because we don't understand all the values well enough yet, or maybe because they really are in conflict. Well, in the case of abortion, there are just straight conflicts. From one point of view, a child up to a certain point is an organ of the mother's body, and the mother ought to have a decision what to do, and that's true. From another point of view, the organism is a potential human being, and it has rights. And those two values are simply in conflict. On the other hand, a biologist I know once suggested that we may one day be able to see the same conflict when a woman washes her hands. I mean, when a woman washes her hands, a lot of cells flake off, and in principle, each of those cells has the genetic instructions for a human being. Well, you could imagine a future technology which would take one of those cells and create a human being from it. Now, obviously he was making the argument as a reductio ad absurdum argument, but there's an element of truth to it, not that much yet, but it's not like saying something about astrology. What he's saying is true. If you want to know my own personal judgment, I would say a reasonable proposal at this point is that the fetus changes from an organ to a person when it becomes viable, but certainly that's arguable. And besides, as this biologist was pointing out, it's not very clear when that is, depending on the state of technology. It could be when the woman's washing her hands. That's life, though. In life you're faced with hard decisions, conflicting values. Moral values. Man, where do you think values come from in the first place? That's an interesting question. Any answer we give is based on extremely little understanding, so nothing one says is very serious. But just from the conditions of moral judgment, I don't see how it can fail to be true that moral values are basically rooted in our nature. I think that must be true. And the reason why I say that is pretty elementary. I mean, undoubtedly the way in which we look at things and make judgments about them and assess them has a significant and notable cultural factor. But that aside, we certainly are capable, and everybody does it, of making moral judgments and evaluations in entirely new situations. We do that all the time. We may not be consciously evaluating all the new circumstances we're faced with, but we're certainly at least tacitly doing it, and the results of those evaluations are the basis for our choices of action, are doing one thing and not another. So we're constantly making all kinds of judgments, including moral judgments, aesthetic judgments, and all sorts of others, about new things and new situations. Well, either it's being done just randomly, sort of like pulling something out of a hat which certainly doesn't seem to be true, either introspectively or by observation, or else we're doing it on the basis of some moral system that we have built into our minds somehow, which gives answers, or at least partial answers, to a whole range of new situations. Well, nobody knows what that system actually is. Of course we don't understand it at all, but it does seem to be rich and complex enough so that it can apply to indefinitely many new situations. Man, obviously one couldn't map it out in detail, but how do you think such a system might be set up? Well, again, we really don't know at all. But a serious proposal for such a system, I think, would be that it might be something like what we know about language, and a lot is known. For example, there is a framework of basic, fundamental principles of language that are invariant in the species, they're just fixed in our biological nature. Somehow they hold for all languages, and they allow for only a very limited degree of modification, which comes from early experience. Then as soon as those wired-in options for variation are fixed, children have a whole linguistic system which allows them to say new things, and to understand new things, and to interpret new expressions that nobody's ever heard before, all kinds of things like that. Well, qualitatively speaking, that's what our system of moral judgment looks like, so it's conceivable that it has a similar kind of basis, but again, you have to find the answer, you can't just guess. Man, obviously the underlying principles can't be simple, they can't just be something like, thou shalt not kill. No, because we decide much more complex things than that. I mean, we really don't know what the fundamental principles of moral judgment actually are, but we have very good reason to believe that they're there. And that's simply because we can, in fact, make relatively consistent moral judgments, judgments which are understood by other people, and appreciated by them, sometimes with disagreement, in which case we can have moral discourse, and we can do all of that under new conditions that we've never seen before, and facing new problems and so on. Okay, unless we're angels, the structures that perform those functions got into the organism the same way other complex things did, namely, they're largely part of a genetically determined framework, which gets marginally modified through the course probably of early experience. Well, that's what our moral system might look like. How much variation can there be in such moral systems? Well, without understanding, we don't know. How much variation can there be in languages? Without understanding, we don't know. I mean, in the case of languages, we know that it's not much variation, and in the case of moral values I think we can make a fair guess that it also can't be much variation, and the reason is quite elementary. Our moral system appears to be complex and determinate, and there are only two factors that can enter into determining it. One is our fixed biological nature, and the other is individual experience. Well, we know that experience is extremely impoverished, it doesn't give a lot of direction, the logic being pretty much the same as when someone asks, why do children undergo puberty at a certain age? Actually, nobody knows the answer to that, it's a topic that's unknown. But there are only two possible factors that can enter into it. One is something in children's pre-puberty experience which sort of sets them off undergoing puberty, say, some effect of the environment such as peer pressure, or somebody told you it would be a good idea or something. And the other is that we're just genetically designed so that under certain conditions and at a certain level of maturation, hormones take over, and at that point we undergo puberty, it's wired in. Well, without knowing anything, everyone just assumes the second possibility. Like, if somebody came along and said they think it's peer pressure that causes puberty, it's because you see other people doing it, and you want to be like them without knowing anything, you'd just laugh. And the reason you'd laugh is very simple, the environment is not specific enough or rich enough to determine these highly specific changes that take place. And that logic also holds for just about everything else in growth and development too. That's why people assume, without knowledge, that an embryo will become a chicken rather than a human being depending on its biological nature, not depending on the nutrition that's fed in, because the nutrition doesn't have enough information to cause those highly specific changes. Well, it looks as if moral values and our moral judgment system are of that character too. Actually, contributing to this conclusion is just the fact that we can have moral discourse to begin with. So take an issue on which people were really split, take slavery. It wasn't just an intellectual debate, obviously there was a huge amount of struggle involved, but insofar as there was an intellectual debate, it had a certain shared moral ground to it. In fact, the slave owners' arguments are not so simple to answer. Some of them are valid, and have a lot of implications. They were taken very seriously by American workers in the late 19th century, for example. For instance, the slave owners argued, you take better care of a slave if you own it than if you rent it. Like, you take better care of your car if you own it than if you rent it, So you take better care of your worker if you own it than if you rent it, so slavery's benevolent and free market is morally atrocious. And the slave owners in fact said, look, we're a lot more benevolent than you guys with your capitalist wage slave system. And if you look back at the literature by workers who organized into, say, the Knights of Labor and other working class organizations of the late 19th century, you'll also see a strain running through their position which said, we fought to end slavery, not to impose it, i.e. the industrial wage labor system became dominant after the Civil War. 43 So the point is, on all sides of debates like these, people understand that they have to appeal to the same basic moral principles, even if what they're doing is totally venal. I mean, it's extremely rare even for an SS guard or a torturer to say, I'm doing this because I like to be a son of a bitch. We all do bad things in our lives, and if you think back, it's very rare that you've said, I'm doing this just because I feel like it. People reinterpret things in order to fit them into a basic framework of moral values, which in fact we all share. Now, I don't want to suggest that moral values are uniform. If you look across cultures, you do find some differences. But when you look at different languages, you also appear to find radical differences. You know they can't be there because if the differences really were great, it would be impossible to acquire any of the languages. So therefore the differences have to be superficial, and the scientific question is to prove what must be true by the basic logic of the situation. Well, I think the same must be true in the case of moral judgment as well. So to go back to the original question, I don't think we can reasonably doubt that moral values are indeed rooted in our nature. Man, then if people do have this shared set of moral values, you still have to explain why everything is as corrupt and hierarchical and war-laden as it is. But why not ask another question? Why not ask how come there's so much sympathy, and care, and love, and solidarity? I mean, that's also true. Man, that's the way I always answer the objection, there should be none of those things, because the institutions don't breed them. Well, there's no such thing as, why is there so much of this and so much of that? There is what there is. But what there is doubtless is conditioned by the opportunities and choices that are imposed and available to people under particular social, cultural, economic, and even physical settings. So the point is to try to get to a situation where the society and all its institutions and arrangements are set up so as to maximize the options for people to pursue the healthier alternatives. And I really don't think there's been a better period in modern history for organizing towards that than there is right now, actually. I mean, there's tremendous disillusionment all across the country and it's worldwide. Incidentally, there have been cross-national studies of this, and the level of pessimism across the entire industrial world is just extraordinary. In the United States, for example, about 3/4 of the population thinks that the future is going to be objectively worse than the past. In other words, that their children won't live like they do. 44 About half the American population thinks that both political parties just ought to be disbanded, they're useless. 45 The disaffection from institutions is always high, and it's been going up very consistently in past years. 46 These are conditions under which organizing for social change ought to be very much possible. If we're not doing it, it's our own fault. These factors have not been true in the past. But at the same time, it's also true that people feel hopeless. I mean, part of the disillusionment is that they just don't see anything else, they don't see a solution, or any alternatives. Even at the depths of the 1930s depression, which was objectively much worse than today, people were never hopeless the way they are today. Most people felt it's going to get better, we can do something about it, we can organize, we can work. I mean, they had illusions too, like there were a lot of illusions about Roosevelt, for example, but the illusions were combined with something real going on. Today what people mainly feel is, it's going to get worse, and there's nothing we can do about it. So what we're faced with is a combination of a very high degree of disillusionment, and a very low degree of hope and perception of alternatives. And that's exactly where serious organizers ought to be able to step in. 10. Turning point. Based on discussions in Illinois, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, and Maryland in 1994 to 1996 and 1999. Bringing the Third World Home. Woman, what would have to happen for people to be able to do more of the real work of society, like supporting each other and educating children, instead of just spending our whole lives working at lame jobs for corporations? Actually, a lot of countries tend to emphasize those things. Even today we don't have to look very far for models. For example, take Western Europe. Those are societies not very different from ours. They have the same corporate-run economy, the same sort of limited political system, but they just happen to pursue somewhat different social policies, for various historical reasons. So Germany has a kind of social contract we don't have. One of the biggest unions there just won a 35-hour work week. For example, point 1 in the Netherlands, poverty among the elderly has gone down to flat zero, and among children it's 4%, almost nothing. Point 2 in Sweden, mothers and fathers both get substantial parental leave to take care of their children, like a year or something, because taking care of children is considered something that has value in that society, unlike in the United States, where the leadership elements hate families. Point 3 I mean, Newt Gingrich and the rest of these people may talk about supporting family values, but they actually want families destroyed because families are not rational from the point of view of profit making. So even within the range of existing societies set up almost exactly like ours, there are plenty of other social policies you could have, and I think our system could tolerate those things too. It really just depends if there's enough pressure to achieve them. Actually, you might want to take a look at an interesting volume published recently by UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund, about treatment of children in the rich countries. It's yet to be reviewed in the New York Times, or anywhere else in the United States, but it's really quite revealing. It was written by a very good American economist named Sylvia Ann Hewlett, and she identifies two basic patterns of treatment: a continental European/Japanese model and an Anglo-American model, which just are radically different. Her conclusion is, the continental European/Japanese pattern has improved the status of children and families. The Anglo-American pattern has been what she calls a war against children and families. And that's particularly been true in the last 20 years, because the so-called conservatives who took over in the 1980s, aside from their love of torture and misery abroad, also happen to be passionately opposed to family values and the rights of children, and have carried out social policies which have destroyed them. Point 4. Well, that's just the wrong story for the New York Times, so that study never gets reviewed. Instead, what the Times editors devote the cover story of their book review to is another extremely deep problem the United States is facing. In case you aren't aware of it, you'd really better read this. We're facing the problem that bad genes are taking over the United States, and part of the proof of that is that scores on S.A.T.S and IQ tests have been steadily declining in recent years. Children just aren't doing as well as they used to. Well, somebody who's really unsophisticated might think that the problem could have something to do with social policies that have driven 40% of the children in New York City below the poverty line, for example, but that issue never arises for the New York Times. Point 5. Instead, the problem is bad genes. The problem is that blacks, who evolved in Africa, evolved in kind of a hostile climate, so therefore they evolved in such a way that black mothers don't nurture their children, and also they breed a lot. They all breed like rabbits. And the effect is, the gene pool in the United States is being contaminated, and now it's starting to show up in standardized test scores. Point 6. This is real hard science. The Times's review starts off by saying, well, maybe the facts in these books aren't quite right, but nonetheless, one thing is clear: these are serious issues, and any democratic society which ignores them does so at its peril. 7. On the other hand, a society doesn't ignore at its peril social policies that are depriving 40% of the children in New York City of the minimal material conditions which would offer them any hope of ever escaping the misery, destitution, and violence that surround them, and which have driven them down to levels of malnutrition, disease, and suffering where you can predict perfectly well what their scores are going to be on the IQ tests you give them. None of that you even mention. In fact, according to the last statistics I saw about this, 30 million people in the United States are suffering hunger. 30 million is a lot of people, you know, and that means plenty of children. 8 In the 1980s, hunger declined in general throughout the entire world, with two exceptions: Sub-Saharan Africa and the United States, the poorest part of the world and the richest part of the world. Their hunger increased. And as a matter of fact, between 1985 and 1990, hunger in the United States increased by 50%. It took a couple years for the Reagan reforms to start taking hold, but by 1985 they were beginning to have their effects. 9 And there is just overwhelming evidence, in case it's not obvious from common sense, what the effects of this kind of deprivation are on children physically, emotionally, and mentally. For one thing, it's well known that neural development simply is reduced by low levels of nutrition, and lack of nurturance in general. So when kids suffer malnutrition, it has permanent effects on them. It has a permanent effect on their health and lives and minds. They never get over it. 10. And the growing hunger here isn't just among children, it's also been increasing among the elderly, to name one group. So as the Wall Street Journal recently pointed out in a front-page story, hunger is surging among the elderly. About 5 million older Americans, about 16% of the population over 60, are going hungry. They're malnourished, many of them are literally starving to death. 11 Now, in the United States we don't have starvation the way they do in Haiti or Nicaragua or something, but the deprivation is still very real. In many places it's probably worse than it is in Cuba, say, under the embargo. So just take Boston, for example, where I live, which is a very rich city, and also maybe the world's leading medical center. There are some very fancy hospitals there, but there's also a city hospital, which serves the rest of the population. Well, that hospital, which is not a bad hospital I should say, established a malnutrition clinic a few years ago because after the impact of the Reaganite economic policies began to be felt, they were starting to find third world levels of malnutrition in Boston. And it gets worse over the winter, because then families have to make the choice: do you let your kids starve, or do you let them die of the cold? Okay. That's in one of the richest cities in the world, a major medical center. That's just criminal in a country as rich as this, or anywhere, for that matter. 12. And it's not just hunger. It turns out that contact time between parents and children has declined by about 40% in the United States since the 1960s. That means that on average, parents and children have to spend about 10 or 12 hours less time together a week. 13 All right, the effects of that also are obvious. It means television as supervision, latchkey kids, more violence by children and against children, drug abuse. It's all perfectly predictable. And this is mostly the result of the fact that today, both parents in a family have to put in 50 or 60-hour work weeks, with no child support system around to help them, unlike in other countries, just to make ends meet. 14 And remember, this is in the 1990s, a period when, as Fortune magazine just pointed out, corporate profits are at a record high, and the percentage of corporate income going into payrolls is near a record low. That's the context in which all of this has been happening. 15. Well, none of these things are discussed in the New York Times book review article either. They are discussed in the UNICEF book I mentioned, but the Times chose not to review that one. So to return to your question, you ask, what would have to happen for us to get social policies different from all of these? I don't think there's any reason why the Anglo-American model Hewlett identifies has to continue and be extended by things like the Contract with America, a Republican congressional policy platform launched in 1994, and the Welfare Reform Act, the Federal Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, which President Clinton signed in August 1996. These aren't laws of nature, after all, they're social policy decisions. They can be made differently. There's a lot of space for changing these things, even in a society with the same corporate control as ours. But why not ask another question? Why not ask why absolutist organizations have any right to exist in the first place? I mean, why should a corporation, technically a fascist organization of enormous power, have any right to tell you what kind of work you're going to do? Why is that any better than having a king tell you what kind of work you're going to do? People fought against that and overthrew it, and we can fight against it again and overthrow it. There's plenty of challenging, gratifying, interesting, productive work around for people to do, and there are plenty of people who want to do it. They simply aren't being allowed that opportunity under the current economic system. Of course, there's also plenty of junky work that has to get done too, but in a reasonable society, that work would just be distributed equally among everybody capable of doing it. If you can't get robots to do it, fine, then you just distribute it equally. Point 16. Okay, I think that's the kind of model we have to try to work towards now, and frankly, I don't see any reason why that's an impossible goal. Woman, Mr. Chomsky, I just wanted to say that I saw the New York Times review you were discussing, and I was absolutely appalled by it. If I was a black man in this country, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. It would just be a burning fire inside. I would feel such rage. How about if you were a black woman? That article took seriously the idea that black women don't nurture their children because they evolved in Africa, where the environment was such and such. It was pure racism, something straight out of the Nazis. But look, it's really not even worth talking about it. The right way to respond is just to ask, what are they doing it for? And they're doing it for a very simple reason. 30 million people in the country go hungry. 40% of the children in New York City, most of them black and Hispanic, live below the poverty line, which means they're destroyed. Okay. And that is the result of very definite social policies that these people are supporting. Well, you want to keep making all your money, but you don't want to face any of the rest of it, so you need some kind of a cover. And what's the cover? Bad genes. Okay. Once you understand what's really motivating all of this, then at least you're in a position to deal with it. The point is, just as it was proper at some point for the Nazis to say, Jews are a virus that's destroying our society, it is now proper for the New York Times to run articles taking seriously the idea that black mothers don't nurture their children, and for the mainstream intellectual culture to pretend that these farcical books on IQ have any kind of scientific legitimacy. Point 17. But these are such transparent ideological weapons, we shouldn't even waste our time arguing about them. We should just understand them transparently for what they are, the product of a real commissar culture that is dedicated to obscuring the most elementary truths about the world, and rich, powerful people trying to justify the fact that they are pursuing social policies which are forcing children to die. It's understandable why nobody would want to face that, but it's also clear how we can change it. Welfare, the P and the mountain. Woman, you mentioned the Contract with America and the Welfare Reform Act, which replaced the Aid for Families with Dependent Children program, ending receipt of public assistance benefits by families that include an adult who has received welfare for 5 years, and requiring all able-bodied adult recipients to secure a job within 2 years. I'm wondering, how do you explain the surge to the right in Washington over the past several years, beginning with the Republicans' big congressional triumph in 1994? And what do you think is the real point of these new programs? Well, let me just begin with the 1994 elections, and the so-called Contract with America. You're right that in the media that whole election was called a landslide for conservatism and a political earthquake and so on, but you really have to look at that kind of rhetoric a lot more carefully. There was an interesting fact about the Republicans' agenda, the so-called Contract with America, that is, only a very small number of voters even knew what it was, and when people were asked about most of its specific provisions, big majorities opposed it. So there was never really a vote on it, nobody knew what it was. And even after months of intensive and unremitting propaganda about it, less than half of the US population said they had even heard of the Contract with America. Point 18. And it wasn't hidden, it was in the headlines every day. That's the landslide for conservatism. And that's just a way of saying that democracy has collapsed. As far as what it's been about, that couldn't be more obvious. It's standard free market doctrine, huge state subsidies for the rich, cut out everything for the poor. Very brazen. So just take a look at some of the specific provisions. For example, they had one section in the contract called the Job Creation and Wage Enhancement Act. The things under it were subsidies to business, tax cuts to business, and then there was one little line at the bottom which said that the program to increase wages and create jobs will be to eliminate unfunded mandates, which are one of the main mechanisms to ensure that states do things like provide social programs, set regulatory standards, and so on, i.e. the mandates are imposed on state and local governments by Congress. Point 19. Okay, that's the program to raise wages and create jobs, and that's kind of like a symbol for the whole thing. The main target that they've gone after, both Clinton and Congress, is what's called welfare, meaning that tiny component of welfare that goes to poorer people, which is approximately the size of a pea on a mountain. Meanwhile, they continue to enhance the real welfare, that is, the mountain of welfare that goes to richer people. And they're continuing to enhance it in the traditional two ways: first, by straight handouts to business, and second, through regressive fiscal measures, i.e. ones having a greater adverse impact on those with less money. So first take the straight handouts part, which is the bulk of welfare. The straight handouts part is things like military spending, for example. Now, the United States isn't defending itself from anybody, that's not even a joke. We have almost half the military spending in the world, and who's attacking us? 20. The United States hasn't been attacked since the War of 1812. There is no country in the world that has as limited security threats as we do. Point 21. But we are defending rich people. That's true, the rich are defending themselves against the poor, and the poor are paying for it. So for that, it's true, you have to keep increasing military spending. In fact, that's the main reason we have the Pentagon system in the first place. It's a vehicle to channel hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to the wealthy, through military contracts and technology research and so on. Look, the Pentagon's never really been about defense. The Pentagon is about the fact that rich people can have their own computers, after decades of development paid for by the public through the state sector, and it's about the fact that IBM and other private corporations and investors are making huge profits off them. Or it's about the fact that the biggest civilian exporter in the country is the Boeing Corporation, and the biggest single industry in the world, tourism, is founded largely on technology that was developed through the American military system, namely, airplanes, and that it's been pouring huge sums of money into sectors of the American economy for decades. Point 22. Well, the Clinton administration and Congress have increased all of those subsidies. In fact, Clinton's military budget is well above the Cold War average, and the Contract with America programs include plenty of other forms of direct handouts and subsidies to the wealthy as well. Point 23. The second kind of welfare payment that's being extended is regressive fiscal measures, which are just another way of disguising welfare to the rich. So for example, if you increase tax deductions for business expenses, let's say, that is the exact financial equivalent of giving out a welfare check. I mean, suppose there's a mother with 6 kids and no job, and she gets a $100 check. Okay, that's welfare. Now suppose it's me, somebody who's rich, and I get $100 of tax relief because I have a home mortgage. It's the same government payment. I mean, one of them is a direct sum of money and the other is hidden in regressive fiscal measures, but from an economic standpoint, they're exactly the same thing. Like, it would come out exactly the same if they gave me the $100 and took $100 off her taxes. Well, if you take a look at all of the welfare that goes to the rich through regressive fiscal measures like these, it is absolutely huge. Take tax write-offs for charitable contributions, almost all of that goes to the rich. It's a way for them to cut down on their taxes, which means it's a subsidy, exactly the equivalent of a welfare check. Or take tax deductions for home mortgages. About 80% of that welfare goes to people with incomes of over $50,000 a year, and the deductions get disproportionately greater the higher your income. Like, if you have $1 million home, you get a much bigger write-off than if you have a $200,000 home or something. Point 24. Or just look at income tax deductions for business expenses. That is a massive welfare program, and it all goes to the rich. So there's a book by a Canadian writer, Linda McQuaig, which estimates that the tax loss in Canada for what are called business entertainment deductions, like taking your friends out to $100 seats at the baseball game, and to fancy dinners and all that kind of stuff, is not far below what would be needed to give daycare to 750,000 Canadian kids who now can't get it. 25 And remember, Canada's a far smaller country than the United States is, far smaller. Well, those are all welfare handouts too, and what's happening is they're being increased, while at the same time anything that might help poor people is being cut back. It's striking to see the way they're doing it, actually. For instance, they decided not to go after Medicare for now. They probably will sooner or later, but for now they're not. And the reason is, rich people get Medicare. But they are going after Medicaid right away, because that only goes to poor people. Medicare is a federal health insurance program for the elderly and disabled, and Medicaid is a federally funded health care program for those with low incomes. In fact, there were three big programs that they intended to go after right from the time of the '94 election. One was Medicaid, one was aid for families with dependent children, and the third was food stamps. Well, food stamps quickly got kicked off the list. You know why? Because there's a big agribusiness lobby behind it. See, food stamps does happen to feed poor people, but it's also a major handout to high-tech commercial agriculture and big commerce, so those interests immediately started to lobby for it because they want it. So that was taken off the list. 26. What about aid for families with dependent children? Well, for one thing, it's dropped very sharply since 1970, even without welfare reform. I mean, compared to 1970, maximum AFDC benefits for an average family had fallen by about 40% in real terms by 1995.27. In fact, we always hear in the media and from politicians how there's so much welfare for the poor in the United States, but the reality is that the United States is completely off the international spectrum in this respect. We give far less than any other industrialized country. 28. Well, AFDC still has around 9 million young children on it. These guys want to take 5 million of them off. Alright, those are children average age, 7.29, and if you just look at the families who are receiving welfare under the program, what you find is that a substantial number of the mothers are young women who've been raped, or abused, or never had any educational opportunities, and so on. Well, under the current dogmas, their children, 7-year-old children, they have to be taught fiscal responsibility, but not Newt Gingrich's constituents. They have to keep being funded by the public. 30. So Bill Clinton and all these others are talking about welfare reform these days, but no one's suggesting that we put executives to work. They're going to keep getting welfare. It's only poor mothers who are supposed to be forced into work obligations, i.e. parents must obtain jobs or lose benefits after receiving welfare for a specified period. It's these 7-year-old kids who now have to be forced to internalize our values, that there are no human rights, they don't exist. The only human rights people have are what they can gain for themselves on the labor market. And the way they're going to be forced to learn those lessons is by driving their mothers to work instead of all this non-work like raising children. I mean, it's astonishing the sexism that has been so institutionalized in the culture that people just accept the idea that raising children isn't work. Work is things like speculating in financial markets. Childcare's just taken for granted. It's supposed to come free because you don't get a paycheck for it. Crime control and superfluous people. The other thing the Clinton New Democrats and Gingrich Republicans both want is to build up crime control, and there's a very simple reason for that. You've got a big superfluous population you aren't letting survive in your system. What are you going to do with them? Answer: you lock them up. So in Reagan America, the jail population in the US more than tripled, and it's been going up very fast ever since. 31 In the mid-1980s, the United States passed its main competitors in per capita prison population, South Africa and Russia, though now that Russia's learned our values, they've caught up with us again. So by this point, well over 1.5 million people are in prison in the United States. It's by far the highest per capita prison population of the Western countries, and it's going to go way up now, Because the 1994 crime bill was extremely harsh. 32 Furthermore, the prisons in the United States are so inhuman by this point that they are being condemned by international human rights organizations as literally imposing torture. 33 And these people all want to increase their status. Reactionaries, remember, what they really want is a very powerful and violent state, contrary to what they might say. Also, if you just look at the composition of the prison population, you'll find that the crime control policy that's been developed is very finely honed to target select populations. So for example, what's called the war on drugs, which has very little to do with stopping the flow of drugs, has a lot to do with controlling the inner city populations, and poor people in general. In fact, by now over half the prisoners in federal prisons are there on drug charges, and it's largely for possession offenses, meaning victimless crimes, about a third just for marijuana. 34 Moreover, the drug war specifically has been targeted on the Black and Hispanic populations. That's one of its most striking features. So for instance, the drug of choice in the ghetto happens to be crack cocaine, and you get huge mandatory sentences for it. The drug of choice in the white suburbs, like where I live, happens to be powder cocaine, and you don't get anywhere near the same penalties for it. In fact, the sentence ratio for those drugs in the federal courts is 100 to 1.35. Okay? And really there's nothing particularly new about this kind of technique of population control. So if you look at the history of marijuana prohibitions in the United States, you'll find that they began with legislation in the southwestern states which was aimed at Mexican immigrants who were coming in, who happened to use marijuana. Now, nobody had any reason to believe that marijuana was dangerous or anything like that, and obviously it doesn't even come close to alcohol, let alone tobacco, in its negative consequences. But these laws were set up to try to control a population they were worried about. 36 In fact, if you look closely, even prohibition had an element of this. It was part of an effort to control groups like Irish immigrants and so on. I mean, the prohibition laws, which were part of the U.S. Constitution from 1919 to 1933, were intended to close down the saloons in New York City, not to stop the drinking in Upper New York State. In Westchester County and places like that, everybody just continued on drinking exactly as before, but you didn't want these immigrants to have saloons where they could get together and become dangerous in the urban centers, and so on. 37 Well, what's been going on with drugs in recent years is kind of an analog of that, but in the United States today it also happens to be race-related, for a number of reasons, so therefore it's in large part aimed against Black and Latino males. I mean, this is mainly a war against the superfluous population, which is the poor working class, but the race/class correlation is close enough in the inner cities that when you go after the poor working class, you're mostly going after blacks. So you get these astonishing racial disparities in crime statistics, all across the board. 38 And the point is, the urban poor are kind of a useless population from the perspective of power. They don't really contribute to profit making, so as a result you want to get rid of them, and the criminal justice system is one of the best ways of doing it. So take a significant question you never hear asked despite this supposed drug war which has been going on for years and years: how many bankers and chemical corporation executives are in prison in the United States for drug-related offenses? Well, there was recently an OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, study of the international drug racket, and they estimated that about $500 billion of drug money gets laundered internationally every year, more than half of it through American banks. I mean, everybody talks about Colombia as the center of drug money laundering, but they're a small player. They have about $10 billion going through. US banks have about $260 billion. 39 Okay, that's serious crime. It's not like robbing a grocery store. So American bankers are laundering huge amounts of drug money, everybody knows it. How many bankers are in jail? None. But if a black kid gets caught with a joint, he goes to jail. And actually, it would be pretty easy to trace drug money laundering if you were serious about it, because the Federal Reserve requires that banks give notification of all cash deposits made of over $10,000, which means that if enough effort were put into monitoring them, you could see where all the money's flowing. Well, the Republicans deregulated in the 1980s, so now they don't check. In fact, when George Bush was running the drug war under Reagan, he actually canceled the one federal program for this which did exist, a project called Operation Greenback. It was a pretty tiny thing anyway, and the whole Reagan/Bush program was basically designed to let this go on, but as Reagan's drug czar, Bush nevertheless cancelled it. 40. Or why not ask another question: how many U.S. chemical corporation executives are in jail? Well, in the 1980s, the CIA was asked to do a study on chemical exports to Latin America, and what they estimated was that more than 90% of them are not being used for industrial production at all, and if you look at the kinds of chemicals they are, it's obvious that what they're really being used for is drug production. 41. Okay, how many chemical corporation executives are in jail in the United States? Again, none, because social policy is not directed against the rich, it's directed against the poor. Actually, recently there've been some very interesting studies of urban police behavior done at George Washington University, by a rather well-known criminologist named William Chambliss. For the last couple years he's been running projects in cooperation with the Washington, D.C. police, in which he has law students and sociology students ride with the police in their patrol cars to take transcripts of what happens. I mean, you've got to read this stuff. It is all targeted against the Black and Hispanic populations, almost entirely. And they are not treated like a criminal population, because criminals have constitutional rights. They're treated like a population under military occupation. So the effective laws are, the police go to somebody's house, they smash in the door, they beat the people up, they grab some kid they want, and they throw him in jail. And the police aren't doing it because they're all bad people. You know, that's what they're being told to do. 42. Well, part of the contract with America was to increase all of this. They weren't satisfied with the 1994 crime bill, and the reason is, the original 1994 crime bill still allowed for things like Pell Grants for people in prison, i.e. college subsidies available to capable, low-income students, which are a very small expense. See, most of the people who are in jail have never completed high school, and Pell Grants help give them some degree of education. Alright, there are many studies of this, and it's turned out that the effect of Pell Grants is to cut back on recidivism, to cut back violence. But for people like the Gingrich Republicans, that doesn't make any sense. They want people in jail, and they want violence, so they're going to cut out small expenses like that so that we can have even more people thrown into jail. 43. Also, all of this crime control spending is another huge taxpayer stimulus to the economy, mainly to parts of the construction industry, and to lawyers, and other professionals. Well, that's another very useful way to force the public to keep paying off the rich, and by now crime control spending is approaching the Pentagon budget in scale. It's still not quite as favored as the Pentagon, because the spending's not as sharply skewed towards the wealthy, but nevertheless it's useful. 44. And as the society keeps taking on more and more third world type characteristics, we should certainly expect that the repression will continue, and that it will continue to be funded and extended, through the contract with America or whatever other technique they can come up with. Violence and repression. Man, Dr. Chomsky, around where I work out in Fresno, California, the local government has instituted a policy where they have 3 SWAT teams roving the streets with rifles, to reduce the level of violence. My question for you is, as an organizer, how can one deal with the fact that this is what the people really want? What is what the people really want? They want SWAT teams. Man, yeah. Who wants them? The people in the slums. Man, well, the mayor ran his election campaign on this. It's a pilot project in California. 45. And who voted for him? The people in the slums. Man, I don't really know. Well, there are a couple of points to be made. First of all, I don't know Fresno specifically, but the way it usually works is, voting in the United States is a very skewed affair. The wealthy have a huge amount of clout, largely because of business propaganda, but also through a whole range of other methods, including things like gerrymandering. So that's one point. But another thing is, this whole bit about combating violence is something you've really got to look at more closely. So I don't know the particular area you're talking about very well, but the fact is, a large portion of the country's population is being dismissed as superfluous because they do not play a role in profit making, and those people are increasingly being cooped up in concentration camps, which we happen to call slums. Now, it's true that internal to those concentration camps there's a lot of violence, but that's kind of like violence internal to a family or something. Wealthier sectors are pretty well insulated from it. 46. So take me, I live in a mostly lily-white, very liberal professional suburb just outside Boston, called Lexington. And we have our own police force, which is mostly for finding stray cats and things like that. Except for one thing, it's also a border patrol. I mean, nobody there will tell you this, but if you want to find it out, just get some black friend of yours to drive a broken down car into Lexington and watch how many seconds it takes before he's out. Well, that's how the panic about combating violence tends to play out. But if you actually look at the facts about the general level of violence in the US, there's really no evidence that it's increased over the past 20 years. In fact, the statistics say it's actually decreased. 47. Furthermore, contrary to what a lot of people believe, crime rates in the United States are not all that high relative to other countries. If you look at other developed countries, like Australia and France and so on, US crime rates are sort of at the high end, but not off the spectrum. In fact, about the only category in which US crime rates are way off the map is homicides with guns, but that's because of crazy gun control laws here. It doesn't particularly have to do with crime. 48. Now, the popular perception certainly is that violence is greater today, but that's mostly propaganda. That's just a part of the whole effort to make people frightened, so that they'll abandon their rights. And of course, it all has a real racist undertone to it. There are little code words that are used, Willie Horton kinds of things, to try to get everyone to think there's some black man out there trying to rape their daughter. Horton was a black prisoner who raped a white woman while on furlough from prison. His image was used by the Republicans in TV ads to portray the Democrats as soft on crime. Yeah, that's the kind of image you want to convey if your goal is to keep people divided and calling for more repression in the society. And the success of it all in the last few years has been very dramatic. In fact, the perception of more violence is rather like what's happened in the case of welfare. People's image is that welfare has gone way up, but the reality is, it's gone way down. 49. So I don't know if you've looked at the polls on this, but people's attitudes are really quite striking. For example, when you ask them, do you think we're spending too much on welfare or too little, 44% say we're spending too much, and 23% say we're spending too little. But if you take exactly the same question and you just replace the word welfare with assistance to the poor, so now you're saying, are we giving too much or too little assistance to the poor? The numbers change radically. 13% say it's too much, and 64% say it's too little. 50. Alright, that's kind of funny. What's welfare? It's assistance to the poor. So how come you get this strange result? Because people have bought the racist line. The image they have of welfare is black mothers driving Cadillacs past some poor white guy who's working, Reaganite propaganda. And I think it's pretty much the same kind of story with the perception of more violence. Look, the public relations industry doesn't spend billions of dollars just for the fun of it. 51. They do it for reasons, and those reasons are to instill certain imagery, and to impose certain means of social control. And one of the best means of controlling people has always been induced fear. For Hitler it was Jews and homosexuals and gypsies, here it's blacks. So yes, there is violence, but it's mostly the kind of violence that results from being cooped up in concentration camps. I mean, if you look at Hitler's concentration camps during World War II, there was also internal violence. That happens, if people are sufficiently deprived, they'll turn on one another. But when you say that people in California want SWAT teams, I doubt that the people in the concentration camps do, because those SWAT teams are at war with them. It's just that those people typically are not a part of the public that actually decides on things in the United States. More powerful elements do. And they decide the way they do for the same reason the liberals out in Lexington want a border patrol, although they won't say so, of course, because you want to confine the violence somewhere else, so your own family won't be affected. Like, take Cobb County, Georgia, the rich suburb outside Atlanta that's Newt Gingrich's district, which gets more federal subsidies than any suburban county in the United States. Incidentally, despite its leaders' calls to get government off our backs, only Arlington, Virginia, the home of the Pentagon, and Brevard County, Florida, where the Kennedy Space Center is, get more. Well, in Cobb County, I'm sure they're also very afraid of violence and want SWAT teams to insulate them from any urban infection that might make its way out from downtown Atlanta. Point 52 Sure, and it's the same thing all over the place. So I suspect that's probably what you're seeing in Fresno as well. Now, if you really want to talk about violence, there's plenty of it, but not the kind you're talking about. For example, take the biggest killer of them all, tobacco. Compared with tobacco, hard drugs don't even exist. Deaths from tobacco far outweigh deaths from all hard drugs combined, probably by a factor of more than 100.53. Do you see Jesse Helms in jail? I mean, there used to be a House committee that regulated, among other things, the tobacco industry. It's gone now, because it was flat taken over by a tobacco company. But in its last meeting, its members released a study that made it to the back pages of the newspapers, and was very interesting. It turned out that the data that everybody had been using for the last couple years on the effects of passive smoking, i.e. breathing of smoke from other people's cigarettes, were coming from tobacco industry studies, and they were faked. People redid the studies and found that they were a total fraud. They made the problem look far less significant. Point 54 All right, that means these tobacco industry executives and their US government puppets have been killing thousands and thousands of people. They're killing young children, say, whose mothers are smoking. Are they in jail? Why isn't that violence? In fact, right now US state power is being used to force Asian countries to open their markets to advertising for American tobacco. For instance, we're telling China, you don't allow us to advertise tobacco to the emerging markets of women and youth, and we'll close off your exports, so then they just have to do it. All right, recently there was a study done at Oxford University which estimated that of the kids under 20 alive today in China, about 50 million of them are going to die from tobacco-related diseases. 56 killing 50 million people is fairly impressive, even by 20th century standards. Why isn't that violence? That's the violence of the American state working for the interests of American tobacco manufacturers. You wouldn't need SWAT teams to go after that kind of violence, you just need to apply laws. The trouble is, it's the rich and the powerful who enforce the laws, and they don't want to apply them to themselves. Woman, Noam, you just mentioned that Gingrich's county in Georgia is one of the leading recipients of federal government subsidies. I was wondering, why didn't the Democrats make that an issue during the 1994 elections? I've never heard it before, but you'd have thought that would be a very strong tactic for them to use at the time, given the Gingrich Group's campaign strategy. That's an interesting sidelight to the 94 election story, isn't it? The absolute silence of the Democrats about that. I mean, during the whole campaign, Newt Gingrich was just slaughtering them with the line that they're always pushing the welfare state and the nanny state and all this government spending all the time, but no one in the press or in the political system ever once made the obvious rejoinder that would have wiped him out in 3 minutes, that Newt Gingrich is the leading advocate of the welfare state in the entire country. I mean, that would have been the end of the entire discussion, but the Democrats never even raised a peep. Like, nobody raised the fact that the largest employer in Cobb County is the Lockheed Corporation, an armaments contractor, a publicly subsidized /private profit corporation that wouldn't exist except for taxpayer subsidies. Or nobody pointed out that 72% of the jobs in Cobb County are white-collar jobs in industries like electronics and computers, which are all very carefully tended by the nanny state, and in fact wouldn't be around in the first place if it hadn't been for massive public subsidies through the military system for decades. 56. And I think the reason for that lack of comment is pretty obvious, actually. I think the reason is that class interests overpower narrow political interests, and there's a real and very important class interest, shared right across the board in the United States, that the rich always must be protected from market discipline by a very powerful welfare state that simply can't be called into question at all. I mean, the poor can be subjected to the market, that's perfectly fine. But not the rich. They need constant subsidies and protection, like they get in Cobb County. Well, you can't say any of that publicly, of course, because then people might start to get the idea, and that would be very dangerous. So therefore, even if they get smashed in the elections, the Democrats still won't tell you the truth, that Newt Gingrich is the leading advocate of the nanny state, and that what he wants is a big, powerful, interventionist government that will keep providing the rich with constant economic subsidy and protection. The 1994 elections were a perfect illustration of the point, and again, it's another sign of the kind of democracy we really have in the United States that nobody even mentioned it. International capital, the new imperial age. Man, in the past 25 years, there has been such a massive expansion of multinational finance capital being used for speculation in international stock markets, rather than for investment and trade, that it seems by now the United States is just a colony at the mercy of the movements of international capital. It doesn't much matter who's in office, they're not the ones really setting the agenda anymore. What's the significance of that phenomenon on the international scene right now? Well, first of all, we really ought to be a bit more cautious with our language, including myself, because I talk this way all the time. We shouldn't talk about things like the United States because there is no such entity, just like there's no such entity as England or Japan or anything like that. The population of the United States may be colonized, but the corporate interests that are based in the United States aren't colonized at all. So you sometimes hear about America in decline, and if you look at the share of the world's manufacturing production that happens to take place in the United States, it's true, that is in decline. But if you look at the share of the world's manufacturing production that's done by U.S.-based corporations, that's not in decline at all. In fact, it's doing extremely nicely. It's just that that production is now taking place mostly in the third world. 57. So one can talk about the geographical entity the United States, but that is not what functions in world affairs. To be brief about it, unless you begin with an elementary class analysis, you aren't even in the real world. Things like the United States aren't entities. But you're right, most of the population of the United States is being driven towards kind of a third world colonized status. It's just that we should remember, there's another sector in the world, which includes rich corporate executives and investors, plus their people in the third world, like some mafia thug in Russia who's running their local thing for them, or some rich guy in Sao Paulo, and they're a much different grouping. Those people have never been doing better. Now, about speculative capital, that's an extremely important part of this. You're absolutely correct that it's having a huge impact on national governments. This is really a major phenomenon. Just the numbers themselves are dramatic. Back around 1970, about 90% of the capital involved in international economic transactions was being used for more or less productive commercial purposes, like production and trade, and about 10% was being used for speculation. Today those figures are reversed. By 1990, about 90% was being used for speculation, and by 1994 it was up to 95%. Furthermore, the absolute amount of speculative capital has just exploded. The last estimate I saw from the World Bank was that there is now about $14 trillion involved, which means there's now $14 trillion free to transfer from one national economy to another, an amount which just overwhelms any national government's resources, and leaves governments with only an extremely narrow range of choices when it comes to setting policies. 58. Well, Why has this huge growth of speculative capital happened? There have been two key reasons. The first had to do with the breakdown of the post-war world economic system, which occurred in the early 1970s. See, during the Second World War, the United States basically reorganized the world economic system and made itself into sort of the global banker at the Bretton Woods United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference of 1944. So, the US dollar became the global reserve currency, it was fixed to gold, and other countries' currencies were fixed relative to the dollar. And that system was pretty much what lay behind the very substantial economic growth rate that followed in the 1950s and 60s. But by the 1970s, the Bretton Woods system had become unsustainable, the US no longer was strong enough economically to remain the world's banker, primarily because of the huge costs of financing the Vietnam War. So Richard Nixon at that point made a decision to just dismantle the whole arrangement. In the early 1970s he took the United States off the gold standard, he raised import duties, he just destroyed the whole system totally. Well, after this international regulatory apparatus had been destroyed, we started to get speculation against currencies on an unprecedented scale, and fluctuating financial exchanges, all these other things that have kept growing ever since. The second main factor behind this explosion of speculative capital has been the technological revolution in telecommunications which took place in the same period, and which suddenly made it very easy to transfer currencies from one country to another. So for example, today virtually the whole of the New York Stock Exchange moves overnight to Tokyo, the money is in New York in the daytime, then they just wire it over to Japan every night, and since Japan is 14 hours ahead of us, the same money is used in both places. And by now, about $1 trillion a day moves around in international speculative markets like that, and that has just a huge effect on national governments. 59 In fact, by this point, what it means is that the international investing community has virtual veto power over what any national government can do. We're seeing it in the United States right now, actually. The United States has had a very sluggish recovery from the last recession. It may be the slowest recovery ever, certainly it's the slowest one since the end of the Second World War. But it's been sluggish in only one respect: there's been very low economic growth, very little job creation. In fact, for many years wages were actually going down in this recovery, but profits have been absolutely zooming. 60 So every year Fortune magazine has an issue devoted to the well-being of the important people of the world, the Fortune 500, and what it's reported during this period is that profits went through the sky. In 1993 they were very happy, in 1994 they were euphoric, and 1995 just broke all records. Meanwhile real wages were going down, growth was very low, production was low, and even the slow growth that's been taking place has been halted at times because the bond market, as they put it, signaled that it didn't like the growth. See, financial speculators don't want growth, what they want is stable currencies, meaning no growth. In fact, the business press talks very openly now about the threat of too much growth, the threat of too much employment. They're perfectly open about all of this, to one another. 61 And the reason for it is, people who speculate against currencies are afraid of inflation because it decreases the value of their money, so therefore it's a big threat to them. And any kind of growth, any kind of stimulation of the economy, any decline of unemployment all threaten to increase inflation. Well, currency speculators don't like that. So if they see signs of stimulative economic policies or anything that may bring economic growth, they'll just take their capital out of that country's economy, and even a slight withdrawal of that sort can easily trigger a recession in those countries. So what's happened as a result of all of this is a big drift internationally towards low growth, low wage, high profit economies, because national governments trying to make economic and social policy decisions just have very little leeway to do so by now, or else their economies will be wrecked by capital flight. I mean, third world governments have no chance at all of doing so at this point. They don't even have any possibility of carrying out a national economic policy. But by now, it's even a question whether big countries can, including the United States. I mean, I don't think that any administration we've had in the United States has wanted to do things much differently here, but if they had wanted to, I think it would have been extremely hard, if not impossible. Just to give you an indication, right after the 1992 election, the Wall Street Journal ran a front-page article just informing its readers that there was no reason to fear that any of the alleged lefties around Clinton would do things differently when they got into office. Of course, the business community already knew that perfectly well, as you can see by taking a look at the stock markets towards the end of the election campaign. But in any event, the Wall Street Journal explained why, if by some accident Clinton or any other candidate did try to initiate a program of social reform in the United States, it would immediately be cut off. They simply stated what's obvious, and they gave the numbers. The United States is deeply in debt. That was part of the whole Reagan/Bush program, in fact, to put the country so deeply in debt that there would be virtually no way for the government to pursue programs of social spending anymore. And what being in debt really means is that the Treasury Department has sold a ton of securities, bonds and notes and so on to investors, who then trade them back and forth on the bond market. Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, by now about $150 billion a day worth of U.S. Treasury securities alone is traded this way. The article then explained what this means. It means that if the investing community which holds those securities doesn't like any U.S. government policies, it can very quickly sell off just a tiny signal amount of Treasury bonds, and that will have the automatic effect of raising the interest rate, which then will have the further automatic effect of increasing the deficit. Okay. This article calculated that if such a signal sufficed to raise the interest rate by 1%, it would add $20 billion to the deficit overnight, meaning if Clinton, say in someone's dream, proposed a $20 billion social spending program, the international investing community could effectively turn it into a $40 billion program instantly, just by a signal, and any further moves in that direction would be totally cut off. 62. Similarly, there was a great article in the London Economist, the big free trade pop ideology journal, about the fact that Eastern European countries have been voting socialists and communists back into power. But the basic line of the article was, don't worry about it, because as they said, policy is insulated from politics, meaning, no matter what games these guys play in the political arena, policy's going to go on exactly the way it is, because we've got them by the balls. We control the international currencies, we're the only ones who can give them loans, we can destroy their economies if we want to, there's nothing they can do. I mean, they can play all of the political games they want to, they can pretend they have a democracy if they like, anything they please, so long as policy remains insulated from politics. 63. What's been happening in the contemporary period is really something quite new in history, actually. I mean, in recent years a completely new form of government is being pioneered, one designed to serve the developing needs of this new international corporate ruling class. It's what has sometimes been called an emerging de facto world government. That's what all of the new international trade agreements are about, NAFTA, GATT, and so on. It's what the EEC, European Economic Community, is about. It's increasingly taking shape in international financial organizations like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Trade Organization, the G7 planning meetings of the rich industrial countries, and so on and so forth. These are all efforts to try to centralize power in a world economic system geared towards ensuring that policy is insulated from politics. In other words, towards ensuring that the general populations of the world have no role in decision-making, and that the level of policy planning is raised to be so remote from people's knowledge and understanding and input that they have absolutely no idea about the various decisions that are being made that will affect their lives, and certainly couldn't influence them if they did. The World Bank has its own term for the phenomenon, they call it technocratic insulation. So if you read World Bank studies, they talk about the importance of having technocratic insulation, meaning a bunch of technocrats, who are essentially employees of the big transnational corporations, have to be working somewhere in insulation from the public to design all the policies, Because if the public ever gets involved in the process, they may have bad ideas, like wanting the kind of economic growth that does things for people instead of profits, all sorts of stupid stuff like that. So therefore what you want to have is insulated technocrats, and once they're insulated enough, then you can have all the democracy you like, since it's not going to make any difference. In the international business press, this has all been described pretty frankly as the new imperial age. And that's quite accurate. It's certainly the direction things are going in. Point 64. The fairy tale economy. Man, a few moments ago, you described the 1990s economy as sluggish, with low growth and low wages. Usually we hear that this is a fairy tale economy and everything's wonderful. Can you say something more about that? Well, there's a very important book that comes out every 2 years, called The State of Working America. It's kind of the main, standard database for what's going on for working people, meaning most everybody in the economy. The latest data goes up through 1997. And it tells you just what the fairy tale economy is. It's nothing that everybody doesn't know, they just give all the data. Since the mid-70s, the economy has slowed down. There's been a period of much lower growth than the post-war period. Virtually all the wealth that's been created has gone to the very top part of the income distribution. The typical family is now working about 15 weeks a year more than they did 20 years ago, at stagnating or declining real incomes. The United States now has the heaviest workload in the industrial world. It's also the only country in the industrial world that doesn't have legally mandated vacations. And with that, incomes are at best stagnating for the majority of the population. Point 65. Now, it is a fairy tale economy, and the reason it's a fairy tale economy is because for the top few percent of the population, incomes have gone through the roof. The book points out that essentially the only gains in the past 20 years have been to C.E.O.S, and through asset inflation in the stock market. Well, you take a look at assets on the stock market, they also give figures for that. It turns out that roughly half are owned by the top 1% of the population, and of that, most is owned by the top 0.5%. So 1% owns roughly half the stock, the top 10% own most of the rest. About 85% of the total increase in stock values in this great stock boom have gone to the top 10% of the population, mostly to the top 0.5%. Point 66. In fact, the second decile, the 90th to 80th percentiles in income levels, have actually lost net worth during the Clinton recovery, net worth meaning assets minus debt. Below that, it's mostly worse. Point 67. The ones who have been hit hardest are the youngest. So entry-level wages are about 20 to 30% lower than they were 20 years ago, which tells you what's going to happen up the road. It's now even true for white-collar workers, even scientists and engineers. Unless they're in a very high bracket, their wages and incomes are declining. Point 68. So that's the fairy tale economy. This Clinton recovery, which one kind of wonders about, is the first one certainly in post-war history, maybe in American history, in which most of the population has been left out. I mean, it wasn't until the end of 1997 that median real income reached the level of 1989, which was the peak of the last business cycle. Point 69. That's unheard of. In every other recovery, median income has been way higher this many years after the peak of the last business cycle. But for some sectors, it's fantastic. And part of the reason is just intimidating working people with job insecurity. So this is a very good book. It's put out by the Economic Policy Institute. It's out in paperback, and it's not that expensive. I think the data won't surprise you, because I think you sort of know it from your lives and your neighborhoods and so on. Point 70. But it's not what you're reading in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. Actually, in the Wall Street Journal you do read it sometimes, but not in the popular press. Building international unions. Woman, noam, facing an international power structure like the one you describe, which seems to be showing no signs of letting up as it extends its grip. Clearly the response has to be organized and coordinated on a mass scale internationally. But given the size of the problems and just the scale of the task we're faced with, It seems nearly impossible to me, frankly. Even just building the kinds of unions we need to develop in the United States seems like a daunting prospect. Do you think it's really possible in today's world? Reconstructing a democratic trade union movement in the United States? Sure, I don't see why that's an impossible task. It's certainly something that's been done before. But you're right that it's not going to be so simple. For one thing, in the contemporary period something that's surely going to be required, which does make it a lot harder than before, is that a real labor movement simply has to be international today. I mean, in the old days, labor activists used to talk about internationals, but that was mostly a joke. Now the labor movement just has to be international because there has to be something to prevent Daimler-Benz, for example, from destroying German work standards by shifting production over to Alabama, where wages are much lower, and the labor's not unionized, and legislative protections for workers are much weaker. Or take the original free trade agreement with Canada implemented in 1989, in the first few years of that, Canada lost a couple 100,000 manufacturing jobs to the southeastern United States for the same reasons. 71. In fact, it's gotten to the point where some major corporations don't even worry about strikes anymore, they see them as an opportunity to destroy unions. For instance, the Caterpillar Corporation recently broke an 18-month strike in Decatur, Illinois from June 1994 to December 1995, and part of the way they did it was by developing excess production capacity in foreign countries. See, major corporations have a ton of capital now, and one of the things they've been able to do with it is to build up extra overseas production capacity. So Caterpillar has been building plants in Brazil where they get far cheaper labor than in the United States, and then they can use that production capability to fill their international orders in the event of a strike in the US. So they didn't really mind the strike in Decatur, because it gave them an opportunity to finally break the union through this international strategy. 72 That's something that's relatively new, and given this increasing centralization of power in the international economy, and the ability of big transnational corporations to play one national workforce against another to drive down work standards everywhere, there just has to be international solidarity today if there's going to be any hope, and that means real international solidarity. Another thing that has to happen for an international trade union movement to really be successful, in my opinion, is that it is simply going to have to be started from the ground up and be run by its participants. And that kind of serious organizing is something that is very difficult to do. It's going to be particularly tricky in the United States because the labor leadership here has traditionally been almost completely divorced from the workforce. So take a look at the worldwide destruction of unions after the Second World War. That's had a really major impact on working conditions throughout the world, and some of the people who were doing it were in fact the American labor leadership at the time. They were a big part of the whole effort to break up the Italian unions, and the Japanese unions, and the French unions, and so on. 73. If you look back to the history of the reconstruction of post-World War II Europe, American planners were very intent on preventing the rise of popular democratic movements there, which would have been based in the former anti-fascist resistance, which had a lot of prestige right then. And the reason was, the world in general was very social democratic after the war, especially as a result of the anti-fascist struggles that had taken place. And with the traditional order discredited and a whole lot of radical democratic ideas around, powerful interests in the United States were extremely concerned that a unified labor movement could develop in a place like Germany or Japan. Actually, the same kind of problem also existed at home right then as well. The US population was very social democratic after the war. It was extremely pro-union, it wanted more government involvement in regulating industry, probably a majority thought there should even be public industry, and business was terrified by it. They were very scared. They in fact said in their publications things like, "We have about 5 or 6 years to save the private enterprise system." 74 Well, one thing they did was to launch a huge propaganda program in the United States, aimed at reversing these attitudes. 75 It was actually called at the time part of the everlasting battle for the minds of men, who have to be indoctrinated in the capitalist story, That's a standard straight quote from the PR literature. 76. So in the early 1950s, the Advertising Council, an organization begun during World War II and funded by the business community to assist the government with propaganda services at home, was spending huge amounts of money to propagandize for what they called the American way. 77. The public relations budget for the National Association of Manufacturers I think went up by about a factor of 20.78. About a third of the textbooks in schools were simply provided by business. 79. They had 20 million people a week watching propaganda films about worker management unity, after the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947 allowed propaganda to be shown to basically captive audiences in companies. 80. They continued on with the scientific methods of strike breaking that had been developed in the late 1930s, devoting huge resources into propaganda instead of goon squads and breaking knees. 81. And it was all tied up with the anti-communist crusade at the time. That's the true meaning of what's referred to as McCarthyism, which started well before Joseph McCarthy got involved and was really launched by business and liberal members of the Democratic Party and so on. 82. It was a way of using fear and jingoism to try to undermine labor rights and functioning democracy. And the point is, the leadership of the U.S. labor movement was right in the center of the whole post-war destruction of unions, internationally. In fact, if you look back at their records, which are very fascinating, one of the things that they were most afraid of when they helped to smash the Italian unions, for example, was that they were just too democratic. They wanted them to be more like American unions, and they said so. American unions means the AFL leadership sits in a room somewhere and none of the workforce knows what's going on, the leaders make the decisions, then they go out and have lunch with some guy in the government or a corporation. That's the way a union's supposed to work here. The trouble is, the Italian unions weren't like that. I might be exaggerating it a little, but if you look back at these guys' records, they say it in roughly those words, actually. 83. Well, when you have a history of labor leadership like that, it's another reason why reconstituting a union movement here is simply going to have to start from the bottom up, and I don't think that's an impossible job. It's certainly been done under much harsher conditions than we face. I mean, if it's possible in El Salvador to organize a union when you've got death squads running after you and murdering you, and then we ask, is this too hard for us? It's kind of like a joke. If it's not happening, it's because people aren't doing it. It's not because it's too hard, it's because people aren't doing it. So take Haiti, the most impoverished country in the hemisphere. I don't know if any of you have ever traveled to Haiti, but if you go there, you can barely believe it. I've gone to a lot of parts of the third world, and Haiti is just something else. But in Haiti in the late 1980s, under extremely repressive and impoverished conditions, Haitian peasants and slum dwellers were able to create an organized civil society. They succeeded in creating unions, and grassroots organizations, and a whole network of popular groupings which achieved such strength that, with no resources at all, they were able to take over the government. Now, it turns out they immediately got smashed by a military coup which we were assisting, but that shows you what people can do in the world. 84. If you read the American press when the coup collapsed in 1994, they were all saying, now we have to go down and teach lessons in democracy to the Haitians, but anybody except a complete commissar ought to have burst out in ridicule at that. We have to learn about democracy from the Haitians. Haitian peasants have a lot to teach us about democracy. They show how it really works. But the point is, if you can do it in Haiti, and if you can do it in El Salvador, you can certainly do it right now in the United States. We are much better off than those people. So you're right, it's certainly not going to be a walkover, but I don't really see any reason why these things are beyond our reach. And I should say that if they are beyond our reach, we're all in trouble, bad trouble. Because if it turns out that building genuine mass popular movements on an international scale can't be done, it's not so obvious that there will continue to be human civilization for very long, because part of the whole capitalist ethic is that the only thing that matters is how much money you make tomorrow. That's the crucial value of the system, profit for tomorrow. Not just profit, but the bottom line has to look good tomorrow. And the result is that planning for the future, and any kind of regulatory apparatus that would sustain the environment for the long term, become impossible, and that means the planet is going to go down the tubes very fast. In fact, this was just demonstrated kind of dramatically in the United States a little while ago. Right as the Gingrich army was coming into office in 1994 and describing how they're going to destroy the country's environmental regulatory system, right at that very same time a number of scientific reports of considerable significance were released. 85 One had to do with New England, or really, the world. It had to do with the Georges Bank fishing ground, an offshore shelf off the coast of New England. Georges Bank has always been the richest fishing area in the world, and it remained so through the 1970s. But in the 1980s, the Reaganites deregulated the fishing industry and at the same time subsidized it, because that's how the free market works. You deregulate so the industries can do anything they want, and then the public pays them off to make sure they stay in business. Well, when you deregulate and you subsidize the fishing industry, it doesn't take a great genius to figure out what's going to happen. What happened is, they wiped out the ground fish. Well, now New England is importing cod from Norway. Anybody from New England knows what that means. It's unimaginable. And the reason we're importing cod from Norway is that in Norway, they continued to regulate their fishing grounds. Here we deregulated them, so of course they were destroyed. So now a large part of Georges Bank is closed off to fishing, and nobody knows if it can recover. 86 Well, if they eliminate the rest of the country's regulatory apparatus, it's going to be the same kind of thing all over the place. So if this task of organizing a democratic society does prove to be impossible, we're all going to be in very serious trouble, very serious. Initial moves and the coming crisis. Man, do you see any steps being taken right now towards building these kinds of international movements? Well, I think one can see some things happening, and you can imagine them extending to a much larger scale. Most of the things you see today are so small that they're not really making an impact, but they're real, and they could potentially become the start of bigger things. For example, the first shreds of any positive move in the union movement that I'm aware of occurred right after NAFTA was passed in 1993. Immediately after the NAFTA vote, like within weeks, General Electric and Honeywell both fired workers for trying to organize unions in their plants in northern Mexico. Okay, normally when that happens, that's the end of it. This time, for the first time ever I think, two American unions, United Electrical Workers and the Teamsters, intervened to defend the organizers and protested to the Clinton administration. And they have some clout. They're not like corporations, but they've got a lot more power than Mexican unions. I mean, there really are no Mexican unions, because Mexico's like a fascist state. There's just a government union, kind of like in the old Soviet Union, and then essentially one other one, which of course opposed NAFTA but is under such terrific controls that it couldn't do anything. But the big American unions still can't be completely ignored, and in this case they were able to get the U.S. Labor Department to investigate these firings in Mexico. 87. Well, the thing went to a U.S. Labor Department panel, which was supposed to determine whether there had in fact been an infringement of labor rights, and of course Robert Reich's department discovered that there had been no violations. What they said is, the fired workers had Mexican law behind them, they still had legal recourse under Mexican law, so therefore there was no issue for the U.S. Labor Department. I mean, you have to read this thing. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Mexican labor law, but this doesn't even rise to the level of hilarity. But that was the decision, so the firings went through. The fired workers are allowed to apply for severance pay. Very happy, I'm sure GE is mourning. 88 But at least in this case American unions got to the point of defending the rights of Mexican workers for the first time at this point out of their own interests, because they recognize they're really getting crushed. But that's the kind of thing that has to start taking place on a massive scale, if there are going to be significant moves against these problems. Beyond that, serious changes in the economy will simply require dismantling private power altogether. There just is no way around that in the end. And you can even see some rudimentary steps towards it here and there, I think. Weirton Steel was one recent effort. Workers own a portion of the company through an employee stock ownership plan, and there are others which could be turned into something meaningful. Even things like the negotiations at United Airlines could be meaningful initial steps, though ultimately it depends on whether the settlements are just in terms of stock ownership by workers or actual employee management, which would be something very different. United's employees traded steep pay cuts for 55% ownership of the company's stock and 3 of its 12 board seats in 1994. So the methods for starting to move towards real change are quite clear. It's just a question of whether enough people are willing to start pursuing them. There are all sorts of options for how to begin building popular movements, and they could be developed on a very substantial scale. Then if they're coordinated, with genuine community efforts to take control over whatever resources and industries are within them, and they begin to link up internationally, anything at all is possible, I think. I mean, sure, the scale is enormous, but with any major social change the scale has been enormous. You could raise the same doubts about the women's movement, or getting rid of slavery in Haiti in 1790. It must have looked impossible. There's nothing new about that feeling. Man, I just get the sense that we're waiting for some ecological disaster before people really start to get active in these movements on a massive scale. Well, if we wait for an ecological disaster, it'll be too late. In fact, we might not even have such a long wait. Look, it's certainly true that as the threats mount, it may energize people, but you don't wait for that to happen. First you have to prepare the ground. For example, suppose it was discovered tomorrow that the greenhouse effect has been way underestimated, and that the catastrophic effects are actually going to set in 10 years from now, and not 100 years from now or something. Well, given the state of the popular movements we have today, we'd probably have a fascist takeover with everybody agreeing to it, because that would be the only method for survival that anyone could think of. I'd even agree to it, because there just are no other alternatives around right now. So you don't wait for the disasters to happen, first you have to create the groundwork. You need to plant the seeds of something right now, so that whatever opportunities happen to arise, whether it's workers being fired in Mexico, or an ecological catastrophe, or anything else, people are in a position that they can do something constructive about it. Man, Dr. Chomsky, I'm actually wondering whether the corporate elites can't turn the environmental crisis to their benefit, use it as a new technique of taxpayer subsidy, another form of welfare like the others you were describing. So now the public will pay them to salvage the environment they've been primarily responsible for destroying. Yeah, sure, you don't even have to predict it, it's already been happening. Take DuPont. They weren't all that upset about the fact that they can no longer sell fluorocarbons, which destroy the ozone layer and have been closely regulated since the late 1980s, because now they can just get big public subsidies to produce other things that will replace them. 89 I mean, at least in this respect these people are rational, so they are going to try to take advantage of whatever techniques happen to be around to ensure that the public is forced to keep subsidizing their profits. And if the environmental crisis reaches the point where some changes have to be introduced, as it already has, in fact they'll be sure to profit off them. Actually, people are really worried about the destruction of the ozone layer. Even the Wall Street Journal editors, who are usually out in space on these issues, have started getting worried about it. I mean, it wasn't so bad when it was just killing people in Chile and Argentina who are near the South Pole, i.e. where the first hole in the ozone layer was discovered, but when they detected another hole over the Arctic in the north, meaning white people are going to suffer someday, then even those guys finally noticed it. 90 And when the ocean starts rising to the level of whatever building they're in and whatever floor they're on as they write their editorials, yeah, then they'll agree that there's a greenhouse effect and we'd better do something about it. Sure, no matter how lunatic people are, at some point or other they're going to realize that these problems exist, and they are approaching fast. It's just that the next thing they'll ask is, so how can we make some money off it? In fact, anybody in business who didn't ask that question would find themselves out of business, just because that's the way that capitalist institutions work. I mean, if some executive came along and said, I'm not going to look at it that way, I'm going to do things differently, well, they'd get replaced by someone who would try to make more money off it, because these are simply institutional facts. These are facts about the structure of the institutions. And if you don't like them, and I don't, then you're going to have to change the institutions. There really is no other way. So yes, within the framework of the institutions that currently exist, the environmental crisis will be yet another technique of public subsidy to ensure continued private profits, and they'll keep capitalizing on it exactly as you describe. Elite planning slipping out of hand. Man, how much of this do you attribute to a conspiracy theory, and how much would you say is just a byproduct of capital nearsightedness and a shared interest in holding on to power? Well, this term conspiracy theory is kind of an interesting one. For example, if I was talking about Soviet planning and I said, look, here's what the Politburo decided, and then the Kremlin did this, nobody would call that a conspiracy theory. Everyone would just assume that I was talking about planning. But as soon as you start talking about anything that's done by power in the West, then everybody calls it a conspiracy theory. You're not allowed to talk about planning in the West, it's not allowed to exist. So if you're a political scientist, one of the things you learn, you don't even make it into graduate school unless you've already internalized it, is that nobody here ever plans anything, we just act out of a kind of general benevolence, stumbling from here to here, sometimes making mistakes and so on. The guys in power aren't idiots, after all. They do planning. In fact, they do very careful and sophisticated planning. But anybody who talks about it, and uses government records or anything else to back it up, is into conspiracy theory. It's the same with business. Business is again just operating out of a generalized benevolence, trying to help everybody get the cheapest goods with the best quality, all this kind of stuff. If you say, look, Chrysler is trying to maximize profits and market share, that's conspiracy theory. In other words, as soon as you describe elementary reality and attribute minimal rationality to people with power, well, that's fine as long as it's an enemy, but if it's a part of domestic power, it's a conspiracy theory and you're not supposed to talk about it. So, the first thing I would suggest is, drop the term. There are really only two questions. One is, how much of this is conscious planning as happens everywhere else? And the other is, how much is bad planning? Well, it's all conscious planning. There is just no doubt that a lot of very conscious planning goes on among intelligent people who are trying to maximize their power. They'd be insane if they didn't do that. I mean, I'm not telling you anything new when I tell you that top editors, top government officials, and major businessmen have meetings together, of course. And not only do they have meetings, they belong to the same golf clubs, they go to the same parties, they went to the same schools, they flow up and back from one position to another in the government and private sector, and so on and so forth. In other words, they represent the same social class. They'd be crazy if they didn't communicate and plan with each other. So of course the board of directors of General Motors plans, the same way the National Security Council plans, and the National Association of Manufacturers PR agencies plan. I mean, this was a truism to Adam Smith. If you read Adam Smith, Classical Economist, he says that every time two businessmen get together in a room, you can be sure there's some plan being cooked up which is going to harm the public. Yeah, how could it be otherwise? And there's nothing particularly new about this, as Smith pointed out over 200 years ago. The masters of mankind, as he called them, will do what they have to in order to follow the vile maxim, all for ourselves and nothing for anyone else. 91 Yeah, and when they're in the National Security Council, or the Business Roundtable, a national organization composed of the C.E.O.S of 200 major corporations, or the rest of these elite planning forums, they have extreme power behind them. And yes, they're planning very carefully. Now, the only significant question to ask is it intelligent planning? Okay, that depends on what the goals are. If the goals are to maximize corporate profits for tomorrow, then it's very intelligent planning. If the goals are to have a world where your children can survive, then it's completely idiotic. But that second thing really isn't a part of the game. In fact, it's institutionalized. It's not that these people are stupid, it's that to the extent that you have a competitive system based on private control over resources, you are forced to maximize short-term gain. That's just an institutional necessity. I mean, suppose there were 3 car companies, Chrysler, General Motors, and Ford. And suppose that one of them decided to put its resources into producing fuel-efficient, user-friendly cars which could be available 10 years from now, and which would have a much less destructive impact on the environment. Suppose Ford decided to put a proportion of its resources into that. Well, Chrysler wouldn't be putting its resources into that, which means that they would undersell Ford today, and Ford wouldn't be in the game 10 years from now. Well, that's just the nature of a competitive system, and that's exactly why if you're a manager you've got to try to make sure that in the next financial quarter your bottom line shows something good, whatever effects it may have a year from now. That's just part of the institutional irrationality of the system. In fact, here I must say I would like to complain about a recent cover of Z magazine. I had an article in there, and on the cover there was the title, Corporate Greed. But that's just an absurd phrase. Point 92. I mean, to talk about corporate greed is like talking about military weapons or something like that. There just is no other possibility. A corporation is something that is trying to maximize power and profit, that's what it is. There is no phenomenon of corporate greed, and we shouldn't mislead people into thinking there is. It's like talking about robbers' greed or something like that. It's not a meaningful thing, it's misleading. A corporation's purpose is to maximize profit and market share and return to investors, and all that kind of stuff, and if its officers don't pursue that goal, for one thing they are legally liable for not pursuing it. There I agree with Milton Friedman, right-wing economist, and those guys. If you're a CEO, you must do that, otherwise you're in dereliction of duty, in fact dereliction of official legal duty. Point 93. And besides that, if you don't do it, you'll get kicked out by the shareholders or the board of directors, and you won't be there very long anyway. So in a sense the planning is bad. If you like it's stupid to destroy George's bank if you're thinking about 5 years from now. But it's not stupid if you're thinking of tomorrow's profits. And I think the question we need to ask is, which of those things are we concerned about? In fact, it's interesting to look at the history of the government regulatory system in the United States in this context. Things like the ICC, Interstate Commerce Commission, and so on. Keep in mind that these governmental regulatory agencies were mostly instituted by business itself, particularly capital-intensive, internationally oriented big business, because they recognized that the predatory nature of capitalism was just going to destroy everything if they didn't bring it under control somehow. So they wanted regulation to keep things kind of organized, just like they wanted labor unions, and they wanted the New Deal programs. In fact, if you look at many of the things that have really improved the country, like the New Deal programs in the 1930s, for example, which at least partially brought the United States into the main framework of industrial societies with respect to social programs, a lot of the drive behind them was coming from big business, as opposed to small business. See, big corporations like General Electric and so on, which are capital intensive, and have relatively small labor forces and an international orientation, they supported the New Deal measures. It was more mainstream businesses who opposed the New Deal, like medium-level industry, members of the National Association of Manufacturers and so on, because they weren't capital intensive, and they had large labor forces, and didn't sell to international markets. Therefore they didn't benefit particularly from New Deal programs. But for a big corporation like GE, it was better to have an organized workforce that wouldn't carry out wildcat strikes, and that you could be sure was going to work pretty regularly even if you had to pay them a little bit more, and so on and so forth. Point 94. That's also why big business has tended to support the existence of unions, American-style unions, to a certain extent, because they know the system's going to self-destruct if there aren't devices around to bring things under control. As a matter of fact, One aspect of the recent shift we've seen in American politics is that big business is not in such good shape in this respect. The guys who took over Congress in 1994 are not pro-big business in this way. They are not the sort of people who want an organized, planned society. See, big business is kind of communist. They want a powerful state organizing things in their long-term interests. And the guys who came into power with Newt Gingrich in 1994 are a somewhat different breed. They're more like the old National Association of Manufacturers types who opposed the New Deal, and there's also this freakish fundamentalist element among them, which is extremely powerful in the United States. I mean, this is not so much true of Gingrich himself. Gingrich is sort of more reasonable, he's just a flack for big business. But the people he organized are fanatics, especially what they call the Christian right. They're people who want money tomorrow. They don't care what happens to the world 2 inches down the road, they don't care what happens to anybody else. They're deeply irrational. And they're totalitarian. Despite what they say, they in fact want a very powerful state, but only to order people around and tell them how to live, and to throw them in jail if they step the wrong way, and so on, a national security state basically. Well, that's a real basis for fascism and big business, and a lot of other powerful people are very worried about it. In fact, if you looked at the funding for the whole Gingrich movement, it was quite interesting. The Wall Street Journal had an article on it after the congressional elections in 1994, and it turned out that the main people who were funding them were at the fringes of the economy. I think the biggest funder was Amway, a direct sales company somewhat like a pyramid scheme, which is basically a scam operation, and the other big ones were things like hedge funds, not the real brokerage houses, but the ones around the fringe of Wall Street who lend you huge amounts of money for very risky loans. And then there was lots of money coming from gun interests, and alcohol interests, and gambling interests, and so on. I mean, these are sectors of business where there's a ton of money, but they are not really a part of the mainstream economy. The Gingrich Group wasn't getting its funding from General Electric, let's say. In fact, the only big corporation that was funding them was Philip Morris, a cigarette manufacturer, and the guys at Philip Morris are mass murderers, so they need government protection, and yeah, they'll fund Newt Gingrich's .95, but if you look at who was really backing them, it's mostly what are called small businessmen. They're people in the top 2% of income levels, let's say, instead of the top 0.5%, they're what's referred to as Main Street, like their businesses have about 50 employees or something like that. Well, those people really do want the government out of their hair. They don't want a lot of regulations holding them back from making as much money as they can. Just to give you an example, there's a contractor painting my house right now, and I've been talking to him. He's the kind of guy they represent. He hates the government, because the government doesn't let him use lead in the paint, and it makes him pay workers' compensation to his workers when they get hurt, things like that. He just wants to get all this stuff out of his hair so he can go out there and make money, do whatever he feels like. You tell him, well, kids will die of lead poisoning if you use leaded paint. He says, a lot of government bureaucrats made that up. What do they know? I've been breathing lead all my life and look at me, I'm healthy as a horse. That's the sort of attitude that's been supporting this movement, and I think big business is very worried about it. If you want to get a sense of what it's like, Fortune magazine in its February '95 issue had a cover story on the attitudes of C.E.O.S towards what's been going on in Washington. These guys are worried, and the reason why they're worried is quite simple. These C.E.O.S are what's called liberal. I mean, they love the fact that wages are going down, and that profits are shooting through the roof, and that environmental laws are being loosened, and that welfare is being cut. All that stuff is just great to them. But if you look at some of their personal attitudes, they're about as far away from the Christian right as the Harvard faculty is. 96 They are militantly pro-abortion on demand. They believe in women's rights, like, they want their daughters to have career opportunities. They don't want their kids to have to study Lucifer and Beast 666 in school. They don't want maniacs running around with assault rifles because the black helicopters are bringing aliens in, or whatever the latest frenzy is. But the troops that they've mobilized are in that domain. The so-called Christian right, for one, just have a different agenda. And I think big business is worried about them. The C.E.O.S don't want that kind of fascism. And that's why by now, if you take a look, you'll see that big corporations have tended to line up with the Clinton administration. Take something like science policy. These Gingrich army types don't see any point in science, it's just a bunch of pointy-headed intellectuals. Who needs that? On the other hand, big corporations understand that if they want to keep making profits 5 years from now, there'd better be some science being funded today, and of course, they don't want to pay for it themselves, they want the public to pay for it, through university science departments and so on. They want the government to keep funding science, so when some discovery comes along they can then rip it off and make the money off it. Well, just a little while ago, a bunch of the big corporate heads wrote a joint letter to the House Science Committee asking them to continue high levels of funding for university-based science and research programs, just the thing the Republican Congress wants to cut because their job isn't just to pour lead paint on somebody's house. These guys know that they are not going to be in the game a couple years from now unless US science continues to produce things for them to exploit. So by this point, they are getting very worried that these new Gingrich types might go too far and start cutting down the parts of the state system that are welfare for them, which of course is unacceptable. What's happened is actually pretty intriguing, if you think about it. I mean, for the past 50 years American business has been organizing a major class war, and they needed troops. There are votes after all, and you can't just come before the electorate and say, vote for me, I'm trying to screw you. So what they've had to do is appeal to the population on some other grounds. Well, there aren't a lot of other grounds, and everybody always picks the same ones, whether his name is Hitler or anything else: jingoism, racism, fear, religious fundamentalism. These are the ways of appealing to people if you're trying to organize a mass base of support for policies that are really intended to crush them. And they've done it, business had to do it, and now after 50 years they've got a tiger by the tail. Actually, the German businessmen who supported Hitler were probably thinking about the same thing in 1937 and 38. They'd been perfectly happy to pay off the Nazis to organize the population on the basis of fear, hatred, racism, and jingoism, in order to beat down the German labor movement and kill off the communists there. But of course, once the Nazis got into power, they had their own agenda. The big industrialists in Germany did not want a war with the West, but by then it was too late. Now, I don't want to say that this is Nazi Germany, but there is a similarity, just as there's a similarity to post-Khomeini Iran. I mean, Iranian business strongly opposed the Shah, the Iranian monarch who ruled the country until 1979, because they didn't like the fact that he controlled the state monopolies, especially the National Iranian Oil Company, and as a result they wanted to see him overthrown, and they needed somebody to do it. Well, the only forces they could appeal to were the movements in the streets, and those guys were being organized by fundamentalist clerics. So as a result they overthrew the Shah, all right, but they also got Khomeini and all these fundamentalist maniacs running around, which they didn't like. Well, something similar has been happening in the United States and people are worried about it. Incidentally, I think this is also why we're now starting to get editorials in the New York Times defending the counterculture. 97. And just to tell you a personal thing, recently there was a favorable review of a book of mine in the Boston Globe. That is unbelievable. 98. I mean, it couldn't possibly have happened a couple years ago. There have even been some discussions in the press of class war. That's a concept that is usually unmentionable in the U.S.99, and I think it's because a lot of elites are really running scared these days. They think, look, we've unleashed the demon, now it's going to go after the interests of really rich people. The only way they've been able to keep their power is by waging a huge propaganda war, and that has now brought up guys who are like suicide bombers, and who think that women ought to be driven back to the home and shut up, and who want to have 12 assault rifles in their closets, and so on. Well, they don't like that, and now they're starting to get scared. Disturbed population stirring. Woman, how do you think it's all going to play out? Then do you see the American political system heading for a civil war? Well, in general I don't think you can make predictions like that. When we talk about predictions, we're just talking about intuitions, and mine are no better than anybody else's. But I do feel this period is kind of a turning point. I mean, you can see very clearly where policy is driving people, and you know exactly what its goals are. The only question you can't answer is how the population is going to react as they get slammed in the face, and they are getting slammed in the face. One way it could go would be like the building of the CIO. An integrated mass union formed in 1935, or the civil rights and feminist movements, or the freedom rides whites and blacks rode buses together into the American South in 1961 to challenge segregation laws. Other ways it could go would be Nazism, Khomeini's Iran, Islamic fundamentalism in Algeria. Those are all ways people could go to. But the country is very disturbed. You can see it in polls, and you can certainly see it traveling around, and I travel around a lot. There's complete disaffection about everything. People don't trust anyone, they think everyone's lying to them, everyone's working for somebody else. The whole civil society has completely broken down. And when you talk about the mood of people, well, whether it's on right-wing talk radio, or among students, or just among the general population, you get a very good reception these days for the kinds of things I talk about. But it's scary, because if you came and told people, Clinton's organizing a UN army with aliens to come and carry out genocide, you'd better go to the hills, you'd get the same favorable response. That's the problem, you'd get the same favorable response. I mean, you can go to the most reactionary parts of the country, or anywhere else, and 1,000 people will show up to listen, and they'll be really excited about what you're saying no matter what it is. That's the trouble, it's no matter what it is. Because people are so disillusioned by this point that they will believe almost anything. Take these guys in what are called the militias. I mean, obviously they're not militias in the Second Amendment sense. Militias are things raised by states, these are just paramilitary organizations. Point 100. But if you look at who's involved in them, they are people from a sector of the population that has really gotten it in the neck in the last 20 years, they're high school graduates, mostly white males, a segment of the society that has really taken a beating. I mean, median real wages in the United States have dropped about 20% since 1973. That's a substantial cut. Point 101. Their wives now have to go to work just to put food on the table. Often their families have broken up. Their kids are running wild, but there's no social support system anywhere to help them deal with that. They don't read the Fortune 500 and put together an analysis of what's really going on in the world. All they've had rammed into their heads is, the federal government's your enemy. If you come to them with a political framework that could lead to some kind of productive change, it's all just another power play as far as they're concerned, and with some justice, everything else they've been told is a crock, so why should they believe you? You tell them to read declassified National Security Council documents, or to look at things in the business press that would really mean something to them. I mean, a lot of people don't even read. We should bear in mind how illiterate the society's become. It's tough. So these groups certainly represent something, they're a response to sharply worsening conditions. I mean, they're called right-wing, but in my view they're sort of independent of politics. There could be people on the left in there too. All of this is not so different from people believing conspiracy theories about Kennedy's assassination, or about the Trilateral Commission, an elite think tank, or the CIA and all the rest of that stuff, the things that are just tearing the left to shreds. Or take this guy called the Unabomber, a serial male bomb killer who espoused an anti-industrial worldview. When I read his manifesto, I thought, if I don't know him, I know his friends. They're the kind of people I run into on the left all the time. They're demoralized, they're fed up, they're desperate, but they don't have a constructive response to all the problems we've got to face. Then again, the LA riots in 1992 also weren't a constructive response. In fact, All these reactions, from the militias, to conspiracy theories, to the Unabomber, to the LA riots, they're all the result of a kind of collapse of civil society in the United States. The vestiges of an integrated, socially cohesive, functioning society, with some kind of solidarity and continuity to it, have just been destroyed here. It's hard to imagine a better way to demoralize people than to have them watch TV for 7 hours a day, but that's pretty much what people have been reduced to by now. In fact, all of these things really illustrate the difference between completely demoralized societies like ours and societies that are still kind of hanging together, like in a lot of the Third World. I mean, in absolute terms, the Mayan Indians in Chiapas, Mexico, who organized the Zapatista Rebellion in 1994, are much poorer than the people in south-central Los Angeles, or in Michigan or Montana, much poorer. But they have a civil society that hasn't been totally eliminated the way the working class culture we used to have in the United States was. Chiapas is one of the most impoverished areas of the hemisphere, but because there's still a lively, vibrant society there, with a cultural tradition of freedom and social organization, the Mayan Indian peasants were able to respond in a highly constructive way. They organized the Chiapas Rebellion, they have programs and positions, they have public support. It's been going somewhere. South Central Los Angeles, on the other hand, was just a riot. It was the reaction of a completely demoralized, devastated, poor working class population, with nothing at all to bring it together. All the people could do there was mindless lashing out, just go steal from the stores. The only effect of that is, we'll build more jails. So to answer your question, I think it's very much up in the air what's going to happen in the United States. See, there's an experiment going on. The experiment is, can you marginalize a large part of the population, regard them as superfluous because they're not helping you make those dazzling profits, and can you set up a world in which production is carried out by the most oppressed people, with the fewest rights, in the most flexible labor markets, for the happiness of the rich people of the world? Can you do that? Can you get women in China to work locked into factories where they're burned to death in fires, producing toys that are sold in stores in New York and Boston so that rich people can buy them for their children at Christmas? 102. Can you have an economy where everything works like that, production by the most impoverished and exploited, for the richest and most privileged, internationally? And with large parts of the general population just marginalized because they don't contribute to the system in Colombia, murdered, in New York, locked up in prison. Can you do that? Well, nobody knows the answer to that question. You ask, could it lead to a civil war? It definitely could. It could lead to uprisings, revolts. The verge of fascism. And there are other things to worry about too, like the fact that the United States is such an extremely fundamentalist country and also such an unusually frightened one. I mean, we became kind of a laughingstock to the rest of the world during the 1980s. Every time Reagan would announce some Libyan terrorist action or something, the entire tourism industry in Europe would collapse, because everybody in the United States was afraid to go to Europe, where they're about 100 times as safe as in any American city, for fear there might be some Arab lurking around the corners there trying to kill them. That's literally the case. It became a real joke around the world, and it's just another sign of how much extreme irrationality and fear there is in the US population. And that's a very dangerous phenomenon, because that kind of deep irrationality can readily be whipped up by demagogues, you know, Newt Gingriches. These guys can whip up fear, hatred, they can appeal to fundamentalist urges, and that's been scaring most of the world for a while, I should say. For example, if you recall the Republican National Convention in 1992, it opened with a God and Country rally, which was televised and seen around the world. In Europe particularly, it really sent chills up people's spines because they remember Hitler's Nuremberg rallies, at least older people do, and it had something of that tone. Well, the Republicans were able to insulate the convention from it that time around and keep most of that stuff confined to the first night, but in the future they might not be able to do that. In the future those people might take the convention over, in which case we'd be very close to some American version of fascism, It may not be Hitler Germany, but it'll be bad enough. It's in fact a very similar situation. Germany in the 1930s was maybe the most civilized and advanced country in the world, though with plenty of problems, and it was quite possible there to whip up hatred and fear, to mobilize people, and in fact to carry out what from their point of view was social development with consequences that you're familiar with. Yeah, why are we different? We've got the same genes, and the conditions in the culture which might be a part of the background for it certainly already exist. Actually, I think that the United States has been in kind of a pre-fascist mood for years, and we've been very lucky that every leader who's come along has been a crook. See, people should always be very much in favor of corruption. I'm not kidding about that. Corruption's a very good thing, because it undermines power. I mean, if we get some Jim Bakker coming along, this preacher who was caught sleeping with everybody and defrauding his followers, those guys are fine, all they want is money and sex and ripping people off, so they're never going to cause much trouble. Or take Nixon, say, an obvious crook, he's ultimately not going to cause that much of a problem. But if somebody shows up who's kind of a Hitler type, just wants power, no corruption, straight, makes it all sound appealing, and says, we want power, well, then we'll all be in very bad trouble. Now, we haven't had the right person yet in the United States, but sooner or later somebody's going to fill that position, and if so, it will be highly dangerous. On the other hand, though, I think you can also imagine things going quite differently. The situation just is very pliable at this point in the United States. I mean, these same guys who are blowing up Oklahoma City government buildings in 1995 could be doing what they would have been doing 60 years ago, which is organizing the C.I.O. the same guys. It really just depends on whether people start doing something about it. And there are also other things here that are very healthy as well, and can be built on. For instance, there's a streak of independence and opposition to authority in the United States which probably is unique in the world. Obviously it can show up in antisocial ways, like running around with assault rifles and so on. But it can show up in very healthy ways too, and the trick is to make it show up in the healthy ways, like opposition to illegitimate authority. So it's complicated. Could there be a civil war? It could be very unpleasant. A lot of very ugly things could happen, they're not inconceivable. But they're also not inevitable. Woman, I've often heard you end talks by saying basically, we can't give up hope. But do you really see any hope for the future of democracy, or for the United States, or for the people in the Third World? Well, I'll quote my friend Mike Albert, co-editor of Z Magazine, who was listening to one of my gloomy disquisitions and said, what you're describing is an organizer's dream. And I think that's true. The country is in a state where people are disillusioned, frightened, skeptical, angry, don't trust anything, want something better, know that everything's rotten. That's a perfect place for organizers to come and say, okay, let's do something about it. If they could do something about it in the hills of El Salvador, we can certainly do something about it here. And I think he's right, it just depends whether you decide it's time to start doing something about it. The future of history. Woman, but what do you think personally, noam, will the general population of the United States remain marginalized for the rest of history, or do you actually feel that there's going to be a movement to prevent that? Look, I really don't know, but I think we can predict one thing with fair certainty: if the US public remains marginalized, there isn't going to be much history left to worry about. We're not living in the 18th century anymore. The problems may be sort of similar, but they're quite different in scale, and the problems now have to do with human survival. So if the general population in the most powerful country in the world remains marginalized, we aren't going to have to worry very much about history, because there isn't going to be any. And that's not very far away at this point. Take Central America, which is the region where we have the most control. We've been controlling things there for 100 years, so it really tells us what we are. It's quite possible that much of Central America will become uninhabitable in another couple decades. For instance, Nicaragua's losing its water supply. Why? The reason is, in the aftermath of the American attacks of the 1980s, people are starving, and they're doing the only thing they can do. They go up into the hills to cut wood and try to find some land to work. They do whatever they can do to survive. Well, that eliminates the forest cover, streams start drying up, the land can't absorb water, lakes are drying up, and on top of it all, there happens to have been a drought. So Nicaragua's water supply may disappear, and as the pressures continue, it may become a desert. The same could be true of Haiti. 103. Haiti, in fact, is a parable of Western savagery. That was one of the first places Columbus landed, and he thought it was a paradise. It was the richest place in the world, and also probably the most densely populated place in the world. And in fact, it remained that way. France is a rich country in large measure because it stole Haiti's resources, and even early in the 20th century, before Woodrow Wilson sent the U.S. Marines to invade and wreck the country in 1915, American scholarship and government studies on Haiti were still describing it as a major resource center. It just happened to be an extremely rich place. 104. Well, take a look if you fly into Haiti today. The island consists of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic we've also brutalized, but Haiti much more so, and you can just see it if you look down from the plane. On one side it's brown, on the other side it's sort of semi-green. The brown side is Haiti, the richest place in the world. It may not last another couple decades. Literally, it may become uninhabitable. Well, that's extending elsewhere now, and it involves us too. The rich and the powerful are going to survive longer, but the effects are very real, and they're getting worse very quickly as more and more people get marginalized because they play no role in profit making, which is considered the only human value. Well, the environmental problems are simply much more significant in scale than anything else in the past. And there's a fair possibility, certainly a possibility high enough so that no rational person would exclude it, that within a couple hundred years the world's water level will have risen to the point that most of human life will have been destroyed. All right, if we don't start to do something about that now, it's not impossible that that'll happen. In fact, it's even likely. So whatever I happen to think, that's irrelevant. The answer to your question is, if you remain marginalized, there's not going to be much history to worry about. Whether people will react or not, who knows? You know? Everyone's got to decide.